Obvious. You, who are so particular about your album, suddenly decided to work with Kang Woojin. Then you appeared in Beneficial Evil, a Korean production. And now, you're both cast together in Beast and the Beauty. You two are always around each other, so of course, people talk. If it's really not true, you should be careful. The reporters seem to be catching on to something. You're worried about me? As if. Maria scoffed before continuing. There are a bunch of reasons, but the real reason I thought you two were dating dash. She trailed off, recalling one of Woojin's in different lines. You're less beautiful than Miley Cara. But saying it outright felt like a blow to her pride, so she reworded it. Kang Woojin told me that you're prettier than me, so I figured you two were dating. He said I'm prettier than you? That Kang Woojin. Yeah. Kara's blue eyes wavered slightly. That same night. L.A. At Columbia Studios, where over 20 stages were spread across the vast complex, the dark of night had settled in. But in front of a set designed as a pizza shop, a large number of foreign crew members were still bustling about. This was the Pierrot, the birth of a villain team. Yesterday's first shoot had gone late into the night, and today, the second shoot, seemed to be following the same schedule. Director Angie Bach, who had been talking to key staff members, swoosh, stepped over to a spot with multiple monitors. At the same time, two crew members with handheld cameras moved toward the pizza shop set, while a full-shot camera and a Jimmy Jib crane camera were set into motion. As the shooting area was adjusted, dozens of crew members stepped back, leaving about 100 staff surrounding director Angie Bach. Swoosh. A lone actor, his face expressionless, walked forward toward the set pizza shop. A worn-out zip-up hoodie, wet hair, his face smeared with flour and blood, forming the signature look of Joker. It was Kang Woojin. This scene was set to capture Henry Gordon after he had turned the pizza shop owner into a lump of meat. Woojin stood before the pizza shop door. Two cameramen positioned on either side of him adjusted their angles, and as director Angie Bach signaled to someone, a torrential downpour suddenly cascaded over the entire filming zone. A female crew member stepped in front of the camera and lifted the slate. Clap. Director Angie Bach's aged voice rang out through the megaphone. Action. Simultaneously, the camera that was capturing Kang Woojin or Henry Gordon in a bust shot slowly, gradually zoomed in on Woojin's grotesque face. With his hood pulled over his head, he was expressionless. His shoulders were hunched. He exuded an aura of vulnerability. This was Henry Gordon of the past. Of course, it was all an act. His eyes darted, right, left, scanning his surroundings. There were few people around. Understandable, given the heavy rain. With his Joker face, Kang Woojin tilted his head back to look up at the sky. The camera followed his gaze. Though the rain poured relentlessly, the shop's awning shielded him from the downpour. He then lowered his head, glancing back at the pizza shop where a lump of meat lay sprawled, before returning his gaze forward, and suddenly smirked. Though his lips were already grotesquely torn wide by the thick streaks of blood, when he curled them upward, the crimson grin stretched even further. Kang Woojin's gaze, locked onto the camera, slowly lifted. His slumped shoulders straightened. He confirmed that no one was around. Now, he could fully embrace this awakening. At this moment, Henry Gordon and Joker coexisted. Kang Woojin, swish, raised both clenched fists to his chest and shook them wildly. His mouth remained shut. A silent ecstasy. This feels incredible. Absolutely exhilarating. Why did I hold back until now? Why did I live like such a pathetic fool? It didn't matter. He was going to enjoy this. Still shaking his fists erratically, Woojin now added his feet into the motion. His bizarre face bouncing up and down. It was the very image of a Pierrot. He couldn't help it. Laughter escaped. Ho. His voice was drowned out by the rain, but his mischievous eyes flickered as he glanced around. Then, as if he needed to stifle his laughter, he clamped a hand over his mouth. Yet, his chuckles leaked through his fingers. And then his laughter stopped. Lowering the hand that had covered his mouth, Kang Woojin turned his head slowly, rolling his neck. Like stretching after waking up, he raised both hands high toward the sky. His movements were both fluid and eerie. Then, reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He placed one between his lips and lit it. His laughing face turned utterly indifferent. Who dash? A long plume of cigarette smoke billowed out, spreading through the rain-soaked air. Woojin watched the swirling smoke for a moment, then took his first step into the downpour. Step. Compared to the frail, hunched figure of before, the man walking now carried an overwhelming confidence. The cigarette remained between his lips as he pulled down the hood from his head. The camera moved backward, capturing his face. The relentless rain pelted against Woojin's face. Step. The mixture of white flour and blood that covered his eyes, nose, and mouth slowly, very slowly, began to wash away in the rain. Gradually, the pale mask gave way to his natural skin tone. His once reddened eyebrows darkened, and the grotesquely exaggerated lips faded. Every detail of the transformation was captured vividly on camera. The 100 or so foreign crew members glued to the monitors couldn't tear their eyes away. Meanwhile, director on Ga Bok, leaning so close he was practically inside the screen, had been covered in chills for some time now. Yes, just like that. As if a mask is slowly peeling away. This was precisely the effect he had envisioned. But Kang Woojin was amplifying it far beyond expectations. On the monitor, Woojin, now drenched from head to toe, touched his cheek with one hand before sweeping back his long hair with both hands, exposing his face. I think red hair would suit me better. Finally, his gaze fixed on the camera. Every trace of the Joker's face had been erased. It wasn't that the Joker's mask had come off. Rather, the Joker had put on Henry Gordon's mask. 2 days later, the morning of June 15th. Inside the Pierrot, the birth of a villain filming set, among the many trailers, the door of one suddenly swung open. Entering was Kang Woojin, his expression unreadable. Behind him, the voices of Choi Sung-gun and other crew members could be heard. A slight nod to acknowledge them, and Woojin shut the trailer door behind him. At that moment, something caught his eye. Oh dash! He let out a small exclamation internally, because he saw the costumes prepared on the trailer's coat hanger. A red jacket and trousers, a blue shirt, a yellow vest, worn-out brown shoes. Right? Today's the day. It was the Joker's outfit. Chapter 427, Joker 5. Around 10 a.m. One of the sets within the vast Columbia Studios was bustling. Over 100 foreign staff members of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, were running around frantically. Naturally, the one leading the charge was director on Ga Bok, and beside him was the executive producer Nora Foster. So, where was Kang Woojin? Damn, the more I look at this trailer, the more impressive it is. He was settled in one of the many trailers positioned a bit away from the filming zone. Woojin had already transformed into Henry Gordon, with wet hair covering his jaw, a worn-out hoodie, and jeans. His makeup and outfit were already in place. However, his face had yet to change into Joker. For now, he was on standby while another actor's scene was being filmed. His first scene today started with Henry Gordon, and later in the day, he would transition into the awakened Joker. Of course, as expected in Hollywood, the filming order was all over the place, middle, beginning, middle, end, completely unorganized. Regardless, inside the trailer where Joker's costume hung on a rack, Kang Woojin stretched out on the provided 3-seater sofa, propping up his legs. This is so comfortable dash. Lying there, Woojin scanned the interior of the trailer. It was like a miniature hotel. Sofa, table, chairs, TV, nothing was missing. Dropping his character momentarily, he muttered to himself. How much do these things even cost? They must have them in Korea too. Aren't they called camping cars or something? Anyway, they must be pricey. But man, taking one of these out on a trip during a break would be a blast. Curious, Kang Woojin pulled out his phone and searched for camping cars and trailers. Prices varied widely, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, and some even reached billions of won. But he casually remarked, "Huh, that's cheaper than I thought." Then, realizing what he had just said, he let out a short laugh. Wait, did I just say $1 billion was cheap? But considering Kang Woojin's current level of wealth and income, $1 billion really wasn't much. Yeah, I should get the best one soon. On while I'm at it, I might as well get a boat too. A boat? Shit, then I should just buy a vacation home in Jeju Island too. This wasn't just idle dreaming. Kang Woojin had the financial power to buy all of it immediately. Soon, he opened his phone's notepad and began jotting down a list of things to buy. A car for LA, a camping car or trailer, a boat, a vacation home, and so on. Should I get a building too? Move my parents' restaurant there? Screw it, let's go. The more he thought about it, the more ideas kept branching out. Damn, my life is seriously getting insane. About 30 minutes later, the staff called for Kang Woojin. Soon, Woojin stepped onto the set to begin filming, starting with Henry Gordon. He fully immersed himself into the early stage, Henry Gordon, and focused entirely on the scene. Completely different from the Joker he had portrayed just a few days ago. Henry Gordon was drowning in tragedy, barely suppressing it, forcing himself to ignore it. His entire presence exuded that struggle. But deep within his gaze, something grotesque was writhing. His subtly eerie expressions were captured vividly by the camera. Watching Woojin act as early Henry Gordon, the foreign staff murmured among themselves. The vibe is completely different. After seeing that spine-chilling performance a few days ago, the contrast is even more stark. While it's natural for actors to switch emotions freely, doesn't Kang Woojin have zero delay? Yeah, I thought that was incredible too. Normally, actors take a moment when switching between drastically different emotional scenes. But Kang Woojin, he doesn't need that at all. We're filming the Joker scenes from this afternoon, right? He's probably going to unleash his madness again like it's nothing. How the hell did he master such ridiculous skills in just 3 years? I heard he's only been officially active for 3 years, but before that, he trained somewhere extensively. The director mentioned it, didn't he? Thus, the past Henry Gordon scenes wrapped up by early afternoon. But it felt like the real filming was only just beginning. Stand by in 30 minutes. Things moved at a breakneck pace. Several members of the makeup team swarmed around Kang Woojin. His face, once Henry Gordon, gradually took on an eerie transformation. His skin turned ghostly white, with intensely rectangular black makeup encircling his eyes. His nose and mouth were painted in a deep, vivid red. In no time, Woojin had completely morphed into Joker. Throughout the process, Kang Woojin maintained an indifferent expression. While having twice as many makeup team members as in Korea makes this kinda overwhelming. Now that the transformation was complete, it was time to change outfits into Joker's costume. At that moment, a few stylists approached Kang Woojin, holding Joker's attire. Just then, Woojin, a raspy voice called from behind. When Woojin turned around, he saw director On Jae-bok approaching, wearing a headset around his neck. Beside him stood Nora Foster, the executive producer with a sharp, intense demeanor. She had been freely moving around the set, and as she approached, the stylist carrying Joker's outfit paused momentarily. Woojin turned his gaze toward On Jae-bok. Yes, director. It's about Joker's costume. Pointing at the red jacket and other pieces of Joker's outfit, On Jae-bok spoke in English. Before we start filming, I wanted to ask, do you have any thoughts on it? Any parts of the costume you'd like to change? Given that On Jae-bok had witnessed Woojin's impromptu ad-lib performance a few days ago, it was only natural for him to check in before the official shoot. Just in case, he wondered if Woojin might find the prepared Joker outfit too plain. No, On Jae-bok's expression showed certainty. With you, I know you're already thinking of something completely unexpected. Maintaining a solemn expression, Woojin fell silent for a moment. Internally, however, he screamed, "Huh, I got nothing." Not even a single thought had crossed his mind about this. What kind of situation was this? Though his face remained stiff, his mind was momentarily thrown into turmoil. Eventually, with a slight hint of annoyance surfacing, Woojin answered honestly, "No, I have nothing in mind." "Are you sure?" "Ah, damn." Woojin felt something irritating in director On Jae-bok's follow-up question. Plus, he had to maintain his tough image. Just then, Nora Foster, standing beside On Jae-bok, interjected. Her expression wasn't particularly pleasant. "Director, it seems he hasn't really thought about it. You might be pressuring him. Also, if we make too many changes to what's already said, it could cause friction among key staff members." What struck Woojin the most from that statement was the word pressure. There was no room for pressure in extreme method acting. At that moment, Woojin decided to say whatever came to mind. Suddenly, for some reason, he recalled his childhood, specifically his mother scolding him and smacking him on the back. "Kang Woojin, did I or did I not tell you to put your socks straight into the laundry when you take them off?" Feeling a phantom sting on his back, Woojin glanced at Nora Foster, then shifted his gaze to An Jiebok. In a low tone, he spoke in English. Joker's socks are too plain. Both Nora Foster and An Jiebok turned their heads toward Woojin simultaneously. Keeping his whatever-goes mindset, he continued. The current Joker socks are just ordinary white ones. That's true. It'd be better if they were mismatched. Black and white, or red and blue. And what made you think of that? Because I remembered my mom smacking my back over socks. Of course, Woojin couldn't say that, so he vaguely reworded it. They'd stand out more. Opposing colors. In other words, since they didn't match and were unique, they'd be more noticeable. At least it's not boring, right? But, for a moment, director An Jiebok stared at Woojin's heavy expression before letting out a chuckle. Then, he explained the interpretation he had come up with on his own. Joker is a character who embodies both tragedy and comedy at the same time. You're using the socks as a metaphor for that, aren't you? Right? On top of that, it also serves as a statement that Joker completely disregards the oppressive gaze of society. After keeping his mouth shut for a few seconds, Kang Woojin casually nodded. It was a total fluke, but he acted like that was his plan all along. His poker face was solid as ever. Red and blue would be best. Shortly after, Kang Woojin, now in full makeup and costume, reappeared at the filming zone. The 100 or so foreign staff members murmured as they watched him walk in with an indifferent demeanor. It's chilling how well it suits him. Can I even say that? Rather than saying it suits him, he was a planned character. But Kang Woojin has completely made Joker his own. Soon, Woojin reached the spot where all the cameras were focused. His long, damp red hair reached down to his jaw. His face was ghostly pale, with dark, exaggerated black and red around his eyes and nose. His lips were thickly painted, stretched into an eerie, extended grin. Over a blue shirt, he wore a yellow vest and a red jacket, paired with red pants and worn-out brown shoes. Peeking out just above the shoes were mismatched socks, one blue, one red. Looking every bit the mad clown, Kang Woojin stared blankly at the camera. Watching him, director An Jiebok, wearing a wrinkled smile, muttered inwardly, "Damn it, I can't wait to show this to the world. How will people react when they see this on the big screen?" He was itching to unleash this completed Joker upon the global audience. That's going to be overwhelming, just in a different way. The 16th. The moment Kang Woojin stepped into his trailer in the morning. He briefly let go of his method acting and slumped onto the sofa. The unfamiliar environment, the new character, and the sheer weight of embodying Joker had started to take its toll on him. Fatigue was steadily piling up. I should visit the void space more often from now on. Just then, knock, knock. A knock echoed through the trailer. In that instant, Woojin's body flinched, and he quickly adjusted his posture. He switched back into his method acting mode, crossing his legs with an air of authority. His heart thumped slightly. Lowering his voice, he responded in English. "Yes, come in." He naturally assumed it was a staff member. However, the one who entered the trailer was a ridiculously handsome man. No, it was Chris Hartnett, with deep brown eyes. Whether he had been waiting nearby or had just arrived was unclear, but he had a cap pulled low over his head. "Kang Woojin, can we talk for a moment?" His tone was relaxed. Woojin casually gestured toward the opposite chair. "Take a seat." "Thanks." Once seated, Chris quietly observed Woojin, who remained composed with his legs crossed. Then, without any hesitation, Chris spoke. During the first shoot, the ad-lib in the scene where Henry Gordon awakens as Joker for the first time. He was referring to the moment when Woojin had created Joker's face using blood. To be honest, that was the first time in my entire acting career that I felt a sense of awe. My brain literally froze for a few seconds. Haha, and this isn't just me trying to get on your good side. I mean it. A top-tier, ridiculously handsome Hollywood A-list actor was showering Woojin with praise right in front of him. Though Woojin maintained his poker face. "Don't you curl up corners of my lips." He was absolutely pleased. Seriously, if a global Hollywood star admitted that his brain froze because of Woojin's acting, how could he not feel great? For an ordinary guy like Kang Woojin, this was an unimaginable situation. But now was not the time to get carried away. I need to act composed. Keep up the cool, weighty vibe. With that, Woojin cynically switched the direction of his crossed legs. I see. For a moment, Chris stared into Woojin's composed eyes and let out a silent laugh in his mind. As expected, he doesn't show a hint of joy. Well, he's not the type who acts to impress others anyway. He just becomes the role and enjoys it for what it is. That kind of quiet composure. I could use some of that too. It's something to learn from. Chris smiled. How much agonizing did it take to come up with that ad-lib? You stopped the minds of hundreds of people in that moment. So at the very least, it must have been the result of relentless analysis. Inside, Kang Woojin screamed. Of course, I agonized over it like crazy. Honestly, the moment I thought of that ad-lib, I practically shouted Eureka. In reality, it had taken Woojin nearly 2 months to come up with that ad-lib. After his Pierrot audition, he had gone through countless analyses before it finally came to him. It was almost a coincidence, but considering he had read and re-experienced Pierrot, the birth of a villain dozens of times, it wasn't just luck. His understanding of the character, the background, and the world building was on an entirely different level. So, yes, he had agonized over it immensely. However, but if I just say that outright, I'd sound like an idiot, wouldn't I? Woojin couldn't just blurt out, "Man, it was insanely tough," in a reckless manner. Instead, he put on a shameless expression and answered simply, "I did it roughly." This response didn't imply he had agonized over it. It suggested that he had come up with it casually, without much effort. Something done offhandedly. But Chris, seeing Woojin's cold and straightforward reaction, furrowed his brows slightly. Roughly? This reaction, no way. Haha, no. No, wait. I see now. Then, jumping to his own conclusion, Chris asked Woojin. So that ad-lib was improvised on the spot, wasn't it? His face brightened as if he had just made a thrilling discovery. Acting like that, coming out spontaneously, it's both shocking and exciting to hear. Suddenly on the spot came up. However, when Woojin remained silent with little change in his expression, Chris Hartnett deepened his smile and, in that case, you'll be able to handle my ad-libs easily. I tend to enjoy them quite a bit. I prefer acting with a lot of freedom. But there aren't many actors who can properly respond to it. As much as you want. Calm. Woojin, who answered briefly, continued in a low-toned English. But you won't be able to enjoy it. You'll need to be prepared as well. For a brief moment, Chris's brow twitched slightly. Chapter 428, Joker 6. Chris Hartnett came to his own conclusion. So that ad-lib was improvised on the spot, wasn't it? Kang Woojin maintained an indifferent expression upon hearing this. But internally, he was fiercely denying it. What kind of nonsense is this? You really think that was improvised? This ridiculously handsome guy is making a fuss all by himself. However, Chris was already floundering deep in the swamp of his own misunderstanding. Acting like that, coming out spontaneously, it's both shocking and exciting to hear. Exciting? What part exactly? Woojin remained silent for now, but he found the handsome Hollywood actor in front of him completely incomprehensible. Regardless, Chris kept talking. Now, he was saying that he'd be comfortable accepting Woojin's ad-libs, claiming that he himself liked ad-libbing. Right, he had heard about this from Choi Sung-gun, Miley Kara, and even the staff. They said ad-libs are frequent in Hollywood. Of course, Hollywood was much more open compared to Korea. Some directors even left things entirely to the actor's instincts without strict directing. So, it made sense that a top Hollywood actor like Chris would be skilled at performing with such freedom. So was this a declaration of war? Chris had no such intention at all, but to Woojin, the core of it sounded exactly like a war was being declared. This massively popular Chris was asking him to freely accept ad-libs. Woojin's persona remained unshaken, but deep down, he felt a bit, no, quite a lot of tension rising. So basically, he could suddenly come at me at any moment. But soon, Woojin's no backing down mentality started creeping in. If it had been the past, he might have acted rashly, but now, he had built up a fair amount of experience. Besides, whatever, fuck it, I'll figure something out with my abilities. Right now, Woojin had role flexibility that allowed him to break free from constraints. In other words, no matter what attack came his way, he wouldn't be unable to respond. Perhaps the Joker he had unleashed into reality would pull off another insane stunt. However, every insane move was still under the control of its master, Kang Woojin. Woojin calmly responded to the smiling Chris. His answer was firm and weighty. But you won't be able to enjoy it. You'll need to be prepared as well. Chris's brow twitched briefly as he asked again. Prepared? Yes, since you say you act freely. That's how I tend to be. Any kind of freedom comes with a price. The line Woojin just delivered was, honestly, a warning shot. It had a bit of bluff mixed in. Internally, he was screaming, just don't do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. But of course, Chris had no way of knowing this, and a mere warning wasn't likely to affect him much. After all, he had spent over a decade thriving in the vast Hollywood industry. However, his deep brown eyes visibly wavered. A price, I see. That was proof that the warning shot had landed. Thanks to the imposing presence and the grand illusion Woojin had meticulously built up, Chris hesitated. As he stared at Woojin's face for a moment, he quietly swallowed. If I make a careless move, I might end up getting bitten instead. He solidified his resolve. This is exciting. More than any project or role I've taken on before, this one excites me the most. It's like I've become David taking on Goliath. Kang Woojin's warning shot had indeed reached Chris. But rather than discouraging him, the shot had only ignited him further. It's been a long time since I've been a challenger. Of course, I'll be prepared. Woojin closed his mouth and furrowed his brows internally. That had backfired. A moment later, as Chris Hartnett stepped out of Woojin's trailer, he ran his fingers through his brown hair and laughed. I'm sure I'll grow even more through this project. He had no way of realizing that all of his heightened excitement and determination were entirely based on a misunderstanding. With his mind filled with misconceptions, Chris briskly, yet eagerly, strode towards the filming zone. Late at night, over 100 foreign staff members were in the middle of wrapping up their work. Amidst them, Chris stepped forward. Swish. He approached director Ga Bak, who was in the middle of a discussion with the key staff, and asked, Director, did you know about it? Know about what? That ad-lib during Kang Woojin's Joker awakening in the first shoot. It was supposedly improvised on the spot. Immediately, the eyes of the surrounding foreign key staff widened in shock. What? On the spot? Chris, what are you talking about? Chris Hartnett, as the host of The Misunderstanding, was now spreading it further. And backing him up was director Ga Bak. Did Kang Woojin say that himself? Yes, I just heard it from him. As expected. As expected? What do you mean? With all eyes on him, director Ga Bak recalled the past. Specifically, during Leech. I never heard it directly from Kang Woojin. But, if it's him, it's not surprising for him to pull off that level of ad-libbing on the spot. Honestly, when I saw his performance in the first shoot, I assumed it was improvised on the spot. Kang Woojin isn't someone who has gone through a structured or elite training path. He's more like a monster who honed his skills in the wild, purely by instinct. It was the same in Leech. Director Ga Bak's words caused a massive surge in credibility, as people would put it. The family photo scene in Leech, which clearly depicted Ripley's syndrome, that cut was also completed through Kang Woojin's improvisation. His creativity surpasses the ordinary by a vast margin, making him, in some ways, a terrifying actor for directors. Chris's smile deepened, and the murmuring among the surrounding foreign key staff grew louder. Their whispers were filled with excessive awe and admiration. At that moment, director Ga Bak added, Everyone saw it during the script reading, right? How effortlessly he could perform other roles as well. Considering that, it's no surprise that he can drop an ad-lib powerful enough to flip the entire set on the spot. Then, looking at Chris, he made a declaration. As long as it's an ad-lib based on the script, it's always welcome. It's far better to challenge the scene and expand its depth rather than let it become stagnant and dull. That was the firm belief of the PRO, the birth of a villain executive director. So, Chris, I asked for creative acting with a solid foundation, just like Kang Woojin. Freely. Later, the van carrying Chris drove away from the set. Sitting with his legs crossed, gazing out the window, his anticipation was swelling. He was already thrilled about filming PRO, the birth of a villain, but today, thanks to Kang Woojin and director Ga Bak, that excitement had multiplied several times over. This is going to be legendary. Huh? What did you say, Chris? His manager asked again, but Chris just shook his head and picked up his phone. As he caught up on missed messages, for some reason, he decided to check a well-known online community. The most famous one overseas, Reddit. It was the fastest way to see global public reactions. Chris typed Kang Woojin into the search bar. Among the countless trending topics on Reddit, Woojin was a hot subject. From the Emmy Awards to Beast and the Beauty, and now, discussions about Pierrot, the birth of a villain, which had just started filming a few days ago, were everywhere. They're hyped up. It was practically a free-for-all, with anonymous global users dissecting, criticizing, and analyzing Woojin from every angle. Unfortunately, Colombia's cinematic universe is doomed. The grand setup is nice, but doesn't it feel odd to have a Korean actor as the face of it? This seems like a shitpost. Just accept it already that Kang Woojin is an actor recognized by Cannes, Hollywood, and the Emmy Awards. Sure, he might have something special, but jumping straight into a Hollywood lead role is too fast. Without experience, will it even be a proper movie? After watching Beneficial Evil, I can see that he's a good actor, but I don't have high hopes for his first Hollywood film, Pierrot. He'll probably be too nervous to show his real acting skills. This guy openly challenged the Academy Awards at Cannes and during press conferences. You think someone like that is going to be nervous? This place is always noisy. That just proves how globally relevant Kang Woojin is. His action scenes were impressive, but as for serious acting? Not sure. And it wasn't just on Reddit. Hollywood media outlets were frequently covering Pierrot, the birth of a villain as well. LA Times/Pierrot. The birth of a villain officially begins filming. What kind of performance will the globally watched Kang Woojin deliver? There were plenty of similar articles. As Chris scanned through the reactions for a moment, he murmured internally. Columbia Studios' cinematic universe should be bowing to Kang Woojin. He's the perfect first villain to set the stage. He's definitely going to spread the Joker virus across the world. Chris then spoke to his manager, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Director On Ga Bak said, "I'm free to perform creative acting." Ah, then you can comfortably show off your specialty, ad-libs? You were worried about that, right? That's great news. But don't overdo it. A lot of actors hate ad-libs. Pierrot, the birth of a villain, has both rookies and veteran actors. It's fine with Kang Woojin. Chris Hartnett answered, recalling Kang Woojin's indifferent expression. With him, he'll handle anything without a problem. A few days passed. June 20th. It had been 11 days since the first shoot of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, and now, it was in its second week since the crank-in. The early filming of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, included some scenes with supporting and minor actors, but for the most part, it was focused on the male lead, Kang Woojin. For a week, Woojin had been switching back and forth between Joker and Henry Gordon, pushing forward with the filming. Meanwhile, as Hollywood continued to buzz with various news, some updates outside of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, emerged. There was Beast and the Beauty, which was in the mid to late stage of pre-production. CNN/Maria Armas confirmed for casting in Beast and the Beauty. BBX/ with Miley Cara and now Maria Armas. The cast of Beast and the Beauty keeps getting more extravagant. Insiders predict script reading to happen around July. Then there was John Persona, the project for which Universal Movies had cast Kang Woojin last. Rumors were circulating about whether the casting process had begun or if the script was being distributed. Additionally, the production team was aggressively recruiting staff for the official start of pre-production. And, of course, Beneficial Evil. LA Times/Beneficial Evil. Nominated in 10 categories for the Emmy Awards. Netflix CEO, Beneficial Evil Part 2 expected to launch around September. Naturally, the Primetime Emmy Awards, the grand event of the broadcasting industry that was always mentioned alongside Beneficial Evil, was also making headlines. And as for Kang Woojin, swish, he had just arrived at the filming set for Pierrot, the birth of a villain. The location of the set had changed slightly, but the overall layout remained the same. As soon as Woojin and his team arrived, they headed toward the trailer. They had arrived 30 minutes early, and preparations for the shoot were still underway. Just as Woojin, holding the Pierrot, the birth of a villain script in one hand, stepped into the trailer. Woojin, ponytailed Choi Sung-gun, who had just been on a call with someone, approached him. Recently, Choi Sung-gun had been even busier than Woojin, managing Kang Woojin's support, handling BW Entertainment, and overseeing its expansion while traveling between Korea, Japan, and Hollywood had kept him on his toes. Regardless, he turned to Woojin and asked, "The Emmy Awards, there's still some time left, but it's your first Emmy, and not just Korea but the entire world will be watching you. You need to put some extra effort into your style for the Emmy Awards." "Is that so?" Woojin replied in a low voice as he stepped into the trailer, internally murmuring, "Do I really need to overdo it? It's just like Can, isn't it?" No, it wasn't. That was simply Woojin's lack of grasp on the situation. While Can and the Emmy Awards were both grand events, in terms of authority, symbolism, and global influence, the Emmys were far more powerful. Soon, Choi Sung-gun followed him into the trailer and nodded. "Yeah, when you get some time, talk to Young about it. Whether it's a tuxedo, a suit, or whatever color you want, just pick whatever brand you prefer. You're already getting a flood of offers from luxury brands anyway." At that moment, various top-tier luxury brands flashed through Woojin's mind. He was already modeling for some of them. Then, suddenly, it's getting boring. From the Blue Dragon Awards to the Baeksang, the Grand Bell Awards, Can, I've been wearing the same kind of stuff every time. He realized he was getting tired of it. The suits and tuxedos he had to wear to award ceremonies, events, and parties, it was all too repetitive. Given that he was fundamentally different from ordinary actors. Should I just wear my everyday clothes? Maybe a hoodie or something? Would I get absolutely roasted for it? Just as those thoughts were taking root. Something caught Kang Woojin's eye, hanging on a clothing rack inside the trailer. This might not be a bad idea. It was the Joker costume. Chapter 429, Joker, 7. Kang Woojin gazed indifferently somewhere. Choi Sung-gun, unaware of his gaze, tied his ponytail again and asked once more, "Wouldn't it be fine to just leave everything to Young if it's such a hassle?" "Yeah, that would be better. You're already busy acting, so why bother choosing tuxedos, suits, or colors? I'll just have Young and the styling team handle everything. From brands to designs, all of it." Choi Sung-gun took a bottle of water from the refrigerator inside the trailer and handed it to Kang Woojin. "I suggested you pick the tuxedo design because you seem to care about it for Cannes and the Blue Dragon Awards. But looking at your schedule, it's too much. I'll talk to Young separately, so you just focus on filming." Having said his piece, Choi Sung-gun was about to leave the trailer. Then, from behind him, Woojin's low voice was heard. "Sonim, what about something that's neither ordinary nor boring?" Choi Sung-gun stopped in his tracks and turned his head, puzzled. "Ordinary or boring? Are you talking about tuxedos and suits? Well, since everyone wears them, I guess you could see it that way. But then, what else is there? Don't tell me, are you suggesting we custom design one?" Not a bad idea, but I don't know if there's enough time for that." "No, that's not what I mean." Woojin denied it cynically, locking eyes with Choi Sung-gun. His expression turned even colder, emphasizing his concept. Internally, however, he was imagining quite an amusing picture. Yeah, it needs to be at least this fun. But he didn't show it outwardly. He merely exuded an even stronger air of confidence toward Choi Sung-gun. "CEO Nim, to me, the Emmy Awards is just a stopover." "A stopover? Woojin, are you talking about the Emmy Awards? The one they call the Academy Awards of the television industry? It has just as much prestige and authority. Of course, the ultimate endgame is the Academy Awards, but dash." As he spoke, a thought crossed Choi Sung-gun's mind. Right, Woojin considered Can just a stepping stone. So is it really strange for him to see the Emmy Awards as a mere stopover? No, not strange at all. Indeed, Woojin spoke about the final boss-level Academy Awards as if it were just another event. So what would the Emmy Awards, which was almost on the same level, mean to him? Naturally, any regular actor in Korea, or even Hollywood, would be shocked to hear this. No one else would think like Kang Woojin. But this is Kang Woojin we're talking about. Choi Sung-gun dismissed conventional thinking and responded to Woojin. "All right, the Emmy Awards is a stopover. I sort of get it." Woojin, unfazed, casually ran a hand through his black hair and continued speaking. "For me, Cannes and the Emmy Awards are the same. But the world and those around me don't see it that way. Of course, forget just being invited for the first time. You were nominated in 10 categories. The attention is going to be massive. Yes, and that's where the gap arises. Between how I see the Emmy Awards and how the world sees it. Boring things aren't fun." "Boring? The Emmy Awards?" "Yes, it's quite boring. So, I've been thinking of something else. Choi Sung-gun swallowed hard. Whatever came out of this guy's mouth would never be ordinary. Soon, Woojin slowly started moving toward the clothing rack. A performance. It could help Pierrot, and it might also make things a bit more fun for me. Huh. Kang Woojin reached out and picked up the red jacket of Joker. Coincidentally, the outfits in Joker are suits as well. The colors are a bit crazy, though. A bit. Watching Woojin closely, Choi Sung-gun quickly caught on. You don't tell me, Dash. But Woojin answered before he could finish. Joker, walking the red carpet. That would be a one-of-a-kind entrance, don't you think? Choi Sung-gun's mouth naturally fell open, and he spaced out for a moment. Then, snapping back to his senses, he stammered. So what you're saying is, you're going to the Emmy Awards as Joker? Is that strange? It's not that it's strange, Dash. Wait a minute. No, that wasn't right. Choi Sung-gun, who had been momentarily shocked, quickly regained his composure. Joker storming into the Emmy Awards? Even with just a moment's thought, it was obvious that an overwhelming spotlight would be focused on Woojin. If he says it'll help promote Pierrot, then of course it's about publicity. If a nominee for Best Actor at the Emmy Awards showed up dressed like a crazy Pierrot, curiosity would explode. And that wasn't all. Even if Woojin doesn't win Best Actor, the star of the night will 100% be Joker. The day after the Emmy Awards, there would be far more talk about Kang Woojin than the actual Best Actor winner. With a sudden smile, Choi Sung-gun asked again. That would definitely be interesting. So, are you planning to do the full makeup as well? The indifferent Kang Woojin shook his head. No, just the outfit and hair should be enough. Right. That settled it. Of course, we'll need permission from director and Columbia Studios. A few hours later, in Korea. It was past noon in LA, but in Korea, an entire day had already passed, and it was now dawn. The time was around 5 a.m., an extremely early hour. However, inside the large editing room at DM Production in Seoul, where numerous monitors were mounted, the lights were brightly on. It felt as if night didn't exist in this place. Inside the editing room, where a slightly acrid atmosphere lingered, about 5 people could be seen. All 5 had dark circles around their eyes, and exhaustion was written all over their faces, as if they hadn't slept for days. Among them, the man sitting in the center of the editing equipment stood out the most. His beard had grown even thicker. It was PD Song Man-woo. He was pouring his entire being into editing Beneficial Evil Part 2. The post-production for Beneficial Evil Part 2, which had wrapped filming in early June, was now in its 3rd week. With the scheduled launch set for September, PD Song Man-woo had no choice but to pour his life force into it once. Again, that last cut, there was a full shot, right? Yes. Let's take a look at that. Conversation was kept to a minimum. PD Song Man-woo was too busy moving his fingers while watching Kang Woojin on the monitor. No, never mind. The bust shot is better, after all. I think so too. Ugh, this is driving me crazy. Every single shot is too good to discard, which makes it even tougher. Woojin SSI's insane acting is, in a way, a bit of a burden for the director, isn't it? A happy burden, though. However, the editing process was progressing more slowly than usual. It wasn't like PD Song Man-woo, a big shot in the drama industry. Even after decades in this field, this was the first time he had worked on a project of this scale. The pressure. With nuclear bomb-level attention pouring in from overseas, his thoughts had become more complicated, and his worries had increased. On top of that, Kang Woojin's jaw-dropping performance in every scene only added to PD Song Man-woo's struggles. This is the toughest edit I've ever done in my life. At that moment, PD Song Man-woo, stroking his beard, suddenly found himself marveling at Kang Woojin. Even I'm trembling over just one project, yet every single one of that guy's works is a massive hit. How does he not feel even a shred of pressure? No matter how much of a Kang totem he was, his career trajectory was simply absurd. As he briefly recalled Woojin's face, PD Song Man-woo muttered, "Yeah, let's go with the bust shot after all." And then, he refocused on editing. A few hours later. Phew, let's take a break here. Everyone, go get some sleep. By the time the morning sun had risen around 9 a.m., PD Song Man-woo temporarily stopped editing and sent the exhausted editors to the break room. However, he himself remained in the editing room, continuing his work. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the editing room. PD Song Man-woo flinched slightly, then opened the door. Standing outside was a familiar woman holding a paper bag from a Japanese restaurant. PD Nim, let's have breakfast together. It was Kim So-hyang, the executive director, with her hair tied in a single braid. Sushi is okay, right? You really didn't have to. What brings you here so early? I knew you'd be overworking yourself. I can't do much for you, but at the very least, I can make sure you eat breakfast. Haha, well, let's do that then. I also have something to deliver. Something to deliver? We're planning to gather writer Choi, the key staff, and everyone for a briefing later, but before that, I wanted to inform you in advance. All right. As Kim So-hyang moved toward PD Song Man-woo's room, she continued. The departure date for the Emmy Awards has been set, July 20th. You know the venue, right? The place where the Emmy Awards are held every year. LA's Microsoft Theater. July 20th departure. Meaning, less than a month remained. It's really just around the corner. At that moment, Song Man-woo PD's phone rang. He casually checked the caller ID and was surprised. Huh? Kim So-hyang asked in response. Why? Who is it? Looking at his phone, Song Man-woo PD replied. It's Woojin. It was a call from Kang Woojin, who should be in LA. The night of the 21st in LA. After filming ended today, for some reason, several people had gathered near Woojin's trailer. Among them were director On Ga Bak, executive producer Nora Foster, 2 key staff members, and even Choi Sung-gun. Kang Woojin, however, was not present. He was probably in the middle of removing his makeup. In any case, Choi Sung-gun addressed everyone, focusing his gaze on director On Ga Bak. Naturally, he spoke in English. This is Woojin's idea, but he wants to wear a Joker outfit to the upcoming Emmy Awards. Immediately, director On Ga Bak reacted. What did you just say? Nora Foster and the key staff all widened their eyes. Wear the Joker outfit to the Emmy Awards? Did I mishear that? Why would he wear a Joker outfit there? It's the Emmy Awards, the Emmy Awards. Why you're saying Kang Woojin himself said that? Nora, in particular, had the biggest reaction. Momentarily dazed, she suddenly raised her voice. What kind of nonsense is that? Why on earth would he wear a Joker outfit at the Emmy Awards? Hold on. The one who cut off her words was director On Ga Bak. CEO Choi, let's first hear what Woojin is thinking. He was just as surprised as the others, but from what he knew of Kang Woojin, there was no way he would suggest something like this without a reason. Soon, the atmosphere settled down somewhat. Taking that chance, Choi Sung-gun relayed what he had heard from Woojin that morning. He added some details here and there, but the core idea remained the same. Kang Woojin wanted to march into the Emmy Awards as Joker. After listening to the explanation, director On Ga Bak stroked his wrinkled cheek. Joker, appearing on the prestigious Emmy Awards red carpet. Muttering to himself, director On Ga Bak was soon interrupted by Choi Sung-gun, who added, of course, he won't be in Joker attire throughout the entire Emmy Awards. Woojin said that just walking the red carpet in that outfit would be enough. He won't do full makeup either, just the hair. Afterward, he would change into a separately prepared tuxedo. The key staff remained silent, seemingly trying to visualize the Emmy Awards red carpet in their minds. Then, director On Ga Bak shared the thought that had come to him, starting as Joker and transforming into Kang Woojin. It reflects the core concept of Pierrot, just like Henry Gordon and Joker. Ah, I see, Choi Sung-gun realized. After hearing director On Ga Bak's words, Woojin wasn't just thinking about fun, he had also considered how it tied into Pierrot at its core. He was completely wrong. Kang Woojin's sole conclusion was centered on fun. A slight misunderstanding had taken root, and then from On Ga Bak's mouth. I'm sure Woojin's intention is the same. If it weren't, he wouldn't come up with such an outrageous idea. The thought spread to the others. Of course, he must have considered the impact as well. It'll grab a lot of attention, given Woojin's global influence. At that moment, On Ga Bak smiled. The Joker, appearing at the world-renowned Emmy Awards, including Hollywood? Where else could you find a teaser this impactful? The promotional power would be enormous. At this point, the stern-looking Nora cut in. I oppose this. In Pierrot, Joker is not only a central figure, but also the first character of the cinematic universe, a villain. He plays a crucial role at the beginning of this grand project. And now you're saying we should spoil that character so casually? This is an absolutely insane idea. That's when it happened. In today's era, hiding something kills its explosive power. A deep male voice suddenly cut in. Thanks to that, everyone turned their heads. Kang Woojin, wearing his cap low over his face, was walking toward them indifferently. As he reached them, he spoke again, rather revealing a little will be far more destructive. Chapter 430, Joker, 8. Kang Woojin appeared and stood next to Choi Sung-gun. Naturally, director Ahn Jae-bak, producer Nora Foster, and the foreign key staff all fixed their gazes on him. However, Woojin's expression remained unchanged as he spoke again in a cynical tone. His eyes were locked on Nora. It might be considered a spoiler, but it's not like we're revealing everything about Joker. Of course, if directed poorly, it could dampen expectations, but I don't think that will happen. Given the nature of the stage, I believe anticipation will only amplify. Nora, who had been silently observing Kang Woojin with her intense gaze, finally spoke. But Woojin, every action brings consequences. No matter how high or low, there is always a possibility of failure. If that's the case, there's no reason to stray from the ordinary. If you do nothing, nothing happens. In other words, there was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. If Woojin attends the Emmy Awards as Joker, it will definitely create a huge buzz, but beyond that, it's unpredictable. As a producer, I'm against it. Nora strongly expressed her stance. However, Kang Woojin wasn't backing down either. Damn, she's coming on strong. Honestly, if she had just said no, I would have dropped it. But now that she's pushing back like this, I feel challenged. And if it turns into an argument, I won't back down. Kang Woojin, rather than answering as an actor, responded from the perspective of an audience member, something he had been for most of his life. You're not wrong. However, Pierrot is being kept too secret. While we announced the cinematic universe, but there's no information. And although Pierrot is said to be the prologue, after revealing the title and the cast, nothing else has been shared. Nora, Beast and the Beauty, created a bigger buzz than Pierrot because the public had information to speculate on. Director Ahn Jae-bak nodded slowly, and Woojin continued. Simply put, there were many topics for discussion, but Pierrot has too few. Now that he had opened the floodgates, the words flowed effortlessly from Kang Woojin. Initially, he had just been doing this for fun, yet here he was, impressed with himself mid-conversation. Good job, Kang Woojin. At this point, director Ahn Jae-bak, who had been listening the whole time, chimed in. Hiding everything is an old-school approach. If we leave out the makeup and only reveal the costume and hairstyle, it wouldn't be a spoiler, just a teaser. That seems reasonable. Nora let out a small sigh, her firm stance slightly wavering. This isn't a light matter. It's even harder to decide here and now. The production company itself must approve it. Director Ahn Jae-bak spoke again. I know that, so bring it up with the production company. Whether Columbia Studios rejects or approves it, that will make things clear. Fine. But the higher-ups at the studio will also see the potential in this promotion. I doubt it. Since they've staked everything on the cinematic universe, I don't think they'll take such a gamble. Either way, unless Columbia Studios gives the green light, it's impossible. Muttering to herself, Nora pulled out her phone and stepped away momentarily. As she did, director Ahn Jae-bak turned his head towards Kang Woojin. You're planning to reveal Joker's costume at the Emmy Awards while also teasing key elements of Pierrot, right? The appearance of Henry Gordon and Joker. You want to become a teaser yourself. Kang Woojin remained silent, but inside, he was full of question marks. Key elements? What is this old man talking about? At that moment, Nora, who had been on the phone, returned. The production company wants to have a meeting tomorrow morning. Director, you should attend as well. Soon, she locked eyes with Kang Woojin. I don't know how long this will take, but once we have a conclusion, I'll get in touch. The next day in New York, inside a major broadcasting station building, in a fairly large recording set. On the stage, where several foreign staff members and cameras were focused, a single desk and a one-seater sofa were arranged. Seated on the sofa, dressed sharply in a suit, legs crossed, and wearing an indifferent expression, was Kang Woojin. The reason he was here was simple. He had previously appeared on The Jamie Show, the #1 talk show among the top 3 in the US, and today, he was recording another talk show with popularity on par with The Jamie Show. The name was Tonight Show. This talk show also boasted a long history and high viewership ratings. In fact, Tonight Show wasn't the only offer Woojin had received. Every talk show in America was sending requests. After all, Kang Woojin was the hottest man in Hollywood. However, due to his packed filming schedule, he couldn't accept every invitation and was only appearing on programs where his availability aligned. The format of Tonight Show was similar to The Jamie Show, but it had a segment in the middle where they played entertaining games. Regardless, Kang Woojin had already been recording for over 30 minutes in his suit. The atmosphere was mostly interview-like. His conversation partner was a well-known, bespectacled host famous across the US. Haha, I see. Then, let's wrap up the talk about Beast and the Beauty and move on to discussing the Primetime Emmy Awards, shall we? Yes. Oh, are you perhaps getting a little bored? Your expression looks rather serious. Honestly, yeah, a little. Kang Woojin nodded inwardly. The Jamie Show was like this too, and this one isn't much fun either. Talk shows really aren't my thing. Outwardly, however, he remained calm and composed. The cold demeanor was just a bonus. This is how I usually look. If you're bored, please let me know. We'll stop right away. Yes, I'm bored. Kang Woojin smoothly rose from the sofa. The bespectacled host, momentarily flustered, quickly reached out to grab him. Wait a minute. Just like that. As the host's flustered English filled the set, Woojin, with an indifferent expression, sat back down on the sofa. I was joking. How can you joke so seriously? I do that with everything. The slightly tense production staff let out relieved sighs, and the bespectacled host chuckled helplessly before continuing. You got me there. You do have a surprising side. Well, first of all, congratulations. You've been nominated for Best Actor at the Emmy Awards. Thank you. Beneficial Evil was nominated in 10 categories at the Emmy Awards, right? That's incredible. You also won Best Actor at Cannes. I heard you swept through Korea's film festivals as well. And now, a nomination for Best Actor at the Emmy Awards. There's no way someone could achieve all this in just 3 years. Your life is literally a movie. The host briefly turned to the camera, listing off Beneficial Evil's insane streak of success and its connection to the Emmy Awards before turning his attention back to Kang Woojin. You're aware of the other nominees for Best Actor in the Drama category at the Emmy Awards, correct? Of course, Woojin knew. The moment he heard he was nominated, he checked right away. I barely know them beyond their faces, but everyone around me freaked out. The competition is stacked with insane Hollywood actors. Recalling that moment, Woojin silently nodded. Yes, of course. What do you think of them? I think they are incredible individuals. Right? Whether in film or television, they are globally renowned actors. Each of them has over 10 to 15 years of experience. Among them, you're the only one with just 3 years in the industry. The bespectacled host seemed fascinated by the fact that Kang Woojin was only in his 3rd year, emphasizing it repeatedly. Then, he shifted the topic to ask something else. The awards haven't even begun yet, but I want to ask you frankly, what do you think will happen with the Best Actor award at the Emmy Awards? Do you think you can win against the other nominees? It was certainly a sensitive question, but famous American talk shows were known for throwing these kinds of questions around casually. He could brush it off with humor or respond seriously. The concept-heavy Kang Woojin pondered for a moment. Of course, internally, this bespectacled guy, is he looking for a reaction? Just ignoring it or giving a safe, I don't know, answer feels too weak. By now, Woojin's Hollywood image was well established, an arrogant, monstrous actor. No backing down, and my way or the highway type of person. In short, his persona was spreading not only in Hollywood but globally. So, he needed an interesting response. Something that maintains my weight while also showing ambition. Something like, it's worth trying? Whether it turns out well or not, I'm charging straight ahead. Now, how do I phrase that in a short and stylish way? He wanted subtle charisma. If he thought about it longer, he might come up with a better answer, but there wasn't much time for that. Woojin, after running through his thoughts quickly, settled on a response. A bit of laziness also crept in. Swoosh. Kang Woojin switched the direction of his crossed legs and answered the MC in a low-toned English. I have no intention of looking around. Okay, this should be good enough. It conveyed ambition and desire while also implying that he was solely focused on himself. Silent and composed, Kang Woojin was satisfied. I answered a bit hastily, but it turned out pretty decent. About 2 hours later, the recording of Tonight Show had ended. After greeting the MC and the foreign production crew, Kang Woojin left the set. The bespectacled MC, meanwhile, stood among the gathered production staff, muttering as he stared at the door Woojin had just exited through. I'd heard the rumors, but that actor really carries an impressive blend of arrogance and presence. Night? I was surprised by how effortlessly composed he was. I guess that's why he's turning Hollywood upside down right now. Still isn't his confidence a bit excessive? The MC, arms crossed, recalled one of Woojin's responses. Saying, I have no intention of looking around dash. And then, he interpreted it in a way completely different from Woojin's actual intent. Doesn't that basically mean he doesn't care about the other nominees at all? A few days later, on the morning of the 28th, at Kang Woojin's house in LA, Kang Woojin groggily woke up in his bedroom on the second floor. With disheveled hair, he let out a big yawn. In his pure self without any concept. He checked the time afterward. Today's PRO standby is around noon, right? And I've got a YouTube shoot in the morning. Recalling his schedule for the day, Woojin got out of bed. Without any pretense or persona, he stretched his arms wide in a purely natural state. Soon, he went downstairs to the kitchen, leisurely brewed himself a cup of coffee, and walked toward the living room sofa. After drawing the curtains of the large window, Woojin took a sip of coffee from the cup in his hand, and simultaneously felt his appearance unfamiliar. This still feels weird. It's already been 3 weeks. After gazing at the LA skyline for a moment, Kang Woojin sank into the nearby sofa. Then, he pulled out his phone to check a few things before heading out. Swoosh. The first thing he checked was the pile of messages. He went through his DMs, messages, and emails before opening his messaging app. As expected, his inbox was overflowing. Among them, let's see dash. The first message he tapped on was from Choi Sung-gun, whom he would be meeting soon. There were 3 messages in total, and oddly, they included a news article link. Woojin clicked on the article first. The screen displayed a headline from a well-known Hollywood media outlet. At the same time, what the fuck? His brows furrowed. The reason was simple. LA Times/Kang Woojin on Tonight Show. Other Emmy Awards nominees don't even matter. Kang Woojin appeared as a guest on Tonight Show. The hottest man in Hollywood right now, when asked about the Emmy Awards, expressed that he had no concern for the other nominees. Reading the article carefully, Kang Woojin muttered in genuine disbelief. A mix of frustration was evident. Oh fuck, what kind of bullshit is this? At that moment, buzz. His phone vibrated intensely in his hand. It was a call. The name on the screen read Director On Bak. It was quite early in the morning, so Woojin tilted his head in curiosity but quickly cleared his throat. Although he was slightly riled up, he had to keep his composure. He brought the phone to his ear and spoke in a deep, low voice. Yes, Director Nim. From the other end, On Bak responded with a chuckle. Saw the article, made another splash, I see. Not really. Haha, the reporters here must love you. You give them new headlines. Every other day. Woojin remained silent, both outwardly and internally. Taking advantage of the pause, Director On Bak shifted the topic. Just now, Columbia Studios made their decision about your Emmy Awards outfit. In other words, it was confirmed. You'll be walking the Emmy Awards red carpet as Joker. Chapter 431, Joker 9. Joker, walking the red carpet at the Emmy Awards? Kang Woojin realized the implication of Director On Bak's words. Oh, I see Columbia Studios gave their okay. Honestly, it was unexpected. Or rather, should he say he hadn't put much hope in it? Sure, he had pushed aggressively in certain situations before, but with executive producer Nora Foster's opposition, he had seriously doubted whether this would happen. Kang Woojin knew well that the scale of the Emmy Awards was enormous, and that going there as Joker would be crazy. But Columbia Studios had decided to join in on that madness. Damn, this film company's bold. I like it. Did this mean Nora Foster was the only one left in the lurch? Well, she had her own reasons for worrying about PRO, the birth of a villain. The cinematic universe, too. Not everyone could think the same way. Anyway, while Woojin felt quite pleased, he maintained his dignified exterior. Is that so? At Woojin's brief response, director On Bak chuckled lightly over the phone. Haha, this is quite a big deal, but as expected your reaction is calm. We're about to showcase the first teaser of Joker to the world in real life, and I'm getting more and more excited. So am I. Sure, let's go with that. But Columbia Studios has only allowed what you mentioned, just the costume and hairstyle for Joker. Anything beyond that is completely off limits. No mention of the movie title or its content. Woojin nodded as if it were obvious. I understand. But considering how boldly you'll be making an entrance, you can't just stay completely silent in the face of all the questions. So it should be fine to at least say that you're a villain playing a key role in the beginning of the cinematic universe, related to Pierrot. In other words, stop right at the peak of curiosity. Naturally, Woojin had no intention of saying anything beyond that. If he overstepped, it would come off as reckless and make him look frivolous. Yes, I understand, director. After Woojin's response, there was a brief silence before director On Bak spoke. I'm looking forward to it. The reactions of everyone who sees the teaser for Joker. Expressing his genuine anticipation, director On Bak continued talking for a bit before ending the call. Slowly lowering his phone, Kang Woojin imagined the upcoming Emmy Awards. It was often called the Academy Awards of the television industry. Even at a rough estimate, it was clearly larger in scale than the Cannes Film Festival, and from what Woojin had researched, it was at least twice as big as an awards ceremony. Then, suddenly, wow, shit, I've really changed. Kang Woojin found himself dumbfounded by his own transformation. In the past, his heart would have been pounding wildly, and he would have been doing his best to maintain his persona. But now, he was not only embracing the performance, but even enjoying it. Of course, the core of Kang Woojin still held some excitement and tension, but there was no doubt that the past 3 years and the void space had changed him. And with time, he would probably grow even more. Then, swoosh. With a smile, Kang Woojin picked up the phone he had just put down. He was about to call Choi Sung-gun, whom he would be meeting soon. CEO Nim, please prepare one costume exactly like the Joker outfit. About an hour later, Kang Woojin got into a large van to head to his schedule. Inside, Choi Sung-gun, Han Yi-young, and the rest of the team all looked visibly excited. Appa, is it true? You really got permission to go to the Emmy Awards in the Joker costume? The stylist team, in particular, was fired up. They had all been expecting a luxury brand tuxedo or suit, so this was a complete surprise. As soon as the van started moving, Han Yi-young, her short blue hair tied back, turned to Woojin and asked, "Then, should we prepare both the Joker costume and a tuxedo?" That's right. From the passenger seat, ponytailed Choi Sung-gun chimed in. Coordinate with the costume team from Pierrot for the Joker outfit. But they probably already have extras, just get one of those. No need for any extra embellishments. Behind Han Yi-young, who had just nodded, the excited chatter among the team shifted topics. Now it was all about The Tonight Show. LA Times/The Tonight Show guest Kang Woojin declares, "I don't care about the other Emmy nominees." The headlines were blowing up. This is crazy. The articles are everywhere. Well, of course, Woojin Appa declared it himself. But don't you think it's a bit too aggressive? I'm worried. There were already a lot of hate comments. These journalists are really going all out, tearing him apart. At that moment, Kang Woojin recalled what he had actually said on The Tonight Show a few days ago. I have no intention of looking around. Damn it, they had twisted his words beyond recognition. He had simply been expressing his ambition and determination with a bit of a persona. But Hollywood had interpreted it however it pleased and jumped to its own conclusions. This was probably just a natural progression of the arrogant or my way or the highway image that had taken root in his public persona. And it had all started, 100%, with his no-filter acceptance speech at the Cannes Film Festival. That build-up had snowballed to this point. Regardless, Kang Woojin pretended not to care and checked the numerous international articles flooding in. BBX/Emmy Best Actor nominee Kang Woojin throws shade at fellow nominees on The Tonight Show. ABY/I have no intention of looking around. Kang Woojin's bold statement. NT/Kang Woojin dismisses other nominees. Confidence or arrogance? It was an absolute media frenzy, and it didn't stop there. Various international online communities were already chewing on and tearing apart the topic, fully immersed in discussing Woojin. He says he doesn't care about the other nominees. That's way too arrogant. Kang Woojin seems half insane. He even made dismissive comments about the Academy Awards before. He's just drunk on his own success since he's making a name for himself in Hollywood. I actually like his persona. He really seems like a crazy guy who doesn't give a damn about what others think. This is just thoughtless. He already has a reputation for being controversial. But his acting in Beneficial Evil was undeniably impressive. And his action scenes too. If he's going to stand alone as a Korean actor, he needs this level of guts. Guts? More like he's just a lunatic. It was a complete mess. Kang Woojin, staring at his phone screen, kept a nonchalant expression, but inside, he was grumbling. Come on, when the hell did I ever say they don't matter? Huh. When? Just then, Choi Sung-gun, who was also monitoring on his phone, spoke to Woojin. Well, it's turning into a spectacle as expected. It's unfolding exactly as you wanted. But it's getting a little too loud. Should we send out a correction article? At the question, Kang Woojin let out an internal sigh but strengthened his act of indifference. No, just leave it. At this point, trying to clean it up wouldn't make a difference. Later, after finishing a morning YouTube shoot, Kang Woojin arrived at the PRO, The Birth of a Villain, set shortly after noon. The moment he stepped onto the set, director On Jae-bok and key foreign staff swarmed around him. What else could it be about? It was all because of the firestorm surrounding Kang Woojin in Hollywood. He was held up by them for over 30 minutes. Man, I'm already exhausted. Ugh, I need to hit the void space real quick. The moment he entered his trailer, Woojin activated the void space. As always, the void space was serene. After getting enough rest, he immediately jumped into filming. Action. For reference, PRO, The Birth of a Villain, had already been filming for 3 weeks. As a result, while Woojin had started with mostly solo scenes, the number of scenes involving other actors was gradually increasing. This meant Woojin's actual shooting time was decreasing, but his waiting time was increasing. Soon, he would start filming more scenes with other actors. That included Chris Hartnett. Director On Jae-bok had intentionally structured the shooting schedule this way. Until August, the focus was on set filming, which meant a lot of solo cuts. After that, outdoor location shoots would begin, and the schedule would include more two-shots and group shots. For now, Kang Woojin set aside the morning's controversies and immersed himself completely in filming. To others, though, wow, Woojin seems completely unfazed, even after dropping such a huge bomb. He's totally unshaken. He really does look like he doesn't care about anyone else. Seriously, his persona is on another level. That's exactly why his star power is through the roof. Honestly, I've never seen an actor shake up Hollywood this often. To them, he looked poised and unbothered. 2 days passed, but Kang Woojin's attitude remained unchanged. Since this kind of situation happened often, he quickly forgot about it. However, the foreign press and public opinion only became more intense. Hollywood actors and various figures were busy discussing Kang Woojin. In particular, the reactions of the other nominees for Best Actor at the Emmy Awards, whom Woojin had indirectly referenced, were quite entertaining. The 4 other nominees, excluding Kang Woojin, had mixed responses. Some were dumbfounded. This statement is ridiculous no matter how many times I hear it. How can he act like this when he hasn't even been in Hollywood for a full year? Just ignore him. He's probably just trying to play some psychological game. Some were outright furious. What the hell is this guy's problem? What? He doesn't care about the other nominees? I've never seen such an arrogant bastard before. Give me some articles targeting him. Let's see how he likes it when I say I don't give a damn about him either. On the other hand, some acknowledged Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin might seem eccentric at first glance, but his talent and skill make up for it. His acting and action in Beneficial Evil were phenomenal. There's a reason the Big 5 Hollywood studios are after him. Honestly, I'd like to befriend him. And some simply laughed. Ha ha, this guy really is a lunatic, huh? And so, with Hollywood heating up, June came to an end, and July began. Friday, July 1st. Even though July had started, Hollywood remained anything but quiet. Meanwhile, something enormous was taking shape at SBT Studio, In the massive 50,000 Pyong set in LA, hundreds of foreign workers were busy with construction. It was the massive set for Beast and the Beauty. At that very set, an elderly foreign man, half-bald, with black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, appeared. It was Beast and the Beauty's director, Bill Rotner. Of course, several key staff members followed behind him. Let's go. Director Bill Rotner stepped into the gigantic set world, which looked as if it belonged in a fantasy realm. The entrance resembled an old village rather than a modern setting. Here, Director Bill Rotner envisioned beauty. Bella. Next was the castle, grand and imposing at a glance. Standing before it, he recalled the Beast and the Prince. Excellent. He and his key staff were on site for the final inspection of the nearly completed, overwhelmingly vast Beast and the Beauty set. Aside from the set itself, every other aspect of pre-production was already finished. In other words, as soon as the set was completed, they would move on to the next phase. Director Bill Rotner and the key staff spent about an hour walking through the nearly finished set, inspecting the final touches. Along the way, he didn't forget to give instructions on minor adjustments. The last stop of their inspection was the grand ballroom, where a piano stood, the same place where Kang Woojin had auditioned. Compared to back then, the ballroom had become several times more extravagant. The pillars and floor patterns were now more distinct, the chandeliers had doubled in number, and silk draperies were elegantly hung throughout. But one thing stood out. This setup is coming along well. As Bill Rotner observed, a shaped table had been placed at the center of the ballroom, right in front of the golden-patterned piano. Moreover, the chairs around it weren't modern but designed to match the fantasy ambience of the ballroom. There were enough chairs to seat at least 30 people comfortably. At a glance, it seemed like an additional set decoration, but it wasn't. That table and those chairs were. Seeing them placed like this, it doesn't feel like they were set up for the script reading. It looks like they were always a part of this ballroom, prepared for the script reading of Beast and the Beauty. In other words, the script reading would take place right there, in this set's grand ballroom. For a brief moment, Bill Rotner envisioned the actors who would soon be seated at that table, Kang Woojin, Miley Cara, Maria Armas, and others. Then, swoosh. He turned to the production staff behind him and spoke. Let's notify the actors of the confirmed script reading date. Chapter 432, Beast 1. Morning of July 2nd. A somewhat dirty downtown street, with homeless people scattered here and there. Towering buildings lined up densely with various shops in between, and pedestrians moving busily along the sidewalks. And the road? Honk, honk, beep, beep, beep. As soon as the traffic started clogging up, deafening honks erupted from all directions. A taxi driver in a yellow cab rolled down his window and hurled curses at the car in front. Fuck. Just move already. The driver of the pickup truck ahead also rolled down his window and snapped back with curses. Why don't you shut up? You think I don't want to move? Hey, you got a death wish? Shouts and screams were exchanged. The noise filled the streets. The city was overflowing with countless sounds, enough to make one feel dizzy, yet the people living here carried on as if they were used to it. Among them, the taxi driver who had just cursed out the front car widened his eyes in shock. What is that? A bizarre-looking human on the sidewalk ahead. No, was that even human? It was a sight so grotesque that even the taxi driver was confused. He turned his gaze toward the sidewalk and saw it clearly, a Pierrot walking. His wet, red hair shimmered as they swayed. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes, nose, and lips were either black or red. His attire appeared dignified, but the colors were flamboyant. A red jacket and pants, a blue shirt, a yellow vest, worn-out brown shoes, mismatched red and blue socks. The most interesting part? Step, step, step. His presence was overwhelmingly imposing. The energy he exuded seemed to scream that if anything blocked his way, he'd simply crush through it. There was even a sense of beastly savagery. Step, step, step. The Pierrot, no, the Joker, put a cigarette to his lips and took a long drag, exhaling a plume of smoke. He swept his red hair back with one hand. But he didn't stop walking. The people he passed by, as well as those inside the vehicles on the road, stared at him intently, as if they were witnessing a wild beast that had escaped from the zoo. Or maybe, a rapidly spreading epidemic. Whatever it was, to these people, the Joker was anything but normal. He stood out, radiating enough danger and menace to put them on edge. Some called the police. Some pointed fingers at the Joker. Some giggled at him. Some gasped in shock and ran away. So what? What are you going to do about it? Kang Woojin's relentless advance, no different from Joker's, did not stop. Two cameras carried on shoulders took turns filming from the front and side of Woojin, who exhaling another long trail of cigarette smoke. Kang Woojin suddenly swayed his body to the rhythm of the music playing in the streets. He had started dancing. The expressions of those who had been watching him with curiosity turned even stranger. What the hell is this lunatic doing? And yet, as he kept the cigarette in his mouth, Woojin's dance only grew more intense. Then, spinning on the spot, he murmured in a low, indifferent voice, "This is so much fun, I might go crazy." The camera filming him smoothly pulled back. At the same time, another camera positioned about 10 steps away began capturing him from the front. Swish. Woojin lit a new cigarette, exhaled the smoke into the sky, and resumed walking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Again, there was no hesitation. And the way the Joker moved forward with no regard for what lay behind him. The shot looks killer. The monitors displaying the footage were vividly showing the scene to hundreds of foreigners, including director On Bak. The direction that director On Bak envisioned was gradually coming to life. The foreign staff watching the footage silently evaluated it. There's a saying, life is a comedy when viewed from afar, but a tragedy up close. That concept is woven into the steps of this Joker. When I first heard the storyboard explanation, I thought it was a decent scene, but seeing it in person, it's even better. Because of Joker's thickly painted, grin-like lips, from afar, he looks like he's smiling. But as the camera gets closer, you start to realize he's actually expressionless. On the monitor, Kang Woojin's face held a striking contrast. From a distance, it seemed as though he was grinning from ear to ear, but as he came closer, his actual expression beneath the painted lips was blank, rigid and indifferent. This was director On Bak's intention, a coexistence of comedy and tragedy. And just like that, the clown known as Joker was satirizing the people of the world. I know you all live wearing these pathetic, fake smiles, but I have been freed. At that moment, hey, a shout rang out from behind Kang Woojin. He paused for a moment, ran a hand through his red hair, and turned his head. 2 large-bodied police officers were gesturing from quite a distance away. "What are you? Come over here." They had responded to the reports. The camera, which had been filming the police, swiftly panned back to Woojin's face. In the past, he might have frozen in terror, paralyzed by anxiety. But now, he was the awakened Joker. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he suddenly placed one hand over his chest and bowed slightly, like an actor greeting the audience after a curtain call. To the police officers, this looked disturbingly eerie. A guy in full-on clown makeup suddenly displaying such formal courtesy? What is with this lunatic? But the words that came out of Kang Woojin's mouth had no hint of courtesy at all. "Hey there, fatties." The officer's eyes widened. "Catch that bastard." The 2 overweight officers started running, waddling after him. Kang Woojin, or rather, the Joker, burst into laughter. He, and took off running as well. Unlike the officers, his face was filled with sheer, manic excitement. Whether it was his painted expression or his real one, it didn't matter. The camera behind him captured his flapping pant legs, revealing the unmistakable contrast of red and blue mismatched socks beneath. In the world of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Ha ha ha. The Joker had finally emerged. A truly horrific clown, dancing with unhinged delight. The camera zoomed in on the Joker's face as he sprinted forward. His ghostly white complexion, the sharp angular lines around his eyes, the red dots on his eyebrows and nose tip, and the grotesquely exaggerated, painted grin, it all came together to create an utterly deranged lunatic. More than 100 foreign staff members were watching, and among them, standing, with his arms crossed, was Choi Sung-gun. Even as goosebumps rose on his skin, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Damn, it's a shame he can't wear this Joker makeup at the Emmys. He imagined Kang Woojin walking down the Emmy Awards red carpet in this very look. A strange thrill ran through him. And then, cut. Okay, Director on Ga Bok gave the signal. Soon, the eerie-faced Kang Woojin approached. He exchanged a brief conversation with director on Ga Bok. Around this time, Choi Sung-gun, who had been watching Woojin, felt a long vibration from his phone. Swish. Quietly stepping away from the crowd, he answered the call. Several dozen minutes later, after finishing his talk with director on Ga Bok, Choi Sung-gun approached Kang Woojin. Woojin. He was smiling and waving his phone. I got the script reading date for Beast and the Beauty, July 18th. About 2 weeks from now. A few days later, on the 6th. It was late morning. The location was the massive World Disney Pictures, a place reminiscent of an amusement park. Even now, tourists were coming and going within the World Disney Pictures premises. In one of its main buildings, a large conference room was packed with the production team of Beast and the Beauty, key staff members, as well as director Bill Rotner, producers, and others. And in the hallway outside that conference room, swish, Kang Woojin appeared, dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and jeans. As always, his poker face was strong. His reason for coming to World Disney Pictures today was simple. Before the script reading, there was a pre-meeting regarding Beast and Beauty Bella. Unlike other films, Beast and the Beauty was based on an existing work, and reviewing essential details in advance was crucial for a smooth script reading. With his concept mode fully activated, Kang Woojin entered the conference room. Phew, there are so many people here. Soon, director Bill Rotner and several other foreigners welcomed him. They exchanged greetings and chatted about recent topics for roughly 10 minutes. Woojin took a seat at the first spot by the window among the shaped table arrangement. Looking at the left wall, he noticed a screen set up, likely for a PowerPoint presentation. Then, Miley. Through the back door, the blonde Miley Kara entered. Now, both of the film's leads were present. Director Bill Rotner, who had been observing Miley Kara's face closely, suddenly asked her, Miley, do you have something scheduled after this meeting? You put a lot of effort into your makeup and styling today. And indeed, she had. Kara's appearance was fully done up with makeup, and even her hair was different from usual. Her long, straight blonde hair shimmered as it swayed. Clearly, a look she had put significant effort into. But shrugging her shoulders, Kara shook her head. No, not at all. This is just my usual look. Oh, really? Miley Kara then shifted her gaze over Bill Rotner's shoulder. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, Kang Woojin sat, casually flipping through the documents handed out. Kara steadied herself internally. It's fine. Just act as usual. Just like always. She moved to her designated seat, which was across from Kang Woojin. The moment she sat down, Woojin, who had been looking at his tablet, lifted his head. Their eyes met. Woojin spoke first. Miley, hello. Kara greeted him back. Yes, hello. Then, for some reason, while maintaining eye contact with Woojin, Kara abruptly looked away. That was odd. His face remained expressionless, but Woojin was puzzled. What's up with her? I swear, she just avoided my gaze just now. Normally, Kara would have smiled confidently and led the conversation. But today, her behavior was different from usual. Woojin had no idea why. He had no particular issue with Kara. Of course, it was natural that he didn't know. Thanks to the information Maria Armas had given to Kara. Geez, just act normal. Why did I look away? That she was now extremely conscious of Kang Woojin. The truth was, since the day she spoke with Maria, Kara hadn't been able to get Woojin out of her head. There's no way this indifferent guy actually said something like that. Maria must have misheard. So just act like your usual self, come on. Since becoming a top-tier Hollywood actress, Miley Kara had never experienced such a whirlwind of emotions before. Yet, she desperately tried to deny it. The anger that surged when Maria claimed she was going to seduce Kang Woojin. The fact that she couldn't even look Woojin in the eye right now. She had never been in this kind of situation before. If anything, men had always come to her, not the other way around. It's just that this guy Kang Woojin is a character I've never seen before. That's all. I'm just confused. By then, director Bill Rotner and several production members had also taken their seats at the table. A projector beamed onto the front screen, displaying reference materials for Beast and the Beauty. The visuals included finalized designs, showing Beast's appearance, his costume, his castle, and even the surrounding characters. Director Bill Rotner began his explanation. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was completely absorbed in the screen displaying Beast's design. Wow, this is insane. I had a rough idea, but this is seriously next level. Won't just the makeup alone take hours? He imagined himself as Beast, covered in thick brown fur, with sharp claws and fangs. It was both thrilling and a little daunting. Now that he was here, the reality of Beast and the Beauty's filming being just around the corner was sinking in. The explanation regarding Beast lasted for about 30 minutes before the next slide appeared, Beauty Bella's design. The moment he saw it, Woojin instantly reacted. "Ooh, she looks gorgeous?" Exactly like the animation. It brings back memories. And his anticipation grew even more. Miley Cara's resemblance to Bella was strikingly high. As her co-star, he'd get to see it up close and in person. Soon, director Bill Rotner turned to Kang Woojin. As Beast, what do you think of Bella's design? Despite his internal excitement, Woojin responded in his usual cold, composed tone, his gaze shifting to Kara across from him. "I think it suits Miley well." For a brief moment, their eyes met. And once again, Kara averted her blue eyes. What the hell? Woojin's curiosity grew. Unaware of this subtle exchange, director Bill Rotner spoke to Kara. "Oh, I like the expression you have right now, Miley. It's just like Bella's initial disdain toward Beast. What do you think? Do you like Bella's design?" "Yes, very much." "That's good to hear." Smiling in satisfaction, director Bill Rotner began the briefing on Bella. The entire meeting lasted a little over an hour. Since it was lunchtime, the group decided to eat together. Woojin, Kara, and the rest of the foreign crew left the conference room. Soon, Woojin and Miley Kara found themselves near the back exit of the conference room. Then, swish. As they moved among the exiting production members, Woojin's hand lightly brushed against Kara's. For him, it was nothing special. But for some reason, the blonde actress flinched. She stopped in her tracks, visibly raising her hand in reaction. Woojin, noticing this, also halted. The production staff, assuming the two actors had something to discuss, simply went their own ways. Before they knew it, only Kang Woojin and Kara remained at the back door of the conference room, and Woojin, with his intense indifference, asked Kara in a low voice as he placed one hand on his chest. "What's wrong?" But Kara didn't respond. She could only feel the deafening pounding of her own heart. She looked slightly dazed. At this moment, Kara became certain. She whispered to herself, "I'll like you." But Woojin didn't quite catch it. Did she just say something? Also, what's up with her today? She's been acting weird all day. So he asked again, "Miley, what did you just say? Also, are you feeling unwell?" Instead of answering right away, Kara quietly clasped the hand that had brushed against Woojin's. Then, slowly, she raised her blue eyes to meet his. And before she even realized it, she murmured, "I think I like you." With an unreadable expression, Kang Woojin stared blankly at the blonde Miley Cara's face. Then he responded, "Ing." His brain had momentarily malfunctioned. Chapter 433, Beast 2. Mountains are mountains and waters are waters. Kang Woojin, when was the last time I received a confession from a woman? I can't quite remember. My life was just fairly ordinary. That's why the current world, where I possess the void space, is absurdly shocking. TL. Mountains are mountains and waters are waters. Before you study Buddhism, you see everything as their literal form. When you begin to study Buddhism, you come to realize that all things are manifestations of the same truth. When you gain enlightenment, you can appreciate things for what they are, knowing their form is both impermanent and eternal. Read about it more here, https://www.livinglifefully.com/zensayengs2.htm. But wait a minute, why am I even thinking about this? Kang Woojin's muddled vision, tangled in the scrambled processing of his brain, gradually cleared. No, in truth, his vision had remained clear all along, but his mind had not been. Woojin barely managed to grasp onto the frayed threads of his drifting consciousness. Thanks to that, he recalled the dumb response he had just blurted out. Was it? No, I said ing. Why? Why did I spit out such an absurd response? At last, Kang Woojin re-acknowledged the presence of Miley Cara, standing right in front of him, her golden hair and blue eyes captivating. She was staring at him intently, and along with that, He recalled her soft murmur. I think I like you. Yeah, just now, Miley Cara, a global superstar, had said that she liked me, right? Yeah. No wonder my brain short-circuited. Now I remember everything. Although in reality, only a few seconds had passed, Woojin's brain was processing as if it had been over an hour. And then, a million exclamation marks exploded in his eyes. In an instant, as if his brain had rebooted, a flood of emotions erupted. Whoa, shit, hold on. Wait. But his malfunctioning mind didn't easily return to normal. At this point, Kang Woojin had no room for maintaining any sort of persona or act. He was simply stuck in an endless loop of rebooting. It was like a computer with a broken component, glitching out and endlessly restarting. Completely blank. The only thing Kang Woojin could do now was stare at Miley Cara, the world-famous superstar, with a frozen expression. Even in this moment, his system was continuously rebooting, his soul drifting in and out. The same went for Miley Cara, whose strikingly blue eyes wavered noticeably. Though her facial expression remained mostly unchanged, she was internally in complete chaos over the words she had just spoken. Shit. What did I just say? It was a confession she had blurted out as if she were possessed. There's a saying about getting drunk on the atmosphere. Humans sometimes surrender to the mood, letting their instincts take over rather than their reason. That was exactly what had happened to Cara just now. When her hand briefly brushed against Kang Woojin's, her heart pounded as if it would explode, and she instinctively admitted that she liked him. Of course, it wasn't a lie. It was sincere. But this wasn't the kind of confession she had planned. It wasn't supposed to be like this. She had only just realized her own feelings moments ago, and yet she had confessed without any build-up, attacking head-on. No, take it back. Turn back time. This was the first and likely the only confession in Miley Cara's life. She wanted to hit the ground 100 times over with regret, but somehow, she managed to remain standing on both feet. Swoosh. Her trembling eyes slowly refocused on Kang Woojin in front of her. His expression had not changed. Still indifferent, even cold. Kara's regrets surged tenfold, and she even felt slightly betrayed by Woojin. But still, even if it was a mistake, I confessed. Shouldn't he be reacting more than this? She was wrong. Kang Woojin wasn't calm. He was just completely broken. His carefully maintained persona had been stripped away entirely. If Cara were to even lightly poke him right now, he might just collapse in shock. But of course, she had no way of knowing this. Wait, but I think he said something weird just now. Did I mishear it? Feeling a sense of crisis from Woojin's stoic expression, Cara braced herself. That face, completely void of emotion. I'm going to be rejected. I just know it. Oddly enough, that realization made Cara feel a little better. Whatever, the water's already spilled. I'm Miley Cara. Backing down isn't my style. That was her mindset. It was then. Miley, Kang Woojin, who had kept his mouth shut the entire time, was the first to move. He threw out a low-toned question. Did you just say that you like me? Miley Cara, who had been watching Woojin with the look of someone expecting the inevitable, swept her golden hair behind her ear and let out a small breath. Then, with an awkward smile, she nodded. Half of it was a surrender to fate. I guess I did. Are you joking? I may be reckless, but I'm not some crazy woman who jokes about her feelings. Soon, she slightly raised the hand that had briefly brushed against Woojin's. My heart is still trembling just from that small touch with you. That means this is absolutely not a joke. Woojin, trying his best to maintain his indifference, lowered his gaze and looked at Kara's hands. They were trembling slightly. At this moment, if he weren't in his concept act, Kang Woojin would have smacked his forehead hard. This is insane. Is this for real? A global superstar of this caliber confessing to me? A brief flash of his past ran through Woojin's mind like a panorama. Confessions? Yeah, he supposed they had happened before. Maybe back in middle school? But ever since his military discharge, there had been absolutely none. So, any emotions related to confessions had long since disappeared. And yet, here he was, all the way in Hollywood, being confessed to by none other than one of the world's top actresses and pop stars. Feeling so shocked he could almost throw up, Kang Woojin gave up on trying to restore his malfunctioning brain functions. He let out a meaningless hum to buy time, even though it was utterly useless, because he had no idea what the hell he was supposed to say here. On the other hand, Kara, as if she had already reached enlightenment, ran her fingers through her golden hair again and said, "You're staying so calm. But I understand." She recalled Maria Armas. More specifically, she remembered Maria's lines about her seducing Kang Woojin. "You've probably been in situations like this plenty of times before. Honestly, among my colleagues, Woojin is quite popular." What kind of ridiculous misunderstanding was this now? I mean, I'm not a eunuch or anything, but saying I'm popular is seriously a reach. It was the first he had ever heard of it, but Kang Woojin kept his mouth shut. Meanwhile, Miley Kara, having lowered her raised hand, took a step closer to Woojin. "But you're really giving me no reaction at all. Say something. Even if it's a rejection, I don't care." The faint sense she gave off helped to calm Woojin's mind, but only for a moment before it became jumbled again. Ah shit. Whatever. Kang Woojin realized that struggling against this was pointless. "Thank you." So, he decided to be honest. Screw pretending to be tough or keeping up some persona. What's the point of that now? When a woman is coming at me this directly, being indecisive would just make me look like a total idiot. I won't panic, I'll just be myself. And so, he spoke exactly what was on his mind. "I'm genuinely surprised." "Were you?" "Yes. By your courage, Miley, by your straightforwardness." "Honestly, I blurted it out without thinking. But no one can stop that kind of thing, right?" "Still, it's true." "I'm a little scared to hear your answer. But still, Woojin, how do you feel?" How did he feel? Of course, Kang Woojin had feelings for Kara. I mean, come on, it's Miley Kara. Not just him, but anyone in the world would feel something for her. It's just that, since he thought there was no possibility whatsoever, he hadn't given it any real thought. It's not like he was madly in love with her. But yeah, he did feel something. However, something was weighing on his mind. Would dating be a problem? Right now, Kara had no idea who the real Kang Woojin, the ordinary citizen beneath the persona, actually was. Letting out a small sigh, Woojin muttered, "Who, Miley?" Without hesitation, Kang Woojin dropped his act. Without maintaining his usual gravity, he revealed his true self to Kara. I mean, come on. When a woman is being this sincere, wouldn't keeping up a persona in response be, well, kind of lame? So, Kang Woojin answered her confession as if responding in kind. The atmosphere, unlike usual, was soft. How should I put this? You confessed, and my response was kind of a mess, right? I went in. That's the real me. What? What I mean is, I have a separate, real self. You know what a concept is, right? In Korea, we call it concept playing. Anyway, my true self is different. Somehow, from my acting debut up until now, things just happened this way. Miley Kara furrowed her brows slightly. But Kang Woojin, scratching his dark hair, continued speaking honestly. Publicly, my image is cool, cynical, kind of crazy bastard, that sort of thing. But my actual personality isn't like that. I'm not saying I have multiple personalities or anything. It's just that I deliberately crafted a concept. Miley, you might actually like the concept version of Kang Woojin. He went for it. The first time he had ever admitted this was probably to Choi Sung-gun. The second was during the Pierrot, the birth of a villain audition. But that time, he had done it intentionally. And now, this was the third time. Just in case, Kang Woojin added an explanation. I've admitted this a few times before, but at this point, people don't even believe me. But it's true. Anyway, it's hard to explain everything. Woojin. Kara interrupted his explanation. A slightly bittersweet smile lingered on her lips. If you don't like me, just say so, like you usually would. Why are you suddenly saying all these weird, long-winded things? No, 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 no. Please, don't misunderstand. Kang Woojin hurriedly responded. No, it's not that. It's not that I dislike you. For a moment, Miley Kara's blue eyes gleamed. So you don't dislike me? Sensing that something was slightly off, Woojin decided to just answer. No. Then that means you do have some interest in me. Of course. But as I just said, what you like about me dash. Yeah, that whole concept thing. I'll believe you. You don't believe me. Kang Woojin wanted to grab her by the shoulders and shake her. Believe me. Just believe me. Miley, don't I look completely different from usual right now? You do. But I don't care. Whether your words are sincere or just an excuse, let's do this instead. Miley Cara glanced briefly toward the hallway before speaking. We have to start filming Beast and the Beauty soon. Even though I blurted out my feelings, we're professionals. I don't want to create a situation that could negatively impact the project. You feel the same way, right? Of course. Let's talk again after Beast and the Beauty finishes filming. Lowering her voice even further, Miley Cara added. By then, I'm sure you'll think about me more. Then, whoosh. Miley Cara suddenly moved. Kang Woojin instinctively reached out to stop her. But he couldn't. Miley, we're not done talking yet. Because her team members were approaching from a few steps away. Kang Woojin thought to himself. Ah, fuck. Pushing forward any further would just be reckless. So, blending back into his usual persona, he simply gave a polite farewell to Cara, who had now joined her team members. Miley, I'll see you at the script reading. Sweeping her golden hair back, Cara nodded. Yeah, see you then. I'll contact you. That simple "I'll contact you" from Miley Cara made Woojin's emotions waver. Not just a little, a lot. If he were alone, the corners of his mouth would have curled up way earlier. But he had to maintain his composed expression. Woojin. By now, Choi Sung-gun and Woojin's team had also approached, following Kara's team. Kara glanced at Woojin once more before walking down the hallway with her team. At that moment, her manager, Jonathan, asked, Miley, what were you and Kang Woojin talking about for so long? Kara shrugged and casually brushed it off. Just about the project. Really? Yeah. What else would we have to talk about? Jonathan looked at Kara with a slightly suspicious gaze. Meanwhile, Miley Cara wore a relaxed smile. But her heart was still pounding wildly. Of course it was. From earlier until now, she had been desperately pretending to stay composed. Soon, she thought of Kang Woojin, who was behind her. All right, I managed to buy some time somehow. Shortly after, Kara and her team stepped into the elevator. For a moment, silence filled the space, but it was Miley Cara who broke it. Jonathan, don't you think Kang Woojin's image is getting too bad right now? You're right. It's worse than expected, way too noisy. She was referring to The Tonight Show. The controversy about Woojin supposedly ignoring the other Best Actor nominees at the Emmy Awards. Even though more than a week had passed, his image was still being tarnished by global media and public opinion, including Hollywood. However, for some reason, this particular issue was being blown up even more than usual. And there was a reason for that. Countless rumors, gossip, and fabricated reports were all piling up. Add to that Woojin's Palme d'Or acceptance speech, where he mentioned the Academy Awards, the press conference for Pierrot, the moment he was confirmed for Beast and the Beauty. All of it had fueled a surge of malicious comments and attacks. And Miley Cara didn't like it. If we just leave it as is, it's going to affect everything, from my album to Beneficial Evil, and even Beast and the Beauty. They're all things connected to me, aren't they? We need to tone it down a little. How about this? Cara whispered something to her manager. Meanwhile, a bit later than Miley Cara, Kang Woojin was moving when Choi Sung-gun asked him, What were you two whispering about? Kang Woojin, his face indifferent, remained silent for a moment before responding. I don't really remember. He meant it. The next morning, despite the shocking events of the previous day, Kang Woojin's schedule remained unchanged. He woke up early and began preparing for work, hurrying to get ready to head to the set of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. However, as he washed his hair in the bathroom, his mind was still filled with thoughts of Cara. I still can't believe it. At that very moment, while Woojin was in the middle of his morning routine, one of Hollywood's major media outlets had just dropped an exclusive breaking news report. LA Times/last year, Miley Cara nearly died on a music video set. The man who saved her life at that time was none other than Kang Woojin, who is at the center of controversy. Chapter 434, Beast 3. Day 7. Kang Woojin was on the move in a van. His destination was the filming site of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. It was just another morning routine, but today, the atmosphere inside his van was a bit different. How should one put it? Woojin's stylist and team members were making a fuss. Whoa, this is insane. Why is this blowing up now? Right, I had totally forgotten about it. But there are so many articles coming out. Wow, seeing it now brings back memories. That was seriously intense. Look at this, there's even a photo. A photo? They took pictures back then. There's even a video, apparently. A video. Choi Sung-gun was also staring at his phone with a serious expression. Actually, everyone in the van was the same. All of them were glued to their phones, buzzing with excitement. Of course, Kang Woojin was also looking at his phone. However, while he maintained a solemn expression, inwardly, he was tilting his head in curiosity. What is this? Why is this suddenly blowing up now? The foreign news articles they were looking at read. LA Times/last year, Miley Cara nearly died on a music video set. The man who saved her life at that time was none other than Kang Woojin, who was at the center of controversy. It was the heroic tale of Kang Woojin saving Miley Cara's life last year. During the production of her new album last year, when a woman attempted to harm Miley Cara on the music video set, Woojin had saved her. It was an incident that had somewhat faded from Woojin's memory, but out of nowhere, foreign media were now covering it like crazy. News outlets from Hollywood and various international media were churning out articles nonstop. Of course, this was just the beginning. This wave would soon turn into a frenzy, completely engulfing Hollywood. Whatever the case, neither Choi Sung-gun nor Kang Woojin had leaked this story. Later on, Kang Woojin arrived at the Pierrot, the birth of a villain filming set at Columbia Studios. The moment he stepped in, over 100 foreign staff members erupted into thunderous applause. Clap, 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 clap. The energy was like that of an awards ceremony, with many key staff members giving Woojin a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, Woojin. You did something incredible, didn't you? You brought beneficial evil to life in reality? Why did you keep this hidden until now? That's what I'm saying. If you saved Miley, you would have been treated like a hero in Hollywood from the start. At least it's finally being recognized now. From what I saw, all the hate comments that were flooding in until yesterday are completely gone. That's a relief. But damn, your guts are seriously impressive. A Joker saving someone? That's strange. In the midst of the uproar, Kang Woojin made an effort to maintain his composure. My ears hurt. But, well, this was somewhat expected. He had experience with situations like this. And the one who brought it up was director On Jae-bak, who quietly approached him. You keep carrying that issue king image, whether it's in Korea or Hollywood. It's almost uncanny. But didn't something similar happen in Korea? I feel like I remember something. Before, with Wallen SSI. Alright, that's true, haha. Seriously, all sorts of things happen around you. Anyway, be careful. Don't let your guard down. Understood. It was a strange day where Joker had become a hero, but Woojin, who had entered and exited the void space, once again summoned the necessary twisted emotions for his role, focusing entirely on the shoot. Thanks to him, the noisy atmosphere on set quickly settled. Action. And that night, after wrapping up a day of filming, the Pierrot, the birth of a villain team, was busy cleaning up and preparing for the next day's shoot. Equipment was being moved to the necessary sets according to the shooting continuity, and key staff were engaged in discussions. Amidst all this, Kang Woojin, his wet hair falling to his jawline, clad in a vibrantly colored Joker costume, swish, stealthily approached director On Jae-bak, who was with several foreign staff members, including executive producer Nora Foster. When Woojin, now without his makeup, drew near, the wrinkled face of director On Jae-bak turned toward him. Woojin gun in his hand, he held the script and the shooting continuity sheets, densely packed with countless handwritten notes scribbled in pen. As On Jae-bak flipped to another continuity sheet, he pointed at it with his index finger. Tomorrow morning, we'll be filming solo shots only. From noon onward, the afternoon shoot will focus on 2 shots. Kang Woojin gave a calm nod. Yes, director. There will probably be a lot of scenes with Chris. For reference, although Woojin was working on the same project, he hadn't had many encounters with Chris Hartnett recently. That was natural. Even in Korea, there were plenty of actors he met only once during script readings, and then only again at the wrap-up party. This was mostly the case with supporting or minor actors. However, in Pierrot, the birth of a villain, Woojin had quite a few scenes with Chris. It was about time their 2-shot scenes started rolling. I understand. Just as Woojin gave a small nod, a man with deep brown eyes, wearing a cap pulled low, approached him. It was Chris Hartnett. His scene had ended about 2 hours ago, yet he hadn't left the set. Director. As Chris approached, director On Bak gave him the same explanation. Chris smiled and turned his gaze to Kang Woojin. We finally meet. Until now, Chris had only appeared in Woojin's Henry Gordon or Joker scenes like a visual extra caught by the camera. They had never shared a conversation in any scene. That was about to change tomorrow for the first time. As Chris grinned, Woojin silently observed him. Why is this ridiculously handsome guy so excited? Outwardly, he responded with utmost indifference. I look forward to working with you. The same goes for me. Chris didn't say it out loud, but his eyes conveyed a clear message. The day has come to fulfill the promise we made in the trailer. As a challenger, I'm ready. Of course, Kang Woojin had no way of knowing this. He simply thought, why is he staring so much? And refused to look away. However, to Chris, Woojin's expressionless gaze carried an entirely different meaning. Come at me anytime. At that moment, director On Bak, who had been reviewing the shooting continuity, interjected. Tomorrow's scene between the two of you is sensitive. It's when the first true believer of Joker's madness appears, embodying the core theme of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. So in a composed tone, he made a request to both actors. As I mentioned before, ad-libs based on the script are welcome. I expect creative and free-spirited performances. At that moment, director, executive producer Nora Foster, who had been silently watching the conversation, her brows slightly furrowed, whispered to On Bak. Let's talk for a moment. A few moments later, leading director On Bak a short distance away, Nora lowered her voice. It would be better to start limiting creative and free-spirited performances. She had just challenged On Bak's direction. Better to limit them? The deeply wrinkled face of director On Bak remained still as he gazed at Nora Foster, who stood before him with a strong, authoritative presence. Her expression was deadly serious. The opposition she had just voiced was no casual remark, it was her firm stance. On Bak let out a small sigh internally. As expected, we're clashing. Well, sparks have been flying from the start. Nora Foster was one of Hollywood's top producers. Unlike Joseph Felton, who managed multiple projects simultaneously, Nora was focused solely on Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and other Columbia Studios productions. In other words, she was responsible for overseeing the cinematic universe as a whole. Of course, she wasn't doing it alone, but regardless, she had been deeply invested in the cinematic universe for a long time. It was only natural, Columbia Studios had staked everything on it. Because of this, expectations and interest in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, were immense. Nora Foster, along with other Columbia Studios executives, frequently appeared on set. In fact, Nora was practically on-site every day. Right now, she seemed to be acting as the bridge between the production and Columbia Studios, taking on the role of keeping the set running smoothly. And now, she was openly pushing back against director On Bak's approach. It wasn't frequent, but there were occasional disagreements between her and director On Bak. Since they weren't major issues, they had always managed to work around them. However, this time, Nora seemed determined, handling things with considerable seriousness. If this were Korea, no one would dare challenge director On Bak, who was practically the strongest force in the industry's universe. But this was the vast expanse of Hollywood. This is getting a bit annoying. No matter how great director On Bak was, here, he was just another hired director. Unlike Korea, where directors held supreme authority, in Hollywood, producers wielded far greater power. When a director's vision clashed with that of a producer, finding a middle ground was necessary. You're asking to limit ad-libs and free, creative performances. Nora, why do you think that's necessary? After a brief silence, director On Bak posed his question. As if she had been waiting for it, Nora Foster immediately responded. You said something similar to Chris Hartnett and the other actors, including Kang Woojin, didn't you? That's correct. It sounds like a good idea at first, but if you loosen the reins too much, things can spiral in unexpected directions. Creativity and freedom from actors are great, but I still believe the script must remain as the firm foundation. If we deviate from it, the whole project could lose its essence. She was advocating for strict adherence to the script. To this, director On Bak replied, Of course, I agree with that. Naturally, any free performance from the actors should be based on the script, and my directing, is also grounded in the script. I know, but it's happening too frequently. If this continues to pile up, it could become uncontrollable. This wasn't just baseless nitpicking. As a producer, Nora was expressing legitimate concerns. The scale of this cinematic universe currently in motion was enormous, and Pierrot, the birth of a villain, was the opening act of that massive endeavor. It was only natural for her to be more cautious than usual, several times more, in fact. More than anything, with over a decade of experience, Nora had seen plenty of productions fail because too much freedom was given on set. The existing script is already of high enough quality to capture the audience's attention, so I don't think we need to deviate from it. She wasn't wrong. But director Angie Bach had a different perspective. I also accepted this project after reading the script for Pierrot, the birth of a villain. However, if we stick too rigidly to the framework, the impact of the film will weaken. We need to let the actors express things we hadn't considered. I understand. That's why I acknowledged Kang Woojin's free-spirited performances. I'm not dismissing your opinion, director. I'm simply saying we need to control the pace properly. The director and producer were at a stalemate. Normally, the executive producer would have the upper hand. This was Hollywood, after all. However, director Angie Bach was a veteran among veterans, with experience filming over 100 movies. The seasoned director, Angie Bach, Nora, chose negotiation over stubborn resistance. How about we do this? He had placed significant meaning on Pierrot, the birth of a villain, and both his experience and instincts were telling him that now was the time to push forward. The two-shot scene between Kang Woojin and Chris, let's leave it to their creativity and freedom, based on the script. However, if their performance doesn't stand out compared to the script or seems unsatisfactory, we'll shoot it again. According to your terms. Director, not everyone. But there are people at Columbia Studios who don't fully support your directing style. Do we really need to go this far? Of course. Even if it means replacing me with another director, I will stick to this. It was a clear dare. If they wanted to fire him, they could try. Director Angie Bach's determination was fiercer than ever. And as she stared at him, all right, Nora finally relented. She took a step back. The director's resolve was firm, and if their confrontation escalated any further, it would kill the atmosphere on set. Rumors could also spread among the actors. For now, it's best to let the filming proceed. She decided it would be better to observe the shoot first before taking any action. Soon, Nora let out a short sigh and slowly nodded. I'll watch the filming first. However, there's a chance that Columbia Studios executives might be on set tomorrow. Director Angie Bach, looking entirely unfazed, gave a small smile. That's fine. With that response, he moved away from Nora and approached the two waiting actors, Kang Woojin and Chris. Woojin kept his usual indifferent expression, but internally, he was wondering. They looked like they were arguing. Is everything okay? Of course, Angie Bach had no way of knowing what Woojin was thinking. Instead, he simply told both actors, tomorrow, give it your all. The next morning, July 8th, inside a large van. Among the various foreigners seated inside, one man sitting by the window stood out. It was Chris Hartnett, wearing his cap pulled low. His deep brown eyes were gazing out the window. By now, the van carrying Chris had passed through the vast entrance of Columbia Studios and was heading toward the set where filming would take place. Then, swish, Chris closed his eyes. It wasn't because he was tired. He was steadying his emotions, clearing his mind, regulating his breathing, calming his slightly racing heart that had been pounding since earlier. Calm down. Today I have to face the Joker. Chapter 435, Beast 4. Chris Hartnett comes face to face with the real Joker he had intended to challenge about 2 hours later. It's hot, the heat coursing through his entire body. How long had it been since he last felt this exhilaration? Having rolled around in Hollywood as a top actor for over a decade, he had forgotten. That desperate, combative kind of acting. When he was a rookie, Chris had it too. But at some point, everything became lukewarm. He had good fortune with projects, and his handsome looks played a role as well. Once he reached the top, everyone praised his acting. That was probably when he started enjoying ad-libs. It was like performing CPR on an increasingly dull career. Chris thought he stood at the highest level. And in reality, he did. In terms of recognition and influence in Hollywood, Chris was first tier. But that was only before he saw Kang Woojin. It was an illusion. The moment he saw the Joker at the audition, everything shattered. His prestige didn't crumble, but Chris immediately admitted defeat for the first time. Even now, he was heading to the set for the first time as a challenger. Chris opened his previously shut eyes and moved his hands, picking up the script. Flap. His script was rather messy, because it was filled with analysis. However, today, he had to do more than just that effort: quick wit, flexibility, creativity, and more. In Poirot, The Birth of a Villain, Chris played a journalist. His character's name was Robert Franklin, a classic ambition-driven reporter obsessed with scoops, greed, material desires, and the thrill of new experiences. Moreover, he became the first follower of the Joker. Of course, Robert Franklin intended to use the Joker for his own benefit. Thanks to this, the early part of the film featured conflicts and psychological gaps between the two characters. The awakened Joker was busy trampling on society, while Robert Franklin sought to exploit him for maximum personal gain. Today, Chris was shooting their first encounter scene. He vividly recalled the Joker he had witnessed at the audition. The real Joker had stepped into reality, thoroughly enjoying the performances of the actors mimicking him. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps. Hey! Shiver ran up his arms. Staring at his script, Chris could feel it intensely. He was incredibly nervous right now. Was he scared? Perhaps. But rather than shrinking back, it was the opposite. Like a challenger standing before an exam. He had prepared all this time, but now that the moment had arrived, anxiety crept in. Just then, screech. A van came to a stop in the outdoor parking lot. Looking around, numerous foreign staff members were bustling about. They had arrived at the filming location. Chris's designated spot was his trailer. But he didn't head to his own. Instead, he walked toward another actor's trailer. Knock, knock. At his knock, the door slowly opened. The person who appeared was Kang Woojin, radiating a cold aura. This was Woojin's resting place. Chris flashed his characteristic smile as he saw him. As expected, you're already here. However, internally, he was filled with determination. Whether Woojin sensed it or not, his response was brief and to the point. I look forward to it. So do I. Even as he answered, Chris recalled the line Woojin had once said in response to his challenge. But you won't be able to enjoy it. You'll need to be prepared. It had been a warning that if he came at him half-heartedly, he would be torn to shreds. Any actor who had seen Kang Woojin's performances up to now would have to reconsider at this moment. For someone like Chris, an already explosive top-tier actor, even more. So, avoiding would be the smarter choice. Rolling around with Kang Woojin wouldn't bring much benefit to Chris. Even if he just played it safe and moved on, his career would remain solid. And yet, right now he was excited. I don't care about benefits. I just want to find fun at the limits of my abilities. Chris had already drawn out the emotions of his character, journalist Robert Franklin, and was now looking at Kang Woojin as the Joker. Whether the camera was rolling or not didn't matter. Analyze and break it down. He would carry this exhilaration and tension all the way until right before the shoot. With his signature smile, Chris spoke to Kang Woojin. I'll show you the resolve I mentioned last time. Let's have a fun shoot. Woojin silently observed Chris, whose expression was overflowing with enthusiasm, and let out a sigh internally. Damn, this is intense. Why does this insanely handsome guy feel so overwhelming? But on the outside, he remained as cold as ever. As you please. About 2 hours later. As always, but especially today, the set of Poirot, The Birth of a Villain, carried a heavy atmosphere. Or perhaps, it was brimming with energy. Director Angie Bach, surrounded by multiple monitors, instructed. Let's start with a bust shot. Sounds good. We'll shoot it and adjust the angles one by one. Yes, director. He was in discussion with the cinematography team and several key staff members, while over 100 crew members were scattered throughout the massive set, which resembled a small city. Extras and minor actors could also be seen. And, standing with her arms crossed, overseeing the entire scene, was executive producer Nora Foster. Around her were several executives from Columbia Studios. They had already been briefed by Nora on how today's shoot was expected to unfold. Their expressions were half confident, half concerned. Murmured conversations reached Nora's ears. Angie Bach's ambition is growing. Aren't we the same? But letting the actors loosen up too much isn't necessary. Do you really want Pierrot, the birth of a villain, to feel completely rigid? Even among them, opinions were divided. But that was natural. Ultimately, they all had one thing in common. They cared deeply about the film. Their concerns and disagreements stemmed from that. Nora, however, didn't bother engaging in the conversation. Talking about it here is just a waste of energy. The shoot will provide the answers. And then, Kang Woojin is ready. A group appeared amidst the hundreds of foreign staff bustling around. Kang Woojin and the makeup team. No, currently Kang Woojin's face was pale white. Long, wet hair down to his jaw, red lips and eyebrows, a red jacket and pants, a blue shirt, a yellow vest, worn-out brown shoes, and mismatched red and blue socks. He was the Joker. Walking toward the filming zone, Woojin looked completely prepared. Despite the solemnity in his posture, Woojin subtly noticed the heavy atmosphere on set. Why is everyone so tense? Am I the only one feeling this? Whatever. I'll just act as I always do. Following behind him, Chris is entering. Chris Hartnett with round glasses, dressed in a brown jacket, slightly worn jeans, and tousled brown hair, stepped in. He was fully in character as journalist Robert Franklin. Soon, the two actors stood in the middle of a city street set. For a brief moment, they exchanged glances. But no words were spoken. Was it a subtle battle of nerves? Chris certainly felt that way. Seeing him up close makes it all feel real. Woojin, on the other hand, was thinking. Ugh, his gaze is heavy. Director Angie Bach, holding the shooting continuity script, approached with a few key staff members. He gave a concise direction to the two actors, along with some encouragement. As I mentioned yesterday, just do as you want. We'll go with that for the first scene. Woojin and Chris both nodded. Angie Bach stepped back. The boom mic and slate crew moved into position. Two cameras were assigned to Woojin and Chris, while a medium-sized Jimmy Jib camera started shifting. On the multiple monitors in front of Angie Bach, the two actors appeared simultaneously. And then, swoosh. Behind director Angie Bach, who was seated, stood Nora and several executives from Columbia Studios. After briefly glancing at them, Angie Bach shifted his gaze forward. Ready. Dozens of foreign staff members who had been in the filming zone scattered like a receding tide. Kang Woojin remained in place, while Chris moved to the opposite side of the street. Among the few remaining crew members, a female staff member stepped in front of Woojin's camera and clapped the slate, marking the scene number. Clap. Director Angie Bach's signal resounded throughout the entire set. Action. Simultaneously, Kang Woojin summoned every ounce of the Joker imprinted within him. His role synthesis and freedom of roles surged to their peak. The Joker, now unleashed into reality, suddenly turned towards the rear camera and grinned as if his mouth would tear apart. He ran, as if his life depended on it. But the camera remained unmoved. The first to take action were two burly men who had been waiting in position. They immediately pursued the Joker. Only then did the camera, having been on standby, rapidly follow. On the monitors, the scene shook violently, heightening the sense of realism. Meanwhile, there you are. Chris Hartnett, no, Robert Franklin, the journalist, hurriedly crossed the street. The camera trailed him from the side. Suddenly, a speeding yellow taxi screeched to a halt. The driver shouted at him, "Hey, are you out of your damn mind?" With a camera slung around his neck, Robert, or rather, Chris, flipped the driver off. Shut the hell up. Up to this point, everything followed the script. Chris, still loosening the strap of his camera, searched for the Joker he had been chasing, who had just disappeared between the buildings. Carefully, pressing his back against the building's corner, Chris peeked his head halfway out and scanned the alleyway. And then, bang, bang, bang. Gunshots exploded, rattling his eardrums. Shit. Startled, Chris lost his footing and slid down, collapsing onto the ground. A camera above captured the moment. This was an ad-lib. Chris, slightly trembling, pressed his back against the wall, breathing heavily. Haha, fuck. Should he run? If he kept going, wouldn't those bullets end up lodged in his skull? But he was curious. Desperately curious. Just a little peek. Just a tiny glance. The sheer desire to witness that monster was driving him insane. His face was filled with exactly that expression. In the end, Chris, still leaning against the wall, slowly twisted his body backward. Then, Ever so cautiously, he peeked back into the alley. But strangely, instead of the alleyway, what came into view first was a pair of worn-out brown shoes and mismatched red and blue socks. The camera adjusted its angle to match Chris's low gaze. His eyes trailed upward, past the red pants and jacket, up to the damp red hair partially covering a pale, blood-spattered face. Looking down at him, it was the Joker. At some point, the Joker, or rather, Kang Woojin, had silently approached, now gazing down at Chris as if mocking him. His head was tilted at an odd angle. With his thickly painted lips, he appeared to be smiling, but his face was expressionless. In his hand, he held a silver gun. Faced with the grotesque Pierrot standing right before him, Chris's body froze. It was understandable. This wasn't in the script. Originally, Robert Franklin was supposed to cautiously approach the Joker, but Kang Woojin had flipped the script. He had come to greet Chris first. Back at the monitors, Ga Bok leaned in even closer. This is giving me chills, 10 times over. Yes, the Joker should always act unpredictably. Behind him, Nora furrowed her brows. Is this a horror movie? If I were watching this in a theater, I'd be screaming right now. At that moment, Kang Woojin, still looking down at Chris, finally spoke his first line. In the script, it was supposed to be, "Were you following me?" But instead, as he wiped a streak of blood from his cheek with the barrel of his gun, "You know?" His torn lips stretched into an even wider grin as he spoke. Why the long face? Seated on the ground, looking up at the Joker, Chris found himself at a loss for words, both as an actor and in reality. Then, snapping back to his senses, he managed to stammer out a response. Because I was surprised. Yeah. I thought maybe something sad had happened. Kang Woojin tucked the gun into the waistband of his pants. Then, with both hands, he slicked back his damp red hair. Somewhere in the distance, a scream rang out. Unbothered, Woojin once again lowered his gaze to Chris and spoke. Want to see something fun? Yeah. Get up. Let's go see it together. Kang Woojin helped Chris to his feet. Even as he stood up in a daze, Chris couldn't take his eyes off the gun nestled against Woojin's stomach. With his arm slung around Chris's shoulders, Woojin, or rather, the Joker, walked forward. On camera, they looked just like a pair of friends strolling together. Kang Woojin spoke. Oh, what's your name? I'm Robert. Robert Franklin. Robert Franklin. Nice to meet you, Robert. And you? Me? I'm the Joker. The Joker? Yeah. Woojin's gaze lowered. He had noticed the camera slung around Chris's neck. A journalist? Huh? Yeah. You were following me, weren't you? Chris hesitated. No. Just by chance. Up to this point, everything followed the script. But then, Chris added an unscripted line. Besides Joker, what's your real name? Freeze. Kang Woojin suddenly stopped in his tracks. He placed his hands on Chris's tense shoulders, slowly closing the distance between them. Then, using both index fingers, he pressed into Chris's cheeks, forcing them into a smile. I told you it's Joker, my friend. Chris's pupils trembled. Woojin resumed walking, pulling Chris along. Then, they arrived in front of two bodies, slumped over one another. Their foreheads had been blown open. Chris's eyes instantly widened in horror. Woojin, who had been smirking slightly, suddenly spread his arms wide with a theatrical tada gesture. Look, isn't it fun? Chris trembled violently. His scripted line here was supposed to be, did you kill them? But instead, he altered it. How many times have you had this kind of fun? Woojin, or rather, the Joker, twitched, as if holding back laughter. Then, placing a cigarette between his lips, puffed. At last, he burst into a full-blown cackle. Coo-coo-cooey. Even as he inhaled from the cigarette, he couldn't stop laughing. Chris, frowning deeply, asked again, Why are you laughing? Ha. After laughing freely for a moment, Kang Woojin turned to face the main camera and answered, a line that wasn't in the script. Because I thought of another prank. Chris's body stiffened. Because he was certain that the Joker, outside the camera, was about to do something. Chapter 436, Beast 5. I just thought of another prank. Should I stop that monster, that clown? Would it be okay to leave him be? He's definitely up to something. Just like in the past, more bodies will pile up like the corpses lying here. Reporter Robert Franklin, who was watching the ever-smiling Joker, and Chris' heartnet sank deeper into contemplation. And then he realized, that he was in the middle of filming. And additionally, damn, I'm actually experiencing this. Without realizing it, he had completely forgotten it was all an act. He had truly worried that the Joker, grinning in front of him, would become a real threat to the world. Meanwhile, the entire alley was filled with Joker's laughter. Poohoo ha ha ha. Even while taking a drag of his cigarette, he laughed heartily. The camera, which had been capturing Woojin in a close-up, slowly pulled back. Soon, Kang Woojin and Chris were both in frame on the monitor. Seeing this, director On Jiebok thought, both of them have completely forgotten this is acting. They were more focused than ever. At this moment, he too was nothing more than a third-party observer. Not a director, not anything else, just someone watching the Joker, witnessing the gradual emergence of a monstrous madness. What was being captured on the monitor had long surpassed mere acting. It was like the camera was filming reality itself. And at the back, executive producer Nora Foster. She couldn't think of a single word. She had one hand covering her mouth and didn't even budge. No, more precisely, she wasn't even aware that she had frozen in place. What was this? What exactly was she witnessing right now? She was 100% familiar with the script of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Without a doubt, one of the scenes from the script was currently being shot. The setting, the characters, the pacing, the directing, the mood. Everything was exactly as written in the script. Except for one thing. The actors' performances were entirely different. Because of that, even though the angles matched the script's direction, the impact and quality of the scene were on a completely different level. No, is it because I can't predict what will happen next? The fact that she couldn't foresee anything doubled the shock. And what was even more baffling, even though they're acting so freely, the scene's flow never strays from the script. The scene was never derailed. In a way, it was being sustained solely by the actors' quick wits and instincts. Yet the atmosphere and narrative, grounded in the script, continued to unfold naturally. Did they coordinate in advance? No, there was no time for that. Then how on earth were they in such perfect sync? Nora, still frozen, remained rigid. The Columbia Studios executives around her weren't moving either, because they were all too absorbed in watching. With this cinematic universe just beginning, they were witnessing the villain who would carry its early stages running wild before their eyes. At that moment, Joker, or rather, Woojin, abruptly stopped laughing. He spat out his cigarette. Ha-dash. Kang Woojin ran both hands through his tousled red hair. His gaze lingered somewhere in the void, neither sky nor ground, somewhere in between. His thick, slashed red lips parted. Robert, what do you capture with your camera? Well, many things. Anything that can catch people's interest. Ignorance, neglect, persecution, discrimination, prejudice, contempt, violence. Those kinds of things. Yeah, something like that. The world is boring these days, Robert. Suddenly, Woojin's lips twitched. Everyone ignores everyone else. His voice gradually rose. It felt like the buildup of rage and madness. And at the same time, everyone hates everyone else. They persecute. They neglect. If someone is beneath them, they discriminate. If someone is above them, they judge with prejudice. If someone is different, they use violence. If someone is the same, they still use violence. Woojin's contorted face, filled with frenzied malice, suddenly became serene. But everyone just spouts the same words. Endure it. You have to endure it. Just keep enduring. But that's only on the surface. No one really cares about what's inside. Kang Woojin kicked the 2 lumps of meat in front of him. Who do you think gives a damn about these things? His gaze shifted to Chris, who was standing to his right. Robert, you followed me around. Because of how I look, didn't you? If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have given a shit. What is this? I was actually feeling good. Suddenly, Kang Woojin twisted his body and pulled out the silver gun tucked into his side. I told you earlier that I thought of another prank, didn't I? This is it. Woojin pressed the gun against Chris's forehead. Chris visibly tensed, clearly thrown off. What? Don't do this. How about another prank instead? Listen, Robert. I'm not making a proposal here. I'm giving you an order. An order? That's right. I'm ordering you to become a pathetic mess rolling on the ground. Realizing he was utterly screwed, Chris took a step back, then another. The distance between him and the gun's barrel increased slightly, but Joker continued to aim at his forehead. Was this part of the script? No, the two actors were completely off script, improvising freely. With trembling hands raised slightly in front of his chest, Chris forced a smile. Hey buddy, this is a joke, right? Yeah, it's a joke. And no, please. 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 Oh God. Please, spare me. For a moment, Kang Woojin raised his red eyebrows on his pale face. He took a step forward, then another, closing the distance in an instant. Then, with his free hand, he pointed a finger toward the sky. The guy up there isn't your god. He's just a bystander. Right now, I'm your god. Am I? Wrong. And no, you're right. You're my god. Please, spare me. Dash. Grinning from ear to ear, Woojin shoved the gun barrel into Chris's mouth. But actually, I'm not a god either. I'm just a fickle bastard. Ugh. He pulled the trigger. For a split second, Chris thought he heard a gunshot, bang, bang, ring in his ears. But no, it was just his imagination. The only sound that actually echoed was click, 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 the sound of an empty chamber. Kang Woojin, still smiling, pulled the gun out of Chris's mouth. I told you, didn't I? I'm fickle. Tucking the silver gun back into his side, Kang Woojin reached into the pocket of his red jacket. He pulled out a card and slipped it into Chris's jeans pocket. See you around, handsome reporter. And then, abruptly, Kang Woojin bolted, sprinting out of the alleyway. The camera followed, running alongside him, capturing his retreating figure. Another camera moved in, zooming in on Chris's face as he lay sprawled on the ground. His body had gone slack, the tension draining out of him. SSSK. Still trembling, he slowly pulled out the card Joker had slipped into his pocket. The camera shared his perspective. On the card, there was an illustration of a Pierrot, and underneath it, in English, Joker. On the back, written in red ink, was a series of numbers. A phone number? It was Joker's business card. A few moments later, Chris, Hartnett, playing reporter Robert Franklin, steadied his breathing. Then, staying in character, he delivered a short finishing line in sync with the scene. The camera, which had been capturing him from slightly above the chest, adjusted its angle. It zoomed in on the Joker business card in his hand. A brief silence spread across the entire set. A moment of stillness for the extra footage. Roughly 10 seconds passed. Hundreds of foreign staff members turned to director On Bak. And then, cut. The call finally came from director On Bak's wrinkled lips. Okay. Without paying any attention to the slight commotion around him, director On Bak walked straight into the filming zone. He called over Chris, who was still seated, and Kang Woojin, who was being attended to by multiple makeup artists. When the two actors gathered, director On Bak greeted them with a smile full of satisfaction. Fantastic. No, it was beyond that. Thanks to your creative performances and natural chemistry, the scene turned out several times richer than originally planned. This is why I keep directing. Your acting easily surpassed my imagination. It was high praise, and it wasn't just empty words. Even now, director On Bak still felt the chills from watching the monitor. When a scene, once just words on a script, is brought to life by actors, when that depiction far exceeds what the director envisioned, it gives the director an indescribable thrill. But that's not something that happens often. Many directors never even get to experience such rare, extraordinary moments. It requires a perfect combination of script, actors, and directing, and even then, it's uncertain. Ultimately, the actor's abilities matter the most. Right now, director On Bak was utterly satisfied. His instincts, his ambitions, and his desires had all been realized and proven by the actors in front of him. Soon, director On Bak shifted his gaze to Kang Woojin, whose face was still pale. He had already shed the aura of Joker, returning to his usual indifferent self. Chris was great, but in the end, this guy was the one steering the entire scene. What Kang Woojin showed on the monitor was overwhelming. His presence was monstrous. The eerie makeup and bizarre costumes certainly played a role in his commanding aura, but the real explosion of energy, the one that made everything feel so visceral, came from Woojin's acting. What does this monster even lack? He wasn't just exceptional, he had gone far beyond that. Even in the next few decades, hell, maybe even 100 years, there won't be an actor who can rival him. Still smiling, director On Bak gave Woojin a thumbs up. You were incredible. Take a short break, and let's adjust the composition before going again. How about standing with one leg forward when looking down at Chris at the beginning? I'll give it a try. After briefly discussing the previous scene, On Bak stepped away. As he walked off, Chris's brown eyes drifted left toward Kang Woojin, who was getting his makeup touched up by the staff. That terrifying madness, the one that seemed capable of tearing anything apart, was completely gone. Chris let out a small sigh. Then, inwardly, he laughed in frustration. A challenger? A resolve? I didn't do anything. I got completely overwhelmed. He felt embarrassed. All the bold declarations he had made before now felt meaningless. From start to finish, I did nothing. I was just dragged along by Kang Woojin. This was a first for him. How should he describe it? It wasn't even about losing or feeling defeated. It was like standing still, watching the back of someone already sprinting far ahead. There was no sense of loss, no anger. This was simply a difference in level. The stark contrast between someone imitating acting and someone who truly brought a character to life. After a moment, Chris spoke to Woojin. I was just being pulled along by you the whole time. Woojin looked at Chris calmly. His expression didn't change much, but internally, he was slightly concerned. What's this? Is he getting discouraged? Should I give him a little pep talk? In a low tone, Kang Woojin responded. No. If Robert hadn't been there to react, Joker would have fizzled out in this scene. Haha, is that so? I always thought you were cold, but it turns out you know how to give encouragement too. Of course. But this isn't encouragement, it's simply the truth. Somewhat moved, Chris ran a hand through his hair and steeled himself. I'd better get my act together. To make Joker burn even hotter. His eyes sharpened with renewed determination. Watching him, Woojin remained silent, but internally, he was slightly exasperated. Yep, as expected. This guy's way too intense. Total overachiever. Meanwhile, director On Bak returned to the area where multiple monitors were gathered. After briefly conversing with key staff around him, he shifted his gaze. His eyes met the sharp-featured executive producer Nora Foster. Neither of them spoke immediately. After a brief exchange of looks, it was Nora who let out a short breath and spoke first. I made a mistake. I was foolish. I almost missed those scenes just now. She took a step closer and continued speaking to director On Bak. I'm not unaware of Kang Woojin's explosive acting power, but I didn't expect something even more shocking than his previous Joker performances. Director On Bak, recalling the time of Leech, let out a short chuckle. It might sound absurd, but he's not a finished product. He's still growing. The difference in skill between now and his Leech days is clear. Nodding in acknowledgement, Nora looked past On Bak toward Kang Woojin, who was on set. He's unfamiliar and unsettling. Honestly, he's an existence that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's why, even though I knew he was incredible, I was still afraid. I understand. Safety over risk. It's something I also struggled with frequently as a director in Korea. Director. Once again, Nora met director On Bak's eyes. I promise that from now on, I won't add any more suggestions. She declared with certainty. Just focus on bringing the free-spirited Joker to life. Then, turning toward the gathered Columbia Studios executives behind her, she smiled faintly and murmured, Let's head back. Staying here any longer would be a hindrance. If anyone still has complaints even after seeing the previous scene, speak now. The executives. Not a single one of them said a word. The next morning, Columbia Studios. It wasn't the film set, but inside the main building. More specifically, a mid-sized conference room. Seated at a shaped table were Columbia Studios executives. And across from them sat Kang Woojin, his face unreadable, his expression cold and composed. Naturally, beside him was Choi Sung-gun, his hair tied in a ponytail. One of the executives, a bald man, slid a tablet and a transparent file toward Kang Woojin. This is the project for the film that will follow Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. It's the second installment in the overall cinematic universe. Since the first film introduced the birth of a villain, the next one must introduce a hero. The executive delivering the briefing then spoke definitively. Mr. Kang Woojin, we propose that you, as the Joker, appear in the second film and the third film after that. A massive deal, an offer to appear in 2 sequels following Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, the opening chapter of an expansive cinematic universe. However, after quietly looking at the bald executive for a moment, Kang Woojin's response was simple. The script comes first. Chapter 437, Beast 6. Kang Woojin had received an overwhelming proposal, but his response was remarkably concise. I don't need anything else. Bring me the script first. Soon, the executives from Columbia Studios were slightly taken aback. Some even furrowed their brows. Given the atmosphere, I thought he would at least verbally agree. He's playing the first villain, Joker. That holds significance and is an honor for any actor, but it seems that kind of thing doesn't mean a damn thing to him. It was a natural reaction. From the beginning, the script for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had been handed over by director Angie Bach, not by these executives. Essentially, this was their first time directly seeing Woojin's reaction regarding his casting. Regardless, Woojin maintained a solemn expression, but he wasn't particularly serious about it. Sure, Pierrot had a great rating and turned out well, but who knows about the next movies? If they flop, there's no reason for me to do them. In a cinematic universe, actors who are cast in a series of films typically continue appearing as their assigned characters for the sake of continuity. There are various reasons, ambition for the character, honor, and so on, but one of the core factors is maintaining the established fandom. In other words, influence and an exponential rise in recognition. However, for Woojin, who had access to the void space, such secondary reasons held absolutely no meaning. The ones who were at a disadvantage were Columbia Studios. Recognizing this, the bald executive from Columbia Studios spoke again. Of course, once the script is complete, we plan to deliver it to you immediately, but haha, Mr. Kang Woojin, just as director on mentioned, you are quite ruthless. For me, the script is more important than anything else. The bald executive nodded as if he understood. At the same time, he proceeded to brief Woojin on the plans for the next year and the year after that. Though the explanation was lengthy, it could be summarized as follows. One of Hollywood's Big Five, Columbia Studios, had staked everything on a cinematic universe project that had been in planning for several years. The starting point is this film, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, with its first villain being Joker. Since a villain had been introduced, a hero had to emerge as well. Naturally, the second movie would focus on the first hero to debut, and that hero's world would intertwine with Joker. Additionally, in the third film that would follow, another hero would appear, along with villains other than Joker. Of course, all of this would be set within the same universe. They planned to construct the storyline while simultaneously fleshing out the worlds of each character. But this was only the early phase of the cinematic universe that Columbia Studios had planned. Their goal was to release a total of 3 films by the year after next. Whether that happened or not, Woojin's cynical expression remained unchanged. In fact, he was quietly fascinated. Oh, somehow this is making my heart race. The scale is insane. However, due to his deeply ingrained poker face, all the executives, including the bald man, assumed that Woojin was not particularly impressed. So it's really the script first? Or is it the money? Another executive chimed in. Mr. Woojin, the planning document also includes your estimated appearance fee. Have you seen it? Both Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun lowered their gazes. Soon, Woojin spotted his staggering paycheck. Whoa, shit. He almost let out an audible reaction. The reason was simple. It was even higher than what he had received for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Honestly, at this point, Woojin wasn't even sure if these numbers were real money anymore. Choi Sung-gun, though keeping a composed face for strategic reasons, couldn't hide his internal shock. Crazy Hollywood class. But as always, Kang Woojin's voice, veiled in bravado, remained calm and composed. Yes, I have confirmed it. Thus, the meeting, which had lasted for about an hour, came to an end. As Woojin stepped out of the conference room, he maintained his indifferent demeanor while thinking to himself, wow, damn, my price is going crazy. Seriously, as long as the script isn't bad, I might as well just do it. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, the executives of Columbia Studios were deeply concerned. They had no way of knowing Kang Woojin's true intentions, and his reaction had been lukewarm. Kang Woojin didn't seem interested. This is troublesome. I still think it's about the money. It must not have been enough. That could be part of it, but he also seems to be placing great importance on the content of the next film. Sigh, we already offered him a pretty high salary. Raising it any further is out of the question. Various opinions were tossed around. Either way, if we want to secure Kang Woojin, we need to act before the year ends. His schedule is already locked in with Beast and the Beauty and Universal Movies projects until next year. If he commits to another film, there will be no room for ours. We might have to consider another actor for the next film. For Joker, I'm saying we should at least be prepared. At that moment, swoosh. The previously silent bald executive ran his hand over his smooth head and recalled Kang Woojin's Joker performance from the audition, along with all the acting he had seen from him so far. Then, slowly, he crossed his arms. Another actor? Who could possibly surpass Kang Woojin's Joker? No one can even come close to replicating it. We've already seen it. Our standards have been set impossibly high. If it were just us, it wouldn't be a problem, but dash. A subtle smile appeared on the bald executive's lips. What about the global audience? After watching Joker in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, do you think they'll be satisfied with another actor? The previously noisy conference room fell silent in an instant. Then, as if just imagining the consequences made him uneasy, the bald executive shook his head. If we replace Kang Woojin as Joker with another actor, no, 100%, the massive interest we've built up will come crashing down. And that would mean the entire cinematic universe collapses. Soon, he tapped the section in the transparent file that listed Kang Woojin's salary with his index finger. In short, we must secure Kang Woojin, even if it costs us twice as much. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was inside a van, heading to his next destination. It wasn't too far. The set for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, located within Columbia Studios. But since the studio was so vast, walking wasn't an option. At that moment, Woojin was looking at his phone. It's still chaotic. The heroic story of how he saved Kara's life, which had erupted yesterday, had spread beyond Hollywood and was now making waves worldwide. LA Times/Kang Woojin, who saved Miley Kara, had similar heroic tale in Korea. As Woojin read through the various articles, his confusion deepened. It was understandable. But where the hell did this leak from? Although it was a major incident that could shake Hollywood, Miley Kara's side had kept it quiet to minimize damage. Not that it really mattered to Woojin. He hadn't done it expecting anything in return, and in the end, saving Kara had led to a clear reward. Kara had bought him a mansion in LA and, for the first time in her acting career, agreed to star in a Korean production, Beneficial Evil Part 1. Additionally, I also got closer to Miley Kara. Before his Hollywood debut, Woojin had known practically no one in the industry. But now, he had secured a massive connection in Kara. Satisfied with that, Woojin had completely forgotten about the incident where he had saved her. Yet, suddenly, this hidden story had surfaced. CNM/the culprit who attacked Miley Kara is already in prison, Miley's team says. We are grateful to Kang Woojin. Moreover, Hollywood was in an uproar over it. The entertainment media was treating it as an exclusive scoop, plastering words like breaking news and exclusive over every report about Miley Kara's attack. Even major news stations were covering the story. Even though it was an incident from quite some time ago, the firepower behind it was immense. Because the person involved was none other than Hollywood's top-tier actress, Miley Kara. The attack on her, a global superstar, a top predator both as an actress and a singer, had been buried quietly, only to resurface. It was only natural for it to cause an uproar. Moreover, the one who saved her was none other than Kang Woojin, the hottest name in Hollywood right now, whether for better or worse. With the stories of these two stars intertwining, the sensation multiplied several times over. On top of that, photos and short videos from that time were circulating. While the full details weren't captured, there were clear images of Kang Woojin subduing a woman, the weapon in her hand, the chaotic music video set, scenes filled with screaming and panic. Both Kara and Woojin were prominently featured in the footage. What made it even more interesting was this. BBX/Kang Woojin, once controversial over Tonight Show, sees his image rapidly recover thanks to his heroic actions to save Miley Kara. The flood of negative comments that had lingered around Woojin since the Tonight Show incident had dramatically shifted. The global public's reaction was now entirely different, as was the tone of the media. Just as Woojin was casually browsing articles, communities, and social media. BZZT. His phone vibrated. The caller ID showed Miley Kara. Woojin exchanged glances with Choi Sung-gun before putting the phone to his ear. Yes, Miley. It's me. Kara's voice on the other end was unexpectedly calm. Woojin, have you seen the articles? Yes. I've been reading them since yesterday. Did this leak from your side? It was a natural question. The easiest way for something buried to resurface was for the one who covered it to bring it back up. But her answer was a firm no. Of course not. We only found out by reading the articles ourselves. We're trying to figure out where the leak came from, but it's been a while, and there were a lot of staff on set back then, so it's not easy to track down. That makes sense. But we knew we couldn't keep this buried forever anyway, right? We talked about that back then too. She was right. Back when the incident happened, Kang Woojin and Kara had discussed it. They had agreed that it wouldn't stay hidden forever. Woojin nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, but it surfaced so suddenly. Are there any issues? Kara's response came with a laugh. Wouldn't "are you okay" be a better question in this situation? Are there any issues? What kind of phrasing is that? Are you okay? That's more like you. There's nothing problematic. Everything being reported is true, after all. We covered it up back then because things were chaotic, but now? It doesn't matter at all. What about you, Woojin? Me? I feel the same. There was nothing about this incident that could negatively affect Kang Woojin. I'm fine too. Then we can just let it be. Let the media and the public have their fun. Sure. After Woojin's simple reply, Kara changed the topic. Have you eaten? You're probably heading to the set, right? That's right. Make sure you grab something to eat when you arrive. After a bit more casual conversation, Kara ended the call. As Woojin lowered his phone, his poker face remained intact, but his heart was beating strangely fast. What was that last part of the conversation? That totally sounded like we're dating. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun interjected. What did Miley say? Woojin quickly slipped back into his usual persona, lowering his voice. She says it wasn't leaked from their side, and it doesn't matter at all. Really? That's odd. I was sure Kara was the one who leaked it. The timing is too perfect. Your image was getting a little messy, and suddenly, this heroic story explodes? That doesn't just happen by coincidence. Choi Sung-gun stroked his chin, deep in thought, before shrugging it off. Whatever. Neither side has a problem with it. So let's just let it play out. Suddenly, he smirked. But don't you think the situation is kind of funny? What do you mean? I mean, right now, Columbia Studios is betting everything on their cinematic universe, and you're playing the first villain in it. But in real life, their Joker ended up saving Kara's life. It's ironic, isn't it? Choi Sung-gun, who had been smiling, curled his lips upward, just like Joker. When Poirot is released, this whole incident will be brought up again. And then, time melted away. Amidst the constant stream of issues erupting in Hollywood, Kang Woojin was stuck in an endless cycle of filming. Of course, there were plenty of miscellaneous and tedious schedules as well, but the core focus was always filming. Cut, okay. Woojin-gun, how about trying it freely this time? Understood. Now that the restrictions had been lifted, the veteran director on Ga Bok was overflowing with energy several times more than before. For reference, unlike in the beginning, Nora's visits to the set had noticeably decreased. Just like that, another week vanished in the blink of an eye. It was already the third week of July. To be exact, Monday the 18th. Early morning. While various news stories were pouring in from both Hollywood and Korea, Kang Woojin, wearing a neutral expression with his cap pulled low, had just stepped out of his LA mansion. Thunk. He boarded the waiting van. Soon after, Woojin greeted Choi Sung-gun and his team in a low tone before picking up a script. Let's see. It wasn't Poirot, the birth of a villain. It was Beast and the Beauty. The reason was simple. Right now, he was on his way to Kang Woojin, the world star thriving in LA. On July 18th, he is attending the script reading for Beast and the Beauty. The script reading venue for Beast and the Beauty. Chapter 438, Beast 7. The SBT studio, spanning 50,000 pyong in size. It was late in the morning. This massive studio complex, where most of the filming for Beast and the Beauty would take place, was about 80% complete. Some sets were already finished, while others were in their final stages. Among these sets, the first one to be completed stood out. It was the banquet hall set. From the grand chandeliers hanging from the ceiling to the intricate patterns on the floor and pillars, the banquet hall was dazzling. Even the white and gold-painted piano added to its magnificence. This place would later become a significant setting where Beast and Beauty, Bella, would grow closer. However, for now, it was filled with about 100 production staff members from Beast and the Beauty. In the center stood a large table adorned with various refreshments. It truly looked like a banquet was about to take place. But in reality, the reason for the hectic preparations was not a banquet. It was the upcoming grand script reading. The staff, busily moving their hands and feet, made it clear that the script reading was imminent. And then, hello everyone dash. The first guest entered the banquet hall, which was crowded with test cameras and production staff. It was one of Beast and the Beauty's supporting Hollywood actors. He was playing the role of Beauty, Bella's father, a village man who serves as an early connection between Beast and Beauty, Bella. As soon as the middle-aged actor stepped into the banquet hall, his eyes widened slightly. Oh, he was impressed by the grand scale and the quality of the set. Before even taking his seat, he began exploring the banquet hall. The level of detail was remarkable. Of course, but the quality is incredible. I feel like I've stepped into the world of Beast and the Beauty. It was so immersive that Beast might appear at any moment. As he wandered through the hall, examining every detail, more actors started arriving. Most were supporting actors, and as they entered, hello, wow, this banquet hall is amazing. Haha, it's several times more extravagant than I imagined. They really went all out with this. Rather than preparing for the script reading, they were too busy marveling at the banquet hall set. It was a natural reaction and completely understandable. Beast and the Beauty was a globally anticipated live-action adaptation, and for the actors who had studied the script, the set perfectly mirrored the nostalgic scenes they had imagined. If anything, the quality surpassed their expectations. And so, wow, is this Beast piano? Look at this. The patterns are incredibly detailed. As if planned, the actors roamed around the banquet hall, admiring the set before finally taking their seats. The empty spaces at the large-shaped table, marked with character names, gradually filled up. Even as they belatedly opened their scripts, they continued chatting with excitement. The overall atmosphere of the script reading was cheerful and lively. Compared to Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, which had a more serious tone, this gathering felt much more upbeat. Of course, the name that frequently came up among the Hollywood actors who had arrived was Kang Woojin. Has anyone here seen Kang Woojin, who's playing Beast? Oh, I have. He was on Tonight Show. No, I mean in person. Has anyone actually met him? I saw him briefly at a fashion party the other day. Just for a moment, though. Oh, really? How was he? Well, I only caught a glimpse, so I can't say for sure, but how should I put it? He had a very cynical vibe. I thought about greeting him since we're working on the same project, but I hesitated. He seemed a bit difficult to approach. Yeah, even on TV, he gives off a slightly cold impression. No matter what, the hottest actor in Hollywood at the moment was Kang Woojin, and within Beast and the Beauty, it was no different. As the discussion about Kang Woojin continued, Miley Cara's name also entered the conversation. I heard Beast saved Beauty, Bella, even before filming started. Oh, that incident. The one where Kang Woojin saved Miley from an attack. I read the articles. Seriously, that was terrifying. If Woojin hadn't been there on set for the music video shoot, things could have gone very badly. I saw some articles saying Kang Woojin had similar heroics back in Korea. The more I hear about him, the more fascinating he gets. The discussion about the two lead actors deepened, and the topic gradually expanded. From the Miley Cara attack incident that was currently heating up Hollywood, to the projects Kang Woojin was filming or preparing for, to his no backing down interviews, various subjects circulated. Meanwhile, around the shaped table where the actors were seated, over 100 staff members took their places, along with authorized reporters and several World Disney Pictures officials. The headcount easily exceeded 200 people. At that moment, hello everyone. A top Hollywood actress appeared, greeting the room. Her hair was brown at the roots, but gradually turned blonde as it reached her shoulders. Some mistook her for Miley Cara at first, but she wasn't. She was Maria Armas. Maria, who wasn't particularly on good terms with Miley Cara, exchanged brief greetings with the gathered actors before immediately taking her seat. Perhaps she didn't have any close actor friends, or she simply chose not to join the boisterous conversation as she surveyed her surroundings. Neither Kang Woojin nor Miley Cara had arrived yet, just as Maria, having lost interest, lowered her gaze to the script. Swoosh. Another top actress with blonde hair entered, brushing her hair aside. Unlike Maria, she greeted everyone quite warmly. It was Miley Cara who would play the role of Beauty, Bella. The moment Cara appeared, the already noisy script reading venue became even more electrified. Miley, it's been a while. I heard you went through a terrible ordeal. Are you okay? Everyone was just talking about that. It's good to see you, Miley. Miley Cara responded with smiles to the actors, staff, and others expressing their concern. Thank you all for worrying about me. But that incident happened quite a while ago, and I'm really fine. I'm alive and well. Ha ha ha, well, of course. You wouldn't be here otherwise. With Cara's arrival, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Watching the scene silently was Maria. Humph. She didn't particularly like this heated excitement. No, to be precise, as always, she didn't like Cara. Why is she so damn pretty? I really can't stand her. So, Maria didn't even glance at Cara, instead flipping through her script. But Cara, seated 2 spots away, spoke to her first, almost in a whisper. Maria, since we're working on the same film, shouldn't we at least say hello? The reporters are watching. Maria sighed briefly, glancing at the journalists seated nearby, who were still busy taking photos of the actors. Sigh. Fine, welcome, Miley. I heard you were in danger. It's a relief that nothing happened. Her delivery was devoid of rhythm, making Cara chuckle softly. Put a little sincerity into it. But thanks. And for the things you told me the other day, too. What? Never mind. Cara was expressing her gratitude for the information Maria had given her about Kang Woojin. However, Maria furrowed her brows, looking completely clueless. And then, swoosh, a man with black hair entered the banquet hall set. The only Korean actor in the room greeted in a low tone. Hello. Instantly, he became the sole focus of hundreds of foreign eyes. It was Kang Woojin. Even in this explosion of attention, Woojin remained calm, his expression unreadable behind his poker face. Whoa, look at all these people. There are way too many. Inwardly, he felt a bit nervous. Woojin sat in the seat labeled Beast among the role designations on the table. Immediately, greetings and questions poured in from the actors, including Miley Cara, who sat opposite him. Woojin, how are you feeling? Though the banquet hall was filled with numerous Hollywood actors, none of them registered in Kang Woojin's mind. Right now, the only person occupying his thoughts was Miley Cara. Soon, as their eyes met, Woojin's first thought was, not bad. That's good to hear. She seemed completely unaffected. She was composed, relaxed even. What's this? Was I the only one worried? Well, she's probably met plenty of men before. It was as if that aggressive confession she had made the other day had been nothing more than a dream. But in reality, Kang Woojin was mistaken. Why is it so hard to maintain eye contact? The blonde Cara was currently struggling on her own. Meanwhile, in the same city of LA, it was Universal Movies, one of the big 5 film companies. Inside a massive studio of the film giant, several familiar figures were gathered. Among them were the towering black man, Joseph Felton, and Megan Stone, sitting with her legs crossed. In total, there were over 20 people, all part of the production team for John Persona. Naturally, the renowned Hollywood director, Danny Landis, was also present. The John Persona team had recently kicked off its pre-production phase, and director Danny Landis, whose hair was half-bald, was currently in the middle of the first production meeting. Discussions were ongoing, accompanied by a PowerPoint presentation covering various topics such as the script, actor casting, additional key staff members, and the overall filming schedule. Setting up the initial framework was crucial to ensure everything ran smoothly. Of course, no matter how well-structured the blueprint was, film production could always encounter unforeseen disruptions. That made the early build-up even more critical. As discussions on the future shooting schedule continued, the focus gradually shifted to actor casting. Megan Stone, who was positioned directly across from director Landis, took the lead, and on the medium-sized screen, various Hollywood actors appeared. This is the first-round actor list. Looking at the preliminary casting board, director Danny Landis stroked his chin. The first person on the screen immediately caught his attention, a Korean actor. Specifically, the male lead of John Persona, Kang Woojin. In John Persona, the male lead's world building holds significant weight. Thus, every actor cast afterward had to match well with Kang Woojin's presence. While this was important for any movie, it was even more critical for John Persona, where the protagonist's role carried exceptional significance. His gaze scanned over the Hollywood actors displayed next. From the female lead to various villains, all were prominent figures with formidable reputations. At that moment, swoosh. As the briefing continued, the towering Joseph moved closer to director Landis. Director. His voice was low, as if he had something confidential to share. There are still many hurdles to overcome, but Universal Movies seems to be considering sequels for John Persona. A series? Yes. They've requested 3 installments from me, and the screenwriter of John Persona has also been informed. They're planning long-term. They see potential in the script. And I wanted to give you an early heads up. We're just at the beginning of the first film, but I hope you'll keep it in mind during production. Are you on board? Joseph smiled faintly. I'm a freelancer. I've already invested a lot of time in John Persona. I see. Director Landis nodded slowly before asking another question. They're expecting John Persona to extend to a 3rd film. Then shouldn't we secure Kang Woojin first? Directors can be replaced without much issue, but switching the male lead would be a disaster. Exactly. This time, we plan to move quickly, so we're not too late. At that moment, knock knock. A knock echoed through the studio in the middle of the meeting, followed by the entrance of a new figure. It was a foreigner Joseph had newly cast as a key staff member. Since John Persona was heavily action-oriented, the person who had just entered was naturally someone from the action department, and he was quite familiar. Joseph introduced him. This is Ethan Smith, who has joined our team. Ethan, welcome. Pleasure to be here. The man with the prominent nose had previously collaborated with Kang Woojin in Beneficial Evil, where he had made the film's CQC sequences several times more dynamic. Looking forward to working with you. He was stunt coordinator Ethan Smith. About an hour later, at the Beast and the Beauty script reading venue, the banquet hall set was now packed to the brim. Not only were the actors present, but also the key production staff of Beast and the Beauty. The script reading had already begun. Naturally, the introductions were handled by the director, Bill Rotner, who was seated at the head of the shaped table, black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Beast, played by Kang Woojin. Starting with Kang Woojin, the names of Miley Cara and Maria Armas were called, followed by those of the main, supporting, and minor cast members. Finally, director Bill Rotner introduced himself, then opened the Beast and the Beauty script. All the actors and staff members followed suit, mirroring his actions. The reporters were busy taking photos. For reference, the ensemble songs that would be inserted throughout the film would be rehearsed separately later. About 10 minutes passed. Bella, where on earth has this child gone again? The early part of the Beast and the Beauty script reading focused more on Beauty, Bella than Beast. It wasn't until several lines from other actors had been delivered that she crossed over into Beast's castle. Soon, Miley Cara and Kang Woojin's first lines resonated throughout the reading room. There were no major issues. However, director Bill Rotner, who had been quietly observing the actors' lines and performances without much directing from the start. Miley, there's something off. Notice something peculiar about Miley Cara as she exchanged lines with Kang Woojin. Because of this, hold on a moment. For the first time in 30 minutes, the director interrupted the reading. With all the actors watching, he turned to Cara, who was seated nearby, and gave her direction. Miley, why are you already looking at Beast with such affectionate gaze? Chapter 439, Emmys 1. Director Bill Rotner's sudden directing intervention. His point was simple. Beauty Bella was looking at Beast with love in her eyes too soon. Are you confused? Miley, your emotions are moving too fast. As you know, at this moment, Beauty Bella should feel fear or shock towards Beast. It was something everyone knew. In the beginning, Beauty Bella is supposed to recoil at the sight of Beast. However, in director Bill Rotner's eyes, the way Miley Cara was looking at Woojin right now contained no fear at all. Fear? Rather, it was a gaze filled with affection. That was what irked director Bill Rotner. So, he pointed it out to Miley Cara, and after pausing for a moment, she cleared her throat and nodded. Ahem, was I? I guess I was too eager. Preparing or imagining things in advance is good, but it was too fast. Let's go again from 2 scenes later. Yes. Miley Cara let it pass smoothly. Most of the Hollywood actors and staff, except for a few, didn't seem particularly suspicious. Except for one person. Look at this. Last time, she denied it so strongly. Maria Armas, with her striking brown eyes, was deeply suspicious of Cara. She narrowed her large eyes and stared intently at her. However, Cara casually brushed back her blonde hair and lowered her gaze to the script. She had to act nonchalant. Am I crazy? How was I looking at him just now? In truth, Cara was currently in a state of inner turmoil. Without realizing it, she had looked at Kang Woojin not as Beast, but as a man she had feelings for. And that too, in this Beast and Beauty reading room filled with hundreds of people. Though she pretended to focus on the script as if it were no big deal, she was quite flustered. Kang Woojin carefully observed Miley Cara. An affectionate gaze? His poker face remained indifferent due to his usual act, but his attention was drawn to Cara. Since arriving at this script reading, she had seemed completely fine. But just now, her gaze contained affection? Did it? No way. I didn't feel anything. But Woojin had no clue. That made sense. Even if it wasn't fear, there was no particular warmth in Cara's gaze either. Where exactly did she show affection? At that moment, Miley Cara, who had just finished her line, swoosh, glanced at Kang Woojin briefly, then quickly looked away. This was when Woojin became slightly convinced. Ah, is she also keeping up a concept too? He almost. Why is that cute? Nearly forgot his concept act and smiled. Later, aside from Cara's small mistake, the Beast and Beauty script reading proceeded without major issues. The performances of Kang Woojin, Cara, Maria Armas, and the other actors were, of course, flawless. The practice for the inserted songs after the reading also went very smoothly. It was evident that the actors had put in considerable effort not only for their lines, but also in mastering the songs. Thus, the entire Beast and Beauty script reading was finally completed by late afternoon. However, the actors didn't leave immediately. The atmosphere was cheerful. It gradually shifted towards everyone suggesting having a meal together. But for some reason, Miley Cara quickly said her farewells and left the reading room in a hurry. No one stopped her, and Kang Woojin didn't either. I should DM her later. At that moment, a certain actress approached Woojin. It was Maria Armas. She leaned in and whispered to him, but not in English. She spoke in Spanish. You're dating Miley, right? Maria said it wasn't true, but no matter how I look at it, the mood between you two. No. However, Kang Woojin cut her off sharply and responded in Spanish. His poker face remained thick as ever. You're mistaken. Maria watched Woojin's indifferent back as he walked away and muttered softly to herself. No way, there's definitely something going on between them. Meanwhile, in Korea, unlike LA, where it was late afternoon, it was morning in Korea. At this time, in the Netflix Korea meeting room, the entire beneficial evil team had gathered, including PD Song Man-woo, who was in the final stages of editing Part 2, and writer Choi Na-na. However, this meeting, managed by Executive Director Kim So-hyang, was not about Part 2. This is our schedule for LA. The Emmy Awards is the very last event. They had been called together to discuss the Emmy Awards, which were now just 2 weeks away. From actors like Wallin and Ha Gang-soo to PD Song Man-woo and writer Choi Na-na, who were nominated in their respective categories, and the key staff members, everyone was listening attentively. That was only natural. Netflix was overseeing the overall management of the upcoming Emmy Awards ceremony. We depart on the 20th and head straight to our accommodations upon arrival in LA. The next day, media interviews will begin. What Kim So-hyang was showing them was the full schedule for before and after the Emmy Awards. After about a week of engagements, all that's left is the Emmy Awards. As you all know, the Emmy Awards will be held at the Microsoft Theater in LA. The highlight was, of course, the day of the Emmy Awards itself. It's a massive venue, and the Emmy Awards are held here every year. The red carpet format is like this, so everyone should pay attention to their styling for the day. Since Beneficial Evil is the first Asian production to be nominated in 10 categories, the interest is overwhelming. And considering the sheer scale of the Emmy Awards, not just Hollywood but journalists, broadcasters, and the Emmy Awards coverage teams from around the world will be there. We expect at least 1,000 people on the red carpet. Soon, a tense atmosphere spread throughout the Beneficial Evil team. Everyone had attended awards ceremonies before, but this was their first time at an international event of this caliber, often called the Academy Awards of the television industry. At this point, PD Song Man-woo, stroking his goatee, asked, "We've been in contact, but will Woojin be able to follow the schedule with us?" Kim So-hyang shook her head. "It looks difficult. He's extremely busy. Woojin will continue filming without any prior engagements and will join us on the day of the Emmy Awards." Kim So-hyang continued the briefing. The meeting concluded about an hour later. "Then, see you all at the airport." A few days later. Photo, Beneficial Evil team, nominated in 10 Emmy Awards categories, departs for LA/photo. The Beneficial Evil team boarded a flight to LA. About a week later, Monday, August 1st, at the Microsoft Theater, located in the heart of LA. Among all the venues in LA, this was by far the largest. Despite it being morning, the area surrounding the massive theater was already packed. From the main hall, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, to the adjacent mid-sized hall, the red carpet stretched endlessly, with photographers scrambling to claim their spots. There were already over 100 of them, and they were all journalists, not just from the US, but from media outlets worldwide. So why were reporters gathering around the red carpet from early morning? The reason was simple. LA Times/Primetime Emmy Awards. The Emmy Awards start in the afternoon, but journalists are already busy in the morning. The Emmy Awards, the most prestigious television industry awards in the world, were set to take place that afternoon. With countless global celebrities expected to attend, journalists had rushed to secure the best possible positions for their coverage. A few hours later, as the once blazing sun gradually began to set, the time reached 3 p.m. The number of reporters on the red carpet, which had already exceeded 100, had now grown to an unimaginable scale. At a glance, there were well over 500. From the main hall to the far end of the red carpet, journalists were densely packed, leaving no empty spaces. The languages spoken were diverse, and the nationalities varied. As a result, the noise level had risen far beyond mere chatter, creating a chaotic, thunderous atmosphere. Shouts could be heard from all directions. "Hey, that's my spot. Since when? Did you pay Emmy Awards for that spot? What? Hey, stop them. Stop them." Fights were breaking out between journalists, creating quite the spectacle. Even with so many reporters gathered, it was astonishing that not even half of them had arrived yet. Moreover, it wasn't just photographers anymore. I'm currently in front of the Emmy Awards red carpet. As expected of a globally massive awards ceremony, an overwhelming number of journalists have gathered. The most anticipated production at this year's Emmy Awards is undoubtedly Korea's Beneficial Evil, which has been nominated in an impressive 10 categories. Broadcast teams, equipped with cameras marked with large network logos, were also increasing in numbers. And it wasn't just one or two teams. Dozens were already visible. From the US to every country participating in the Emmy Awards, broadcast crews were lined up, with Korean networks among them. Several Korean broadcasters were filming around the red carpet, near the massive trophy statue set up by the Emmy Awards team, or beside a giant promotional poster. With numerous foreign media outlets present, the Beneficial Evil team has yet to arrive at the Emmy Awards. However, many international networks seem to be frequently mentioning Beneficial Evil, suggesting they are eagerly waiting for them. When counting all the journalists and broadcast crews, regardless of nationality, the number approached 1,000. Adding in the Emmy Awards staff and officials, that number easily exceeded 1,000. Currently, the team displaying the most noticeable activity at the Emmy Awards was. Now, we'll show you the red carpet marking the grand start of the Emmy Awards. It was the live broadcast team, which had begun streaming about 30 minutes ago, delivering real-time coverage of the Emmy Awards worldwide. For reference, The Emmy Awards were being streamed live on YouTube and several other video platforms. At that moment, swish. Between the red carpet and the main hall, several foreigners stepped into the photo zone plastered with Emmy Awards logos. They were the hosts and staff hired by the Emmy Awards for the photo zone. Their role was to conduct interviews with celebrities and other famous figures passing through the red carpet. As a result, this area was the most densely packed with journalists. The time was now 4:30 p.m. By now, around the red carpet, $%, and #*%, at %**, at $, $%, at %, indistinct shouting echoed through the air, creating an unintelligible roar. The number of reporters, broadcast teams, and live-streaming crews had doubled, and on top of that, an enormous crowd of spectators had gathered. These onlookers ranged from local residents to foreign fans who had traveled to witness the Emmy Awards in person. Thousands. The red carpet, which wasn't particularly long but wasn't short either, was now packed with people. And when the clock passed 5 p.m., "They're here. Hey, Leo. Leo. Hey, stop pushing. Leo, look this way." The first actor appeared on the red carpet. A famous Hollywood actor, and as soon as he arrived, over 1,000 cameras flashed like lightning. Pababababak. Pabababababak. Though it was getting darker, the scene looked no different from morning. The exploding flashes were blinding. Despite the overwhelming situation, the first Hollywood actor to arrive remained relaxed, smiling as he waved. "Haha, am I the first one here?" And with that, it began. Soon, the bright lights and a flood of camera flashes lit up the red carpet as Pabababababak. More and more actors started arriving. Not only Hollywood stars, but also top actors from various countries. Wearing tuxedos, suits, or stunning gowns, they brought glamour to the red carpet. And, of course, it wasn't just actors arriving. Renowned directors, producers, influencers, and special guests officially invited by the Emmy Awards. Their numbers alone reached thousands. When counting the invited actors as well, more than 10,000 people were expected to enter the Emmy Awards main hall tonight. As more and more stars illuminated the red carpet, Chris Hartnett has just arrived. Chris Hartnett is here. Not only the journalists, but also the countless cameras from international broadcasting teams were moving frantically. And that wasn't all. Kaya. Chris. Thousands of spectators surrounding the press and broadcast crews all raised their phones high, frantically taking pictures of the actors dressed in tuxedos and gowns. Seen far beyond mere chaos. And as time passed, the intensity only grew stronger. The actors and celebrities, after making their way through the overwhelming red carpet, proceeded to the photo zone at the far end for interviews before moving into the main hall. The overall atmosphere felt lively and uninhibited. The interviews were filled with laughter and jokes, and even the Emmy Awards live broadcast wasn't following rigid angles. Each camera crew filmed however they pleased. Of course, the actors received the most screen time. Currently, the Emmy Awards were being broadcasted live worldwide, with the total viewership exceeding several million. Meanwhile, the Korean reporters and broadcast staff were anxiously searching for someone. Where is the beneficial evil team? Exactly. They should be here by now. Did they already pass through? No. I've been here from the beginning. They definitely haven't arrived yet. Foreign media outlets were no different. After all, the biggest star of this year's Emmy Awards was undoubtedly Beneficial Evil, the first ever production to receive 10 nominations. At that moment, a cameraman from an American network, positioned at the beginning of the red carpet, furrowed his brows. What the hell? Something bizarre had entered his camera frame. A man had just stepped out of a limousine, wearing an outrageous outfit. The cameraman immediately shouted to his nearby colleagues, "Hey, look over there. Some weird guy just showed up." Hearing his shout, hundreds of reporters and broadcast teams near the entrance all turned their attention toward the man. The amusing part? Everyone reacted the same way. What the hell? Who is that? Looks like some random spectator crashed the event. No way. He stepped out of a limousine, didn't he? And honestly, their reaction was understandable. The man who had appeared was dressed in a red jacket and pants, a blue shirt, a yellow vest, tattered brown shoes, and mismatched red and blue socks. On top of that, his long, wet hair, reaching down to his jawline, was dyed a deep red, similar in shade to the red carpet itself. The man who had stepped onto the red carpet remained silent. Amid the sea of tuxedos at the Emmy Awards, his outfit and aura were utterly out of place. He looked, without a doubt, like a lunatic. Who is that? Is he an actor? At first, the foreign reporters instinctively started snapping photos, and several broadcasting networks also began filming the madman. But it was clear that something was off. A complete lunatic had just appeared on a red carpet, full of tuxedos. Then, suddenly, one of the reporters shouted in English, "Kang Woojin. That's Kang Woojin." At the exact same moment, the madman, Kang Woojin, ran both hands through his long red hair, slicking them back. His face was now clearly visible. The hundreds of reporters grew even more excited. It really is Kang Woojin. But what the hell is he wearing? Without a single change in his stoic expression, Kang Woojin took his first step onto the red carpet. Swish. The Joker's march into the Emmy Awards had begun. Chapter 440. Emmys, 2. This year's primetime Emmy Awards were being broadcast live not only in Korea, but also worldwide, including Japan, France, where Cannes was held, and the United States. The broadcast had started right when famous figures and actors began walking the red carpet. Although the Emmys began in the afternoon in LA, time differences didn't matter. People from all over the world were tuning in to the live broadcast. As the most prestigious awards ceremony in the television industry, the event naturally drew immense attention. Not only the general public, but also people in the global entertainment industry, the media, and even other industries were fixated on the event. This was always the case, but the impact of this year's Emmy Awards was more than twice as strong. There were many high-profile topics, such as beneficial evil. Above all, the most raucous excitement was coming from Korea, where the entire nation was buzzing. Kang Woojin nominated for Best Actor plus Beneficial Evil, nominated in 10 categories at Primetime Emmy Awards. Live broadcast kicks off with grand red carpet. From the day before the Emmys until now, news articles had been flooding in nonstop. Various social media platforms, online communities, and YouTube were exploding as if a nuclear bomb had gone off. The entire country was in a frenzy. Among them, in Jeonju, Gyeongnam, a city that had become famous as Kang Woojin's hometown, inside a family home. Wow, this is insane. Look at the scale of this awards show. Our Appa is actually going to be there. Woojin's younger sister, Kang Hyuna, was in a frenzy. This was the home of Kang Woojin's parents. Naturally, Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi were seated right beside her. All three of them had serious expressions. Where's Woojin? Where is he? Dad, calm down. He hasn't come out yet. Why am I the one feeling nervous? Mom. Deep breaths. The three of them were watching the live broadcast of the Emmys on a large TV. On the screen, the extravagant red carpet, foreign reporters, broadcasting teams, onlookers, and more were being shown in full display. Kang Woojin's family had been watching the live broadcast in a state of excitement for several minutes, waiting anxiously for their son, or brother, to appear. Why isn't he showing up? Did we miss him already? Or maybe that camera didn't capture our Woojin. That's impossible. Right now, Appa is so hot at the Emmy Awards that they couldn't possibly ignore him. Even though they had already experienced multiple award ceremonies, from various Korean film festivals to the recent Cannes Film Festival, each event still felt like a brand new experience. After all, Woojin's fame had only grown bigger every year, and this time, it was the Emmys. And then, oh my, that actor is wearing a very unusual outfit, isn't he? Seo Hyunmi pointed at the TV with her index finger. Beside her, Kang Woochul, arms crossed, nodded. Well, it's Hollywood. I've heard there are tons of eccentric people in America. But still, that's pretty bizarre. Every Hollywood actor who's walked the red carpet so far has been in a tuxedo. Isn't this beyond just bizarre? It's like he's dressed like a total lunatic. His jacket and pants are red. And why is his shirt blue? That yellow vest too. Huh. And his socks don't even match. They're red and blue. His long hair looks soaked, and it's dyed red. Did some weirdo just crash the event? Woojin's parents were chatting in amazement as they watched the TV. It made sense. The live Emmy broadcast had just zoomed in on a man dressed in an explosion of colors. He looked like an absolute madman. At that moment, Kang Hyuna, who had been silently staring at the TV with narrowed eyes, suddenly widened them in shock. Huh? Huh? Dad, Mom. That crazy bastard, no. That man, I think he's Appa. Kang Woojin and Seo Hyunmi chuckled in disbelief. What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly comparing our Woojin to some lunatic? Get a grip. No, no, no. That's definitely Appa, right? Ah, wait, no? It's not. No, it is. And then, the so-called crazy man on the TV brushed back his red-dyed, slightly covering long hair with both hands, revealing his face. Kang Woojin and Seo Hyunmi's eyes widened just like Kang Hyun's. Huh. Oh. Then, both of them rushed forward toward the TV. Now, it was unmistakable. Woojin, our son. The fact that the lunatic who appeared at the Emmys was Kang Woojin left his family momentarily speechless. For about 10 seconds, they sat in stunned silence. Then, after exchanging wide-eyed looks, they practically shouted in unison. That lunatic is our son? That lunatic is my Appa. And it wasn't just them. This was the reaction across all of Korea. The conference room at BW Entertainment, Kang Woojin's agency, was also in total chaos. Shouts erupted from several executives and celebrities who had free time. Among them were Hong Hae-yeon and What the hell? What is that man wearing? Is that really Kang Woojin? Ryu Young-min, who was also there. If you dig through all of Hollywood's history, Woojin is probably the only actor who's ever attended the Emmys looking like that. Huh? What? Appa, how can you laugh right now? Why? I think it's very Woojin-like. Alien-esque and fun. He's definitely grabbing attention. He's grabbing way too much attention. People are going to call him a total lunatic. Reactions were similar among all Korean actors who knew Kang Woojin. Even Leech's actor Sim Han-ho let out a bewildered chuckle. What kind of performance is this now? Director Kwon Ki-taek and other top-tier directors also shook their heads at Kang Woojin's insane concept. Japan was just as shaken as Korea. Kia? What is that? Woojin-san looks so strange. Top actress Mafuyu Uramatsu and Mana Kosaku, who had worked with him in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, along with other Japanese actors, were visibly shocked. Even writer Akari Takikawa, who was with director Kyotaro Taniguchi, was in complete disbelief at Woojin's appearance. And then, the moment he appears at the Emmys, all eyes are instantly on him. Hideki Yoshimura, the chairman of Kashiwa Group, and one of Kang Woojin's biggest backers, smiled in deep satisfaction. What about the public? The moment Kang Woojin appeared on the live Emmys broadcast, public opinion in Korea and Japan went absolutely insane. The media was just as dumbfounded but quickly scrambled to move their fingers. Of course, it wasn't just those two countries. His image was rapidly spreading worldwide, from France, where Kin was held, to the US and beyond. Has that Korean actor finally lost his mind? The sight of the lunatic Kang Woojin was spreading in vivid detail. Meanwhile, the man who had just shocked the global audience, Kang Woojin, was maintaining a perfectly indifferent, concept-driven expression. Of course, the setting was right in front of the Microsoft Theater, where thousands of reporters, broadcast teams, and spectators were swarming the red carpet. Percent and percent, hashtag percent and percent. At percent, at, and carat at, and dollar at. Screams and shouts were erupting all around. Pababababak. Pabababababak. Flashes were exploding like lightning, non-stop. Thousands of cameras were clicking, and there were at least a dozen broadcast cameras in action. On top of that, the number of spectator smartphones capturing the moment was several times greater. Somehow, while maintaining his poker face, Woojin thought, "Ugh, this is crazy. I think I might puke." He was actually feeling nauseous. The scale of the scene before him had completely overshadowed even the Cannes Film Festival. Cannes had been grand, but the Emmys' red carpet went beyond grandeur. It felt violently overwhelming. The sheer scale was at least twice as large. Honestly, Woojin had let his guard down, thinking he was already experienced enough with film festivals and award shows. Wait, my feet won't move. At this moment, he was getting a glimpse of what the Academy Awards might feel like. If the Emmys, the most prestigious award in television, is this intense, just how insane must the Academy Awards be? His ears were ringing. It was from the deafening shouts of the hundreds of reporters around him. His head was spinning. The heat from the crowd was simply too intense. And then, something flashed through Kang Woojin's slightly dazed mind. He caught sight of his own appearance. Right? I'm Joker right now, aren't I? He hadn't done any makeup, but other than that, Woojin was practically Joker. It was time to showcase the reality teaser for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, to the world through this performance. I can't weak now. Kang Woojin forced himself into a state of mind control. He cranked up his concept play to the maximum, and, while not entirely, he let Joker's aura seep through his entire body. Naturally, he ran his fingers through his red hair, which reached down to his jawline. Because they was wet, it swayed gracefully. At the same time, pababababababak, an even greater barrage of flashes erupted, accompanied by the intensified shrieks of the surrounding foreigners. Whatever. Time to walk. Kang Woojin, or rather Joker, shoved one hand into his pocket and began to walk. Thousands of cameras followed his every step, as if trailing the march of an extraterrestrial being. Foreign reporters and broadcasting teams from various countries exploded in confusion and disbelief. What is he trying to do? A performance? But this is the Emmys. Kang Woojin, I've heard the rumors, but he really is insane. The live broadcast chat, spreading across the globe, detonated like a nuclear bomb. A frenzy of different languages flooded the screen. Kang Woojin? But why is he dressed like that? Why is his hair long and red? Wait, is that really Kang Woojin? Even his socks don't match. Huh? That's strange. Did he always have this kind of vibe? Has he finally lost his mind? He's wearing that at the Emmys? What the hell happened? Did no one stop him? Pierrot? The long hair and outfit totally scream Pierrot. Hollywood's expectations must have been too much for him. He's definitely gone mad. It's common for actors to fall into delusions of grandeur, but this is next level. His half-crazy hair and outfit, combined with that cynical expression, make him look 10 times more dangerous. The chat refreshed without a single second of pause. By this point, not just the Emmys' red carpet, but the entire world was stunned into disbelief. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin remained relatively calm in his thoughts. He had made it about 1/3 of the way across the red carpet when, is this enough? A concern crept into his mind. Judging by the way reporters and everyone around me are going insane, this is already pretty shocking, but does it need more Joker impact? He had intended to keep things from going overboard, but if he was going to commit to a Joker-esque performance, then simply walking felt like a waste. After a brief moment of thought, swoosh, Woojin abruptly stopped walking. He cast a relaxed gaze around him and then reached into the inner pocket of his red jacket. He pulled something out, a pack of cigarettes, the very thing Joker smokes every day. Soon, Woojin placed a cigarette between his lips. At that moment, the mouths of the surrounding hundreds of reporters dropped open. That crazy dash. A cigarette. Did he seriously just put a cigarette in his mouth? It was a first in Emmys history. In fact, it was the first time in the entire history of American award ceremonies. A nominated actor not only showed up in a Joker-esque outfit, but also put a cigarette in his mouth midway through the red carpet. As a result, what the hell is that actor doing? Has he completely lost his mind? Foreign reporters, broadcasting teams, and live broadcast crews were in complete shock, but their cameras were locked solely on Kang Woojin. The frenzy was so intense that even though a top Hollywood actor had just stepped onto the red carpet behind him, barely anyone paid attention. Swish. Still holding the cigarette in his mouth, Woojin casually ran his hand through his hair again before suddenly approaching the red carpet's perimeter fence. Then, he reached out toward a camera held by one of the photographers frantically pressing the shutter. The reporter hesitated, stunned. Caught off guard, he instinctively handed the camera to Woojin. Then, Woojin, now acting as a photographer himself, began snapping pictures of his surroundings. A scene so fitting for a clown, it was almost absurd. Then, Woojin turned the camera on himself, taking selfies with the sea of reporters in the background. He repeated this several times. And then, snap! Among the screaming spectators, a foreign woman suddenly threw her phone onto the red carpet. Woojin glanced down at the phone that had landed right in front of him, then furrowed his brows as he looked at the woman who had thrown it. Without a change in expression, Kang Woojin kicked the phone back toward the spectators. His face remained utterly indifferent, but inside, his heart pounded slightly. Ah, shit. Was that a bit too much? Whatever. It'll work out somehow. Turning away, Kang Woojin, Joker, resumed his march. But this time, it wasn't ordinary. Now, his steps carried a hint of rhythm. At a glance, it almost looked like a dance. His red jacket and fiery red hair swayed slightly, and with every step forward, his mismatched red and blue socks became vividly exposed. And the more he did, Kaiwea, percent, asterisk percent. The screams and shrieks intensified, their volume rising to an ear-splitting level, the decibels climbing higher and higher. Before long, is that the end? Woojin's gaze locked onto the photo zone, surrounded by countless reporters. It was right in front of the Microsoft Theater's main building. The backdrop was filled with Emmy Awards logos, and a male and female foreign host holding handheld microphones stood in front of broadcasting team cameras. Men and women dressed in tuxedos and gowns were gesturing toward Woojin, waving him over. A clear signal, come here, right now. Since that was the finale, Woojin, whose every movement was under the gaze of thousands, stepped into the photo zone as the red-haired Joker, completely unfazed. The first to speak was the male host, his voice bursting with excitement. Wow, Kang Woojin. It's Kang Woojin, everyone. The hottest man in Hollywood right now. Woojin, I think we definitely need an explanation for today's outfit. The female host chimed in. It's so intense. The male host went on, mentioning Woojin's cigarette and various performances as he approached. The live broadcast cameras, television crews from different countries, and countless journalists all had their lenses locked onto Kang Woojin, as if firing a barrage of shots. When the microphone was handed to him, Kang Woojin, Joker, answered in a very low, relaxed tone. I presented to you the terrifying clown, or a Pierrot. Clown? Pierrot? What do you mean by that? It's a teaser. For Pierrot, the birth of a villain, which marks the beginning of the cinematic universe. Immediately, murmurs spread among the surrounding reporters. But Woojin didn't care. Fixing his gaze on the live broadcast cameras, he spoke again, in Joker's voice. This is the villain. Watch. Or don't. Your choice. Chapter 441, Emmys, 3. Due to Kang Woojin's short and concise line, as the Joker. This is the villain. Watch or don't. For a brief moment, the photo zone at the end of the Emmy Awards red carpet fell silent. The male and female hosts, the hundreds of reporters, the broadcasting team, the live streaming team, and many others all froze with their mouths slightly open. It was an understandable reaction. Both Woojin's entrance and the interview he delivered after stepping in were of a kind never seen before. Since it was the first time, no one knew how to react. However, internally, most were letting out similar bewildered thoughts. Watch or don't. What kind of insane statement is that? Is he seriously crazy? What kind of actor promotes their next project like this? That's way too dismissive. Is it okay for this to go live on air, just like that? Regardless of the uproar, Kang Woojin remained calm as he stared into the live-streaming cameras. His expression didn't change in the slightest. His commitment to the concept was stronger than ever. Internally, though, he was slightly panicking. Damn, I really went for it. Is this okay? It should be, right? No, it's not fine. But what can I do? This is what Joker is supposed to be like. Outwardly, he somehow maintained his poker face. If anything went south, so be it. Since the character he was presenting was the Joker, this was the inevitable choice. At that moment, the male host barely managed to pull himself together and asked again. I see. Woojin, were you portraying the villain from your new film just now? Yes. Does that explain it? Perfectly. But don't you think Watch or Don't was a bit too much of a joke? Ha ha. The male host's eyes practically screamed. Please, just answer normally. But there was no way Kang Woojin, with his concept, would let that happen. I meant it. Watch or don't, it's up to you. And then, pababababab, pabababababak. The hundreds of reporters, who had been spacing out, suddenly went wild, pressing their camera shutters like crazy. It was a rare spectacle. Some reporters even started smiling. After all, how could they not love Kang Woojin, who created headlines just by appearing? Sure, he's the one getting the backlash, but we just need to deliver this sensational moment. Meanwhile, Hollywood figures watching the live broadcast had mixed reactions. At the PRO, the birth of a villain filming set, director Ga Bach and producer Nora Foster were feeling a blend of concern and exhilaration. Oh no, isn't this going too far? Is it? But this is just who Kang Woojin is. Honestly, I think this will generate insane attention. The actors felt similarly. Chris Hartnett was clearly enjoying it. By tomorrow, every media outlet will have Woojin on the front page. What kind of actor promotes their movie like this? He's not just mimicking the Joker's appearance. He's actually treating the public like the Joker would. Only someone with guts like his could pull this off. Executives at Columbia Studios, The Beast and the Beauty production team, and Joseph Felton from John Persona, among many others, were all busy watching Kang Woojin as Woojin was about to leave the photo zone. That's it for now. Audiences across the world, including in Korea and Japan, who were watching the live broadcast, found just freaking out to be insufficient. Explosive, frenzied chat messages were flooding in. That was insane. Did Kang Woojin seriously just say watch or don't? Did I hear that right? Has he really gone mad to do an interview like that? Foreigners in the chat are losing their minds. You guys are seeing Woojin for the first time, but we're used to it. That's a bit too much for a performance, no? Just how confident is he in this movie? But why are Koreans enjoying this so much? Is it fun to see an actor from your country acting crazy? Just give up. It's easier if you give up and just enjoy. Kang Woojin's presence is insane. So everything he's shown from the red carpet onward is in character? But that last line, that just seemed like his own personality. LOL. Isn't Kang Woojin the first to show a teaser for his next work in real life? Whoa, don't be surprised. This is just the beginning of Kang Woojin's madness. Languages such as Korean, Japanese, English, and French filled the chat, messages pouring in like an artillery barrage, and the reactions were sharply divided. Half were curses, half were enthusiastic support. The negative responses, filled with curses, called him a lunatic, a crazy bastard, asking what kind of idiot he was, saying he was disrespecting the Emmy Awards, that he had crossed the line, that he was acting out of control, along with 2 vulgar profanities. On the other hand, the support was filled with praise and enthusiastic admiration, holding their ground against the negativity. It was complete chaos, but one thing was certain. Kang Woojin's influence on the world was nothing short of terrifying. In reality, the Emmy Awards red carpet was packed with top Hollywood actors. Yet, Kang Woojin is really something else. Whether they love him or hate him, he's making the whole world go wild. The only one the public was screaming about was Kang Woojin. Behind the scenes, as Kang Woojin exited the photo zone, he swept his long hair back. Swish. Following the guidance of the event staff and security, he moved toward the main building. It was a venue equipped with both a massive hall where the Emmy Awards ceremony would take place and various waiting rooms. As Woojin passed through the entrance, he saw the lobby packed with foreigners. Industry personnel, directors, producers, actors, and celebrities were all mixed together. They weren't openly staring, but most of them were sneaking glances at the man who had just entered, Kang Woojin. At that moment, Woojin, over here. Through the crowd of foreigners, a suited Choi Sung-gun and his team members called out to him. As soon as the team gathered around, they all gave Woojin a thumbs up. Choi Sung-gun, smiling, did the same. The performance landed perfectly. You probably noticed, but everyone here is only talking about you. Anything less would have been disappointing, considering the effort he put into it. Kang Woojin muttered this to himself, but simply nodded nonchalantly. That's a relief. I haven't checked yet, but the articles have probably already exploded. Soon, Choi Sung-gun checked the time and urged him. Oh crap, the time. Woojin, let's get you changed right away. Makeup too. Since only his face wasn't Joker, Kang Woojin followed his team into the designated waiting room. About 30 minutes later, click, Kang Woojin stepped out of the waiting room. There was no trace of the Joker in him anymore. He was now dressed in a navy tuxedo, his black hair neatly slicked back, truly embodying elegance wrapped in luxury. The Joker he had asked permission to portray ended here. As Woojin glanced down at his own transformed appearance, he muttered to himself, "This really does feel like the Joker in a way. Having a core identity while switching masks, it was just like that." In that moment, director Ga Bach's words came to mind. People might mistake you for trying to reveal the core content of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Woojin hadn't intended anything that deep. His only goal was to amplify interest. But whatever the case, it was a massive success. From now on, he wasn't the Joker anymore. He had to move as Jang Yun-woo from beneficial evil. Kang Woojin started walking toward the lobby again. Just then, someone called out to him in English. Woojin. Turning his head, he saw flowing blonde hair shimmering over a black dress. Miley Kara was smiling at him. Woojin nearly gasped. Of course, only internally. Whoa, insane. Sure, Kara's beauty was one thing, but her presence? Her aura? The overall elegance of her figure was enough to leave anyone speechless. As Woojin briefly lost his focus, Kara approached and casually linked her arm with his. Let's go. In events like these, this kind of sight was nothing unusual, so it didn't seem odd. But as Woojin snapped back to reality, he noticed something. The hand Kara had linked with his was trembling ever so slightly. What's this? Her face looks perfectly composed, but she's nervous? Or is it because of me? He was right. As Kara stepped into the crowd, she was internally spiraling. Ugh, I only linked arms with him as a friendly gesture, so why is my heart racing like this? Since Miley Kara appeared in Beneficial Evil Part 1, it was only natural she was invited to the Emmy Awards. She had attended countless award shows for both acting and music. But today, at the Emmys, everything just felt different. Woojin, who had been silent, suddenly asked in a low voice, "Are you nervous?" "No? Why would I be nervous? You have a familiar scent. Like that concept acting thing I mentioned last time. Are you trying to say I'm just pretending to be fine? I was like that earlier. When I was walking the red carpet. You didn't look like it at all. That's exactly what I meant by concept." At that moment. Oh, their conversation was interrupted as foreigners joined in. It was a fairly well-known Hollywood director. "It's been a while, Miley." "And Kang Woojin? This is our first time meeting." "Yes, it's been a while, director." "Hello." Even before reaching the Emmy Awards hall, Kang Woojin and Miley Kara had to exchange countless greetings. Starting with this director, more and more people approached. It was only natural. Kara was Kara, but their true objective was all the same, Kang Woojin. "Ha ha, Woojin. Your red carpet performance was incredible. Showing a teaser of your film in real life. What a concept. I was impressed." "Thank you. I'd love to have a longer conversation later." While some people were welcoming, others were outright condescending. Right now, everyone finds your actions novel and intriguing. But if you plan to continue working in Hollywood, you should learn some humility. Of course, Kang Woojin remained unshaken. "So, you're saying it's fine for now? That arrogance will come back to bite you someday. I'll handle that myself." Internally, Woojin's only reaction was something along the lines of, "What's this asshole's problem?" But beside him, Miley Kara seemed quite concerned. There was even a touch of bluntness in her tone. "He's always like that. He's been in Hollywood forever, so he's a bit old-fashioned. Just ignore him. I don't really care. I don't even know who he is." After dealing with an endless stream of foreigners, Kang Woojin finally, swish, stepped into the massive hall where the Emmy Awards ceremony would take place. Immediately cursing inwardly, Woojin thought, "Wow, fuck, this scale is insane." His reaction was completely justified. The size wasn't just grand, it was colossal. Imagine a space 10 times the size of a large theater. The ceiling was high and dark, adorned with massive, pearl-like lights that resembled stars scattered across the night sky. The seating spanned across the first and second floors, numbering in the tens of thousands, while the stage at the front was lined with broadcast crews and massive monitors. But what caught his eye the most? That statue on the stage, is that the trophy? It was the main stage where the Emmy Awards would be held. The stage alone was enormous, and at its center stood a proud, winged female statue holding a circular globe, the Emmy Award trophy. The size? Easily 10 times bigger than a person. On either side of the statue were monitors twice its size, with the word Emmys displayed against a yellow backdrop. Though Kang Woojin had experienced award shows from Cannes to Korean award ceremonies, the quality here is on another level. Honestly, none of them even came close to matching this. He could now fully understand why the Emmys were called the Academy Awards of Television. Moreover, the venue was filled with some of the biggest names, not just from Hollywood but from around the world. As Woojin took in the entire scene, he felt a genuine sense of awe. For a moment, he couldn't believe he was actually standing here. My legs are about to lock up. Get a grip, Kang Woojin. Just then, as Kara looked around, she spoke. Looks like the beneficial evil section is over there. She extended her hand to point. Miley, a deep male voice called out from the side. Both Woojin and Kara turned their heads at the same time. Approaching them was a man dressed in a black tuxedo, bald-headed with a well-groomed beard. The moment Woojin saw him, he instinctively knew this guy was an actor. He'd definitely seen him somewhere before. I'm 100% sure I've seen him somewhere. Of course, Woojin couldn't recall his name. Instead, Kara murmured it for him. Matthew Majors. A veteran Hollywood top actor with an impressive career, known for his flawless acting skills. Currently, he was starring as the lead in a popular American drama. After shaking hands with Kara, swoosh, he extended his hand toward Kang Woojin, who remained expressionless. Kang Woojin, nice to meet you. Hello. Woojin responded casually, but he felt it immediately. This guy? Why is he squeezing my hand so hard? Matthew Majors was applying noticeable pressure during their handshake. For some reason, Woojin instinctively felt he couldn't afford to lose. Keeping a calm face, Woojin matched the grip strength. It wasn't obvious, but a few seconds passed before they let go. As soon as they did, Matthew shoved one hand into his pocket and spoke. I saw you on The Tonight Show. That interview where you said we weren't even on your radar. It was irritating, downright baffling. Woojin sensed something. Kara whispered to him. He's one of the nominees for Best Actor in a Drama, just like you. In other words, the bald Matthew Majors was one of the 5 candidates in the same category as Kang Woojin. It seemed that Matthew had taken significant issue with Woojin's interview. After all, he specifically used the word irritating. Matthew then addressed Woojin again. Hollywood isn't so small that a single Korean actor can shake things up. That's why I want to hear it from you directly. That irritating interview. You were just going along with the show's atmosphere, right? His tone carried a slight hint of intimidation. Woojin's expression remained blank, and his response came quickly. If it irritated you, then I guess it was a success. At Woojin's no-filter reply, bald-headed Matthew Majors narrowed his brows. Success? So, that means the interview was deliberately provocative. Woojin stared at Matthew indifferently, his face devoid of emotion. His gaze was cold. While he kept a straight face, internally, he was slightly nervous. No, it wasn't intentional. That was a misunderstanding. I just said, I don't plan on looking around, that's all. But Hollywood had twisted it however they wanted before broadcasting it to the world. The narrative became, Kang Woojin doesn't even acknowledge the other nominees. As a result, the media and public had been in an uproar for a while. Woojin could understand why Matthew was upset. To someone like him, who had spent decades in Hollywood, Woojin must have looked like some rookie who just popped up out of nowhere and disrespected him. Is this somewhat like me messing with Sim Hanho Sunbae? But what could he do? The damage was done. This kind of misunderstanding was nothing new to Woojin. He wasn't sure if he'd ever see Matthew again, but in moments like these, his choice was always the same. My way or the highway. I always act with sincerity. Is that so? Yes. The two men locked eyes. Or rather, it felt more like a stare down. Then, Matthew let out a short chuckle. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. I acknowledge your talent. But, no matter how good you are, you should show respect for your fellow actors. I do respect them. In my actual interview, I never said, the other nominees don't matter. I simply said I don't pay attention to my surroundings. Isn't that basically the same thing? No. To be precise, it just means I focus solely on my own work. Nothing else. Matthew, who had both hands shoved into his pockets, silently stared at Woojin for a few seconds. Then, exhaling softly, he spoke again. Kang Woojin, as a Korean actor, you're paving the way in Hollywood, but you're pushing boundaries too much. Well, as I said, I'm just walking my own path. Are you that confident about tonight's Emmy Awards? It's not up to us to decide. It was an answer that implied the choice was made by the public, by the world. A solid response. Matthew stroked his beard before abruptly turning on his heel and striding toward his seat. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, let's see how this plays out. Will the miracle of King continue at the Emmys? Chapter 442, Emmys 4. Kang Woojin, watching the back of the bald-headed Matthew, maintained a stiff expression, but inwardly, he let out a breath of relief. What's with that guy? His presence is quite intimidating. Then he turned his head toward the blonde Kara. Let's go. Kara, with a slight smile, followed him while speaking. That was bold. Matthew has quite a bit of influence around here, so even I tend to avoid him a bit. Oh, really? I had no idea. Woojin roughly wondered if Matthew had a level of influence in Hollywood comparable to Sim Han-ho. Soon, Woojin, who was about to naturally respond in character, changed his words. Since he had already confessed to her, he figured he could start showing bits of his true self. Kang Woojin whispered to Kara. Honestly, I was a bit scared. Really? Yeah. You didn't look like it at all. Kara stared at Woojin with her blue eyes. Then her smile deepened. You're just saying that to reassure me, aren't you? You don't have to. I'm not that close with Matthew anyway. Why does every conclusion end up like this? Kang Woojin had a fleeting thought that it would take quite some time to untangle all these grand misunderstandings. At that moment, oh, Mr. Kang Woojin, a man with permed hair and high energy, waved his hand wildly at Woojin. His age was roughly around the same as Kang Woojin. Ha ha, I really wanted to meet you. Hello. Your red carpet performance was amazing. Let's be friends on Instagram. Who are you? The man looked vaguely familiar. Again, Kara leaned in to whisper the answer. Billy Brown. You probably know, but he's also a nominee like you. Apparently, he was also a nominee for Best Actor, just like Matthew. However, the difference in attitude toward Woojin was striking. If Matthew had been an ice-cold glacier, this guy was a blazing fire. Later, Kang Woojin had to encounter several other actors. In particular, he met all the nominees for Best Actor in the drama category. They're more welcoming than I expected. Except for Matthew and one other person, the remaining two treated Kang Woojin quite warmly. Anyway, Woojin, Miley, over here. Haha, Woojin. You finally appeared as Jang Yun-woo, huh? I really enjoyed your red carpet performance. Wow, Miley, your dress is absolutely gorgeous. The Beneficial Evil team warmly welcomed Kang Woojin and Kara as they arrived at their seats. PD Song Man-woo, writer Choi Na-na, Wallin, Ha Gang-soo, other actors, nominated key staff members, and Netflix Korea employees, including executive director Kim So-hyang. All of them were dressed in tuxedos, suits, and dresses. After brief exchanges of greetings, Wallin, who was wearing a beige dress, momentarily glanced at Kang Woojin standing close to Kara and furrowed her brow slightly. Naturally, no one noticed. Why are they standing so close together? Clearing her throat, Wallin moved closer to Kang Woojin and whispered, her fangirling energy surging. Woojin, it feels like it's been forever. But what was that thing you did on the red carpet? You'll find out when the movie comes out later. Miley Kara, seeing this, maintained her smile as if she didn't care, but inwardly, she couldn't stop thinking about Wallin. So this actress is the one Kang Woojin saved first. What's this? She's so cute. And subtly sexy too. One way or another, the entire Beneficial Evil team had gathered. Their seats were slightly toward the front, near the center when viewed from the stage. Among the broadcast team, a foreign PD pointed at the Beneficial Evil team with his index finger. Start with them for the camera angles. Multiple cameras focused on the Beneficial Evil team. The live broadcast crew did the same. After all, the hottest thing at this year's Emmy Awards was undoubtedly Beneficial Evil. It had held the #1 spot worldwide on Netflix for over 2 months for the first time in history. Of course, the main focus is Kang Woojin. Shoot with him at the center. The protagonist was Kang Woojin. A little later, the hall, which held tens of thousands of seats, was now completely filled with no empty spots visible. The place was packed with an overwhelming number of prominent figures, and the entire hall buzzed with conversation as everyone engaged in their own discussions. At that moment, a rather lively melody resonated through the hall, and the lights grew several times brighter, taking on a slightly bluish hue. At the same time, powerful spotlights shone down on the massive stage, including the large Emmy Awards trophy statue. The monitors flanking the statue displayed the word Emmys, which began spinning in a loop. Then, swoosh, a tall, lanky black man, dressed in a sharp suit, stepped onto the stage. At first glance, he resembled Joseph Felton, but he wasn't. He was Bradley Morgan, an actor and comedian known for his sharp wit. Morgan had been chosen as the host for this year's Emmy Awards. Standing alone on the grand stage, despite the presence of tens of thousands of spectators before him, he confidently began. "Good evening. Phew, I'm already exhausted." Without a hint of nervousness, he launched into his opening with a joke. "I've been given the honor of hosting the Grand Emmy Awards." To be honest, I was a bit reluctant. The Emmys are famous for being long, aren't they? I just wanted to watch from home with a beer in hand. Laughter spread throughout the massive audience. Then, host Bradley Morgan suddenly shifted the topic. "What can I do? Since I'm here, I have to do it. Let's get started." Let's see. This year's Emmy Awards had some incredible moments, didn't they? Among them, Beneficial Evil was the most outstanding. I personally enjoyed it a lot. And Kang Woojin, your red carpet performance was phenomenal. In that instant, every camera in the broadcast team zoomed in on the Beneficial Evil team, capturing Kang Woojin's stoic expression. Naturally, the live broadcast cameras followed suit. Bradley started with Beneficial Evil, then proceeded to mention other projects and actors, heating up the atmosphere. Finally, now, let's begin this year's Primetime Emmy Awards. With his declaration, a lively tune filled the hall once again. The lights alternated between bright and dim. Applause from tens of thousands of audience members blended into the scene. Meanwhile, the live chat for the broadcast was going wild. Soon, host Bradley announced the first award category. The first award, Outstanding Production Design for a Drama Series. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive monitors on either side of the trophy statue displayed the nominated works. A total of 5 projects appeared, among them, Netflix/Beneficial Evil S1. Beneficial Evil Part 1 was included. It was the only Korean project among the 5 nominees. Soon, a male and female Hollywood actor walked onto the grand stage. The female actor held a cue card labeled Emmys in her hand. "Hello, it's an honor to present the first award of the Emmys." After a brief greeting, the female actor opened the enclosed cue card. The Emmy Awards hall, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, fell into silence. Then, after glancing at the card, the female actor grinned and excitedly announced into the standing microphone. "The Emmy Award for Outstanding Production Design for a Drama Series. Congratulations, Beneficial Evil." Right from the first award, Beneficial Evil was called. Once again, every camera turned toward the Beneficial Evil team. With the music playing, the hall erupted in applause from tens of thousands of audience members. 2 members from the Beneficial Evil team stood up. They were the key staff members responsible for the production design. PD Song Man-woo, writer Choi Na-na, and the rest of the team all stood up to give a standing ovation. Kang Woojin did the same. The 2 production designers, wide-eyed, exchanged looks. "WE1, is this real?" With faces filled with disbelief, they ascended the massive stage. Amidst the roaring applause, the Emmy trophy was handed to them. The female staff member stepped up to the standing microphone first. Thank you so much. First of all, I love my parents so much. And our entire team worked incredibly hard. Also, what do I do? I can't remember what I was supposed to say." Her nervousness was evident, but she was still better off compared to the male staff member who followed. He was on the verge of tears. Regardless, this was a historic moment, as it marked the first time a Korean project had ever won at the Emmys. With the hall's excitement still running high, the ceremony swiftly moved on to the next award. 3 more awards were presented, including Outstanding Costumes and Outstanding Casting. Once again, thunderous applause erupted for the winning teams, but this time, Beneficial Evil was not among them. Next up, Outstanding Music Composition for a Drama Series. It was the Music Composition Award, and the Beneficial Evil team was among the nominees. However, the Emmy Award for Outstanding Music Composition for a Drama Series. White Man. Unfortunately, they didn't win. But in the next award, Outstanding Stunt Performance. Beneficial Evil. Congratulations. Beneficial Evil was called once again. The Stunt Performance Award was essentially an action award. PD Song Man-woo and the entire team clenched their fists in triumph. If nothing else, They had been hopeful about their chances in the action category. We did it. Kang Woojin's action sequences had shocked the world. And now, Beneficial Evil had already claimed 2 Emmy Awards. The usual sentiment was that even winning just one was a huge achievement, but they had shattered that expectation. However, the next category in which Beneficial Evil was nominated, Outstanding Visual Effects, ended in another loss. At this point, swoosh. Host Bradley, standing at one side of the massive stage, spoke into the microphone. Now it's time for the actors. We begin with the supporting actor categories in the drama series category. The focus had now shifted from the staff to the actors who brought the works to life. The first category was Best Supporting Actor. Unfortunately, Beneficial Evil had no nominees in this category. The stage was instead filled with Hollywood actors from other productions, shows from American Netflix, and international channels like HOB. Once each actor had given their acceptance speech, host Bradley returned to the stage with a bright smile. The energy is heating up, and it's about to get even hotter. Next up is the lead acting category in drama series. As always, we begin with Best Actor. From this moment, the Emmy broadcast crew and the live broadcast team suddenly became incredibly busy. The murmur among the tens of thousands of attendees grew exponentially. Finally, this is one of the biggest moments of the Emmys, right? Kang Woojin. His momentum is terrifying, but winning Best Actor outright? That's tough. If he had worked his way up through a supporting actor win first, maybe. I feel the same. He made history at Cannes, but the Emmys are much more rigid than Cannes. That's true, but more than that, he just doesn't have enough experience yet. They already won 2 awards, and that alone is an incredible feat. Directors, actors, producers, and various industry insiders all kept bringing up Kang Woojin's name. To be honest, Kang Woojin has an insane intensity. I really enjoyed Beneficial Evil. But if we're talking pure acting quality, isn't Matthew Majors on another level? That's what it seems like. But I don't know. Lately, I find Matthew's performances a bit dull. Dull. At his level of experience, his acting should go beyond simply being good. It should be mesmerizing, something that completely pulls you in. But instead, his performances always have the same tone. And Kang Woojin is different. When I watch him act, I don't know. It just feels like the character itself is alive and running free. So, are you saying Kang Woojin will win Best Actor? I'd like to believe that, but considering how the Emmys weigh many factors, the chances are low. Before anyone realized it, the live broadcast camera had zoomed in on Kang Woojin. He sat with his legs crossed, his face unreadable, showing little change in expression. In the live chat, comments like, "Why is he so calm?" started popping up. But in reality, Kang Woojin's heart was pounding like crazy. Holy shit, wait. Why does this feel so different from Cannes? There were many reasons, but the biggest was that this was Hollywood, the grand stage of Hollywood's Emmy Awards. His racing heartbeat was interrupted as 2 actresses stepped onto the stage. One wore a yellow dress, the other a pink dress. The actress in pink held the cue card. "I'm so nervous to be presenting the award for Best Actor." After exchanging brief remarks, the 2 actresses began announcing the nominees. The giant screen on stage displayed each actor, not their real-life images, but clips of them, in their roles. First was the bald-headed Matthew Majors, whom Woojin had encountered earlier, followed by the permed-haired Billy Brown. And finally, Netflix/Beneficial Evil S1/Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, who played Jang Yun-woo, appeared on the screen. He was the first ever Korean or Asian actor to be nominated for Best Actor at the Emmys. Then, the actress in the pink dress opened the cue card, and the Emmy Award for Best Actor in a Drama Series goes to Dash. At that moment, the cameras captured each of the nominated actors. The final shot landed on Kang Woojin. Around this time, Miley Kara, seated behind Woojin, glanced at the back of his head. Beneficial Evil has great momentum. It's already won 2 awards. The impact it has made must have factored into the evaluation. There's a real chance. But the Emmys have a long tradition, and they're not fond of change. What will happen? Meanwhile, around the world, countless people watching the live broadcast of the Emmys were praying, especially in Korea. Please, 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 our Woojin. Let it be Woojin. Appa is going to win. He will. He has to. Right? Kang Woojin's family, Hong Hai-yun, Ryu Young-min, and everyone who knew him held their breath in anticipation. I hope Woojin SSI wins. No, he has to win. Ugh, why am I the one shaking? Be quiet. Everyone's praying, and you're startling them. Perhaps, no, without a doubt, all of Korea was wishing for the same thing, that the foreign actress on stage would call Kang Woojin's name. Then, swoosh, the actress in the live broadcast raised the cue card. Oh, she smiled. The Emmy Award for Best Actor in a Drama Series goes to Dash. And then, in a voice that shook the entire venue, she called out the name. Beneficial Evil. Kang Woojin. The two actresses on stage clapped enthusiastically. Wow, congratulations. Music erupted. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause filled the venue packed with tens of thousands of people. Many rose from their seats, clapping as they looked at Kang Woojin. The Beneficial Evil team also rose in a standing ovation. Clap, 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 clap. Miley Kara, Wallin, and the other actors couldn't contain their joyful smiles. Woojin, congratulations, truly. Amazing. You did it. Wow. No way. Woojin, congratulations. PD Song Man-woo jumped up and hugged Kang Woojin. Ha. Yes. This is it. This is how it should be. Congratulations, Woojin. Writer Choi Na-na, clapping behind them, had tears welling in her eyes. The entire Beneficial Evil team was practically bouncing with excitement. The surrounding audience members also gave a standing ovation for Woojin. The broadcast crew and live cameras focused entirely on Kang Woojin, the man at the center of the celebration. Dressed in a navy tuxedo, Kang Woojin maintained a composed expression as he, swoosh, began walking toward the grand stage where the actresses stood. Since his seat was close, the walk to the stage was brief. Soon, he stepped onto the stage and received the trophy from the actress in the yellow dress. At that moment, one of the broadcast cameras panned to the other nominated actors. Matthew Majors, bald-headed and expressionless, clapped stiffly. The forced nature of his applause was obvious. Regardless, on stage, Kang Woojin stood in front of the central standing microphone. The booming music stopped. The thunderous applause also subsided. Tens of thousands of audience members stared at him. Woojin looked down at the golden trophy in his hand, the image of a winged woman supporting a sphere. After briefly looking down at the trophy indifferently, Kang Woojin raised his head. Then he opened his mouth towards the tens of thousands of foreign audience members. It was the first words of the Korean actor who had won the Best Actor award for the first time in Emmy history, raising the golden trophy. Of course, it was in English. Now, only the Academy Awards remain. Chapter 443, Emmys 5. In fact, the live chat window of the Emmy Awards broadcast was practically filled with nothing but talk about Kang Woojin throughout the ceremony. What the hell? Kang Woojin is back to normal. Normal? Honestly, I'm starting to get confused about which version of him is actually normal. Anyway, that villain from before was a total madman. I'm seriously getting excited. Honestly, that watch or don't line is bothering me. Isn't that way too arrogant? No matter how great he is, I'll just watch and see for myself. Why does he look so composed? It actually feels weirder. No matter how crazy he is, an actor is still an actor. His presence is on another level. He's just a lunatic, that's all. It was all because of the massive attention drawn by Joker. And at this very moment, not just in Korea and Japan, but all over the world, Kang Woojin appears as a villain. The grand opening of the Emmy Awards. Korea's treasure Kang Woojin presents the PRO teaser to the global audience. His extraordinariness shines at the Emmy Awards. The US and other international media were going wild, pouring out reports about the Emmy Awards. It had already been more than an hour since the red carpet and live broadcast began, and now the awards ceremony was in full swing, an expected flow of events. LA Times/PRO teaser at the Emmy Awards red carpet. Kang Woojin appears as his own character. So far, it was just like any other year at the Emmy Awards, a heated competition among media outlets. However, there was one crucial difference this time. In all the simultaneous reports and articles from the world's press, Korean actor Kang Woojin, who shocked the Emmy Awards red carpet, was caught on camera with a completely different appearance. But his performance was enough to turn the Emmy Awards upside down. Only Kang Woojin stood out. His performance and impact had captured the world's attention. And so, the Emmy Awards continued. Then, the Emmy Award for Best Actor in a Drama Series goes to Beneficial Evil. Kang Woojin. Woojin's name echoed powerfully across the world. Best Actor in a Drama Series at the Emmy Awards, a feat no other Korean actor, or even any Asian actor, had ever achieved. He had beaten out top Hollywood actors. Beneficial Evil had already won 2 awards, and now, with this Best Actor award, it had secured a third. But more importantly, something far greater had been gained. Symbolism, and an unprecedented achievement. This wasn't a supporting role, it was a lead actor award. That made all the difference. Winning Best Actor back-to-back at both Cannes and the Emmy Awards, this was enough to say that Kang Woojin was now at the center of global change. It was no surprise that both Korea and the world were left in shock. Swish. As his name rang out thunderously in the Grand Hall, Kang Woojin walked toward the vast stage with an indifferent expression. But inside, his mind was full of question marks. Me? Me, really? Is it really me? He was walking toward that dazzling stage, but it didn't feel real. He even considered that it might be a dream, but the sensation of foreign hands patting his back and shoulders confirmed that this was reality. Seriously, is it really me? Wow, this is crazy. To be honest, saying he had no expectations would be a lie. Even with his concept, Kang Woojin still had ambition. However, compared to Cannes, the Emmy Awards carried less weight in his heart, at least in terms of his personal aspirations. Cannes was an incredible film festival, but he had deliberately aimed for it. It was, after all, an international film festival, which made it slightly different in nature from the Emmy Awards. Based purely on probability, Cannes had seemed like the higher chance. At the Emmy Awards, Woojin had held on to some hope, but he had also somewhat let go of expectations. And yet, they called my name. I'm the Emmy Best Actor? He hadn't taken Beneficial Evil lightly, but the Emmy Awards were on par with the Academy Awards. The competition was fierce, filled with Hollywood's biggest stars. The Best Actor nominees alone were overwhelming. The award had been won in a space where globally successful TV series were thriving. How would one feel in such a moment? Rather than exhilaration, Kang Woojin felt more bewildered. Somehow, he had made it onto the stage. The golden trophy was immediately handed to him. His first impression was simple. Damn, this thing is heavy. The trophy, depicting a winged woman holding up a globe, had significant weight. It was even larger than his own head. Somehow, among all the trophies he had ever received, this one felt the most substantial. Of course, that was just Woojin's personal judgment. Was it because of its global prestige and rank? Would an Academy Award feel even heavier? For a brief moment, countless stray thoughts flickered through Kang Woojin's mind. Before he knew it, swish, he was left standing alone on the vast stage. The 2 actresses who had handed him the trophy had already stepped away. The grand music had stopped, and the thunderous applause from tens of thousands had faded into silence, leaving only a lingering hum in his ears. Phew, I don't know anything anymore. His mind went blank. Since he hadn't expected to win, he hadn't prepared any remarks. Not that it would have mattered. Recalling anything in a moment like this would be nothing short of a miracle. At this point, Kang Woojin gently lifted his gaze from the trophy. Straight ahead, left, right, and even at the far ends of the stage, countless cameras were locked onto him. His head felt hot from the countless lights embedded in the dark ceiling. Beyond them, tens of thousands of foreigners filled the audience seats. There was no sight more breathtaking than this. And soon, Woojin felt his legs go weak. Something akin to euphoria surged from deep within his gut. Anyone witnessing this view would feel the same. But then, Kang Woojin's mind gradually cooled. He raised his concept, embracing both his persona and his calculated nonchalance. He even added a touch, beastification. Even without prepared remarks, his first words came quickly. Now, only the Academy Awards remain. His low, composed English echoed. As he locked eyes with the cameras, he shifted his gaze toward the massive audience, whose widened eyes showed their shock. Then, Woojin slightly raised the trophy in one hand, making sure everyone could see it. Only the Academy Awards remain. Repeating himself in similar Korean, Woojin tilted his head slightly to the left. His heart pounded wildly. He wanted to run away right now. but there was no way he could. In a desperate attempt to maintain his persona, Woojin decided to throw out whatever words came to mind. I'm not very good with words. But first, thank you. Lifting this Emmy Award trophy is a tremendous honor. I also want to thank the entire Beneficial Evil team. From then on, it became a parade of gratitude. His English remained calm and steady, without a hint of nervousness. Foreign actors sitting in the front row even whispered among themselves. How can he be so composed? Does he even realize he just changed the 70-year history of the Emmy Awards? The way he acts and speaks so casually. He must have been certain he would win. But in reality, Kang Woojin's heart was about to explode. Still, thanks to his habitual act of putting on a strong front, he somehow managed to continue his speech. To my family, friends, colleagues, and fans all over the world, I sincerely thank you. And dash. Here, Kang Woojin suddenly switched from fluent English to Korean. To all the citizens of South Korea and my fans watching this Emmy Awards broadcast, I want to say this. I believe the best fan service I can give is fulfilling the promises I've made. Shifting his gaze directly to the live broadcast camera in front of him, Woojin concluded. You'll be able to watch the live broadcast of the Academy Awards as well. Thank you. With that, Kang Woojin casually walked off the stage. For a brief moment, silence filled the grand hall. Then, clap, 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 clap. Every camera followed Kang Woojin's retreating figure. The reaction among the tens of thousands of audience members was divided. That was a direct declaration. In a way, it's impressive. Somewhere in all, he's done it again. This guy is an absolute lunatic. Others were utterly dumbfounded. Regardless, Kang Woojin returned to his seat with the trophy in hand. PD Song Manwoo, Miley Kara, and the rest of the Beneficial Evil team were still giving him a standing ovation. Other than Wallen, all the actors grinned, flashing double thumbs-ups at him. When the excitement that had lasted for several dozen seconds finally settled. Haha, Woojin SSI. PD Song Manwoo, with his signature goatee, shook Kang Woojin's shoulder as he asked, "How does it feel? You're the first actor in all of Asia to conquer the Emmy Awards." Kang Woojin's response was brief. "It's just okay." Meanwhile, at this very moment, as news of Beneficial Evil winning 2 Emmy Awards spread explosively across Korea. Beneficial Evil, already a 2-time winner at the U.S. Emmy Awards. A new history has been written. A fresh headline broke in real time. Breaking news, Beneficial Evil Kang Woojin wins Best Actor at the U.S. Emmy Awards. Afterward, as Kang Woojin once again achieved an unprecedented milestone, the Emmy Awards ceremony continued. Following the Best Actor award came Best Actress, and then a series of awards for various drama production staff members. Emmy Award for Best Cinematography in a Drama Series. Beneficial Evil. Once again, Beneficial Evil was called for the Best Cinematography Award. It had now claimed 4 awards. No other Korean or even Asian production had ever achieved such a record. Hollywood, and the very history of the Emmy Awards, was being rewritten. After that, the categories where Beneficial Evil was nominated, they unfortunately did not win. But already 4 awards. And with Best Actor as well, that should be enough. But the Emmy Award for Best Writing in a Drama Series goes to Beneficial Evil. Congratulations. The explosion of Beneficial Evil was far from over. It was now named the winner of the prestigious Best Writing Award. Huh, Emmy? Really me? Writer Choi Na-na stood up abruptly, her eyes wide enough to nearly pop out. As if she couldn't believe it, she hesitated before hesitantly making her way to the stage. The moment she received the trophy, she burst into tears. She cried so much that delivering her acceptance speech was impossible. The scene was so extraordinary that even the Hollywood director presenting the award tried to console her. And just like that, Beneficial Evil became the first Asian production to achieve an incredible 5 wins at the Emmy Awards. Out of its 10 nominations, it had claimed half. Perhaps because of this, the atmosphere inside the Emmy Awards hall, packed with tens of thousands of people, was at its peak. Excitement and frenzy intertwined, making the air feel hot. Before long, the drama category at the Emmy Awards was reaching its conclusion. Of course, with so many different categories in the Emmy Awards, the ceremony itself was far from over. There was still a long way to go. But since the drama category was nearing its finale, not only Kang Woojin but the entire audience focused on the person who had taken the stage. The presenter was a Hollywood actor. A muscular man stood out as he opened his cue card. Soon, he smiled and announced into the microphone, the Emmy Award for Best Directing in a Drama Series. Best Directing was essentially the same as Best Director. Congratulations. Beneficial Evil. Song Man-woo. Among the 5 nominated productions, the Best Director award went to PD Song Man-woo. Crazy. Did I actually win? With this, Beneficial Evil had secured 6 wins at the Emmy Awards. A few hours later, the Emmy Awards had officially concluded. At this point, Kang Woojin, dressed in the navy tuxedo, stepped into a large van. Vroom. As soon as he loosened his tie and got into the vehicle, he let out a deep sigh. Phew dash. Seeing that no one else was inside the van, it seemed that Choi Sung-gun and the rest of the team were still handling wrap-up duties. Woojin, staring blankly at the air, checked the time. It was already past midnight. How many hours did this go on for? Since the ceremony had started in the afternoon, it had lasted at least 5 hours. Of all the awards ceremonies he had attended, this was by far the longest. Kang Woojin recalled the Emmy Awards that had just ended. Despite winning 6 awards, Beneficial Evil had, unfortunately, missed out on Best Drama. Still, since they had swept almost all the major awards, Woojin was satisfied. Best Director, Best Writing, my Best Actor award. Plus, Best Production Design, Best Cinematography, and Best Stunts, right? Insane. Korea? No, the entire world, including Japan, was going to be flipped upside down again. With that thought, Woojin ran a hand through his black hair. At that moment, exhaustion hit him like a wave. After all, he had gone through the Emmy Awards after-party and faced thousands of reporters. The media and broadcast teams swarming him had been near hysterical. Soon, Kang Woojin let out another deep sigh. Swish. Lowering his gaze, Kang Woojin checked the golden trophy in his hand. Why is this in my hands? Finding it strangely fascinating, Woojin let out a small chuckle as he pulled out his phone. It had been on silent mode, so he hadn't noticed, but the number of missed calls and messages was overwhelming. Deciding to check them later, he casually picked up a random script nearby. For now, I should take a break dash. It was time to enter the void space. Unfortunately, since his schedule for the Emmy Awards wasn't completely over yet, he needed to replenish his stamina. Thud. Kang Woojin stepped into the endlessly dark void space. Only now did he finally shed all his concepts and stretch his body as he walked slowly. Reaching the area where the white rectangles were lined up, he sprawled onto the ground. He let out a big yawn, but he couldn't fall asleep. Then, still lying down, he sensed a change among the white rectangles. Sliding himself up into a sitting position, Woojin carefully examined the text on them. 11/scenario, title, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, EX+++ grade. 12/scenario, title, Beast and the Beauty, EX+ grade. 13/scenario, title, John Persona, SSS+ grade. Because the grades of all the Hollywood works had increased. Chapter 444 Villain 1. Kang Woojin stood in the pitch-black void space, smiling. Kiki, that's right. Nice. Standing in front of a white rectangle, he was looking at Hollywood projects with upgraded grades. In particular, what caught Kang Woojin's eye was Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. 11/scenario, title, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, EX++ grade. EX++ grade? Wasn't it originally EX+ grade? It jumped 2 levels? Even EX+ grade was already a massive hit, so just how insane had things gotten? Kang Woojin's heart pounded as he looked at the upgraded grade of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. And then he thought, as expected, the red carpet performance really worked, huh? Kang Woojin had walked as Joker on red carpet. Because of that, tens or even hundreds of thousands of people at the Emmy Awards were left in shock. Of course, the global audience watching the live broadcast must have felt the same. On top of that, Woojin's remark, "This is the villain. Watch or don't," had an explosive impact. Given that Kang Woojin already held an overwhelming presence in Hollywood, dropping a nuclear bomb-level statement on an already drawn-in audience was bound to make curiosity explode. Even I wouldn't be able to resist. That performance must have played a major role. Additionally, Woojin winning the Emmy Award for Best Actor must have contributed as well. In short, Kang Woojin's influence, his performance, and his Best Actor award combined into a perfect storm, causing fireworks to explode. And the result? The grade skyrocketed. It shot up to the absurd EX+++ grade. But is EX+++ the final level? Or does it just keep adding more plus signs as it goes up? Well, it didn't really matter either way. There might be a level above this, or this could be the final one. As someone who possessed the void space, Woojin simply had to enjoy the moment. His gaze then shifted to other projects. Beast and the Beauty is EX+ grade. John Persona is SSS+ grade. Both works had leveled up by one stage. This was undoubtedly a spillover effect from Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and his Emmys Best Actor win. More importantly, the grade surge for John Persona was happening at an alarming pace. It had started at S grade, yet somehow had jumped all the way to SSS+ grade. Of course, nothing was ever fully guaranteed. If something unexpected happened, there was always the possibility of a sudden drop. Even so, that's a problem for later. For now, I'll just enjoy it, Kiki. Woojin had the mindset of dealing with future issues when they came. With that thought, he gleefully did a little shoulder dance. Anyone would react the same way after seeing such an astonishing results chart. After swaying for a while, Kang Woojin suddenly flopped down. He needed to conserve his energy for the long journey ahead. How much time had passed? After lying down and resting for quite a while, Woojin slowly sat up. Guess I should head out now. He returned to reality, a world filled with his name. Later, back in reality, Kang Woojin wrapped up his remaining Emmy Award schedule. Most of it was celebratory events, but he also had to handle interviews with the remaining broadcast teams and reporters. Additionally, Woojin, congratulations. I'd love to have a conversation with you sometime. Yes, thank you. Is the agency representative here? He also had to talk countless times with directors, producers, production companies, and such figures. And that's not all. Hollywood actors and actors from various countries around the world also flocked to Kang Woojin. They asked for handshakes, greeted him, took pictures, and exchanged SNS contacts. Even though it was past 2 a.m., everyone was wide awake. At this moment, though the live broadcast of the Emmy Awards had ended, the chat rooms were still buzzing. Messages in countless languages were flooding in like crazy. Crazy seriously, Kang Woojin actually won Best Actor. Wow. Honestly, I still can't believe Kang Woojin won the Best Actor award. Beneficial Evil winning 6 awards is also insane. There must have been some kind of deal behind this. Kang Woojin had the lowest odds of winning. Stop it already. He won because he deserved it. That's why. The Emmys gave him the Best Actor award. No? Wow. Seriously, Kang Woojin is on another level. Beneficial Evil won 6 awards. Congratulations, Kang Woojin. It must be an exciting night for Koreans. Though, they already look like they're having the time of their lives. Didn't Kang Woojin just completely dominate all the Hollywood actors? I'm getting even more curious about Kang Woojin's villain role. He won Best Actor at Cannes and now at the Emmys, so there must be something different about him. KRK. My national pride is soaring. Wave that flag. Seriously, what kind of magic spell did Kang Woojin cast over Hollywood? It was a result shocking enough to warrant such reactions. By the time Kang Woojin finished his Emmy Award schedule and arrived at his home in LA, it was around 4 a.m. As soon as he got inside, he shrugged off his tuxedo jacket and threw himself onto the bed. Thanks to the void space, he wasn't overwhelmed with sleepiness, but his body felt heavy. Thanks to director on GA Box consideration, he could rest today without filming as morning was breaking. So Kang Woojin, sprawled on the bed, slowly picked up his phone and turned it on. It was filled with KakaoTalk messages, texts, and DMs. Since he had already spoken with his family earlier, he could check the rest of the messages after some sleep. Swoosh. The first thing Kang Woojin opened was the Korean internet. Did he even need to check? Korea was already overflowing with news about Beneficial Evil and Kang Woojin. Breaking news. The Emmy Awards Best Actor in a Drama goes to Kang Woojin. Gives acceptance speech in fluent English. Then thanks the people of Korea and his fans in Korean. Articles were being published endlessly. It happened. Kang Woojin wins Best Actor. Song Man-woo takes Best Director. Beneficial Evil sweeps 6 Emmy Awards. Breaking news. Kang Woojin wins Emmy's Best Actor. First Asian nationality actor to achieve this. Summary. Beneficial Evil wins 6 out of 10 nominated categories, setting a historic record as a non-English production. Kang Woojin stands at the peak of LA. Wins Emmy's Best Actor. Declares an acceptance speech. Now, only the Academy Awards remain. It had only been a short while since the Emmy Awards ended, so this level of media frenzy was completely natural. Star Talk, entering as a villain, finishing as Jang Yun-woo. Kang Woojin wins Emmy's Best Actor. Directly challenges the Academy Awards. From Cannes to the Emmys. Best Actor Kang Woojin, his red carpet performance sparks massive interest in Pierrot. Lying on his side, Kang Woojin's lips curled into a smirk. Hee hee, this pride rush never gets old no matter how many times I see it. Additionally, his thumb moved faster as he scrolled through the screen. Korea's major portal sites, forums, blogs, and online communities were all buzzing with excitement about Kang Woojin and Beneficial Evil. As Woojin lay there, taking in the exhilarating sight, his eyelids slowly began to droop. Before he realized it, he had drifted off to sleep. But even as he slept through the early hours of the morning, Korea and the world continued to be in absolute chaos. The world is losing its mind. Kang Woojin wins Best Actor. Beneficial Evil takes 6 awards. Foreign press unanimously declare Beneficial Evil rewrites Emmy's history. Big issue CNN. Beneficial Evil is absolutely phenomenal. Foreign media shower it with praise. From the moment the Emmy Awards ended, Korea, Japan, Hollywood. No, not just Hollywood. America and the entire world were frantically reporting on the unexpected turn of events. The media, online platforms, YouTube, social media, no matter where you looked, Kang Woojin and Beneficial Evil were the hottest topics. Especially Kang Woojin. Breaking news. Full version of Kang Woojin's Emmy's Best Actor acceptance speech. Starts in English, then switches to Korean. He's simply brilliant. Praise and hero worship for Kang Woojin soared to the heavens. From the moment the Emmy Awards ended and even 2 days later, on August 3rd, the momentum hadn't waned. It had only multiplied several times over. A legend has been written. Beneficial Evil sparks a global phenomenon, and what will be Kang Woojin's next project for? The Academy Awards. Additionally, the Academy Awards remark Kang Woojin dropped, and the Joker performance he showed were also heating up global communities. While the world was still obsessively consuming everything about Woojin, he, now fully rested, returned to the filming set of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Hello. Immediately, over 100 staff members and actors rushed toward him. Oh, Kang Woojin. Congratulations. Wow, the best actor himself is here. You know Hollywood is in a frenzy over you right now, right? Congratulations. This is amazing. Seeing our lead actor win an award made me just as happy as if I had won it myself. Best Actor is a huge deal, but that Joker performance was absolutely killer. Ha ha ha, right. Honestly, wasn't this year's Emmy Awards practically made for Woojin? A flood of congratulations and exclamations erupted. It was only natural. Not only had Kang Woojin's influence skyrocketed, but it was also extremely rare for an actor to win the Emmy for Best Actor while in the middle of filming. This was a massive win-win for both Woojin and Joker. While Woojin was still receiving congratulations from the foreign crew, director On Jae-bok and producer Nora approached him. They weren't alone. Executives from Columbia Studios were with them. Director On Jae-bok was the first to speak. Congratulations on your award. And you did an outstanding job with the Joker performance. On the day of the event, Columbia Studios' social media nearly crashed. That was no exaggeration. Because of that, Columbia Studios executives had come personally to express their gratitude. No amount of money could buy this level of publicity. Soon, Nora and the executives all extended their hands to shake Woojin's, sincerely thanking him. Thank you for being such a powerful force in our cinematic universe. Woojin simply nodded, unfazed. Yes. As the executives walked away from the set, they all had the same thought. This means we need to raise his value even higher. Because if someone else were to take on the role of Joker, Of course, let's review the proposal again. There might be a global rebellion. August 8th. A week had passed since the Emmy Awards. However, its firepower remained as intense as ever. News outlets from around the world continued to churn out new angles, while YouTube and social media were flooded with Emmy Awards behind-the-scenes footage. Especially if a video had Kang Woojin in the title, hitting 1 million views was effortless. But none of that concerned Woojin. He was fully immersed in filming once again. Advertising offers, interviews, TV show appearances, meeting requests poured in like a nuclear explosion, but everything had to be postponed. Right now, filming took priority. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was in its latter half, and the first shoot for Beast and the Beauty was fast approaching. There wasn't even a moment to consider other schedules. Meanwhile, the Beneficial Evil team, apart from Woojin, was issue pick. Beneficial Evil team, winners of 6 Emmys, make a group appearance on a U.S. talk show, continuing their Hollywood engagements. And finally, on the late afternoon of the 8th, on-site photos, Emmy Awards conquered. Beneficial Evil team, including PD Song Man-woo, returns home in triumph. /photos. They returned to Korea with golden trophies. There were hundreds of articles welcoming them, and numerous spectators gathered to welcome the Beneficial Evil team. Though the Beneficial Evil team had spent many schedules in Hollywood, many places in Korea were looking for them too. Particularly, various variety shows were drooling. However, PD Song Man-woo, who received the Best Director award. PD Nim, are you heading straight to the editing room? You could take a break first, you know. No way. The whole world is in an uproar over this. If I slack off even a little, all this praise will turn into backlash before I know it. I get that, but at least have a meal before you go. I'll eat when I get there. Like Kang Woojin, PD Song Man-woo was also in full-on work mode. The editing for Beneficial Evil Part 2 was nearly complete, and within a few days, he planned to wrap it up entirely and hand it over to Netflix. A few days later, late morning, the location is the large editing room of DM Production. As soon as he returned to Korea, PD Song Man-woo locked himself inside the editing room. Unlike a few days ago when he had looked neat and sharp, he now looked completely worn out, with unkempt stubble and messy hair. After burying his face in the monitor for what felt like ages, he suddenly stretched and let out a groan, staring up at the ceiling as he mumbled, "It's over." The editing for Beneficial Evil Part 2 was officially complete. Lowering his gaze, he stared at Kang Woojin on the monitor for a moment before letting out a short chuckle. It feels like yesterday when we were filming Profiler Hanryang, and now that guy is Hollywood's Emmy's Best Actor. At that moment, BZZZ. His phone vibrated twice. Checking it, he saw a message on KakaoTalk from executive director Kim So-hyang. What the dash? Did she sense it? How does she message me the second I finish editing? Is she watching me somewhere? Startled, he opened the message. But it wasn't about the editing. Kim So-hyang, executive director PD Nim. Have you seen Woojin SSI's Hollywood Pierrot movie poster? I think it just dropped. Kim So-hyang, executive director, photo attached. Kim So-hyang, executive director. The mood is insane. PD Song Man-woo opened the attached image, and his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Wow, this is crazy. Meanwhile, in LA. It was morning in Korea, but in LA, it was already the afternoon. Hollywood's downtown streets were jam-packed with traffic. Among the vehicles, 2 large vans were moving through the congestion. Inside the first van, Miley Kara sat. Unlike PD Song Man-woo, she was looking at a tablet screen, but the image displayed was the exact same. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain first official poster dash. As she gazed at the pale, white-faced Kang Woojin filling the screen, a faint smile formed on her lips. There was admiration in her voice. So, this is the villain? The visuals are insane. The world had just gotten its first look at Joker's face. Chapter 445, Villain 2. The first poster for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was unveiled on Columbia Studios' official SNS. Hello, this is Columbia Studios. We are revealing the first poster of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, a project that has garnered great interest, even at the Emmy Awards. Both the cast and production team are fully dedicated to this film. We are working hard to present a great piece of work. While various greetings were added, the core was the poster. Only a single poster was released, and even Miley Cara, who was going through downtown LA, had seen it. So, this is the villain? The visuals are insane. She was being genuine. The moment she saw the poster on her tablet, Cara was in awe. The energy radiating from it was overwhelmingly intense. It doesn't look like him. I expected a somewhat shocking face. But this goes beyond expectations. After briefly looking at the Pierrot, the birth of a villain first poster in her tablet, she, swish, asked her team members, "What do you guys think of this poster?" The responses came quickly. "It's more striking than I imagined. The makeup is incredible. It even gives me chills. If you didn't tell me it was Kang Woojin, I wouldn't have recognized him. Since Pierrot is in the title, I figured they'd use it as a motif to some extent, but this poster, it's kind of scary, isn't it? It's amazing how Kang Woojin's typically silent and cynical image has been transformed into this insane-looking face. It definitely grabs attention, right? And let's not forget Kang Woojin's explosive performance. There were various opinions, but overall, curiosity was running high. Cara swept back her blonde hair and glanced down at her tablet once more. I like it. The outrageous outfit and hair he wore during the Emmy Awards red carpet were nothing compared to this. The poster she was looking at was the first poster, a teaser or character poster, rather than the official promotional poster for the movie. That's why no other characters were included in the image. It was solely Kang Woojin. The background was a chaotic mix of red and blue swirling together, with black anchoring the composition. It almost looked like a burning city at night. Against this backdrop, Kang Woojin's upper body was prominently displayed. Of course, his appearance wasn't that of Henry Gordon, but of Joker. His long, red hair, reaching his jawline, was slicked back, and his face was pale white. A red was present at the ends of his eyebrows and the tip of his nose, while sharp black triangles framed his eyes. The most striking feature was his lips, painted thickly in red, stretched into a grotesque grin. Wait, is he actually smiling? His expression was blank, yet the makeup made it seem like he was grinning. Or was he really smiling? The overall darkness of the poster made it difficult to distinguish Kang Woojin's real lips. Looking at it as a whole, he does seem to be smiling broadly. His outfit is as unusual as his visually crazy appearance. Although no one knows the name Joker yet, but one way or another, Joker had just revealed his face to the world. As she stared at the poster, Cara recalled. Didn't he call it a terrifying clown? She remembered the interview Kang Woojin gave at the Emmy Awards. The way he moved, smoking a cigarette and acting wildly. Soon, her anticipation swelled. What would Kang Woojin show the world as this villain? Her imagination ran wild, and for some reason, Cara smirked as she moved her fingers. She exited the poster and checked the reactions to the post. Everyone feels the same way I do. A flood of comments had already piled up, naturally, in various languages from different countries. Then, Cara, swish, shared the poster on her own SNS. And then, the first poster for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, thrown into the world, spread rapidly throughout Hollywood. From mouth to mouth, from fingertip to fingertip. Even the Beast and the Beauty team, which only had to finalize their first filming date, couldn't ignore it. That's one intense poster. So what he showed at the Emmy Awards was just a warm-up, huh? Who could resist after seeing this poster? And Kang Woojin even said, watch it or don't. Exactly. With that performance and this visual, if it were me, I'd at least check it out. It's called The Birth of a Villain, right? Does that mean Pierrot is the first villain? I'm a little jealous, but our Beast will be just as high quality. When is our pre-poster shoot? Right before the first filming, so soon. The John Persona team was also buzzing. Especially director Danny Landis, one of Hollywood's big shots, was deeply impressed. Joseph Felton chimed in as well. That face is phenomenal. This is the first time a mere first poster has made me want to see a movie. I was already shocked by his outfit and appearance at the Emmy Awards, but for just the first poster to create this much buzz, shouldn't we be learning from this? I'll keep it in mind. In any case, Pierrot, the birth of a villain, is going to explode early on. Just look at how the media and public are already going crazy over it. And that was exactly the case. The first poster for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, was selling at an insane speed from the moment it was released. CNN/Emmy Award Best Actor Kang Woojin. First glimpse of the villain's face he mentioned. LA Times/Watch It or Don't. Kang Woojin, who shook up the Emmy Awards, unveils his PRO, The Birth of a Villain first poster/photo. BBX/despite being just the first poster, the interest is exploding. Did Kang Woojin's Emmy Awards performance pay off? In Korea, only Academy Awards remaining, Kang Woojin unveils the shocking first poster for PRO, The Birth of a Villain. Issue pic. Kang Woojin's solo poster spreads worldwide. Global audiences, what is this? It was borderline mania. Wow, this poster is insane. What is this? Is he really going to appear in the movie with that makeup? What kind of story is this supposed to be? After going batshit crazy at the Emmy Awards, he drops this insane poster? Who wouldn't watch it? This might be one of the greatest films ever made. With that makeup and Kang Woojin's acting. What kind of movie are we about to witness? He really is a terrifying clown. I'm dying to know how international audiences are reacting. Naturally, entertainment media worldwide, including Japan, were spreading the poster like wildfire. By the next day, the 12th, the first poster for PRO, The Birth of a Villain was so widespread that it was easily found on the internet and various media outlets. At this very moment, Kang Woojin was. Ugh shit. It's great that the movie is getting good publicity, but having my face spread across the world feels a bit embarrassing, even if it is the Joker's face. Checking the global reactions while on his way to the filming site. Not just him, but everyone in the van was doing the same. Some were looking at Korean reactions, others at Japanese, and others at Hollywood coverage. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, pretending not to care, was skimming through Reddit, one of the biggest international communities. Even there, Joker's face was everywhere. And then, what? Is it really that shocking? Well, Joker's face isn't exactly normal. The countless English comments were mostly filled with shock or outright fear. Some even called him a monster. Naturally, there were plenty of hate comments laced with profanity, but so what? Woojin didn't care as he continued observing the global audience's reactions. Then, he could feel it. What I'm seeing is just a small piece, isn't it? Something massive was unfolding. PRO, The Birth of a Villain, was set to be released not just in Korea and the US, but globally, and its grade had recently been upgraded to EX+++. The first EX-graded project, Beneficial Evil, achieved global success and won 6 Emmy Awards. PRO, The Birth of a Villain, was graded 3 levels higher. Just how much more destructive would it be? Even Leech alone had drawn 30 million viewers in Korea and Japan combined. That alone had brought in insane revenue and influence. But PRO was on an entirely different level from Leech. Honestly, I can't even imagine it. A worldwide release. It wasn't easy for anyone to grasp the scale of having their film released globally. Kang Woojin was no different. At that moment, Woojin, from the passenger seat, Choi Sung-gun, his ponytail tied back, turned his body and pointed behind them. Look back there. See the vans following us. Yes. They've been tailing us for a while now. 100% they're following you to take pictures. Taking pictures of me? Woojin tilted his head in confusion, but Choi Sung-gun answered before he could ask. In other words, paparazzi. It's proof that you've become a proper Hollywood star. 2 days later, the morning of the 14th. The location was SBT Studio, a massive 50,000 Pyong set in LA. At this large-scale studio where Beast and the Beauty was set to be filmed, dozens of teams were already moving around. Leading the group was director Bill Rotner, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses. In short, this was the Beast and the Beauty team. Director Bill Rotner and his key staff were making a final inspection of the completed sets. While making rounds, they also checked scene compositions and camera angles for the production. This Bell's Village set needs to be tested with the extras in advance. It's quite spacious, so if we're not careful, movements could get messy. Right, it's important. Make sure the actors know we'll need extensive rehearsals. Understood. After circling the set for several more minutes, the team arrived in front of an imposing castle. While the artistic finishing touches weren't complete yet, director Bill Rotner could already envision the final look. He stroked his chin, then stopped in front of a large tree near the castle's entrance. Framing it with the castle in the background will make a great shot. He said to the staff beside him. This is a good spot for the character posters. And for Beast, we'll shoot both his prince form and his beast form. Once decisions about the posters and other production details were finalized, the Beast and the Beauty team returned to the entrance of the set. Soon after, a producer approached Bill Rotner. Then we'll inform the actors of the first filming date. Director Bill Rotner nodded, murmuring to himself. September 1st, the first day of filming. Only 2 weeks left. At the same time, Columbia Studios. Not at a filming set, but in a mid-sized conference room inside the main building. Several familiar foreign figures had gathered. Veteran director G.A. Bach, executive producer Nora Foster, several Columbia Studios employees, and senior executives were present. Although there was a shoot scheduled for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain today, it wasn't until noon. This meeting was part of a regular monthly gathering to share progress and notable updates. Various topics were discussed. The actors' conditions, minor and major on-set issues, things that needed preparation, and more. At one point, the bald executive asked director G.A. Bach, "Will filming wrap up as originally scheduled?" Director G.A. Bach paused for a moment, thinking, then replied, "It will likely finish ahead of schedule." "Oh, now that's good news." Then director G.A. Bach asked a question in return. "Regarding your cinematic universe, have you finalized Kang Woojin's casting for the sequels?" The bald executive, who had remained silent for a moment, exchanged glances with the other executives before letting out a small sigh. "We're working on it." Director G.A. Bach observed the executives briefly before murmuring to himself, "It won't be easy. Woojin's skyrocketing price is one thing, but more than that, he never moves unless he sees the script first." Then, he spoke again. "Has the release date for Pierrot been decided?" With the global release, marketing, and film editing all considered, we're currently aiming for the second half of next year. The second half of next year dash. As director G.A. Bach stroked his wrinkled cheek, he suddenly recalled something. Kang Woojin's acceptance speech at the Emmy Awards. So, is Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, merely meant to be the beginning of your cinematic universe? What do you mean? I'm asking if you have no intention of aiming for the Academy Awards. A slight stir ran through the foreign executives in the meeting room. However, they quickly regained composure, and once again, the bald executive responded. Every film produced in Hollywood naturally hopes to be nominated for the Academy Awards. Our film is no exception. Given the timing, it's difficult to target this year's Academy Awards in April next year, but after our release in the latter half of next year, we'll definitely aim for the following year's ceremony. I see things differently. Huh? You think differently? Recalling Kang Woojin's Joker, whom he had witnessed throughout filming, director G.A. Bach continued with conviction. I am certain that we need to aim for this year's Academy Awards. Translator's note. Hi, I have picked 2 new novels. 1. Suddenly, I became crazy handsome, and the world became easy. This novel is a new work from the author of I Was Mistaken as a Monstrous Genius Actor. Description. A villainous disruptor dominates like crazy. 2. The ruined world was mistaken for a game. The ruined world was mistaken for a virtual reality game. Game Critic, 100/100, based on 187 reviews. User score, 100 out of 100, overwhelmingly positive. And people are going crazy over it. Asterisk. Please check them out. Thanks. Chapter 446, Villain 3. Certainty? At such a resolute answer, the bald executive from Columbia Studios furrowed his brow. The other executives also began to murmur more loudly. However, director G.A. Bach's firm expression did not change much. He simply stared at the bald executive with the look of a veteran. By the time, even the stern-looking producer, Nora Foster, appeared surprised as she looked at him. The executive who had been rubbing his bald head asked in calm English, "We're aiming for this year's Academy Awards. Director, your confidence is commendable, but isn't it chronologically impossible?" Other executives chimed in as well. "I think the same. Considering the crank-up of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain will roughly be around September. This isn't just pushing the limit, it's going beyond it." Exactly. It's not just hard, it's impossible. Surely, the director knows this already? Nora kept her mouth shut, seemingly intending to observe for now. Instead, the bald executive crossed his legs and spoke again. If you're just expressing your confidence, I understand. But if you're seriously considering the upcoming Academy Awards, then please clarify your thoughts. Everyone in the meeting room turned their gaze to director Kang Woojin. He briefly looked into Nora's eyes, then turned his head toward the bald man who had spoken. I know that it's impossible for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, to make it to this year's Academy Awards due to timing constraints. But it's not like there's no path at all. There's still a way. Just one. The bald executive suddenly seemed to catch on to something and furrowed his brow again. Director, don't tell me you're thinking of that. You're probably right. Director Kang Woojin, after a small sigh, continued in a low voice. As everyone knows, Pierrot, the birth of a villain, will crank up within September. Originally, it was scheduled for late September, but thanks to the actor's efforts, it will be slightly earlier. And the upcoming Academy Awards will be held in April next year. For reference, the globally most prestigious film awards ceremony, the Academy Awards/Oscars, usually follows a consistent annual schedule, but sometimes changes. This year, films released between February and the following February are selected, with nominations, judging, and announcements completed from March to early April. The process is also complex. Nominees and candidate works are selected and judged by Academy Awards members located all around the world. These members number in the thousands and serve as judges. Their fields vary from directors, actors, industry professionals, to key staff. After that, the awards ceremony is held grandly between mid to late April. The problem lies in the requirement to obtain the ticket to challenge for the Academy Awards. There are many conditions, but the most basic is that the work must be screened for more than 1 week at a movie theater in Los Angeles within the selection period. If this is not met, it can't even be submitted. This was the very reason the executives deemed it impossible. Of course, the veteran director Kang Woojin was well aware of this. To become a nominee, we need to release the film in an LA theater by February at the latest, which means the editing for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, must be completed by January. That's not impossible. Leach was under a much tighter schedule. Though Korea and Hollywood operate under different systems, if a director puts his life on the line, completing editing by January was possible. But as if that wasn't the real problem, Nora interrupted. Director, completing editing by January and releasing in February. This alone isn't easy, but even if it's done, setting up a global release schedule in just about a month is also impossible. As you know, Pierrot, the birth of a villain, is scheduled to release not only in the United States, but also in about 40 other countries, including Korea and Japan. Just managing the promotion, marketing, and distribution tasks for those countries takes several months. This is a wall of reality that can't be overcome by sheer will. She was right. If it were just a few countries, maybe, but releasing a film in as many as 40 countries comes with an overwhelming process. Even more so if it's to be released around the same time. A preparation period of at least 3 months, possibly over half a year, is required. That's why the Columbia executives and Nora had said it was impossible. The wall of reality is always a towering one. The executives nodded as if to say they understood exactly what he meant. But for some reason, director Kang Woojin's calm expression remained largely unchanged. Then he opened his wrinkled lips. Instead of a global release after editing is completed in January, how about an advance release only in the United States, centered around LA? Advance release in the US? Yes. If we minimize the promotional marketing and go for a 2 to 3 week US release before the end of February, we can meet the Academy Awards requirement of screening for at least 1 week in the United States. Starting with the United States. In effect, the idea was to release the film centered around LA and postpone the release in other countries, prioritizing the Academy Awards qualification first in a makeshift manner. This time, director Kang Woojin raised his voice with strength. Promotional marketing in the US for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, is necessary, but thanks to Kang Woojin's performance, the firepower is already strong. So shortening the time a bit won't be a big issue, even if you push so hard. If Pierrot, the birth of a villain, for which we've taken financial hits, gets good results at the Academy Awards, then the advertising impact will be explosive, exceeding multiple times the current level. Nora, with a serious face, kept her mouth shut. His words had a point. In fact, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain already had high recognition due to Woojin's influence. Even if released as is, it would be quite a hit. Just if it actually gets any result at the Academy Awards, the impact would be beyond imagination. It was the Academy Awards, the dream of filmmakers around the world. And the male lead of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was none other than Kang Woojin. If this plan rolled out well, it could give birth to a legendary work. Nora swallowed her saliva and summarized. So what the director is planning is crank up in September, immediately move into editing, finish editing by January, then after proper promotional marketing, release within February but briefly for 2 to 3 weeks, meet the conditions, and then challenge the Academy Awards. Global release comes after that. Is that correct? Exactly. Now that it was summarized, it sounded absurd. Nora's voice had a hint of bewilderment. As I said, it's a hellish schedule. If even one thing goes wrong, it's a failure. I know. But as I said earlier, Leech was under even tighter constraints, and I'm confident. If we do fail, then we'll just have to accept it calmly. We'll just think we weren't meant to be. At this year's Academy Awards. And I'll need the help of the entire staff. Of course, that means we'll need to spend more money too. Several executives immediately furrowed their brows and jumped in. Even at a glance, there were huge risks involved in attempting this. Money? You're saying we should pour more money in here. The biggest issue, for now, was the money. On top of that, all of this only makes sense if everything goes well. If that plan fails, not only does the budget risk falling apart, but even with the attempt, there's no guarantee it'll be nominated. And even if it gets nominated, what if it crashes at the Academy Awards? How do we handle that? Agreed. If we push recklessly, the whole movie release schedule could fall apart. And if we bomb at the Academy Awards and then go for the global release, what's the point? With a shattered image, the box office performance could take serious damage. Various plausible problems were raised. That's right. The proposal director on Ga Bok put forward was a scenario that assumed everything went perfectly. As executives of a major Hollywood studio, it was only natural for them to point out the realistic aspects. There was no reason to take a rugged dirt road when a paved road lay before them. Director on Ga Bok nodded, as if to say he understood it all. I simply made my assessment and put forth a proposal. Of course, the final decision is yours to make. Afterward, even after director on Ga Bok's proposal, the discussion continued for over an hour before the meeting barely came to a close. Or rather, it was hard to say it truly ended. It was such a big matter, and Hollywood prioritized systems, and above all, additional money was involved. On top of that, the future of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was on the line, so a decision couldn't be made immediately. Well, I didn't expect it to be decided right away, but it's better to push forward than to regret it later. After director on Ga Bok left, the executives re-entered a serious round of discussion. It meant they were taking it quite earnestly. Columbia Studios had staked its life on the vast cinematic universe. Just the fact that such a reaction occurred was already a big success for director on Ga Bok. Now, we just have to wait and see. In truth, director on Ga Bok had thought it was more likely that Columbia Studios would reject his proposal. After all, they had already poured a massive amount of money into building the cinematic universe. Choosing a more difficult or risky path wouldn't be easy. However, the intuition of a seasoned veteran had pushed director on Ga Bok to act. And, since we have Kang Woojin, a different outcome might emerge. The image of Woojin, who had always delivered unexpected twists, would surely be vivid in the minds of the executives as well. Whatever the case, the results wouldn't come in just a day or two, and director on Ga Bok immediately returned to the set, where about 100 foreign staff members were busily preparing for the shoot. Everyone was preoccupied with setting up the shoot, and among them, 2 actors were seen discussing scene composition: Kang Woojin and Chris Hartnett. Recently, their 2-shot scenes had increased significantly, so they were often seen together. Then, as director on Ga Bok casually greeted nearby staff, swish, he slowly approached the 2 actors. As he made his presence known, both Woojin and Chris greeted him, and director on Ga Bok quietly asked Woojin a question. It was in Korean, not English. Woojin-gun, do you think aiming for this Academy Awards is too much? Do you think the next one, the year after this, is better? It was a sudden question, but Kang Woojin's poker face showed little change. Only internally did he feel a wave of confusion spreading. What's he saying all of a sudden? Academy Awards. Woojin calculated it purely. Honestly, isn't it always better to take the hit first? That had been his lifelong principle since he was a kid. If he did something wrong, he'd step up first and get it over with. Since I've been bringing up the Academy Awards all along, whether we hit or miss, sooner is better. It could fail, but if that happens, then so be it. That was exactly his mindset. Woojin lowered his voice. Next year isn't in my plans. And director on. Ga Bok misunderstood completely on his own. I see. Well, for you, whether it's this year or next year probably doesn't matter. The timing is different, but in the end, you're confident you'll win the award, right? That's not it. I just meant sooner is better. Woojin didn't respond, sensing a subtle smell of misunderstanding. Then director on Ga Bok chuckled. Could you deliver your thoughts to the people at Columbia Studios? As Chris tilted his head, not understanding the Korean, the calm-faced Kang Woojin gave a simple reply. No problem. A few days later, Wednesday the 17th, at SBT Studio in LA, at the entrance of the over 50,000 Pyong set, buses, trucks, and many other vehicles were lined up. Additionally, hundreds of foreigners were running around. They were staff from World Disney Pictures and the team of Beast and the Beauty. And inside the set, among the many trees of a giant castle, around the largest and most magnificent tree. Ugh. Damn, this outfit is so uncomfortable. Kang Woojin could be seen dressed in an elegant outfit. A formal suit in a mix of white and gold, with his hair dyed light brown. The length had also grown slightly and was neatly swept back. He looked exactly like a noble character out of a fantasy story. Outwardly composed, but inwardly very uncomfortable. 100 or so staff were watching Woojin, and several cameras were filming. Unnamed devices were densely packed around. Directing was being handled by director Bill Rotner. Cut, Woojin. Can you change your posture a bit? More arrogant and dignified. Yes, director. They were currently filming the first poster shoot for Beast and the Beauty. The start was with Kang Woojin, who had the most work, and the other actors had also arrived and were waiting in their trailers. Except for one person. He's doing well, dressed like that. He has a completely different atmosphere. It suits him well. Totally different from that clown. Kara, not yet in costume, was watching from among the staff with a faint smile that didn't show. At that moment, the director shouted to Kang Woojin. Okay, now let's get into the Beast makeup. The time had come for the first transformation in 47, Villain 4. The shout from director Bill Rotner to begin the Beast makeup. At that, Kang Woojin, who was wearing formal evening attire and looked like a perfect nobleman from head to toe, stepped out of the filming zone. Soon, over 100 staff members began moving in perfect coordination once again. Kang Woojin inconspicuously scanned the surroundings. Crazy. It was impressive earlier, but seeing it again is still spectacular. He was referring to the massive castle set that would represent the life of the Beast in Beast and the Beauty. They had even built castle walls. Just looking at this was overwhelming. But when seen in the context of the entire SBT studio, which spanned over 50,000 Pyong, this was merely a small area. Even so, it was impressive. Isn't this set complex basically a whole country? The sheer scale was jaw-dropping, but what kept making Woojin gasp in awe was the atmosphere constructed across the entire set. Villages, castles, and so on. This SBT studio was a fantasy world in itself. And among all the people here, Woojin was the only one who had lived multiple times in the actual world of Beast and the Beauty. Still, it was fascinating how that vast universe had been recreated so similarly in reality. Of course, in terms of quality, the void space wins hands down. There was also a swelling of emotion, a live-action version of a nostalgic work, and he himself was the Beast on this live-action set. Outwardly, he looked indifferent, but inwardly, Kang Woojin's pride was soaring into the sky. While moving with the foreign staff, Woojin's gaze drifted toward the upper parts of the castle walls. How to put it, there was a lot of green. At the edges of the castle walls, on the castle roof, and here and there on the set, green was spread everywhere. It was as if all the tops had been finished with green fabric. Looking at all the green, Kang Woojin murmured internally. So that's the green screen, huh? The green screen mainly used for adding special effects in production. Since Beast and the Beauty would be heavy on CGI, there were at least twice as many green screens as in regular films. Of course, Woojin had seen them in various films before, but never this many. Merging the real and the CGI would definitely make it feel more realistic. Woojin, having come to his own conclusions, was turning his head when a familiar female voice came from the side. You really suit the noble look, don't you? It was Miley Kara. It wasn't her turn yet, so her blonde hair was tied in a single strand, and she was dressed casually in a white short-sleeve shirt. Because of all the eyes around them, Woojin responded in full character mode. It's hot. For someone saying that, you don't look hot at all. You'll understand if you try it yourself. I'm third. Also, I just took a picture of you. Hope you don't mind. Not really. Perhaps mindful of the nearby staff's gazes, Miley Kara took a step closer. A pleasant scent spread toward Woojin. Then Kara whispered softly. I ended up taking it without thinking. Kang Woojin chose to remain silently indifferent. Kara gave a faint smile and raised her voice. Time to start the Beast makeup, right? Yes. As far as I know, you've never done such extensive makeup like this before. You'd better brace yourself. Giving a small thumbs up, Kara walked away. Watching her back, Woojin tilted his head inwardly. Brace himself? You needed to brace yourself for makeup? He found it strange. For Woojin, the most intense makeup so far had been the recent Joker. It always took at least an hour. Was it just going to take a little longer since the Beast level was higher? Well, I did hear from the director that it would take a while. Since it's more complex than the Joker, maybe it'll take about 2 hours. With a surprisingly light heart, Kang Woojin began moving again. His destination was the area near the entrance of the set, where several trailers were stationed. The biggest of them was the base of the makeup team. Soon, near the entrance of the set, Kang Woojin encountered another actress. It was Maria Armas, who had already completed her makeup. Her entire hair had been changed to brown and was slightly permed. Her outfit consisted of a beige dress with a white apron, a look befitting a staff member working in the prince's castle. The interesting part was, she's holding a teapot. Maria was holding a white teapot adorned with various patterns. This was to indicate, as hinted in the poster, that she transforms into this teapot. She was probably up next for filming. Maria made eye contact with Woojin, but didn't say anything. She simply passed by with a composed, aloof expression. Woojin didn't think much of it either, but, for some reason, he felt an urge to mess with her a little. When we get into the shoot later, I should roar a bit louder at her. Anyway, she's my employee, so it should be fine. With this amusing goal forming in his head, Kang Woojin stepped into the makeup team trailer. He had already visited once before to prepare for his prince look, but this time, for some reason, he was quite shocked. Of course, only on the inside. Wow, fuck, what is that? They're gonna stick those on me? Inside the makeup team trailer, there were huge horns and mounds of brown fur. And that wasn't all. There were all sorts of grotesque-looking leathers and various strange props everywhere. Woojin instinctively hesitated. He suddenly felt the urge to just say, oh, wrong room, haha, and walk back out. But playing tough was second nature to him, so he held his ground. Whatever, fuck it. It's not like I'll die. The foreign staff, who exuded professionalism, spotted the resolute Kang Woojin and said, please have a seat here, Mr. Woojin. They greeted him with smiles. Woojin, pretending to be unfazed, sat in the chair the staff directed him to. He had never experienced it before, but it felt like sitting in a torture chair. The lead of the makeup team, standing behind him, lightly tapped his shoulder. Just relax. It's going to take about 3 to 4 hours to complete the Beast makeup. 4 hours? Yes, it's a bit long, right? But at least it's not a full set, so it'll only take around 4 hours. It's not too bad, really. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, please let us know. No, I don't think that will happen. Woojin instinctively added a layer of bravado while inwardly shouting. 4 hours? Are they insane? Is that even possible? Yes, it is possible. In Hollywood, there are makeup jobs that take more than twice that long. But for first-timer Kang Woojin, it was only natural to be shocked. Just as several staff members began attaching things to him. Suddenly, Kang Woojin made a request to the staff. Can you give me the script? It was a clever tactic. Later, With the lifeline of hope, the script, in his hands, Kang Woojin's face began undergoing all sorts of changes. At the same time, the main makeup staff member smiled again and explained. Still, there won't be that many scenes with the full beast makeup. Just this poster shoot and a few during the main shoot. Her briefing didn't register well in Woojin's ears. His face was getting heavier and heavier with everything being applied to it. But the staff's explanation didn't stop. During the main shoot, over 80% of your scenes will be in the special effects costume. Oh, you've seen the outfit, right? The one that fits snugly to your body. He hadn't seen it yet, but Woojin gave a vague response. Yes, I know it. And so for hours passed. Whenever it got tough, Kang Woojin endured by secretly, slipping into the void space now and then. What had been morning was now approaching 2 p.m., and during those 4 hours, everyone, including Miley Kara, had finished their shoots. However, not a single actor had left the set. The reason was simple, wasn't it? To see the Beast. Soon. Beast coming in. The Beast entered the filming zone, filled with countless cameras, over 100 staff members, and dozens of Hollywood actors. Because the makeup was so heavy, staff members were supporting the Beast on either side, and the eagerly awaiting director Bill Rotner reacted immediately. Ooh, killer. When he suddenly clapped, most of the staff joined in with applause. Kang Woojin, his whole body feeling like it weighed a ton, fiercely resisted internally. Don't clap. Stop clapping. Damn it, this is fucking heavy. But there was no change in his expression. Part of it was staying in character, but also, the makeup stuck on his face was so firm that it forced stillness. The newly attached coarse and grotesque skin, thick brown fur running from his forehead to the back of his neck, the curved and pointed horns on his forehead, the enlarged and beast-like eyes, nose, and mouth, all of it transformed him. Naturally, even his teeth were fitted. Right now, Kang Woojin was a monster itself. But the path to becoming the Beast had been brutal. At this point, the surrounding staff began expressing their amazement. It suits him so. Well, right? But Woojin seems surprisingly calm. Isn't it hard? Yeah, that's got to be super heavy. But he looks light on his feet, right? No, it wasn't. He was mentally disoriented by an experience he was going through for the very first time. Internally, yuck, I feel like throwing up, seriously. It felt like he had about 10 pumpkins strapped to his head. Anyway, Woojin, or rather, the Beast, barely managed to stand in front of the camera, greeted warmly by staff and actors. He could see, but not at 100%. Vaguely visible next to the director was a blonde woman. Miley Kara. She was taking pictures of Kang Woojin, of the Beast, with her phone, then suddenly chuckled. But why is it only your upper body that's the Beast? Because only the upper body was the Beast. The lower body was still Kang Woojin's. In other words, only half the makeup was done. Soon, the director responded. The lower body won't be in the poster anyway. Ah, is that so? Smiling slightly, Kara took a full-body photo of half-beast Kang Woojin. Then she muttered softly. Title, Half Man, Half Beast. Yep, perfect. The next morning, at Columbia Studios. From executives to many stakeholders, people had gathered in a large conference room. The atmosphere was quite heavy, suggesting an important discussion. What else could it be? It was about Pierrot, the birth of a villain. More specifically, it was regarding director on Bok's proposal, related to the Academy Awards. That makes no sense. It's not about money. It could derail the future progress of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Exactly. Expectations are already sky high. If we take a risk, and it flops, we could see a wave of cancellations in countries where release is already confirmed. I'm against it. We all know this, right? If we push too hard, something is guaranteed to break somewhere. I'm against it too. As expected, the voices of opposition were louder. Things were going well, and suddenly taking on a risky challenge? It was understandable. Among the dozens of people, one man had been tapping his index finger on the desk, lost in thought. The bald executive. Perhaps because he had been involved with Kang Woojin from the start, he seemed to be the one thinking the most deeply. He was now recalling the past. The meeting with director on Bok. The intentions of producer Nora Foster. She had unexpectedly supported director on Bok's opinion. And the recent conversation with Kang Woojin, who had reached out. Eventually, he let out a small sigh, having made a decision. Who? Indeed, We need to change the momentum. In the noisy conference room, he suddenly raised his hand. Maybe we're just too scared. The bald executive's sudden interjection. Instantly, everyone in the room turned their eyes to him. Some frowned, others looked confused. In contrast, the bald executive calmly crossed his legs. Scheduling conflicts. What if the Academy Awards bid fails? What if the budget goes up in smoke? What if theaters cut screenings? We can pile on excuse after excuse. But if we were going to spend all our time worrying, we shouldn't have started a cinematic universe in the first place. So you're saying you're in favor? It's not about agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just pointing out that we're all too afraid of failure right now. The dice for the cinematic universe has already been cast. Didn't we all start this knowing what was at stake? Failure lurks everywhere. Whether it's director on GA box proposal or the plans we initially drew up. Whether it's risky or safe, there's no such thing as a fail-proof path. Am I wrong? The atmosphere began to shift. The bald executive seized the moment. You think I don't care about our cinematic universe? But if we've built this massive world and we ourselves are cowardly, then the result will be a narrow-minded creation. Besides, isn't Pierrot, the birth of a villain, the beginning of everything? From the very start, we're cowering and stepping backward. That's what we're doing now. But on the other hand, since it is the beginning, you know better than anyone that it has to succeed without fail. I know. That's why I ask everyone this. The bald executive paused briefly, then scanned the entire group before posing a question. Kang Woojin, do you all think the Joker he created isn't enough to shake Hollywood? We've seen it, haven't we? His chilling performance. That wasn't some imitation, it was the real thing. Have you forgotten? Kang Woojin made even Chris Hartnett give up. All I'm saying is, let's believe what we've actually witnessed. Let's give them what they want, and I suggest we simply watch silently from here. Everyone in the conference room either held their breath or wore solemn expressions. Some were starting to change their minds. At this point, the bald executive brought up Kang Woojin's name again. I heard that Kang Woojin said, Academy Awards the year after next isn't in my plans. Not part of his plan? From the very beginning, he's been aiming only for this year's Academy Awards. Yes, to be precise, since Cannes. Or maybe even before that. The bald executive leisurely changed the direction in which his legs were crossed. The very first villain of this massive universe is showing that level of confidence so openly. And if we tuck tail and run away, all the sequel contracts with him will fall through. Because we failed to show trust. He dropped the core point. Are you all prepared to give up Kang Woojin's Joker? The conference room fell into dead silence. Chapter 448, Villain 5. A heavy silence filled the main conference room of Columbia Studios. Although many people were gathered, no one opened their mouth. That was because the bald executive had just asked, Are you all prepared to give up Kang Woojin's Joker? They were already people who had experienced Woojin's Joker. We can't, no matter what else. We have to keep Kang Woojin. Who could possibly surpass the current Joker? It'd be hard. If they had never seen it, that would be different. But now that they had been thoroughly immersed, they had become people who couldn't accept anything but Kang Woojin's Joker. It wasn't strange. If the real Kang Woojin was gone, no matter which actor they cast later, it would be just an imitation in the end. Looking at everyone gripped with fear, the bald executive thought, Good, it worked. With a faint smile, he continued speaking. Why is it that everyone is afraid of other failures, but can't bring themselves to consider Kang Woojin's case? Honestly, is there any failure bigger than him not doing the sequel? Losing him would be an irrecoverable failure. Maybe if it were just this one film, but how many more times does Joker need to appear? One thing's for sure, Kang Woojin's Joker will be passionately loved. Whether it's a good or evil character, when they're loved, there's always backlash when the actor is replaced. As you all know, the power of a beloved villain is greater than any other character. That was true. Usually, villains are roles meant to be hated, but if an actor's skills are extraordinary, they receive both hatred and recognition. That can even serve as the pillar holding up the entire work. Let's trust our Joker. Surely, the stakes are high to bet on something unclear, but now that the dice of the cinematic universe has been cast, we have to see the forest, not just the trees. At that moment, a few people began to reveal what they had been hiding inside. Yeah, I think so too. To be honest, I don't think Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain will fail at the Academy Awards. There's no way the Academy Awards won't recognize such phenomenal acting. The more risk we take, the bigger the reward. The bald executive, slowly nodding, regained the lead. Kang Woojin has been mentioning the Academy Awards ever since Cannes and the Emmys. Thanks to that, his ripple effect and influence are beyond words. And even now, they're growing daily. I agree with director on Ga Bak. At this timing, we have to push with the flow for the fire to even catch. If it blows up, it will be more than a nuclear explosion. After finishing his words, the bald executive paused briefly to align his breathing. It was a moment to give everyone time to think. Then, he opened his mouth again. If Kang Woojin lifts the trophy at the Academy Awards, following Cannes and the Emmys dash. Even as he spoke, the bald executive got goosebumps. Can you even imagine how much power Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain, would gain? At the same time, the greatest actor in the world would be born. It was imaginable, but still unimaginable. Kang Woojin's prestige was still growing even now, and no one knew just how much more he would grow by then. The world will cry out for Joker. Don't you all want to see that scene? 2 days later, on the 20th, late morning. Among the massive set complexes inside Columbia Studios, the team for Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain, was moving busily. They were scheduled to change locations twice today. Half a day for set filming, half a day for outdoor location filming. So there couldn't be any disruptions to the day's schedule. Actors stand by. I'll relay it right away. More than 100 foreign staff members moved in perfect sync, hand and foot, to the point that the entire scene looked like a single machine. This was Hollywood's strength and system. In Hollywood, they usually take a long and detailed approach to pre-production, which makes the actual filming period shorter than expected. There were many works shorter than those in Korea, and Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain, was no exception. Kang Woojin, having finished the poster shoot for Beast and the Beauty, returned to filming 2 days ago. Accordingly, today's first scene was also Woojin's cut, and director on Ga Bak was in a discussion with the key staff about the shooting storyboard. Among all of them, someone was watching with arms crossed. It was Nora Foster, the executive producer of the site, with a stern impression. After observing the site for a moment, she exhaled and brushed back her slightly longer than bob-length hair. A gesture of relief. Though filming had already entered the mid to late phase, neither the director, the staff, nor the actors looked rushed. At that moment, Nora's phone rang. She stepped about 2 paces away and checked her phone, slightly surprised. The caller was Columbia Studios. It was clearly the result regarding director on Ga Bak's proposal. Soon, Nora held the phone to her ear. Yes, it's me. From the other end came a man's voice. Nora. Hearing the voice, it seemed to be the bald executive from Columbia Studios. As his voice came through again, Nora's eyes widened slightly. Wait, really? After a brief call, Nora lowered her phone. But her surprised expression remained. It was hard to tell what it meant just from her face. She stood there blankly for several dozen seconds. What is going on? Her internal reaction was one of disbelief. Then suddenly, Nora spun around. Swish. She strode swiftly toward the filming site. Judging by the direction, it was toward the very busy director on Ga Bak. Soon reaching him, Nora grabbed director On's forearm. Director. With a surprised expression, director On asked back. Nora? What's going on? It worked. Sorry? What are you talking about? I didn't think this would actually work either. Could it be? Yes. Nora, her surprise now mixed with a smile, replied to director on Ga Bak. Your proposal worked. Columbia Studios contacted me to say they'll proceed according to the schedule you suggested. Director on Ga Bak looked at Nora for a moment, then quietly clenched his fist. It was his version of a fighting pose. Nora, unaware of this, added an explanation, her excitement slowly rising. They even said they wouldn't hold back on supporting the additional funding, that the production company will take care of the support, so the director, staff, and actors should just focus on the shoot. That's the message. Likewise, director on Ga Bak smiled a wrinkled smile. Looks like we're going to get busy, but it'll be a passionate kind of busy. A little while later, having received the news, director on Ga Bak first gathered the key staff members. Producer Nora would proceed with the formal process later, but as the director, he felt he needed to give the staff a heads up and share what was to come. First, Our PRO, The Birth of a Villain, is aiming for the Academy Awards. Ooh, yeah, it's totally possible. Several key staff members ignited their fighting spirit at the mention of the Academy Awards. After all, it's the dream stage for anyone in Hollywood. But most of them were caught off guard by director on Ga Bak's next words. But the one we're aiming for isn't the year after next. It's this coming Academy Awards to be held next year. What? Their confusion was natural. All the key staff here were veterans and knew that next year's Academy Awards would be held in April, and they understood the entire process. At first, everyone thought director on Ga Bak was joking. But here's the proposal I made to the film company. As director on Ga Bak sincerely began his briefing, everyone's expressions hardened immediately. Half of them were awed, the other half filled with doubt. Regardless, the veteran director firmly said everything he had to. The core was to meet the qualification by premiering first in Los Angeles, USA, and then to challenge the April Academy Awards. The issue, of course, was, is that even possible? The timeline was absurdly tight. But director on Ga Bak calmly reassured them, as if soothing everyone. We can do it. I already saw the potential with Leech. Of course, I'll need help from everyone. Slowly, director on Ga Bak explained why he had made such a proposal and the ripple effects if it went well. Fortunately, the reactions of the key staff gradually shifted to understanding and fighting spirit. Yeah, screw it, let's give it a shot. Sounds fun? If it's the Academy Awards. This level of effort is totally worth it. Ha ha. If this goes well, then the Joker who walked the red carpet at the Emmys will make it to the Academy Awards too? First, we have to get nominated. If it's Joker, don't you think he'll just force his way in? That's true, huh? It seemed everyone was on board. Director on Ga Bak glanced at Nora. She nodded. The realistic discussions that followed would be her responsibility. Soon after, the surrounding area became loud and bustling, and director on quietly exhaled. From now on, it's a race against time. To make things run according to the plan he proposed to Columbia Studios, there wasn't even a second to rest from this moment forward. At that moment, the actors began entering the set. Among them, Nora spotted Kang Woojin, now in full makeup as Henry Gordon, his expression indifferent. Kang Woojin dash. Nora murmured inwardly with a deep smile. For that massive Columbia Studios to bet everything on this actor's Joker? It came from the heart. No, at this point, it's not just a bet. It's all in. Afterwards, with the Academy Awards path now confirmed for PRO, The Birth of a Villain, the pace naturally picked up. The filming schedule was sure to change. Though the crank-up was already set for sometime in September, even saving a single day would be helpful. This was only possible thanks to the agreement of the key staff and the actors, including Kang Woojin. Of course, the one fighting hardest, practically putting his life on the line, would be director on Ga Bak, but without help from others, that struggle would be in vain. Surprisingly, the actors' responses were full of excitement. Chris, who had grown quite close to Woojin, grabbed Kang Woojin's shoulder and said, "Woojin, so you're finally conquering the Academy Awards too? Hold up. Then I need to win something too, right?" The other actors reacted similarly. Naturally, this move was designated as top secret. They would maintain strict confidentiality until the release. And with something of this scale, even a minor rumor could ruin everything. Kang Woojin felt a bit nervous, but he didn't show it. Part of it was him putting on a tough front, but he also figured it was better not to have high expectations at times like this. Still, aiming for the Academy Awards next April, that's crazy fast. Whatever the case, Woojin had to focus on his scenes and performance several times more than usual. The first shoot for Beast and the Beauty was coming up soon. He had to finish as many of his own scenes as possible beforehand. And so, Kang Woojin pushed forward with filming for PRO, The Birth of a Villain. One day passed, then two. Everyone's motivation was so high that minutes, hours, and entire days flew by without anyone realizing it. Meanwhile, The Beast and the Beauty side, which had now arrived at its first filming day, was also busy. C&M/the controversial and much talked about live-action project, Beast and the Beauty confirms first shoot on September 1st. LA Times/only 1 week left until the first shoot of Beast and the Beauty by World Disney Pictures. What kind of synergy will Kang Woojin and Miley Cara bring? As the first filming news and promotions spread beyond Hollywood, the production entered its final preparation stage. Meanwhile, in Korea, another project was on the verge of sharing good news. Issue Talk, a miracle of 6 Emmy Awards. Beneficial Evil Part 2 confirmed to open on Monday, September 19th. The release date was confirmed for Beneficial Evil Part 2, whose editing had recently been completed, a project that showed miracles to the world, including Hollywood. News of Beneficial Evil Part 2 launch excites international fans. The power of the Emmy Awards. Best Actor at the Emmy Awards, Kang Woojin. Will he move global fans again in Beneficial Evil Part 2? Netflix was already running major promotions. Additionally, promotional videos were posted on Kang Woojin's SNS and his Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. The firepower now was on a completely different level from the past. It seemed that everything was packed into September, and Kang Woojin thought to himself, wow, come to think of it, it's already September? The year's almost over. Time really was flying. Woojin truly felt the passage of time when he opened his eyes in bed at dawn. Ugh, so bright. Still groggy, Kang Woojin checked the time. September 1st/AM 5:11. The dawn of the first day of September had arrived in the chapter 449, Lightspeed 1. Early morning on September 1st. The location was the set complex within Columbia Studios. Among the many stages, it was the massive downtown city set where over 100 foreign staff members, including director On Jae-bak, were running around in perfect coordination by team. It was the PRO, the birth of a villain team. The time was just before 8 o'clock. Check the camera angles. Get the extras ready. Director, please check here. This stage, in other words, the set, was filled with tightly packed buildings, sidewalks, roadways, crosswalks, various shops, and occasional street stalls seen in between sidewalks. Today, PRO, the birth of a villain, was shooting the first scene of Henry Gordon. Originally scheduled for 10 o'clock, the shoot had been moved up 2 hours due to Kang Woojin's tight schedule. Because at 1 p.m., just past noon, he had the first shoot for Beast and the Beauty. In short, Woojin was doing a double booking today. Then, Kang Woojin standby. Kang Woojin appeared at the set, lined with countless staff. A faded zip-up hoodie and jeans. It was exactly the look of Henry Gordon. Woojin exchanged brief greetings with the foreign staff. As always, he was deeply immersed in the concept, calm and cold-faced. But as he scanned the vast city set, he inwardly expressed a sense of regret. Are we gradually wrapping up filming for PRO? It feels bittersweet. At that moment, director On Jae-bak, with a wrinkled face, approached. You're here. In his hand was the storyboard for today's shoot. Director On Jae-bak, who came along with the cinematographer, explained to Woojin. As I mentioned before, today we're focusing on Henry Gordon scenes. The beginning and middle are a bit jumbled, so the emotional flow might be choppy, but that shouldn't be a big issue for you. I'm counting on you. Kang Woojin nodded solemnly. Yes, director. Our goal is to finish up to 3 scenes before noon. At minimum, we'll wrap up 2 scenes. There won't be much camera angle change. Woojin listened to the scene explanation as the cinematographer joined in. Around that time, dozens of extras were deployed into the city set. People walking on sidewalks, waiting at traffic lights, driving cars, vendors at stalls, or people paying at shops, and more. Because of the massive scale of the set and the number of people, it looked like a bustling city itself. Whatever the case, we'll begin in 5 minutes. At director On Jae-bak's instruction, the staff who had been bustling around the city set cleared out. The extras positioned throughout the set stood still, waiting for the director's cue, while director On Jae-bak sat at the station with several monitors. Around him, over 100 staff members gathered. In between them, Choi Sung-gun stood with his arms crossed. Then, swish, Kang Woojin stepped into the shooting zone. Henry Gordon had already been summoned forth. Since it was a midpoint emotional scene, his heart was stirring with madness and euphoria. Hidden aggression, Joker disguised as Henry Gordon. 2 staff members moved in with cameras on their shoulders beside him. Of course, a camera on a crane was also positioned above. Additional staff appeared with boom mics and slates. Clap. After the slate showing the scene number was clapped. Action. With the director's signal, the people frozen in the city set began to move. Some walked on the sidewalk conversing, some cursed from the driver's seat due to traffic, some wiped windows of open shops, and some bought newspapers from the street stalls. Honk, honk, honk. The sound of car horns rang out loudly. Right around then, Henry Gordon, or rather Kang Woojin, appeared. Looking over the whole city, he shoved both hands into the pockets of his hoodie. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched. A laugh slipped out unconsciously, but he held it in. Then a smile crept out again. He held it in once more. These subtle expressions quickly flashed across his face. The camera captured Henry Gordon head-on. Kang Woojin stepped forward from where he had paused. At that moment, wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. The sound of sirens spread across the city. Several police cars zoomed past. Most people fixed their eyes on the police cars, but Kang Woojin, walking, didn't even glance their way. Clearly, it was a different image from the past. His waist and shoulders didn't shrink at all either. The camera stepped back about 2 paces, capturing this strange scene. Kang Woojin's destination was the street stall. It was selling various snacks, but what he picked up was a newspaper. On the front page of the newspaper he lifted, a man in bizarre attire was featured prominently. It was Joker. The article's headline read as follows: A Pierrot suddenly appears in the city. Who is he? The reporter's name was Robert Franklin. Woojin gave a faint smile. Well done, my friend. At that moment, the street stall owner shouted, Hey, you picked that up, so buy it. Huh. Kang Woojin fixed his gaze expressionlessly on the man shouting roughly at him. His eyes subtly trembled in focus, as if some emotion was being scattered. The vendor flinched at the chilling expression, and Woojin lifted the newspaper up to his face, pointing at himself with his index finger. What do you think? Do I look like him? Meanwhile, a bit away from the filming site, in the area where trailers for the actors' rest were lined up, Choi Sung-gun stood with his phone pressed to his ear. He had been watching Kang Woojin's acting until a few minutes ago, but a sudden call had pulled him away. After continuing the call for a moment, Choi Sung-gun lowered his phone. Phew, this is damn stiff. Looking tired, he rolled his neck side to side and then opened his laptop. It was only natural since, like Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun also had a hellish schedule. He was managing BW Entertainment, which had begun walking the path of a megacorporation, and even supporting Kang Woojin. Furthermore, with the company's expanding reach, he was pushing forward with new businesses. He got into the passenger seat of a nearby van parked close to the trailer. Apparently, he was going to take a short break. Swish. At that moment, his eyes fell on a pile of papers stacked on the passenger side floor. What were they? They were the works submitted to Woojin, ranging from Korea, Japan, to Hollywood, diverse. But none had made it past Woojin. There was no point in giving them to him. Currently, Woojin's schedule was fully booked not just for next year, but even the year after that. I really should hand this one to Woojin. Choi Sung-gun picked up the topmost stack from the pile. The title printed in the center of the cover. Guest. He, sitting in the passenger seat, unfolded the bundle of papers while muttering to himself. I was so busy I forgot to give this to him. Well, it's just for a simple check, so I'll pass it on to Woojin when the timing's right. Still . As he flipped through a few pages, Choi Sung-gun stroked his chin. They really did a good job adapting this. It's not just that they turned a Korean short film into a feature. They kept the direction focused on sound, the core of the original, and even added new genres. The original was mystery, thriller, suspense. But now it has occult and horror? Did they even add full-blown horror? All the text was in English. He wasn't a professional like Kang Woojin, but Choi Sung-gun read the content diligently in his own way, and then suddenly picked up his phone. I should probably give Woojin a proper explanation when I hand it over. He dialed a number. It seemed to be answered quickly, as Choi Sung-gun immediately began speaking. Hello, Director Shin Dong-chun. How have you been? The person on the other end was Director Shin Dong-chun, who directed Exorcism. Several hours later, the weather was sunny, but the world was covered in snow. The massive castle in the mountains was no different. From the castle walls to its structure, it looked quite aged, but the garden's trees and flowers were oddly well maintained. However, unlike the white world, the castle was dark. In terms of atmosphere, it was incredibly silent and eerie. Its immense size only emphasized that feeling. Someone cautiously peeked into the garden of the castle. It was a blonde woman. She wore a faded white dress, stained with faint marks, and a brown apron marked with faint red smudges. Her long blonde hair was tied with a random cloth, and a yellowed cloak draped over her. Her attire was extremely shabby, but her beauty shone, clear skin and blue eyes. Naturally, as she was an unrivaled beauty adored by all the men in the village. Her name was Bella. Then why had she come to this gloomy castle? Bella, who cautiously scanned the castle, walls, and gardens, slowly began to move. Then, rustle. She turned her gaze to the flowers blooming beautifully in the garden. Bella, who had been smiling brightly, suddenly stiffened. They didn't grow naturally. Someone is here. The now serious Bella raised her head and looked up at the grand castle. There were many windows, but she couldn't see anything through them. Though scared, she summoned her courage and slowly moved her feet toward the entrance of the castle. The camera followed behind Bella. Soon, creak, as Bella opened a door taller than herself. Wow! The inside of the first floor of the castle came into view. Her blue eyes widened at once. She had clearly expected it to be full of dust, but the first floor of the castle was incredibly clean. Though the lights were off and it was dark, it was certain someone was living there. And Bella was captivated by the beauty of the castle. The towering ceiling, the floor adorned with various patterns, the golden pillars, and the staircases guarded by lion faces. The staircase in front led straight up, then split into two midway, allowing access to the second floor. Furthermore, every piece of furniture and decoration scattered throughout looked luxurious and expensive. My goodness! Even the smell wasn't foul. On the contrary, it was fragrant. Eyes wide, Bella walked toward the center of the first floor as if entranced, gazing at the ceiling, the stairs ahead, and the surrounding pillars. She gently brushed a golden pillar nearby with her hand. Not a speck of dust came off. Turning her body, Bella then pressed her face to a tall window. So clean. It was so pristine, it almost felt like nothing was attached to it. At that moment, smack! Bella, snapping herself back to focus, slapped both her cheeks with her hands, as if telling herself to get a grip. Though she was naturally curious, she forcibly restrained the growing interest and cautiously called out toward the second floor. Is anyone there? No response. Only her voice echoed back. I know someone's living here. Please talk to me. Still, both the first and second floors remained silent. At that moment, clack, she heard something. The sound of wood clashing with metal. Bella flinched, her eyes growing even wider, and she shouted quickly. Who is it? Hey, I heard you. Don't hide, come out. The sound was certainly there, but no one appeared. Frowning, Bella stood before the staircase leading straight up. I'm coming up. Please, come out and talk to me. She stepped onto the first stair. Around then, a voice like a whisper seeped into Bella's ear. There was definitely someone there. Just as the convinced Bella was about to step onto the second stair. Stop! A heavy, thick, and chilling voice struck from behind. Startled, she let out a frightened gasp and quickly turned around. But there was no one in the large open wooden door. Bella stepped down from the stairs and cautiously walked toward the door. Who are you? This time, a direct reply came. The same thick and heavy voice as before. Get out right now. Please show yourself. I have something to ask you. I said get out. A shout rang out, so loud it felt like it would tear her ears. No, this was closer to a roar. Panic-stricken, Bella took a step back. To the terrified Bella, the heavy roar came again. You've barged into someone else's home without permission. So get out. If you don't leave this instant, I'll tear you apart. This time, it came from the second floor, not the door. Heart pounding as if it would burst, Bella collapsed to the floor. Though trembling, she forced herself to summon her courage. I can't back down here. I must meet you. With difficulty, she stood again, strode forward, and slammed the open wooden door shut. Then, swish. Leaning her back against the door, she looked up toward the second floor. Determination was clear in Bella's blue eyes. Fine, tear me apart. But you'll have to come to me to do that, won't you? The roaring stopped. Instead, a creaking sound spread. Someone stepped onto the staircase. The right side of the second floor. Though it was dark and not clear, a large figure appeared. Bella firmly said to the man on the second floor, I won't move an inch from here. It meant she was calling him to come. In truth, There were countless rumors that a monster lived in this castle, but Bella didn't care who appeared. Whether it was a monster or a beast, she was fully prepared to face him. Once again, the sound of footsteps on the stairs echoed. It repeated. Gradually, the form of the man on the second floor, hidden in the darkness, the figure of the beast, began to reveal itself little by little. His height and build were absurdly large. On top of that, his face was covered with a mane? The beast, who had now descended to the central staircase, did not have the thick mane he was supposed to. Instead, his face was so serious it was menacing, and his eyes glared at Bella as if to devour her. The revealed monster, beast. At that moment, Bella, whose face had been deadly serious, twitched. And then, she burst out laughing, which she had tried to hold in. At the same time, she swept back her blonde hair and apologized. I'm sorry, Woojin. I laughed without realizing it. Through the entire first floor of the castle, the megaphone rang with a signal. Cut, NG. The first take of Beast and the Beauty ended in a glorious NG. The reason was now sternly addressing Bella with a serious face. Kara, you have to be serious. It was because of the beast, or rather Kang Woojin. Kara burst into laughter again and responded to the beast standing on the stairs. But the threatening beast is just too cute. And he really was. Kang Woojin was indeed the beast right now. However, his appearance was a bit peculiar. Woojin stood with both hands on his hips, wearing an indifferent expression. Of course, it was forced composure. Inside, he was screaming. Fuck. I'm embarrassed too. Because from head to toe, he was wearing a skin-tight, gray bodysuit dotted with strange markings. He, who was only internally the beast, screamed inwardly again. This damn suit is really tight in the crotch area. He was more like a roaring female 50, lightspeed, too. Beast Kang Woojin. No, diver Kang Woojin wore a full-body skin-tight suit from the very first scene of the first shoot for Beast and the Beauty for a simple reason. TSK. No matter if it's for CG, how is anyone supposed to get into character wearing this kind of thing? Just as diver Kang Woojin shouted inwardly now, most of the Beast scenes had to be filmed in a tight suit designed for special effects. Actually shooting in full Beast makeup only happened a few times in the whole schedule. For the most part, Kang Woojin had to wear this suit. Hey, making team, don't film this. I said don't film it. It was a ridiculous outfit, gray from head to toe with strange dots all over it. But it was all a special costume for CG. On top of that, something was also stuffed inside the suit to bulk up the Beast's frame. It was seriously uncomfortable and laughable, but what choice did he have? It was all for the sake of the work's completeness. In fact, Kang Woojin had been prepared for this situation. He had done the pre-preparation before the first shoot. He had tried on this special costume a few days prior, and a week earlier, had done numerous shots inside a strange booth with cameras installed in every direction. This was to capture expressions and facial movements for nearly perfect Beast CG. After running the simulations, curiously, the rendered Beast face on the monitor followed Woojin's movements exactly. Even the fine expressions. Woojin had to act in this skin-tight suit for over half of the Beast and the Beauty shoot, maybe even more, in order to produce such precise results. It didn't really match the character concept, but for the sake of acting and the project, he endured the humiliation as much as possible. To think Kara would laugh so openly. Anyway, foreign staff members rushed into the set. Since there was an NG, they had to reset everything. Woojin, who was on the central stairs, awkwardly came down. Kara, on the first floor. She, looking identical to Beauty Bella, was still struggling to suppress her laughter at the sight of Kang Woojin in the skin-tight suit. Woojin approached Kara among dozens of staff. Are you going to keep laughing? His tone was stern, but inwardly he kept shouting, Stop laughing. Kara, who had been wiping away tears, apologized. I'm sorry. What's wrong with me? It's not even the first time I've seen that special suit, but when you come out wearing it, I just can't stop laughing. Then just get all your laughing done now and get used to this funny look. Kara, who had been smiling, shook her head. It's not really because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's cute. Cute? What on earth is cute about my appearance? Is her taste that unusual? Kang Woojin couldn't understand. And in that moment, a line his mom once said came to mind from his memory. Woojin, whether it's a person or an animal, being cute is the best. Once something starts being cute, that's the end. Just then, director Bill Rotner, wearing black horn-rimmed glasses, approached. He, too, was smiling as he looked at Kang Woojin. Starting off with some lightheartedness isn't a bad thing. Woojin, I'm glad you suit that special costume well. Woojin, staring at him indifferently, didn't particularly respond. He just grumbled internally. Is this foreign grandpa teasing me? Then director Bill Rotner spoke seriously again to both actors. The scenes up to the NG were amazing. Let's refocus and go from the top. Yes, director. Understood. The two actors answered and immediately returned to their places. Soon, director Bill Rotner, watching the back of the awkwardly waddling skin-tight suit-clad Kang Woojin as staff assisted him. Swish. Sat back down at his station, surrounded by multiple monitors and key staff. Then he murmured, "Just how much has that actor studied the beast?" A low exclamation uttered quietly. The first shoot, first scene. The scene itself was an NG, but the entrance of the two actors was outstanding. Especially when the beast made his appearance, it was overwhelming. At least director Bill Rotner thought so. However, other key staff also shared the same opinion. Only his appearance looked like that, but from his delivery of lines to every little movement, it was all beast. Right? Especially during the shoot. Did you see Woojin's walk? He lifted his heels. Even in that posture, he portrayed weightiness and confidence. He must have studied the beast's signature intimidating stride. From his expressions to facial movements, his shoulders, arms, and hands, he seemed to have tailored his entire body to match the beast. The detail is just. I already want to see the final work. Director Bill Rotner, arms crossed. Just because CG will be applied doesn't mean the performance can be glossed over or done half-heartedly. On the contrary, much deeper acting is required. If you slack even a little, it becomes obviously fake. But as expected, there's nothing to worry about with Kang Woojin. He smiled faintly. Satisfaction was evident. To think he brings the beast to mind even while wearing that ridiculous outfit. The next morning, around 9 a.m., a bit removed from downtown LA, in an area with noticeably fewer people and buildings than the city center. Among them stood an 8-story building, home to a small film company called A8 Media. Though classified as a small business, in reality, it was practically a startup film company that had just launched. Maybe that's why its signboard looked cleaner compared to others. Inside the part of the 4th floor occupied by A8 Media, the atmosphere felt cramped. There were only about 10 employees. However, perhaps due to having already produced a work with some success, the office walls were lined with movie posters made by A8 Media. There was even a modest meeting room, and currently inside it, 5 foreigners were in deep discussion. 3 men in suits. Across from them sat a foreign woman, looking to be in her mid-40s with dark brown shoulder-length hair and a white shirt, and a freckled-faced man. The man looked a bit younger. Each of them had a clear file or tablet in front of them. I understand for now. As if wrapping up the conversation, the 3 suited men stood up smoothly. We'll review and get back to you. The brown-haired woman shook hands with all 3 of the men. Looking forward to hearing from you. The 3 suited men exited the meeting room. Soon, inside the elevator, the slightly plump man among them recalled the meeting and let out a dry chuckle. Damn, I thought there might be some connection since they said it was a remake of the film that marked Kang Woojin's movie debut, but there wasn't any at all. Exactly. Honestly, I was expecting at least some talk of casting Kang Woojin. But just as expected, it was a waste of time. A fruitless trip. They made it sound like not only is there no connection, but Kang Woojin doesn't even know about this project. Then again, rumor has it that with Columbia Studios, Disney, and even Universal movies lined up, Kang Woojin's schedule is packed until the year after next. I heard that too. With that level of power, there's no reason for him to touch a small project like this, even if it is related to his past. As they got off the elevator, the plump man continued. No matter if it's Kang Woojin's Hollywood debut film that's turning Hollywood upside down, if it's Korean, a short film, and especially if he has no connection, who would invest in such a project? The others strongly agreed. Impossible. And the film company is brand new, too. It'll probably never even get off the ground. Even if it does, it'll flop. Meanwhile, inside the A8 Media meeting room, The three men had just left, but the woman with shoulder-length hair and the freckled man still remained. The atmosphere was gloomy. Perhaps feeling the heavy air, the freckled man finally spoke with difficulty. "So, this is going to be tough, isn't it?" In truth, the meeting just now was about investment. As the lifeline of film production, money, the three men were very important figures. But things clearly didn't go well, and the woman with the bobbed hair let out a long sigh. "As expected, it's not easy. But they said they'd get back to us, so maybe dash. We'll probably never see their faces again." CEO. The woman with the bobbed hair was the CEO of the fledgling film company A8 Media. Though she held the title of CEO, she was no more than a small shop owner in the vast sea of film companies in LA. Her name was Jennifer Thurman. She was formerly with Universal Movies, and, upon boldly going independent, the first film she produced had seen moderate success. So it seemed like a hit was on the horizon, but her next project went downhill. Now she was at the edge of a cliff. Leaning back in her chair, Jennifer Thurman turned her gaze to two overlapping script covers among the stacks of papers on the desk. One read Guest and the other Exorcism. It was Exorcism. Indeed, it was that Exorcism, Kang Woojin's film debut. Jennifer Thurman had attended Korea's misunderstanding short film festival in the past. There, she saw the short film Exorcism and sensed potential. A few months later, she purchased the rights to Exorcism and began preparing a remake. Of course, it was no longer a short film, but a full-length feature tailored to Hollywood's tastes. This remake, titled Guest, had been briefly mentioned in Korea too, but at the time, Kang Woojin wasn't globally famous like he is now, so the news was quickly buried. Regardless, the Hollywood remake of Exorcism, Guest, had been drifting aimlessly for a year now. Phew, who knew things would get this tangled? At one point, the project had reached the pre-production stage, only to be scrapped intensely. Now, with Kang Woojin blowing up in Hollywood, she had begun to see hope again. In fact, unlike before, the number of meetings had drastically increased. Still, Jennifer Thurman's hardened expression did not soften. They're all just testing the waters, only looking for Kang Woojin. No one even considers the project itself. Even if Guest was a remake of Woojin's Exorcism, after adaptation, it was essentially a new work. Unless Woojin himself was starring in it, the film Guest was no different from the countless garbage scripts lying around in a rookie film company. Even mid-sized studios often struggled to secure investment, so a new studio had no chance. At this, the freckled man cautiously interjected. "CEO, I think it's time we turned our attention to other scripts instead of Guest. We've always had other screenplays, haven't we?" "That's true. But yes, it is my greed." Clinging to Guest for over a year despite its failure was Jennifer Thurman's own greed. The script was well written, and it was entertaining. It might even spark a new trend in horror or occult genres. Though it's just what I think. Jennifer Thurman brushed her brown hair back and stood from her chair with difficulty. "Let's keep looking for investors and start selecting other scripts. If this goes on any longer, we'll all go under." Perhaps feeling sorry for her, the freckled man asked. "You were against it, but just in case, what about sending the script for Guest to Kang Woojin's side? Since it's a remake of his debut film, wouldn't he be somewhat interested?" "There's only one reason I was against that. It's because there's no chance he'd be interested in Guest. He's already working with 3 of the Hollywood Big 5 studios, isn't he? And according to rumors, his schedule is packed through the year after next." "Why, yeah, but still. More than anything, just the way it looks, it would seem like we're begging Kang Woojin. Sure, we're at a point where we have to do anything to survive, but shouldn't we at least avoid causing harm to others?" Faced with this sound logic, the freckled employee closed his mouth. Jennifer Thurman, gently touching the Guest script on her desk, murmured quietly. A hint of melancholy surfaced on her face. "It's a shame, but I suppose this project will have to remain only in my memory." 2 days later, September 4th, a van was running down the road. Inside were Kang Woojin wearing his cap pulled low, Choi Sung-gun, and their team members. Woojin was on his way to SBT Studio for the shoot of Beast and the Beauty, scheduled to begin in about an hour. It was already the 4th day that Woojin was filming 2 projects simultaneously, Beast and the Beauty and Pierrot, the Birth of a Villain. However, Kang Woojin was perfectly fine, And the interesting thing was, flip, poker-faced Kang Woojin was reading a script. On the cover, these words were printed. Guest. Even while reading the script, Woojin asked in a low voice. So this is the Hollywood remake of Exorcism? As expected, it was the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun who answered. That's right, the title is Guest. Remember? I told you about it once before. Despite being a short film, it was exceptionally sold to Hollywood. Yes, I remember. That's the one. But you don't need to pay too much attention to it. Just read it like a book in your spare time if you get bored. It's just for you to check it out as the original lead. Did director Shin Dong-chun send this script? Yeah, director Shin didn't mean anything by it. He just felt it was proper etiquette to send it to you since you led Exorcism. I spoke with him recently, and he made it clear he wasn't trying to get you involved or anything like that. Woojin slowly nodded and turned his gaze back to the script for Guest, specifically to the swirling black square attached beside the script. At this point, Choi Sung-gun added an explanation. But from what I've heard, the situation isn't great. What do you mean by not great? Well, it's obvious. The one who bought Exorcism was a rookie Hollywood film company, and at the time, director Shin was also a rookie. When someone from Hollywood wanted to buy a Korean short, he just handed it over. Then after about a year of adaptation, it was completed, almost reached pre-production, and then got scrapped. And since then, it hasn't received any investment? Director Shin has half given up. He said production is probably impossible. Upon hearing that, Kang Woojin subtly moved his index finger. He had entered the void space. In an instant, everything around him turned dark. It was the void. Shedding his concept mode without delay, Woojin moved toward a white rectangles. A newly added work came into view. -14/script, title, Guest, grade S. **, a very high-quality movie script. 100% reading is available. Kang Woojin was surprised. Oh, grade S. That's pretty huge. Pretty huge? Woojin judged that his sense might have dulled since he had recently been dealing with only SSS or EX-grade works. Thinking back, Hanryang was S-grade. It might not be a nuclear-level superhit, but considering it's based in Hollywood, this went beyond big. Maybe I'll gain some kind of ability from it, so I'll do the reading experience after I finish going through the script. However, anyway, it's impossible for me to take this on. That was the reality. He was already working on 3 Hollywood projects, with many more booked. On top of that, his remaining schedule in Korea, Japan, and Hollywood was no joke. It would undoubtedly increase exponentially over time. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. I don't think I can do this project. Well, there are plenty of actors in Hollywood anyway. For a brief moment, other top Hollywood actors besides Chris flashed through his mind as he stroked his jaw. Still, it's kind of a shame. Just throwing away an S-grade script, and on top of that, it's a remake of Exorcism. As he thought about it, something seemed to come to him, and Woojin suddenly called, "Exit," and returned to reality. Inside the van, Choi Sung-gun was still talking to him. It's a shame, but what can you do? There are thousands, no, tens of thousands of films that vanish in Hollywood just like that. Just read it comfortably when you have time. Returning quickly to his solemn expression, Woojin made a low-toned suggestion to Choi Sung-gun. How about CEO Nim becoming the main investor in link below? Chapter 451, Lightspeed 3. Choi Sung-gun, eyes wide, blankly stared at Kang Woojin who, despite bringing up something colossal, hadn't changed his calm expression at all. Choi Sung-gun blinked. Wait a minute, what did Woojin just say? Doubting his own ears, Choi Sung-gun asked Woojin again. Woojin, what did you just say? Kang Woojin lifted the guest script he held in his hand and answered immediately. Once again, it was simple and in a low tone. I asked if the CEO Nim would consider being the main investor for this movie. Guessed it. Me? Yes. Out of the blue? Yes. Huh. Choi Sung-gun blinked again, clearly flustered. On the other hand, Kang Woojin's dry eyes continued to stare at him. Choi Sung-gun instinctively sensed it. He's serious, this guy? Determining that something massive was about to come, Choi Sung-gun, swoosh, untied his ponytail and tied it back tightly. Then, he exhaled lightly and opened his mouth. Who? Woojin. Even though Guest is a remake of Exorcism, and even though the film company is a small newcomer, the setting is Hollywood in the end, right? What I mean is, the world itself is different from Korea. Simply put, the starting size of the investment is like heaven and earth. That was true. No matter how much Korean content had developed, Hollywood was still Hollywood. For example, in Korea nowadays, some blockbuster budgets reach 40 to 50 billion won, but that's extremely rare. In Hollywood, that's common. Of course, Hollywood also has lower budget films, but either way, Korea's blockbuster investment levels are basically Hollywood's baseline. In short, becoming the main investor in a Hollywood project meant betting your life, betting BW Entertainment's future. Well, sure, one blow won't immediately bring BW Entertainment down. But if something goes wrong, we could stagger. Of course, I'm not disregarding your opinion at all. Our BW Entertainment has Ha-yeon and many other actors, but the reason we've reached the world stage is because of you. Choi Sung-gun, murmuring, wore a serious yet composed expression. Still, BW Entertainment has already grown into one of Korea's top 5 agencies, and with overseas branches, it's basically a conglomerate now. That means the lives of many employees are on the line. I understand. There was also Chairman Hideki Yoshimura backing them. That's why it's not easy to make a hasty decision. But since it's you saying this, I do trust you. Still, this is so out of the blue, man, telling me to be the main investor and guest. Is there a reason you're saying this to me? Kang Woojin's answer was brief. Because it would be a waste. A waste? Yes. Guest would be. That's right. Choi Sung-gun, briefly twitching his brow, glanced around at the team members, then leaned closer to Woojin and whispered in his ear. Don't tell me, has that divinely intuition of yours kicked in again? For guest? Answering here might just make the already global misunderstanding shoot up into space. But well, if it's already reached space. When insanity is touched by madness, it becomes art. Might as well just hit the boosters. That was Kang Woojin's thought. Something like that. I have a good feeling about this script. Choi Sung-gun's eyes grew wider. Soon, Woojin added more. Putting aside the fact that it's a remake of Exorcism or the connection to director Shin Dong-chun, speaking purely of the movie Guest itself, it's good. I feel it would be a waste to let it go. Is that so? Yes. By now, Choi Sung-gun had not only believed in but practically worshipped Kang Woojin's divinely insane intuition. The results speak for themselves, don't they? Using Leech, which shook Can, as a stepping stone to get to Hollywood, and Hollywood's major studios had lined up with offers. At this point, not believing in Kang Woojin's sense was just being a moron. Swoosh. Choi Sung-gun's gaze dropped from Woojin to the guest script he was holding. Choi Sung-gun had roughly read through this work too. So, how much would the total production cost be? At the very least, 10 billion won was the baseline. At least 30 billion, maximum 50 billion. In other words, between 30 billion and 50 billion won. Fortunately, in terms of scale, the film Guest was on the smaller side. If it were a blockbuster, it would have easily exceeded 100 billion. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun had to consider a maximum of 50 billion. 50 billion? That was truly an astronomical sum. If we put in more than 50%, we can be called the main investor. But if we're going to do it, going all in would make for a better picture, especially with Woojin's crazy instinct. So, 50 billion, can we make it happen? Fortunately, Choi Sung-gun's conclusion was positive. It's possible. Several possibilities flashed through his mind. First of all, there was Chairman Hideki, and BW Entertainment was already a massive company. If they scraped together resources, it wasn't impossible. At this moment, Kang Woojin's subdued voice came again. CEO Nim, wasn't our company expanding its business anyway? That's right. I understand that domestic investment operations have already started and preparations are underway for overseas as well. That was a fact. Thanks to Kang Woojin, BW Entertainment had grown into a bona fide powerhouse agency. And not only in Korea, investments were being prepared for Japan, where Woojin's influence was exploding, and even Hollywood. Agents, actor scouting, content discovery, social media and YouTube markets, and even the music industry, where Kang Woojin's abilities had been proven. However, the business was so massive that it was being planned over a span of at least 10 years. Still, Kang Woojin remained perfectly composed. If you're planning to enter Hollywood anyway, I think starting with Guest wouldn't be a bad idea. The scale isn't that big, and it would also carry symbolic value as a remake of your movie debut. The life hanging by a thread that was guessed would be saved by Kang Woojin's agency, BW Entertainment. The overall storytelling was fantastic. If, by any chance, Guest hit it big thanks to Woojin's instincts, BW Entertainment, which already had a branch in Hollywood, could instantly extend its reach throughout Hollywood. At this point, this feels like one of those all-or-nothing shots. Even Choi Sung-gun, cracking a slight smile, found the same. No backing down, fire rising within him, just like Kang Woojin. Who? Right now, I'm kind of overwhelmed, not sure where to start. But hey, that's my job to figure out. Choi Sung-gun gave Kang Woojin a thumbs up. Screw it. Let's go all in. You only live once. If everything proceeds without issues, it might be difficult for me to take the lead role, but I can do a friendly appearance or a cameo. Kang Woojin added the blow indifferently, and I'll put in a portion of that investment too. He could, after all, having accumulated a hefty fortune. 1 hour later, Kang Woojin and the team arrived at SBT Studio, the large set for Beast and the Beauty. Woojin and the team seemed ready to head directly to the set, but Choi Sung-gun, now burdened with a massive task, was on the phone with someone, his mobile at his ear. He had already begun work related to Guest. Watching this, Kang Woojin gave a subtle look to the team to move. Swish. First, he walked in the direction of the trailer. The entrance area of SBT Studio was already bustling with foreign staff from Beast and the Beauty. They were in the middle of equipment transport and other setup preparations. As Woojin exchanged casual greetings with them, Yeung, he called to Han Yeung, the head stylist following behind. Whether inspired by Joker or not, her signature bobbed hair was dyed red. Yes, Appa. To her, Kang Woojin handed over the Guest script he was holding. Make about 3 copies of this. You can ask the operations team. Got it. I'll copy it and leave it in the trailer. Yeah, thanks. Handing over the script, Kang Woojin disappeared together with the Beast and the Beauty makeup team staff. As always, he had to wear tight-fitting suit for CG purposes due to the special effects makeup. Exactly 1 hour later, Kang Woojin, action, or rather, the tight-suited Beast began filming. The starting point of the shoot was the garden right in front of the Beast's castle, where the flowers were in full bloom. The roles on set were Beast and Beauty Bella. Maria Armas, who was waiting on standby at the site, also stood out. There were other Hollywood actors as well, since scenes involving the teapot, candelabra, and clock characters were going to follow. Cut. Miley, I'd like you to show a bit more suspicion toward the Beast. Yes, director. And Woojin, good. Your expression has gotten deeper than it was during the first shoot. Keep it up like that. Understood. The Beast and the Beauty set was running at a fast pace. Thankfully, Kara was fully immersed in the role of Beauty Bella and didn't burst into laughter at the sight of the tight suit wearing Kang Woojin like on the first day of filming. Occasionally, loud music would play on set. That was because, in true World Disney Pictures fashion, there were many scenes where the cast sang the OST. Right now, it was Beauty Bella walking through the garden with the Beast. In other words, Miley Kara was passionately singing a song. Of course, the OST tracks would be recorded later in post-production, but Kara blended her performance with the OST as if she were actually singing it live. Her voice, melting to the ear, spread across the set. Kang Woojin, or rather the Beast, was so mesmerized that he lost himself watching. Whoa, crazy. This is insane. I mean, I knew Miley Kara could sing, but hearing her sing in character as Bella makes it really feel like I'm inside a fairy tale. That day's shoot for Beast and the Beauty ended only by late at night. The staff began tidying up, and the actors gathered at their trailers to head home. Kang Woojin was no exception. He appeared alongside Kara, who was still dressed as Beauty Bella. Her trailer was right next to his. Soon, upon reaching her trailer, Miley Kara waved at Woojin. Get home safe. Go change your clothes first. But tight-suited Woojin stopped her. Miley, wait a second. Why? Are you asking me to grab a meal on the way? No, it's not that. What? We could eat a little, right? I have another schedule. Wow. Do you know you're even busier than me? And she wasn't wrong. Woojin really did have filming to do for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Whatever the case, Kang Woojin told Kara to wait, then entered his trailer and dropped his gaze to the stack of papers on the table. What else could it be? It was the guest script that he'd asked Han Yi-young to copy. Well, it's S-grade anyway, so it'll do well no matter what. But wouldn't it be better if it hits bigger? The lead in this project, me, CEO Nim, and everyone else, it's a win-win. Briefly dropping his concept persona, Kang Woojin smiled, then picked up one copy of the guest script. With a solemn expression back on, he stepped out of the trailer. Kara was chatting with the female members of her team, but when Woojin appeared, she walked over a few steps and said, "Do you have something to say? Normally, you'd just leave without doing this." Looking calmly at the blonde-haired Kara, Woojin held out the script. "If you're okay with it, give this a read." "What is this? A script? A script?" "Yes. I heard you haven't decided on your next project after Beast and the Beauty." "That's true, but a script?" "From you, Woojin. Why are you surprised?" "Because it's sudden. A man who never even talks about the Hollywood projects he's been cast and suddenly hands me a script. Of course it's surprising." "Is that so? But well, it's not like I can build up to something like this slowly, right?" Woojin muttered internally and took the script he'd offered back again. "You're right. Then let's pretend it never happened." "No, wait." Suddenly, Kara snatched the script from Woojin's hand with a swift motion, narrowing her eyes. "I was surprised, that's all. I didn't say I wouldn't take it." Whether because he found her cute or for some other reason, Kang Woojin, who had been glancing at the people behind her for the first time, "Read it," spoke to Kara with a faint, genuine smile, no concept acting involved. "Let's talk in more detail after you finish reading it." Kang Woojin re-entered the trailer. Holding the script in her hand, Kara, blinking her blue eyes, muttered quietly, "Did he just smile?" He smiled, didn't he? Because it was the first time she had seen a smile that wasn't part of an act. After that, Kang Woojin's schedule became a relentless chain of filming, and more filming. For 2 days, he wore the suit in Beast and the Beauty, and for another 2 days, he transformed into the Joker and stirred up the set of Pierrot, the birth of a villain. There was even a day he filmed both projects. Amid the endlessly pounding schedule, Kang Woojin's entry into the void space became frequent. "Ugh, I'm dying seriously." It was a common scene even in Korea, but perhaps because he was in unfamiliar Hollywood, the fatigue felt heavier. Still, he had to push through. No one else could do it but Kang Woojin, and it could only be done by him. Roughly a week passed, and fortunately, CNM/Columbia's Pierrot, the birth of a villain, that even shook the Emmy Awards, almost at crank up. The end of filming for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, was right around the corner. And during a break in filming for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, Choi Sung-gun entered Kang Woojin's trailer, a smile on his face. Inside, Woojin was sitting in his Joker appearance. "Woojin." Choi Sung-gun spoke firmly to Kang Woojin. He had made up his mind. "The funds are secured, and we're going to start working on Guest right away." Chapter 452, Lightspeed 4. Choi Sung-gun grinned smugly. His expression was full of confidence. He had already gathered all the funds. Kang Woojin, maintaining his poker face due to his concept, was actually quite surprised inside. Wow, that was insanely fast. Honestly, he thought it would take longer. Understandably so, it was tens of billions, right? Preparing tens of billions this quickly? Kang Woojin was once again impressed by Choi Sung-gun's capability, but outwardly suppressed his excitement as much as possible. "That was faster than I expected." Choi Sung-gun shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Since the topic came up, I figured I'd push it through. First, I persuaded Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, and the rest kind of fell into place here and there. But of course, it wasn't easy. It was only possible because of our BW Entertainment's value and your name." Choi Sung-gun placed a hand on Kang Woojin's shoulder and smiled. "You know what your estimated worth is right now, right?" "I don't particularly care." "Sure, you might not. But the world does. A lot. Anyway, Trailing off his sentence, Choi Sung-gun changed the subject. "How much are you planning to invest in Guest? Do you have something in mind?" There was no way Kang Woojin, who knew nothing about investment, had something planned. Before becoming an actor, he had never even touched stocks or anything like that. But now is the time to act tough. "I do. I'll organize it and let you know." "Good. The base plan is to go under the name of BW Entertainment, but we can draft separate documents for you. So for now, don't worry about Guest and just focus on the work itself." "Understood, CEO Nim." After that, Kang Woojin wrapped up the conversation appropriately and dove back into filming for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. That day's shoot only ended late at night, and among the actors leaving, Kang Woojin called out to Chris Hartnett, who had just gotten into the van. Naturally, both actors had removed their makeup by then. Chris. At Woojin's rare initiative to start a conversation, Chris smiled and got out of the car. Oh, what's the occasion that you're initiating conversation first? I have something quick to say. Go ahead. Chris signaled to the team behind to wait and approached Kang Woojin. Then Woojin, without beating around the bush, handed Chris a stack of papers. I wanted to recommend a project to you. It was the script for Guest. Recommend. Chris's expression turned slightly serious as he took the script. That's pretty out of the blue. I didn't think you'd recommend something. So what kind of project is it? Read it. It'll be fun. Of course, if you're not into it, just ignore it. I don't mind. Are you in it too? But realistically, you can't take on more projects. Right? Officially it's hard. But I thought it was too good to let sit, so I'm recommending it to you. If anything, I'm thinking of just making a cameo appearance. Chris looked at Woojin with a strange expression and opened the first page of the script, and Woojin pointed to the script with his index finger and murmured in a low voice. I'm recommending you for the male lead role. It's a role I once played. 2 days later, morning of September 14th, a small film company located slightly away from downtown LA. In the very cramped CEO office of A8 Media, which had only about 10 employees, a woman in a suit with short brown hair. No, CEO Jennifer Thurman sat at her desk with a serious expression. On the desk was the script for Guest. She sighed as she looked down at it. Her face was severely gloomy, likely because the film Guest was about to have its life support pulled. In the end, there's no choice but to give up. For the record, despite numerous meetings, no one had stepped up to invest in Guest. And today, Jennifer Thurman had to make a decision. The decision to bury Guest, which was based on Kang Woojin's Exorcism, a project she had long desired. Just then, knock knock. There was a knock on the CEO's office door, and a male employee with freckles on his face entered. CEO, everyone has gathered. All right, I understand. Thurman nodded weakly and stood up, picking up the script for Guest. She moved to the cramped meeting room right next door. Inside, about 3 employees were already seated. Jennifer Thurman sat at the 5-person table and placed the Guest script on it. No one's reached out from anywhere, right? The freckled male employee replied bitterly. No, CEO. Another female employee added. We've tried contacting all the parties we had meetings with multiple times, but everyone said it would be difficult. I see. Nothing we can do then. Looking down at the Guest script for a moment, Thurman let out a long sigh and spoke. Let's pull the plug now. There's no more hope or possibility left. At that moment, knock knock knock, an employee hurried into the meeting room. CEO, turning to the employee, Thurman tilted her head. HM, what's the matter? What is it? Someone's here to see you outside. Someone's here? Who? The employee repeated what they had heard from the visitor outside. They said they're from BW Entertainment. BW Entertainment? Why would that agency be here? Suddenly, Kang Woojin, who was shaking up Hollywood, flashed through Thurman's mind. Wait a second, BW Entertainment? That's the agency Kang Woojin belongs to, if I'm not mistaken. TL, no. Only Kang Woojin gets mistaken. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Korea's BW Entertainment, or the agency, was already quite famous among Hollywood figures. It was the agency of that alien-like Kang Woojin, after all. Why would someone from BW Entertainment come here? Who came? They said they're the CEO. The CEO? Thurman's eyes widened as she looked up at the employee and stood up to exit the meeting room. Outside stood a man with tied-back long hair, wearing a sky-blue shirt and smiling. He was accompanied by 2 staff members. Of course, they all appeared to be Korean. As Jennifer Thurman approached, the long-haired man, no, Choi Sung-gun, extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Sung-gun, CEO of BW Entertainment. Thurman, caught off guard, shook hands and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Jennifer Thurman of A8 Media. But BW Entertainment, that's the agency with Kang Woojin, right? That's correct. What would an agency like that be doing here? I heard you're preparing a remake of Exorcism. Jennifer Thurman was visibly startled. On the other hand, Choi Sung-gun, looking relaxed, received a stack of papers from a staff member. It was the script for Guest. Choi Sung-gun held it out to Thurman. I heard you've been having difficulties securing investment. How did you know about this? I received it from director Shin Dong-chun in Korea, and I also heard a bit of the backstory behind Guest. Not in detail though. Thurman recalled the square-jawed director Shin Dong-chun in Korea. She had shared updates whenever something happened, and it seemed that information had reached the man now standing in front of her. I see. As Thurman slowly nodded, Choi Sung-gun spoke directly. Our BW Entertainment is considering being the main investor for Guest. Immediately, the eyes of the surrounding eight media employees grew enormously wide. Some even gaped open-mouthed. Even Thurman, who responded casually at first. Really? You came here considering investment? Was startled. What? You're saying you'll invest? That's what I said. In this Guest? That's right. Jennifer Thurman stared blankly at Choi Sung-gun for a moment, then managed to regain her composure. It's so sudden that I feel like I'm dreaming. Are you serious? I am serious. Choi Sung-gun, who had placed the script down, began his explanation. As you probably know, Kang Woojin is doing well in Hollywood right now, and our BW Entertainment has been preparing to enter the investment business for quite some time. We've already started operations on the Korean side. Actually, we were planning to move into the Hollywood side a bit later, but this investment in Guest was recommended by Kang Woojin, so we moved up the timeline. Kang Woojin recommended it. Yes. He says Guest is a good project and believes it has great potential. Emotions surged in Thurman's heart, her eyes widening. How should one describe it? Was it the feeling of something constantly rejected finally being acknowledged? And that, by a Korean actor who's currently turning Hollywood upside down, even though she had never met him. At this point, Choi Sung-gun spoke again. Shall we continue talking here? Pardon? No, not here, please, this way. Hurriedly, Jennifer Thurman guided Choi Sung-gun to the cramped meeting room. After everyone had taken a seat at the table, she asked cautiously, By the way, CEO Choi Sung-gun, when you say you'll invest, what kind of scale are you thinking? Choi Sung-gun replied without hesitation. I said main investor, did you not hear? We're thinking of covering it all. Guest has potential, and it's also a remake of Exorcism, Kang Woojin's film debut, so there's symbolic value in it for us as well. The entire production cost dash. Yes, all of it. Having answered, Choi Sung-gun delivered an additional blow. As the main investor, how about adding a special appearance by Kang Woojin too? Thurman was twice as shocked as before. Later, while Choi Sung-gun was in the middle of his conversation with Jennifer Thurman, in Korea, the talk of the town was the series that had overturned the world by sweeping 6 Emmy Awards. Just a few days left until the launch of Beneficial Evil Part 2. Will it meet the expectations of global fans? The launch of Part 2 of Beneficial Evil, which had already become a legend, was less than a week away. Part 1 was still charting on Netflix. Furthermore, since Kang Woojin's influence had skyrocketed after the Emmy Awards, interest in Part 2 of Beneficial Evil was truly explosive. Not only in Korea, but also overseas, the hype was tremendous. Expectations were at their peak. Of course, there was also some public opinion that looked at it with skepticism. Since Part 1 had been a massive hit, some believed Part 2 wouldn't live up to it. Eventually, a few days later, Issue Talk, 6-time Emmy winner Beneficial Evil Part 2 launches worldwide simultaneously. On the 19th at noon, Beneficial Evil Part 2 launched simultaneously across the globe. In more than 80 countries including Korea, Japan, and the US with Hollywood, Beneficial Evil was the constant topic of conversation. The reviews were mixed. Rave reviews included. Part 2 is even better than Part 1? I think it surpassed Part 1. And Kang Woojin's action has improved too. It was a sequel superior to the previous one. The direction, Kang Woojin's acting, and the overall story were excellent. Criticism. I at least finished Part 1, but I turned off Part 2 halfway through. Did the director just half-ass it? Only Kang Woojin's action scenes were somewhat worth watching. Everything else was too lacking compared to Part 1. Whatever the case, the world instantly grew noisy over Beneficial Evil Part 2. The next morning, on the 20th. Breaking news, Beneficial Evil Part 2 climbs back to global #1. Beneficial Evil Part 2 had once again claimed the #1 spot globally. Beneficial Evil Part 2 reaches world number 1 faster than Part 1, global fans abuzz. It had climbed the charts even faster than Part 1. And later that same afternoon, even though the news of Beneficial Evil reclaiming the global top spot was spreading, Kang Woojin had no time to be delighted. He was fully immersed in filming at the moment. The location was a set inside Columbia Studios. However, unlike before, it didn't resemble a neat city. Buildings were collapsed, cars overturned, and flames were raging. Corpses were strewn across the streets. Sirens echoed from all directions. In the middle of that war-torn city, swoosh, someone walked through the center of a road lined with burning cars. He carried an aura of supreme dominance. A man, with a cigarette between his lips, a pale face, and a wide, torn smile painted in red. It was Joker. The Joker, or rather Kang Woojin, with red hair swaying, strode fearlessly down the center of the road. The camera in front of him moved backward as it filmed. Just as Joker took a long drag from his cigarette, a man stumbled out from the driver's seat of a car, crashed into a utility pole up ahead. Blood trickled from his head, and as if he had no strength left, he dragged himself across the asphalt. That man, upon spotting Joker, reached out a hand. Save me. Kang Woojin, who had been walking majestically without stopping, responded briefly with a smile. Sure. Bang bang. The man's head burst open, and he collapsed. Kang Woojin, or Joker, as if completely unaffected, took a few more steps and exhaled a long stream of cigarette smoke. Then, swish. Amidst the corpses and burning cars filling the road, he suddenly stopped and began to tap dance. Then a brief pause. Woojin, sweeping back his red hair with both hands. All right. He smirked at the front-facing camera. Or perhaps it was an expressionless look. But thanks to the painted face, he always looked like he was smiling. I just thought of a fun prank. A moment of silence followed this line. Everyone fell silent. Kang Woojin, the filming crew capturing him. Director on Ga Bok watching multiple monitors filled with the Joker's face. Nora Foster with arms crossed behind him. The 100+ foreign staff members, and even the executives from Columbia Studios who had come to check the final scene. Though at least several hundred people had gathered, it was silent. Only the sound of burning spread. At this moment, cut. Director on Ga Bok rose quietly and signaled toward the Joker inside the filming zone. Okay. At the same time, one of the Columbia Studios executives in the back, a bald man with a commanding expression, murmured, "It's finished." Finally, all the foreign staff began applauding Kang Woojin in the filming zone. Clap, 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 clap. Crank up. In other words, director on Ga Bok's OK sign was the final signal for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, to challenge the Academy Awards. Clap, 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 clap. All of Joker's scenes had now come to an end. Chapter 453, Lightspeed 5. Within the vast filming zone, Joker, Kang Woojin, was receiving applause mixed with admiration from hundreds of foreigners. Clap, 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 clap. Director on Ga Bok, who had just declared the final OK sign marking the end of all filming. The producer Nora with a pleasant smile. The 100 or so staff who had endured the hardships together. The Hollywood actors who came whether they had scenes or not today. Their team members. The employees and executives of Columbia Studios. And even Kang Woojin's team members, including Choi Sung-gun. They were all giving generous applause to Kang Woojin as Joker. Clap, 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 clap. Because the much-discussed and issue-laden Pierrot, the birth of a villain, had just completed its crank-up. The applause from hundreds of foreigners may have been directed at Woojin, but it also reflected their joy that the filming had ended without any trouble. Soon, director on Ga Bok was exchanging brief congratulations and handshakes with the key staff, and Chris and the Hollywood actors shared joyful conversations with laughter. The executives of Columbia Studios also shook hands with one another, sharing the rising euphoria. Choi Sung-gun, watching that scene, was feeling an overwhelming thrill. It all felt both incredible and absurd. Columbia Studios, a Hollywood monster of a film company, is laughing here with us, and those renowned Hollywood actors are genuinely happy about the crank-up. And at the center of it all slide, is Woojin, Kang Woojin, who had not yet removed his makeup and was still in full Joker appearance. Several foreign key staff, had already flocked to him. They were shaking hands or taking pictures with him. Watching Woojin, Choi Sung-gun was reminded of the Cannes Film Festival around this time last year, when Woojin boldly declared, "See you in Hollywood." It felt like just yesterday, but already a year had passed. Time flies when I'm with Woojin, haha. Because so many explosive events and absurd incidents keep happening. In fact, he even won the Emmy Awards for Best Actor recently. Now, what remains is the Academy Awards. And the Joker, surrounded by those foreigners, is aiming for this year's Academy Awards. Well, there's still a lot more to do besides that. Kang Woojin had mountains of work still ahead, from the ongoing Beast and the Beauty to his upcoming projects. Choi Sung-gun, who was also caught up with the recent guest, had no time to rest either. At that moment, slide. Having just wrapped up photo time with the key staff, Kang Woojin approached Choi Sung-gun. Though the Joker makeup was intense and would normally be startling, Choi Sung-gun, now used to it, gave Woojin a crooked smile and a thumbs up. The last cut was killer. You worked hard, Woojin. Kang Woojin bowed his head slightly and replied in a low tone. Thank you for your hard work, Seonim. I kinda know the answer, but how do you feel? How do I feel? I feel damn amazing. That was Woojin's honest inner thought. But with his strong commitment to his concept, he shamelessly acted cool. Nothing special. Haha, yeah. I knew that would be your answer. That's so Kang Woojin. After a moment of silence, Woojin turned his body and looked around the bustling set. Except for the fact that all the staff and actors were foreigners, the atmosphere wasn't much different from that in Korea. The light-hearted joy, the anticipation for a brilliant future etched on their faces, it was all similar. Woojin was the same. However, there was one difference. I'm thrilled, but is it because this is Hollywood? There's also a strange sense of emotion, too. Indeed, the difference lay in the location. In Hollywood, called the sacred ground of global cinema, he had finished a movie from Columbia, one of the so-called Big Five studios, as the male lead. If an actor felt nothing about that, they'd have to be a robot. The emotion Kang Woojin felt at this moment was one of overwhelming elation. And soon, the whole world would get to see his Joker. Phew, damn, that's a bit nerve-wracking. Even when his films were screened in Korean or Japanese theaters, Kang Woojin got nervous. Thinking about this one spreading across the globe, his heart was already pounding. Soon, director On Jae-bak, who had been talking with Columbia Studios executives, approached. To cool his burning chest, Woojin poured cold water on himself internally, and the director, with his wrinkled face, smiled at Kang Woojin. Finally, this day has come. To director On Jae-bak, who had spoken in Korean rather than English, Kang Woojin gave a slight bow. Thank you for your hard work. I didn't really do much. It was easier than in Korea. You had it harder than me. Though I can't see it on your face at all. From now on, are you focusing only on filming Beast and the Beauty? Probably. All right. I'm going to dive right into editing starting tomorrow. Director On Jae-bak casually listed his upcoming schedule. Although the official filming for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had ended, that didn't mean all work was done. A different version of the poster shoot and ADR, additional dialogue recording, remained. However, those would be wrapped up within a few days. With a solemn look in his eyes, director On Jae-bak placed a hand on Kang Woojin's shoulder. I'll approach this edit as if it's the final chapter of my directing career. I've given Columbia Studios my confidence, so I'll have to deliver results that match. I'm a little scared, to be honest. Haha, it doesn't suit my age, I know. But too much understanding and too many goals are riding on my confidence. He was referring to the Academy Awards. But I'm sure your Joker will resonate with the world. Kang Woojin added a bit of bravado to his response. I think so too. Afterward, the news that Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had completed crank-up spread across Hollywood the next morning, as Kang Woojin moved on to shoot Beast and the Beauty. As expected, they spread the word immediately. So fast. Because the film was tied to many issues, from being the beginning of Columbia's cinematic universe to the performance Kang Woojin showed at the Emmy Awards, foreign media outlets gave loud coverage to the crank-up of Pierrot. LA Times / Watch It or Not, Kang Woojin's Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain officially completed crank-up yesterday. CNN / crank-up of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Columbia Studios says, release date under discussion. Most foreign news articles included Kang Woojin, but not a single one mentioned the Academy Awards. They're probably not even considering the possibility. Just as Kang Woojin silently muttered to himself, no one predicted that Pierrot, which had just announced its crank-up yesterday, was aiming for the Academy Awards. There was no precedent. Not even in all of Hollywood had there been a case where a film delayed its global release to premiere first in LA in pursuit of the Academy Awards. If this were to be revealed, the uproar would be inevitable. Regardless, the news of the crank-up of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, spread beyond Hollywood to Korea and Japan. Breaking news: Kang Woojin and director on GA-Box Pierrot, the birth of a villain, completed crank-up yesterday. Fans excitedly ask, when's the release? And gradually expanded to the rest of the world. Normally, it would have been a simple issue, but for some reason, the public opinion was noisy. It was a mess of praise and criticism, but it could be seen as a reflection of global interest in Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Around the time the issue surrounding Pierrot, the birth of a villain, began to grow. Action. Kang Woojin, unbothered, was back in action, not as Joker, but as Beast. Or, to be precise, in his skin-tight suit once more for the shoot. Perhaps because he had just wrapped Pierrot, Kang Woojin's energy level was high. Kang Woojin, you've always been amazing, but don't you seem a little more energetic than usual today? Yeah, even in that special outfit, he's giving off wild Beast vibes. Meanwhile, with director on GA-Box at the helm, the Pierrot, the birth of a villain team had begun editing. It was in the editing room within Columbia Studios, and quite a few key staff were gathered. As he looked at various equipment, monitors, and the medium-sized screen in front of him, director on GA-Box thought, phew, from now on it's a race against time. The first step of the massive plan had been taken. Meanwhile, John Persona by Universal Movies, the project with the latest start among the contenders, was now progressing through the mid-phase of pre-production under the direction of Danny Landis and Joseph Felton. Aside from finalizing casting for the mentioned actors, they were building sets and confirming the shooting schedule based on the storyboard, among other tasks. John Persona had no loud controversies but felt like a blade being quietly sharpened. Of course, what does Kang Woojin think about the cast list for this film? He said he doesn't mind any of them. The heavyweight Hollywood director Danny Landis had begun gradually increasing his communication with Kang Woojin. Thus, many things were rolling on, and time was melting away at the same rate. Before anyone realized, it was the last day of September. Part 2 of Beneficial Evil, which had drawn immense expectations due to the Emmy Awards and Kang Woojin's influence, had. Issue pick, Beneficial Evil Part 2, once again racing. Full speed at world number 1. Beneficial Evil Part 2, holding global number 1 for the second week after release. Next year's Emmy Awards contender performed another miracle. It continued its lightspeed streak while holding tightly to the number 1 spot worldwide. With that, the prestige of Korean content and of Kang Woojin was becoming even more solidified. And this entire mood carried into the newly arrived October. Now in its third week of editing, Pierrot, the birth of a villain, had accelerated even more, while Beast and the Beauty, already in its mid-filming stage, was steadily completing its schedule without major disturbances. However, in October, a slightly different issue began to move. That issue was the film guest. Hello, Jennifer Thurman. Welcome, CEO Choi Sung-gun, more precisely, BW Entertainment, which had stepped in as the main investor, was officially getting the ball rolling on guest. In the modest office of the small film company A8 Media, Choi Sung-gun, Jennifer Thurman, and others gathered to hold the first meeting for the production of Guest. The main focus of this meeting, recruiting the director and key staff, comes first. Which director and key staff would take charge of the production of Guest? Inside the meeting room, numerous names of directors and Hollywood key staff came up. Naturally, names of Hollywood actors were also mentioned here and there. However, considering the scale of the project and the size of our production company, it will be difficult to cast top-tier actors, but we can certainly send the script to A-grade actors. The reality of Guest was that it was nearly impossible to even attempt casting ultra-high-profile Hollywood actors. At this point, main investor Choi Sung-gun inexplicably recalled Kang Woojin's voice. Recently, Woojin had said something rather cryptic to him. CEO Nim, when it comes to casting, try to stall as much as possible during pre-production. Stall for time? Why? I've thrown out some bait. Choi didn't fully understand what he meant, but his faith in Kang Woojin was near religious, so he followed without much doubt. Jennifer, let's set aside the actor discussion for now. I was actually thinking the same. But when hiring the director, they often ask about the actors. Well then, let's use Kang Woojin's special appearance as a bit of a smokescreen for now. Either way, let's hold off discussing casting till later. Though nothing was resolved immediately, Guest had at least fastened the first button of pre-production. Then, around late October, Woojin, on the set of Beast and the Beauty, Miley Kara, dressed up glamorously in an elegant formal gown and a wig, called out to Kang Woojin. Woojin was in the role of the prince, and Kara was in the role of Beauty, Bella. I read that guest script you gave me. Sitting down, Kang Woojin asked her in a low voice. What did you think? Blonde-haired Kara smiled faintly and I was completely drawn in. It was interesting, especially the direction and devices. They were unexpected. So, why did you give me this project? Woojin quietly looked up at Kara and answered, because I think it'll do well. Just a feeling. A feeling. He began explaining about Guest to her. A few days later, as the stormy October came to a close, the first sun of November rose. The world was already giving off the scent of year-end, and people's light clothing was beginning to thicken again. On this very day, an unexpected video was uploaded to the official YouTube channel of Columbia Studios. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain 1 SD teaser Columbia Studios. It was the first teaser for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Chapter 454, Lightspeed 6. On the early morning of November 1st, the van carrying Kang Woojin was speeding toward SBT Studio, the filming site of Beast and the Beauty. Inside that van, Woojin could be seen looking at his phone screen with a solemn expression. It was the same for the rest of the team, including the stylists. Everyone was looking at their phones. Choi Sung-gun was nowhere to be seen. In any case, Woojin and his team members were all watching the same video. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain 1 SD teaser Columbia Studios. The first teaser for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was uploaded to the official YouTube channel of Columbia Studios. This was the first thing, other than the poster, to be released to the world. Kang Woojin's Joker face and movements were unveiled for the first time. What was unusual was that it had been uploaded suddenly, without any prior build-up. Of course, Kang Woojin already knew about it from director On Jae-bak. Though he appeared calm and serious as he looked down at his phone, internally, he was quite nervous. He had lived every day on the Pierrot set as Joker, but this was his first time seeing the content after it had been edited for media. Even more, this means people all over the world are watching this, right? Though fragmented, this was the unveiling of Joker and his first encounter with the global audience. No matter how deeply immersed in the concept he had been, it was only natural for Woojin to feel tense. Soon, Kang Woojin tapped the uploaded teaser video. The runtime was about 30 seconds, and it began with dash, a solemn yet calm OSD, and suddenly, on the black screen, the face of Henry Gordon appeared. Droplets of water dripped from his wet hair. With a dry expression, his shoulders and back were severely hunched. Henry Gordon, who had been staring closely at himself in the mirror, let out a deep sigh. His low, subdued voice came in. Dash, this is right. You have to endure it. As the camera zoomed in on Henry Gordon's face, the angle shifted. On an ordinary street, Henry Gordon was walking through a crowd. Then, the scene showed him watching a TV installed in a store. On the TV, a woman in a suit was speaking. Dash, control your anger. Uncontrollable rage is a disease. It needs to be treated. Anger is the root of many problems. The calm OSD suddenly sped up. The intense rhythm felt almost like a heartbeat. Again, the screen went black. The powerful music abruptly cut off, and a man's laughter erupted. Dash Kuva. With the laughter, a new figure appeared on the dim screen. It was the Joker running through the same street Henry Gordon had been walking. Multiple versions of him flashed across the screen rapidly, ending with the Joker in front of a mirror. More precisely, he was looking at himself in the mirror. He smiled as he stared at his reflection. Dash Kuhu. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Then came a quietly murmured line. Dash, being called crazy is quite the compliment. The screen turned black again, and loud gunshots rang out. About 3 shots were heard, and in a blood-soaked pizza place, Henry Gordon was seen picking up a Joker card. He even added more flour to his face. Soon, as the music reached its peak, the Joker's voice returned. Dash, I just thought of another prank. Bold white letters with a rough texture appeared at the center of the screen. Dash Pierrot, the birth of a villain. That was the end of the roughly 30-second teaser. Woojin, who had watched it mesmerized, clapped. Of course, only internally. This is sick. I acted it, but man, this is stylish. Overflowing with coolness. An evaluation close to self-praise. Even within that brief 30 seconds, he got chills several times. Acting aside, the editing was phenomenal. The music, characters, placement of lines, the rising tension, everything was spot on. Though he wanted to fuss about it and asked the team members what they thought, Kang Woojin held it in. Well, it was partly because his team was already going crazy. Wow, this is something else. I got goosebumps from the teaser. Isn't it incredibly well done? The music and visuals are perfect together. Especially when Woojin Opera appears, it totally grabs your attention. This is insane. There are so many comments already. The teaser video for Pierrot, the birth of a villain, had not even been uploaded for 30 minutes. However, its views had already surpassed tens of thousands, and the comments were increasing explosively. The languages, naturally, included Korean, English, and several others. What is this? Is the villain really the main character? The visuals are overwhelming, exactly like the released poster. Now I'm starting to get excited. Please, don't try to cater to public opinion and show us a real villain. As expected, Kang Woojin's Watch It or Don't was marketing. How can anyone not watch after seeing a teaser like this? The teaser looks well made, but I still don't like Kang Woojin. It would have been better if Chris played the villain instead. The idea of starting the universe with the villain is refreshing. I'm planning to watch it once it's released. Come on, people. Watching the movie only fuels Kang Woojin's arrogance. Arrogant or not, I have to watch it. At the moment, the response was mostly positive. Of course, there were a few negative comments here and there, but they were in the minority. Kang Woojin, with his strong poker face, showed no change in his expression, but inside, he was quite pleased as he read through the reactions. Some of the comments carried question marks, filled with curiosity. But why was the teaser for this movie released so early? It was already November. Over 3 months had passed since editing had begun. But even so, the release of Pierrot, the birth of a villain's teaser, felt too soon. It was a move that deviated from the usual standard. On top of that, the release date? There's no information about the release date at all. Exactly. So when is this movie coming out? If you're going to release a teaser, there should be a release date too. Other than the teaser, no information had been provided. As a result, reactions filled with curiosity and questions began to grow. Kang Woojin knew why Columbia Studios had made such a choice. They said the official announcement would be sometime next month. It was planned that Pierrot, the birth of a villain, would aim for this year's Academy Awards, and that announcement was scheduled for around the end of the year. Come to think of it, it was already year-end. Kang Woojin silently looked out the window and murmured internally, already in my 4th year. It was his first year-end in Hollywood. Meanwhile, the teaser video of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, that had been released to the world hit 1 million views in an instant. This was due to Kang Woojin's powerful influence, not only in Korea and Japan, but also in the United States, including Hollywood. It sparked massive buzz, and the teaser's unexpected release drew the attention of foreign media. ABY/Pierrot, the birth of a villain drops teaser unexpectedly. Kang Woojin's shocking visuals. Korean media were even more boisterous. Star Talk, it's here. First teaser for Kang Woojin's Hollywood debut Pierrot, the birth of a villain released. Public opinion wasn't much different, and figures in the Korean entertainment industry who knew Kang Woojin also went wild. The reaction from fellow actors, in particular, stood out. What's with the quality? Is that really Kang Woojin? Has he gone crazy? That's absolutely killer. From Hong Hae-yeon, who gasped while watching the teaser on the move, to actors who had worked with Woojin before or only knew him through articles and updates, there was a hint of vicarious satisfaction. Because Kang Woojin was living out the dream. They all had. Like that, the teaser for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, caused a stir in every country for several days. Amidst the buzz, foreign media both reported on the rising popularity of Pierrot and raised questions. LA Time/Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, still in post-production. Why the sudden teaser release? Why had Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, released its teaser at this particular timing? And why was there no information about the release date? It did feel quite strange. The more the questions deepened, the more explosively the teaser's view count increased. Before long, it easily surpassed 1 million and was now heading toward 10 million. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain 1 SD teaser, Columbia Studios. Views, 9.89 million. Naturally, YouTube was overflowing with other videos related to the teaser for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and both SNS and various global communities were abuzz with talk of Kang Woojin and Pierrot. The momentum was more than just a strong gust, it was a storm. Seizing the moment, Columbia Studios released a character video similar to a making-of, along with the official poster. Since the teaser had already taken the world by storm, the additional content quickly spread among the public. The more that was revealed, the more interest and curiosity surged. Once again, no release information was included. However, neither Columbia Studios nor Kang Woojin made any announcements. Columbia Studios simply maintained its silent promotional marketing, and Kang Woojin quietly but steadily focused on filming Beast and the Beauty. In the meantime, a few more pieces of good news reached Kang Woojin. Oh, another global #1 maintained for a full month. Beneficial Evil Part 2, like Part 1, had remained at the top globally for over a month, and Hollywood actors set to join Kang Woojin in John Persona were being confirmed one after another. Furthermore, John Persona, directed by Danny Landis, was gradually moving towards script reading. Many things were intertwined as November passed at the speed of light. After finishing the shoot for Beast and the Beauty, Kang Woojin headed to Columbia Studios. He noticed large Christmas trees set up throughout downtown LA. December had arrived, and with it, Christmas. Only a month left this year. Time flies like crazy. Department stores in LA bustled with people buying gifts, and pop singers, including Kara, were busy releasing Christmas-themed songs. Though it was Woojin's first Christmas spent abroad, his schedule remained largely unchanged. He might have been the busiest person in all of Hollywood. Come to think of it, I have no award shows to attend this year. In Korea, where the year-end atmosphere was already strong, preparations for various award shows and film festivals were in their final stages, and Kang Woojin had received invitations too. But he had no time to go. At best, he would attend a few award ceremonies held locally in LA as a guest. Thus began the final month of the year, December. At Columbia Studios, in the editing room where he had now been stationed for over 4 months, director On Jae-bak, who was leading the edit of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was confident. It's definitely possible by January. He meant that he could push Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, forward just as he had planned and proposed to Columbia Studios. Director On Jae-bak confidently told this to producer Nora and Columbia Studios executives. Our initial plan can proceed without issue. The edit is in its final stage. If things go smoothly, it will be finished by early January. Nora and the executives at Columbia Studios were pleased, but also tense. It was time to reveal their long-held intentions to the world. In that case, then we should announce it within this month. According to the plan, the film would have a limited release in LA theaters in February of next year. That meant less than 3 months remained. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, which had been sharpened like a blade, was now entering its final inspection. ABY/Academy Awards Committee confirms April for this year's ceremony. While Hollywood was full of year-end and Christmas spirit, news about this year's Academy Awards, scheduled for April, began trickling out. Films that had been hits this year, films that lacked box office success, but were praised for artistic merit, films that had performed well at international film festivals, all sorts of works, actors, and directors were gradually building up. The organization behind the Academy Awards was also getting busy. They had to manage construction at the ceremony venue, select the invited guests, and handle numerous matters outside of promotional marketing. In fact, they had already started the process of selecting candidate films. Then, a few days into December, the location was A8 Media in LA. With a main investor secured, the film company A8 Media, responsible for Guest, was extremely busy. CEO Jennifer Thurman, along with the entire A8 Media staff, was wholly immersed in Guest. Did you deliver the first production meeting schedule to the director and key staff? Yes. Both the time and location were communicated, and we received confirmation that all staff members would attend without any absences. Good. What about the BW Entertainment side? They said attendance might be difficult and asked that we just send a summary of the production meeting. Jennifer Thurman nodded slowly. Even though everything was going smoothly, one matter was beginning to weigh on her mind: casting the actors. Per Choi Sung-gun's suggestion, she had been holding off for a bit, but now that the director and key staff were confirmed, it was time to begin recruiting actors. How long am I supposed to wait? I think I'll have to reach out again myself. It was then. The phone in her hand rang, and as she stepped into her office, Jennifer pressed the phone to her ear. Yes, this is Jennifer Thurman from A8 Media. After listening to the caller for a moment, Jennifer's eyes widened dramatically. Her mouth opened slightly in surprise as well. Her face looked as if she had just received a major shock. She then softly repeated into the phone, "What? Me Miley Cara is interested in our project?" Meanwhile, in front of a five-star hotel in downtown LA, a luxury brands event was being held at the hotel. As a result, the venue was teeming with actors, influencers, and other celebrities, and more than 100 reporters had taken position at the entrance, wildly clicking their shutters. A few Hollywood actors could be seen conversing with the reporters. It was a brief interview before entering the photo zone. What was interesting was that among those actors stood Kang Woojin, wearing an indifferent expression. He was dressed in a luxury suit with neatly slicked back black hair, and the flashes exploding around him were like bombs. Numerous questions from reporters filled the hotel entrance. Kang Woojin did not answer every single question thrown at him, but picked and chose what to respond to. Then one male reporter shouted out, "Mr. Woojin, the film you performed in, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, has released a teaser, multiple posters, and other related videos. It seems a bit early, doesn't it? Why hasn't any release information been announced yet? Is there a specific reason? Or is this part of pre-marketing?" Making eye contact with the reporter, Kang Woojin responded briefly and simply, "It's because we're aiming for this year's Academy Awards." It was a statement explosive enough to turn all of Hollywood upside down. Chapter 455, Lightspeed 7. Kang Woojin's response to the 100 or so foreign reporters gathered at a famous luxury brand event. "It's because we're aiming for this year's Academy Awards." It was a very low and calm reply, but most of the foreign reporters, who had been frantically pressing their shutters at Woojin, turned dumbfounded. Huh? What did he just say? The barrage of flashes, which had been exploding like crazy, paused for a moment. Academy Awards? Did he just say Academy Awards? The unexpected response left the reporters flustered, and the male reporter who had questioned Kang Woojin barely regained his composure. "Did you just say Academy Awards?" Meeting the reporter's eyes, Woojin casually nodded. "Yes, that's what I said." Though his face remained stiff on the outside, Kang Woojin was actually quite enjoying himself internally. "How is it? Surprised? You're surprised, right? Your expressions are priceless." Unaware of this, the murmuring among the foreign reporters began to escalate. The question the reporter had posed to Woojin was simple. The teaser and various clips for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, have been released, so why isn't there any information about the release being announced? But Kang Woojin suddenly brought up the Academy Awards as the reason. What on earth was going on? Academy Awards? What's he talking about all of a sudden? Exactly. Didn't Pierrot go into editing around September? Why bring up the Academy Awards out of nowhere? He must be joking. But his face doesn't look like he's joking at all. Then what? He's really saying he's going to challenge the Academy Awards with Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain? That's pretty much impossible. How can a movie that went into editing in September be submitted for the Academy Awards in April? While continuing to photograph Kang Woojin, the foreign reporters began voicing their individual thoughts. Most of them, however, were skeptical. It wasn't exactly an unusual reaction. With Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain having finished its crank-up and editing in September, submitting it to the Academy Awards would indeed be a stretch. If we go by Kang Woojin's words, Then Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, would have to finish editing by January and be officially nominated for the Academy Awards by March or April. What about the Academy's requirements? Several reporters, trying to verify, rushed to question Kang Woojin again. Mr. Kang Woojin, is it true you're aiming for the Academy Awards with Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain? Yes, it's true. How is that even possible? The reporters frowned, looking as if Woojin was speaking utter nonsense. Of course, Kang Woojin wasn't just recklessly running wild in full-blown My Way mode. Talks had already taken place with Columbia Studios, and the answer he just gave had been coordinated with them as the best possible timing. Whether it's possible or not, we'll find out soon enough. Just get the gist and throw out some bold articles. Today was December 5th, and director G.A. Bach and his team had promised to finish editing by January of next year. That's only a month away. But there was no need for Kang Woojin to reveal everything. His role was only this much: to drop a massive bait in a public setting. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain is aiming for this year's Academy Awards, and further details will be announced by Columbia Studios. In an instant, over 100 reporters began hurling follow-up questions, but Woojin, keeping his poker face, turned away without hesitation and left the scene. The reporters who were still clicking their shutters at his back, almost in unison, pulled out their phones. If this is real. Scoop. This is a scoop. The reporters started making calls somewhere. And watching all this unfold, the various Hollywood actors who had attended the fashion event were also busy whispering among themselves. Did you hear? That Pierrot thing is going for the Academy Awards. Yeah, Kang Woojin just said that, right? Is it real? Kang Woojin said it so directly. He wouldn't joke like that unless he was insane, right? What's going on? Isn't Pierrot supposed to be released worldwide? What on earth are they planning? This atmosphere was something Kang Woojin, who was walking toward the event hall, was fully aware of, as most of the people were busy sneaking glances at him. On the other hand, having finished what he needed to do, Kang Woojin felt quite refreshed. Well, at this rate, articles will start popping off in a few minutes. Meanwhile, at A8 Media, CEO Jennifer Thurman, who had just been holding her phone to her ear, slowly lowered it. The call had ended after a few minutes. For some reason, the employees of A8 Media had gathered around her. The reason was simple. During the call, Jennifer Thurman had mentioned the name Miley Cara several times. On top of that, her expression after the call was far from ordinary. How to put it, a dazed expression. As Jennifer stared blankly into space for a moment, a male employee anxiously asked. He was the freckled employee. CCO, Miley Cara? Why was her name mentioned? But Jennifer, standing there blankly, did not answer right away. Perhaps out of frustration, other employees asked the same question. Yet Jennifer's lips remained sealed, and the freckled male employee grabbed and shook her shoulders. Only then did Jennifer Thurman snap out of it. CEO, Miley Cara. Well, apparently, Miley Cara is interested in our guest and has requested a meeting. The moment they heard the answer, the gathered employees opened their mouths slightly. They blinked their eyes in disbelief. It was an unbelievable response. Miley Cara? Guest? Yeah, Miley Cara. Is it really that Miley Cara we all know? Is there another Miley Cara in Hollywood? No, there isn't. But seriously? For real? Soon, the employees let out cheers. Regardless of the context, the fact that Miley Cara, one of the top-tier Hollywood actresses, was interested in the struggling guest had them ecstatic. On the other hand, even amid the employees' excitement, Jennifer's soul had not yet fully returned. Then suddenly, she recalled a line from Choi Sung-gun, who had recently appeared as the main investor. Let's delay casting actors as much as possible. Choi Sung-gun had postponed actor recruitment without a clear explanation. Then came the contact from Miley Cara. Was there a connection? Could it be Kang Woojin? Come to think of it, Choi Sung-gun had appeared as the main investor based on Kang Woojin's recommendation. And Miley Cara was currently filming Beast and the Beauty with Woojin. Moreover, the relationship between Cara and Kang Woojin ran deep. Jennifer sensed there was a link. However, she didn't have the luxury of time to think it through in depth. For now, let's schedule a meeting with Miley Cara's side as soon as possible. Yes, CEO. Oh my God. Miley Cara. Is she really going to appear in our guest? No, it's just a meeting for now. Whatever the case, the A8 media team quickly checked the schedule and rushed to arrange a meeting with Miley Kara. Honestly, there was no need to nitpick or debate. If Kara wanted, they could clear the entire day to meet her immediately. However, Miley Kara wanted a date a few days later, and Jennifer Thurman agreed. About an hour passed like a storm, and during that time, Miley Kara rose to the top of the list for the female lead and guest. Feeling as if she were in a dream, Jennifer collapsed into her seat and swept back her brown bobbed hair. Phew, I can't pull myself together. It was the first time things had exploded like bombs going off. She tried to calm down, but it didn't work. She could feel her heart pounding intensely. At that moment, Jennifer, who had seasoned experience in Hollywood, recalled Kang Woojin's face. Somehow, it feels like things have been falling into place smoothly ever since Kang Woojin checked our guest. He was like a savior. Just a few months ago, Guest had been clearly on the path to failure, but now it had wings. At that moment, Jennifer Thurman's phone rang again. Snapping back to her senses, she quickly checked the caller. Just in case, she thought it might be Miley Kara again. But it wasn't. An unknown number. Jennifer instinctively furrowed her brow and brought the phone to her ear with a slightly trembling hand. Yes. This is Jennifer Thurman from A8 Media. Jennifer's eyes widened again during the brief call, as if they were about to pop out. Chris Hartnett? Did you just say Chris Hartnett? This time, it wasn't Miley Kara. It was Chris Hartnett. A few days later, at SBT Studio. It was quite early in the morning, but the over 50,000 Pyong set complex of SBT Studio was bustling. Hundreds of foreigners were moving in perfect coordination. They were preparing to shoot Beast and the Beauty. The location was the grand banquet hall among the various sets, the same place where the audition for Beast and the Beauty had taken place. The banquet hall set had become even more elaborate than during the audition. Sparkling chandeliers, lit candles mounted all over the walls, and floors and pillars adorned with extravagant patterns, and so on. In that banquet hall, over 100 staff and numerous filming equipment filled the space. Soon, swish, women in white feathered dresses began to appear in the spacious banquet hall. Their makeup was unique. Their faces were pale white, and their eyebrows were excessively thick. The wigs on their heads were voluminous white permed hair. There were at least over 50 such women. They were all extras, but they were also professional dancers. Okay, let's start the rehearsal. At the shout of one staff member, the extra dancers in white dresses gathered in the center of the banquet hall. Various types of cameras captured them, and the chandeliers on the ceiling and candles on the walls lit up. Then, from the monitor area, director Bill Rotner shouted, "Action!" At once, strong classical music filled the entire banquet hall. The female dancers began to dance. The precision of their synchronized hand and foot movements was astonishing. At that moment, one of the cameras filmed the side of the banquet hall. From there, a man dressed in a banquet suit of mixed blue and white appeared. It was Kang Woojin in the form of the prince, not the beast. Having already immersed his entire body in the emotions of the prince, he silently looked around the banquet hall and smiled. It was a satisfied smile. He was pleased with how the banquet hall of his castle had turned out. After exchanging brief greetings with the men in black banquet suits nearby, Woojin walked past the dancing female dancers and sat in front of a golden piano. 2 cameras were filming him from front and back. Then, Kang Woojin began a dazzling piano performance. The background music lowered in volume accordingly. The prince wore a pleasant smile on his face. Watching this through the monitor, director Bill Rotner was overwhelmed with excitement. Watching him play the piano is always moving. Although most of Kang Woojin's scenes had been in a skin-tight suit, today he was a pianist captivating the hundreds of foreigners gathered on the set. And this scene was also to become the main OST scene for Beast and the Beauty. At that moment, bang, Kugawaga-gang. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted in the banquet hall, filled with soft piano music. The dozens of dancers in white dresses stumbled back in confusion, and the cameras filming them also shook, as if startled. It was part of the direction, a musical expression of the transformation from prince to beast. As dozens of dancers looked around with frightened expressions. Swish. Kang Woojin stopped playing the piano, stood up from the golden piano, and moved to the center of the banquet hall where the dancers had stepped back and made space. And then, Kang Woojin's heartfelt vocals filled the banquet hall. A few hours later. Cut. Okay. As soon as director Bill Rotner gave the signal, the female dancers in white dresses who had filled the set banquet hall withdrew. Their roles were not over. They had to prepare for the next scene immediately. Up to now, they had danced softly to the prince's performance, and from this point onward, they were scheduled to perform a slightly more intense dance to the beast's performance. Accordingly, Kang Woojin's makeup would also intensify. Having exited the set banquet hall, Kang Woojin could be found among the makeup team. As Woojin, who was busily having his makeup fixed, sat there, someone approached him. It was director Bill Rotner, holding a shooting continuity script in one hand. Woojin. At the call, Kang Woojin opened his slightly closed eyes and turned his gaze. Director Bill Rotner was smirking. You're entering the Academy Awards with Pierrot? Just then, the makeup adjustments seemed to have ended, and the staff stepped back. Kang Woojin, whose makeup had intensified, responded in a low voice. Yes, director. The media is in an uproar about that right now. Yes, I've seen it too. Haha, but is it really possible? Who knows? To Woojin's brief reply, director Bill Rotner showed the shooting continuity in his hand. It might be hard this time, but let's try going for the next Academy Awards with our Beast and the Beauty. He stated it definitively. At this rate, we'll crank up by early next month. Meaning the filming of Beast and the Beauty would end in January. And at the same time, in Hollywood. LA Times / at an event, Kang Woojin says Pierrot is aiming for the Academy Awards. Is it true that Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, is aiming for the Academy Awards? Controversy around Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was rapidly 56, Lightspeed 8. The filming of Beast and the Beauty, which began at the set banquet hall, only finished late at night after moving through several sets. Over 100 staff members were busily moving for the next day's shoot, and after bidding farewell to director Bill Rotner, Kang Woojin was on his way back to the trailer with his team. He was currently dressed in a skin-tight suit. Ah, damn, no matter how many times I wear this, I just can't get used to it. Though he grumbled inwardly, on the outside, Woojin, who had his tough guy persona equipped, had nearly reached the trailer when Woojin. Someone called out to Kang Woojin. It was Choi Sung-gun, who hadn't been seen all day, waving his hand. For reference, recently Choi Sung-gun hadn't been able to work with Woojin due to his responsibilities with Guest and several other matters at the LA branch. Anyway, after entering the trailer with Woojin, Choi Sung-gun said, whether in Hollywood or Korea, it's just blowing up everywhere that Pierrot is aiming for the Academy Awards. I expected it, but I didn't think it would erupt into this kind of frenzy. Is that so? Still, Columbia Studios hasn't officially announced it yet. Things will get even noisier once that drops. When are they announcing? In a few days. We better get ready too. Soon, as Kang Woojin was changing out of the skin-tight suit, Choi Sung-gun changed the subject. I heard the crank-up date for Beast and the Beauty has been roughly set. Yes, I heard it's in early January. Early January, so less than a month left. Feels like we just started shooting yesterday, time's flying by like crazy. Pierrot is in the final stages of editing, and Beast and the Beauty is wrapping up filming. At that moment, goosebumps rose on Choi Sung-gun's arms. There's not much time left before those movies are released worldwide. Damn, it's nerve-wracking, really. Aren't you excited? Of course I'm excited. In fact, I'm beyond hyped. Though Woojin felt similarly excited inside, he replied outwardly in a calm tone. Moderately. Just moderately? Man, you're conquering Hollywood just a few years after your debut. Still amazes me every time I see you. How are you so composed inside? Anyway, I got a call from Jennifer Thurman from the Guest side. She said Miley Cara contacted her out of the blue. And Chris Hartnett too. Both of them are interested in Guest, and there's a meeting planned soon. Choi Sung-gun, who had been smiling lightly, poked Woojin on the cheek of his emotionless face. It's you, right? Who knows? Who knows, my ass? You think two top-tier Hollywood actors would just randomly want in? On Guest. That too so suddenly? Unless you were working something behind the scenes. How could this even happen? Yes, that's right. I worked them. While Woojin laughed internally, the line he gave Choi Sung-gun was incredibly brief. I merely recommended the script. Same thing. What did you say to them? What exactly did you tell those two actors to get them biting so quickly? Huh? Choi Sung-gun pressed on, curiosity clearly overflowing, but Woojin did not open his mouth. But thinking about it, he hadn't even done anything big. I just gave an appropriate explanation and recommendation, that's all. It was Miley and Chris who made the moves. Well, of course, it was a result of Kang Woojin's overwhelming influence on them. In other words, Woojin himself was currently a cheat key. Woojin asked something else. CEO Nim, when will you announce the guest matter? Soon. But we shouldn't overlap with Pierrot, so probably after Columbia Studios makes their official announcement. While they were talking, Woojin, who had taken off the skin-tight suit, put on a cap and exited the trailer first. The interesting part was, there was a familiar blonde woman standing right in front of the trailer. What took you so long? It was Miley Cara, still in her Bella appearance. Though they'd been at the same filming location all day, they hadn't spoken a word due to having no overlapping scenes. Choi Sung-gun, sensing the atmosphere, cleared his throat softly and quietly left. Soon, Woojin muttered to Cara, still in costume. Cara, with her blonde hair braided into a single line, shrugged her shoulders. I was talking with the director, so I got held up. I see. More importantly, Cara, dragging the end of her sentence, took a step closer to Woojin. A pleasant scent drifted over, but Kang Woojin acted as if nothing happened. Miley Cara glanced around and then lowered her voice. I called the guest team. Looks like we'll have a meeting in a few days. Yes, I heard. For the record, it's not confirmed yet, and more importantly, I didn't get interested in guest because of you. I scheduled the meeting because the script was interesting. After briefly looking into Kara's face, Kang Woojin gave a slight, indifferent nod. I know. Cara suddenly narrowed her eyes and corrected herself. No, to be honest, half of it is because of you. Kang Woojin unknowingly smiled. Thinking back, this was the second time Cara had managed to dismantle his perfectly crafted persona. Half, you say? That's right. So let's go eat. Eat? Yeah. We've never had a meal together during the filming of Beast and the Beauty, have we? Had they not? He'd been so busy that he couldn't remember clearly, but now that she mentioned it, maybe they hadn't. As if it wasn't a big deal, Kang Woojin nodded. Sure, let's eat. Cara's expression brightened instantly, and she cleared her throat to hide it. Why am I so happy just to have a meal? This is so annoying. Later, after wrapping up for the day, Kang Woojin enjoyed some internet surfing in the van while in transit. He started with Korean news. Damn, it's insane. Korea was in a frenzy. And what else could be the topic? The ripple effect of Woojin's interview was spreading like wildfire. Issue pick, Kang Woojin's Pierrot, the birth of a villain aiming for the upcoming April Academy Awards? Columbia still silent. Kang Woojin reveals direct ambition for the Academy Awards. Industry experts. Timing makes it nearly impossible. Will we actually see Woojin at the Oscars this April? The Korean media was flooded with nothing but Kang Woojin, Pierrot, the birth of a villain, and the Academy Awards. Since he had already won Best Actor at the Emmy Awards, the press was even more frenzied. The Korean public wasn't much different. Social media, various online communities, and YouTube were all abuzz with Woojin's hot topics. Was Kang Woojin confused in the interview? I mean, seriously, the Academy Awards are in April. How can he attend? Seeing how Columbia is staying quiet, it looks like Woojin jumped the gun 100%. Nah, it's totally possible for Woojin to go to the Oscars in April as long as the requirements are met. What are the requirements, though? First, the film has to screen for at least 1 week in LA theaters. Wouldn't Columbia suffer massive losses that way? If they screw up aiming for the Oscars, the whole release schedule gets wrecked. Anyway, if Kang Woojin really goes to the Oscars, it'll be legendary. He'd become god tier. But won't the Oscars hate how he's being so public and not pick him just out of spite? If the film's a masterpiece, they have to pick him. Hollywood's in chaos too anyway. And it wasn't just online. Offline, too, Kang Woojin was the talk of the town. From everyday public conversations to people in the entertainment industry who knew Woojin, actors, directors, and so on. If this was how it was in Korea and Japan, Hollywood must be even more intense. CNM/Academy Awards remained silent after Kang Woojin's bombshell declaration. Is Pierrot, the birth of a villain, really aiming for the Oscars? Foreign media continued to churn out article after article, and even on major international forums like Reddit, rumors and wild theories were spreading. However, since it was the end of the year, the global entertainment industry couldn't focus solely on Kang Woojin. There were just too many award ceremonies, events, and parties lined up. Still, while continuing to shoot Beast and the Beauty, Kang Woojin was invited to attend several award ceremonies. Though journalists bombarded him with interview requests each time, Woojin kept his words to a minimum this time. About a week passed like that. It was already mid-December. The scent of year-end and Christmas grew stronger than in the beginning. While commuting to the filming set of Beast and the Beauty, Kang Woojin received a call from the Columbia side. Yes, understood. After briefly ending the call, Woojin lowered his phone, and Choi Sung-gun, who was with Kang Woojin today, hastily asked, "What did they say?" Woojin answered indifferently, "They'll announce it within the hour." Exactly 30 minutes later, Columbia Studios made a global announcement through its official social media channels. "Hello, this is Columbia Studios. Today, we would like to share some news regarding Pierrot, the birth of a villain. This is the topic that recently drew attention through Kang Woojin's interview. Everything he said is true, and our film Pierrot, the birth of a villain, will be aiming for the Academy Awards next April. As such, we will begin early screenings in Los Angeles starting this February." It was precisely the plan that director Angie Bach had submitted to Columbia Studios. The announcement instantly swept across Hollywood. Foreign press, which had been filled with question marks, erupted into exclamations, pouring out articles, and the global public chattered more noisily than ever before. Global public opinion was split. Some found it refreshing and shocking, while others thought it was ridiculous and absurd. Given that it was a near unprecedented approach in Hollywood's history, such reactions were understandable. The controversy intensified exponentially. However, Columbia Studios responded nonchalantly by releasing additional posters and teaser trailers for Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Kang Woojin also posted a behind-the-scenes photo from the Pierrot shoot on his social media, accompanied by a short message, "Please support us." While the world, including Hollywood, was boiling over with Pierrot, the birth of a villain, other things were moving forward smoothly. Hello Miley Cara. Nice to meet you. At A8 Media, the production company for the film Guest, Jennifer Thurman and her staff welcomed Hollywood's top-tier actress Miley Cara. "Phew, I'm nervous. It's Miley Cara right in front of me." Really? I enjoyed reading the script. It's truly an honor. Although it was just a brief meeting, Jennifer Thurman was visibly nervous about sitting across from an unexpected megastar. On the other hand, Cara was completely relaxed. There were many things to be finalized in this meeting, but what Jennifer Thurman was most concerned about was Miley Cara's fee. If Cara agreed to star in the project, they'd be willing to bow 100 times to get her on board. But if the price was too outrageous, it would just be a fantasy. Fortunately, not bad. Miley Cara reacted positively to the proposed fee. It wasn't a done deal, but with this kind of response, the possibility was there. Jennifer Thurman was dancing internally. Even if the price goes up a bit, it's within the expected range. Of course, the fee she had offered Miley Cara was already a significant sum. In fact, over 50% of Guest's overall production budget could be considered to go toward actor payments. But in Hollywood, such a scenario was not uncommon. After finishing the meeting with Miley Cara, Jennifer Thurman, next one. With a fierce expression, she moved on to the next candidate. Exactly 3 hours later, the Hollywood top actor sitting across from her was. Hello. Welcome, Chris. It was Chris Hartnett. Meanwhile, at Universal Movies, one of Hollywood's Big Five studios, a key agenda item was finalized. Among those gathered were major players like Joseph Felton, high-level staff, and the famed Hollywood director Danny Landis. This was regarding the third film Kang Woojin had locked in, John Persona. It's complicated, so let's get through the year first. I agree. December's too hectic. Let's begin in January. Alright, script reading will take place in January then. The script reading for John Persona was scheduled for January, just a few weeks away. Time flowed on. A day, 2 days, and then a full week passed. Countless issues swirled around, and Kang Woojin, who was half exhausted trying to keep up with the packed schedule, arrived home late at night in LA. He had just Finished a day of filming and was completely exhausted. Ugh, damn, I'm dead. Throwing off his concept persona, he checked his phone. December 31st, 2022, p.m. 11:55. There were only 5 minutes left in the year. And so, on Kang Woojin's phone, easy. Endless messages were pouring in. Chat notifications, texts, DMs, and so on. His phone had been ringing all day. Just as expected for the year's final moments. Countless people were reaching out. While checking those messages, Woojin muttered briefly, I'm a year older. Because the numbers on the phone screen had changed. January 1st, 2023. It was the moment Kang Woojin became a fourth-year actor. 2 days later, January 3rd, 2023. The chaotic year-end had passed in both Korea and Hollywood, and the new year had dawned. Still, the new year wasn't exactly quiet either. Early in the morning, Kang Woojin had just gotten into a van. Though the new year had dawned, a poker face was still on his face. He stared blankly out the window, but internally, Woojin felt a subtle flutter of excitement. Wow, what did I even do to already be a fourth-year actor? For a moment, Kang Woojin recalled the first time he encountered void space. Just then, BZZ. His phone let out a long vibration. Woojin flinched slightly and checked the caller. The name displayed was Director on Ga Bak. Internally thinking, Woojin calmly cleared his throat and raised the phone to his ear. Yes, Director Nim. He spoke in Korean, and the aged voice of Director on Ga Bak came through. Just finished. The editing for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, It meant the weapon was now fully loaded and ready to fire. Chapter 457, Lightspeed 9. Is that so? Kang Woojin spoke into his phone, addressing Director on Ga Bak. You've worked hard, Director Nim. Woojin responded solemnly, but inwardly he let out a small exclamation. Wasn't it expected to finish mid to late January? That was crazy fast. The reason was simple. Director on Ga Bak had just declared that the editing for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was finished. It was currently early January. The timeline on Ga Bak had given to Columbia Studios and Kang Woojin had been the end of January. It was certainly fast enough to make one's eyes widen. Soon, Director on Ga Bak's voice came through the phone, mixed with a light chuckle. I was so caught up in it that before I knew it, I had reached the end. I could have had Columbia Studios inform you, but I wanted to tell you myself. Thank you. Have you told Columbia Studios? Of course. Nora and the people at Columbia Studios should be arriving soon. Phew. Now all that's left is to let it loose. But no worries. Even during editing I felt it again. Your Joker is chilling. Right now, public opinion and the press might be saying this and that, claiming it won't work. But once they see it for themselves, their minds will change immediately. I think so too. Haha, good. Then I'll see you soon. After an appropriate conversation, the call between Kang Woojin and Director on Ga Bak ended. As Woojin lowered his phone, Choi Sung-gun, who had been watching closely, immediately leaned in. Director? Was it Director on Ga Bak? What did he say? His face brimmed with explosive curiosity. The surrounding team members also had visible question marks in their eyes, but Woojin, in his typically detached manner, answered calmly. He said the editing for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, just finished. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened rapidly. Already? Yes. That's fast. Wasn't it expected around the end of this month? Seems like the director rushed a bit. Saving 3 weeks isn't just a bit, it's extremely fast-paced. Anyway, editing's done. I'm dying to know how the visuals turned out. Aren't you? Me too. The team members, including the stylists, all nodded intensely in agreement. Then, before anyone realized, Choi Sung-gun had opened his planner and asked again. Let's see. Does that mean they can stretch the promotion a bit longer? Or maybe even bump the release date up by a week? But when's the test screening? Woojin answered swiftly to the question thrown his way. Not sure, but he said soon, so it should happen quickly. Meanwhile, Woojin himself was inwardly filled with anticipation. How did the Joker turn out? Damn, I'm curious. Meanwhile, inside the editing room at Columbia Studios. In the enormous editing room, packed with countless monitors and equipment, Director on Ga Bak could be seen. Due to the chilly weather, he was wearing a lightweight padded jacket, and the wrinkles on his face had increased. He visibly looked drained. Understandably so. It hadn't been just a day or two of staying up all night. This man, let out a long sigh as he leaned his head back against the chair. The surrounding editing staff and key crew members were busy chatting among themselves. They were praising themselves now that the editing was done. Watching them quietly, director on Jaebok's gaze. Swish. Shifted to the center monitor, the largest among several in front of him. The video on screen had been paused. On the screen was Kang Woojin, grinning. The Joker was on display. His red hair covering his jaw, his pale face, the vividly colored costume. Director on Jaebok stared at the image of the Joker frozen in a confident pose. As he rubbed his face with both hands, he muttered quietly, "Loading complete. Now I just need to hand it over to Columbia Studios." Countless memories passed through his mind. From Leech to the Cannes Film Festival and even his Hollywood debut. It had been quite a long journey, but in retrospect, it all felt like a flash. At that moment, knock knock. Hey! Knocking sound filled the room, and the thick door to the editing room opened. The first visible figure was a woman with a striking, stern face. It was executive producer Nora Foster, and behind her came several executives from Columbia Studios, including a bald man. They had come upon hearing the news from director on Jaebok that editing was complete. Nora and the executives wore expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. Soon, director on Jaebok rose from his chair to greet them. After exchanging handshakes and greetings with him, Nora and the executives turned their eyes toward the monitors at the front of the editing room. Looking at the paused image of the Joker, the bald executive was the first to speak. "Great work. Now we can finally present that guy to the world. This is the beginning of the cinematic universe. My heart is racing now that we've actually arrived at this point." Haha, I feel the same. Finally, the executives from Columbia Studios all seemed to be lost in deep thought. It was understandable. They were on the verge of launching the massive cinematic universe they had been preparing for years and staking everything on. At this moment, Nora Foster, who had been looking at the Joker on the monitor, locked eyes with director on Jaebok. "Director, what remains now is promotion and marketing, limited release, and then the Academy Awards." Yes. Nora intentionally skipped one crucial step, the official nomination announcement from the Academy. If they didn't make the cut there, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain wouldn't even be eligible to compete for the Academy Awards. However, Nora had already erased any thought of failure from her mind, and she spoke again to director on Jaebok. "We need a test screening before we go full throttle." "I know. Are we gathering everyone?" "Of course. Everyone here, and all the cast." Nora Foster, having answered, murmured the test screening schedule. "As soon as possible. I'm planning to hold it within this week." Later, while the buzz over the completed editing of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain heated up among director on Jaebok and Columbia Studios, Kang Woojin arrived at the filming site of Beast and the Beauty. The massive 50,000 Pyong SPT studio. Woojin had already spent months mingling there, and the entire production crew of Beast and the Beauty was in full battle mode. This shoot too had reached its final stage. Woojin, in his skin-tight suit, was currently waiting inside a trailer. "Ah, damn, just a little more and I can finally ditch this outfit." He picked up his phone, intending to check several things. What first caught his eye were countless articles swirling with various issues. There was foreign press, of course, but the Korean media was particularly colorful. From Beneficial Evil, which, although it had lost first place, had held the global #1 spot longer. Then Part 1, to updates on Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Beast and the Beauty, and the Academy Awards. When is the release of Pierrot, which declared its Academy Awards bid? Industry insiders say it'll be tight to meet the requirements. Issue talk. As Beneficial Evil Part 2 succeeds, Netflix CEO says, "We'll definitely produce Part 3. Since January 2023, it had been a flood of hot topics. And as always, at the center of it all stood Kang Woojin. The most powerful topic, of course, was related to Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and the Joker aiming for the Academy Awards was being scrutinized, chewed over, and enjoyed by media and the public all over the world. As Kang Woojin was surfing the internet, a foreign staff member approached his trailer. "Mr. Kang Woojin, stand by please." Lowering his phone, Woojin stepped out of the trailer while muttering to himself quietly. Once they announced that editing for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain is done, things are going to get even noisier, right? Meanwhile, in Hollywood, already brimming with news like Korea, a few more pieces of bait were being thrown into the mix. Rumors were starting to spread among major media outlets about Hollywood top actress Miley Cara, and I heard Miley Cara decided on her next project? Already? She's still filming Beast and the Beauty, isn't she? It's just a rumor, but it sounds pretty credible. She supposedly made contact with a film company. Which studio? Not sure yet. We need to dig deeper. Chris Hartnett's bait was also circulating. Have you heard of a movie called Guest? Guest? Never heard of it. It's a project that's been in limbo for years, but recently, Chris has shown interest in it. Heard it from someone connected to his agency. Is that confirmed? Both actors were either working on or had already worked on projects with Kang Woojin, and since they were highly acclaimed Hollywood stars, the news broke out quickly. Of course, these were more like tabloid-level rumors with no confirmations, but the buzz was more than enough. A man closely observing all this was, is it about time to throw it in? Choi Sung-gun, the main investor of the film Guest. He had been on high alert since the previous year, and now he decided it was the right moment to act. Although Guest had already begun full-fledged pre-production, no clear news had been released yet in Korea or Hollywood. Whatever the case, on the 4th, a day later, Choi Sung-gun. Yes, it's me. I think it's time to start rolling out what we prepared. He initiated something in coordination with A8 Media. And then, precisely in the afternoon of the 4th, an exclusive report exploded. It started in Korea, with BW Entertainment announcing via its official social media the new business venture it had been preparing since the previous year. Hello, this is BW Entertainment. We have something to share with the fans who always support us. BW Entertainment has begun investing in a Hollywood film. The title of the project is Guest, and it is a remake of Kang Woojin's past work, Exorcism. The post included the full story behind Guest, from A8 Media acquiring the rights to Exorcism, the adaptation process, and recent developments. It also confirmed that BW Entertainment is the main investor, since something like this was almost unprecedented both in Korea and Hollywood. Breaking news, BW Entertainment becomes main investor in Hollywood film. The project is Guest, a remake of Kang Woojin's Exorcism. Sudden venture into Hollywood by BW Entertainment, jumping to Hollywood before establishing itself in Korea. The story quickly became a hot topic. The media was in a frenzy, and Korean netizens jumped in right away. Woojin's killing it in Hollywood, so his agency got hyped too, but isn't this a bit much? Where's all that confidence coming from? Wasn't Exorcism a short film? So they're remaking it into a feature in Hollywood? Does that mean Woojin's the lead? There was an article saying he can't take the lead since his schedule is packed until the year after next. Whoa, awesome. Exorcism was a freaking blast, if not Woojin. Who's gonna play Kim Ryujin's role? I saw foreign reports saying Miley Cara and Chris Hartnett are reviewing Guest. Yeah, right. This is kinda over the top for BW. Feels like they'll pour hundreds of billions in and get wrecked brutally. It took less than a few dozen minutes for the issue to reach Hollywood. CNM/Guest receives main investment. Kang Woojin's agency also extends reach into Hollywood. Even in vast Hollywood, the name Guest, which had once faded into obscurity, was spreading like wildfire. But the real punch was still to come. It came from the lips of Choi Sung-gun, who smiled at the rising fame of Guest. Hee, the momentum's looking nice. He murmured low. If we release Chris Hartnett and Miley Cara were cast as the leads, a tsunami will hit. A few days later, inside a large building in Los Angeles, the atmosphere made it obvious that the foreign figures gathered there weren't ordinary people. There were about 20 of them. These were high-level members of a massively influential organization, even in Hollywood. In front of each person were tablets and several transparent files. What was interesting was, as expected, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, is causing a stir. That every tablet they were looking at was displaying posters and trailers related to Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Has something like this ever happened before? Not at all. I've never seen anything like it. But theoretically, what they're saying is possible. You mean having a limited release in LA for about 1 or 2 weeks, and then qualifying for the Academy Awards? Yes, it does meet the criteria. February is just around the corner. That's when nominations begin. Will they make it in time? We'll find out soon enough. Life never stops throwing crazy situations at us. All the individuals were busy discussing Pierrot, the birth of a villain. Even our thousands of members are looking forward to it, though half of them are dumbfounded. This whole thing is just absurd. These people were none other than the ones handling the world's most prestigious honor, the dream of every filmmaker on the planet. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS. Chapter 458, Prelude 1. In the United States, no. In the world, the most prestigious film awards festival is the Academy Awards. Also known as the Oscars, the Academy Awards are the dream stage and ultimate goal of filmmakers not just in the US but across the globe. With a history and tradition spanning over 70 editions, it is an event where even a nomination alone brings significant attention, regardless of whether one wins. Naturally, winning brings an unimaginable level of honor compared to just being nominated. The Academy Awards determine nominations and winners through the votes of thousands of members spread across the world. After the first round of voting, the Academy announces the confirmed nominees and proceeds with a second round of voting. Then, during the official awards ceremony, the final winners, both films and actors, are announced. The members consist of actors, directors, and key staff from various fields and are globally distributed. Of course, to be eligible for the votes of the members, a film must meet the conditions set by the Academy Awards. Among those, the most basic requirement is that the movie must be screened for more than a week in a theater located in Los Angeles, USA. Beyond that, there are numerous other conditions, including runtime and more. Only those films and actors that pass these numerous quests and complex processes get the chance to stand on stage and receive an Academy Award. Until now, Korea had never once won an Academy Award. In fact, Kang Woojin was currently the only Korean actor active in Hollywood, and even in the past, the presence of Korean actors had been rare, so it was expected. Furthermore, even across all of Asia, the Academy Awards track record was rather poor. However, since last year, for the first time in the history of the Academy Awards, a Korean actor had been frequently mentioned. That actor shaking up Hollywood was none other than Kang Woojin. He suddenly began to be frequently mentioned in conjunction with the Academy Awards, starting with the Cannes Film Festival. After Woojin received the Best Actor award at Cannes, he mentioned the Academy Awards in his acceptance speech that was broadcast worldwide. With no backing down, it was an unprecedented moment across the entire globe, and since the situation escalated to such a large scale, there was no way the group overseeing the Academy Awards could remain unaware of Kang Woojin. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS. Moreover, after Cannes, Kang Woojin repeatedly mentioned the Academy Awards during press conferences, interviews, and even at the recent Emmy Awards. Therefore, within AMPAS, which oversees the Academy Awards, Kang Woojin had become extremely well known. A Korean actor being mentioned this often, isn't this a first? Yeah, and no Korean actor has ever disrespected the Academy Awards like this either. Disrespected? Well, his tone may be a bit rough, that's true, but judging from his comments from Cannes to the recent Emmys, it feels more like a challenge than disrespect. That's a totally different view. From Cannes onward, Kang Woojin treated the Academy Awards as if anyone could easily enter. I don't think he should even be allowed to step into the Academy Awards. Well, among actors too, his image isn't all that great. In some ways, the commotion he caused helped draw attention. From what I feel, this year's interest is hotter than any other year. Inside AMPAS, opinions about Kang Woojin varied. Some openly disliked him, some were neutral, and some viewed him positively. There were even individuals making quite cool-headed judgments. When he mentioned the Academy Awards at Cannes, I thought it was just youthful exuberance, but the way he keeps climbing makes this feel different. He even won Best Actor at the Emmys. I have a feeling he's going to cause some kind of incident at this year's Academy Awards. With the first round of project selection already underway, AMPAS was abuzz with talk about Kang Woojin. However, for now, they too were taking a wait-and-see approach. In the end, being officially nominated for the Academy Awards is determined solely by the votes of the members. Because expectations and interest in Kang Woojin are so high, it's likely to affect the voting of actor members too. Even if his performance is objectively decent, he might receive low scores this time. So unless it's an overwhelmingly explosive performance that defies expectations, you're saying he won't even make the nominations. The performance he showed at the Emmys or the visuals in the poster and trailer for Pierrot were certainly shocking. Although Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had yet to be released to the world, perhaps the evaluation of Kang Woojin had already begun long ago. He's a character worth anticipating, but the acting must surpass that shocking visual effortlessly. January 11th, at SPT Studio. A vast set complex built entirely around the world of Beast and the Beauty. Among them, in an extravagant banquet hall, a man entered. It was Kang Woojin in a skin-tight suit. SSSHHK. Under dim lighting. In the banquet hall where the floor was filled with various patterns, hundreds of eyes watched Kang Woojin as he walked in. Director Bill Rotner, wearing headphones and staring intensely at the monitor, the actors of Beast and the Beauty, including Maria Armas, officials from World Disney Pictures, and more than 100 staff members. Everyone held their breath in silence. They all stared at Woojin, who had just entered the camera's frame. Though his costume was a skin-tight suit, unlike in the past, not a single person laughed. Everyone was deadly serious. Perhaps it was because they had adapted. That expression, mixed with anticipation and anxiety. The heaviness befitting a beast, yet a cautious gait. Ragged breathing. A stiff yet dangerous movement. At this point, the special costume is barely even noticeable. Just as director Bill Rotner, who had his nose nearly pressed to the monitor, muttered inwardly, Kang Woojin had completely erased any comical impression by embodying the imprinted character of the Beast into reality. In the eyes of the hundreds of foreigners present, Kang Woojin now appeared solely as the Beast dressed in a blue-toned banquet outfit. That Kang Woojin then, SSHK, stopped in front of a piano placed on one side of the empty banquet hall. A white piano with golden accents. Woojin, now overwhelmed by the presence of the Beast, seemed anxious for some reason. The camera zoomed in on Woojin, his pupils trembling slightly. Is it okay for me to be like this? Is it really okay to be enjoying moments like this? Kang Woojin wondered. The Beast was essentially living on borrowed time. Even in this very moment, his existence was gradually fading. Not the Beast, but his original self. He felt uneasy, restless, emotionally immature. Like a child trembling with fear, he wanted to roar in fury at any moment. But Kang Woojin suppressed the overwhelming emotion. A dull breath escaped his lips, but he forced himself to calmly sit down on the piano bench. Because of his massive frame, a creaking sound was heard. In reality, there was no sound, but Woojin clearly heard it in his ears. The surrounding murmurs in the banquet hall brushed past as well. It was them. The clock, teacups, kettle, and so on. Kang Woojin's vision was already immersed in Beast and the Beauty. Embarrassment surged within, but Kang Woojin held it back. Yes, it was all because of her. The woman who suddenly appeared and shook his incomplete heart. He wanted to show off to her, to ease her tension even a little. No, I want her to know that I'm human. He wanted to show the scent of a person. Though he looked so monstrous now, he wanted to say he was once a human just like her. So don't be afraid. Kang Woojin, or the Beast, began to play. A soft melody spread throughout the banquet hall. The performance was clearly different from the early stage of the Beast, and a blonde woman in a pale yellow dress appeared in the hall. Miley. Kara, or rather, Beauty Bella. Her blonde hair was braided in a single strand as she slowly approached the Beast, playing the piano. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Beauty Bella smiled. Woojin, who locked eyes with her during the performance, did not smile. As if awkward, he avoided Kara's gaze. But Kara smiled even more brightly and said, "It's a beautiful song." Several cameras, including one mounted on a crane, filmed the banquet hall. The appearances of the Beast and Beauty were captured simultaneously, though from various angles. Kang Woojin's piano performance grew even more intense, and the candles attached to the pillars lit up. So did the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Watching the Beast, Kara stood in the center of the hall, and then, SSSHHK, she began to dance gracefully to the piano music. A soft song was added. Spinning around, Kara pulled the Beast, or Kang Woojin, away from the piano. Woojin, startled, followed her lead. Though the piano stopped playing, The music continued to echo through the banquet hall. Kara was enjoying the dance, while Kang Woojin was cautiously responding to her rather than actually dancing. His worried expression, fearful of stepping on her feet or making her fall, was clearly captured by the camera. That continued for about 5 minutes. The piece reached its climax, and even the exchanged glances between Kang Woojin and Kara began to carry a strange nuance. Kara, both as herself and as Beauty Bella, was now able to express her true feelings more comfortably. Her clear blue eyes turned toward Kang Woojin. Woojin, as the beast, gazed quietly at the blonde-haired Kara, at Beauty Bella, and then murmured softly, "Thank you." Kara tilted her head slightly and asked, "For what?" "Just, everything. I'm thankful too." What should he do with this smiling woman? The beast was scared of this happiness. If everything were to disappear, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Though the music continued, Kara's dance came to a stop. She looked calmly at the weary beast, then suddenly, "It's okay." She hugged him. "Nothing is going to disappear." At that moment, the beast and Beauty froze in both dialogue and movement. In the banquet hall set, it was as if time had stopped. No one spoke a word. Then it happened. Cut. Director Bill Rotner, with headphones around his neck, stood up in front of the monitor and gave the signal. "Okay." He then offered generous applause to the two actors. The next morning, World Disney Pictures made an official announcement. LA Times/World Disney Pictures. Beast and the Beauty finished Crank Up yesterday, destined to be a fantastic live-action adaptation. Filming for Beast and the Beauty had wrapped. A few days later, Kang Woojin could be found in a small to mid-sized theater, a venue that could seat about 100 people. However, it wasn't a public cinema. It was a theater located within Columbia Studios. Woojin's seat was somewhere near the middle. Kang Woojin, wearing his hat pulled down low, wore the most solemn expression yet. His face was filled with indifference, but inside, he couldn't help marveling at the theater. Whoa, this is insane, as expected of Hollywood. They're doing a test screening inside a full-on movie theater? The scale of this, it's like a premium theater back in Korea? So this is Hollywood? While trying to suppress his excitement, Kang Woojin casually crossed his legs to appear relaxed. At the same time, he noticed a slight gleam from the front. The bald head. Seated in the front row was the bald executive from Columbia Studios. Of course, both of his sides were flanked by other executives. Kang Woojin discreetly scanned his surroundings. To his right, ponytailed Choi Sung-gun was watching the screen ahead with a serious expression. To his left sat director On Jae-bak, with his wrinkled face, along with executive producer Nora Foster and Chris Hartnett. The cast of Pierrot had all taken their seats. Behind them, dozens of key staff and related personnel. They were all here to witness the beginning of the cinematic universe. Yes, at this moment, Kang Woojin was attending the test screening of the completed Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and the screen was just about to display Joker. It would be the first time Kang Woojin's villain was revealed to the world. As he inconspicuously rolled his eyes around, SSSHHK, he turned his gaze toward the screen in front. A faint tension brushed over his whole body. "Ah shit, I'm getting a little nervous." He was uneasy, worried that the faint sound of his beating heart might be heard in this quiet setting. The more nervous he got, the more intensely Woojin exercised mental control. "It's fine. This is just another test screening, like always. Stay calm. The only difference is the venue's freaking huge." "Yeah, that's all." Director On Jae-bak, arms crossed, glanced sideways at Woojin's expressionless face. "Composed, huh? No reason to be nervous. Let's hope he likes the Joker I put together." Chris Hartnett, who had also been observing Woojin's face, turned his gaze back toward the front. "Damn, I must be the only one nervous. If he's that calm, I can't afford to be tense." Just as he let out a long breath. SSSHHK. The lights throughout the entire theater went dark. Then, as a video began to play on the previously black screen, the sound blasted powerfully through the speakers. Keek keek. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The booming laughter of a man echoed. The screen first showed the startled face of Chris, or rather, reporter Robert Franklin. The back of a red-haired head appeared in the same frame. The grotesque and bizarre laughter intensified, and the classical song that had been playing quietly in the background gradually grew louder. The classical music was playing in an ordinary-looking restaurant, and the screen that had been focused on the strangely expressioned reporter Robert Franklin now showed another face. He, haha kekekek. Dripping, wet-looking red hair, a pale face, a long, torn red mouth, a red jacket and pants, mismatched socks. It was the Joker, laughing maniacally without holding back. Reporter Robert Franklin asked him a question. Why are you suddenly laughing? The Joker, or Kang Woojin, waved his hand. Kekekek. Sorry, friend. Now in an angle that captured the back of the reporter's head, the Joker's front bust shot was shown. He took a long drag from his cigarette, still laughing. Visually insane already, his laughter made him look nothing short of a monster. The Joker pointed upward with his index finger. This song holds some memories. It reminded me of back then. Suddenly, the screen showing the Joker switched scenes in a flash. It turned black and white. Inside a pizza shop covered in flour, a massive hunk of meat lay collapsed on the floor, surrounded by a pool of liquid. And then, there was Henry Gordon, drawing a split grin with that liquid. The classical music that flowed now was the same one playing earlier in the restaurant. The music grew even louder. It roared through the theater. Then, as the screen gradually turned black, a title appeared at the center of the dark frame. Pierrot. The title was white with a rough texture. Below it, a subtitle was added. The Birth of a Villain. By this point, all the foreigners gathered in the theater. Killer couldn't help but be captivated by the Joker. Chapter 459, Prelude 2. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. An English title appeared at the center of the screen. As Kang Woojin looked at the somewhat rugged title, he felt deeply moved and simultaneously found it unfamiliar. Phew, an English title, this is hitting hard. Though he had filmed numerous projects up to now, it was the first time he saw an English title. Moreover, his debut Hollywood film Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was currently being projected on screen, causing all the things that had happened until now to flash through his mind, and a flood of emotion and joy to well up excessively. How could he describe this feeling? A sense of achievement? Elation? I don't know, but whatever it is, it feels amazing. Woojin felt quite proud that the lead role in this film, which involved Hollywood monster film studios and major figures, was himself, the Joker who made a sensational appearance from the very first scene. His expression remained calm due to the concept, but inwardly, he was on the verge of breaking out in excited dance. Anyway, just look at that quality, that mysterious mood, the sound, the vibe hits from the very start. This is going to be insanely fun. Even though it was his own film, Kang Woojin stared at the screen with the mindset of an average audience member. The music that had been playing grew louder, and the title that had been shown in the center of the screen disappeared. At that moment, Nora Foster, the stern-looking producer with her legs crossed, had a deep smile at the corners of her mouth. It was a smile of exhilaration. The villain Joker appeared from the beginning. His outrageous acting and visuals are dominating the air in this theater. The appearance of the Joker was not long. However, this is likely where future audiences will make their decision, that this film is extremely intriguing. And all of that stemmed from Kang Woojin's first appearance. His eerie laughter, mischievous lines, performance that drives the story, impactful visuals, and expressions that provoked curiosity gave me goosebumps. Goosebumps spread widely across Nora's arm. She glanced at Kang Woojin. He was nonchalantly watching the screen. Was he satisfied? Or did he feel something was lacking? His expression revealed nothing. Watching his Hollywood debut so calmly, really, he's something else. Nora then slightly shifted her gaze to director Ahn Jae-bok, whose face was wrinkled with age. He was touching his cheek with one hand, but couldn't take his eyes off the screen. At a glance, he looked composed, but director Ahn Jae-bok's eyes were clearly filled with excitement. The direction was great. Didn't expect him to use that scene this way. Even with the same script, the end result varies drastically depending on which director is involved. It could become a masterpiece or a disaster. Everything hinges on the director's sense, capability, and skill. The direction of Pierrot's opening just now was slightly different from the original filming storyboard. Originally, it was just an interview with the Joker. However, Director On Bach inserted the music that contributed to Henry Gordon's awakening during the interview, which led to a scene where the Joker recalled his past. The black and white style of that past represented the Joker's current emotional state. It was still early to say definitively, but Nora felt that the direction was spot on. With that shot, it sparked curiosity about the backstory and highlighted the Joker's horrifying yet unrestrained side. The Joker recalled a past brimming with slaughter and laughed wildly, speaking of it as though it were a delightful memory. It was no different from introducing a terrifying clown to the audience from the very beginning. Soon, Nora Foster clenched both fists tightly. It was because her anticipation and sense of success were intensifying. Naturally, every foreigner in the theater felt the same as Nora, from the bald executive to the other Columbia Studios executives. After seeing that acting from the first scene, how could anyone not find this entertaining? This is it. Even if it were released worldwide right now, everyone would be hooked instantly. Kang Woojin's acting, I saw it on set, but the overwhelming presence on screen is more than double. I'm glad he's leading the beginning of this cinematic universe. Haha, it's unbelievable. This is already fun. Have I ever seen a work like this before? All the key staff of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and the foreign attendees in the theater kept their eyes fixed on the screen, showering Kang Woojin with praise. No, they were worshipping him. It was acting and quality that deserved it. Then, instead of the villain Joker, the darkened screen displayed Henry Gordon, whose fragile demeanor was apparent even at a glance. His back and shoulders were slouched, and his eyes and expression were full of despair and emptiness. It was the face of someone who no longer had any expectations of society or the world. The beginning of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, naturally started with the hardships and persecution of Henry Gordon. What is this? What are you looking at? Get out of here now. I am sorry. However, depending on one's perspective, this might feel different. Some might simply interpret it as ordinary. But as the story progressed, the expressions of Kang Woojin, or rather Henry Gordon, subtly changed. With the accumulation of neglect, disdain, persecution, discrimination, prejudice, contempt, and violence, something was growing. A monster, that is. In this way, within the world of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, the Joker was born. Watching Woojin on the screen, Choi Sung-gun was deeply moved. Phew, this is incredible. Just incredible. Despite the process being soaked in blood and slaughter, perhaps because of the frustration felt at the beginning with Henry Gordon, a strange sense of exhilaration burst forth. Choi Sung-gun felt it, and so did everyone else. This must be what happens when you're completely immersed in the character. The Joker doing extraordinary things on screen, his appearance was refreshingly unyielding. Somehow, that appearance seemed like it was extracted from Kang Woojin's true self. Soon, nearly 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. All attendees, including Kang Woojin, were completely absorbed in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, and only snapped out of it when the ending credits signaled the film's conclusion. It was then that applause suddenly erupted. Clap, 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 clap. The applause echoed louder than the ending music throughout the theater. The bald man and executives from Columbia Studios were seen standing, clapping vigorously with both hands. Clap, 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 clap. It was praise directed at Kang Woojin and director On Bach. The applause quickly spread to everyone. Nora Foster, the key staff, Choi Sung-gun, Chris Hartnett, and the rest of the cast all applauded in celebration and high praise for each other. Clap, 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 clap. Finally loosening up, director On Bach muttered quietly, "Phew, I'm exhausted." He joined in the applause, and Kang Woojin, who had risen unhurriedly, also matched the mood accordingly, with an indifferent face. However, inwardly, he was bursting with excitement. Wow, that was insane. So damn fun. This is crazy. After a moment of sustained applause, the people in the theater began talking, almost as if it had been prearranged. Woojin naturally joined director On Bach, Nora Foster, and others, and it was Nora who spoke to him. Kang Woojin. At the call, Woojin, who had been cheering inwardly, immediately lowered his voice. Yes, Nora. Unaware of this internal excitement, Nora smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Your Joker was the best. Director On Bach, the executives, Chris, and the other actors all echoed similar sentiments. Woojin, feeling slightly embarrassed, chose to remain silent. Just then, Nora let out a small breath. Phew dash. She shifted her gaze to the screen that had just finished playing Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, then continued. We'll be starting the promotional marketing soon, and within a few days, we'll also announce the advance release date of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. It was news regarding the future of Pierrot. For your information, the advance release date of Pierrot has been set for February 9th, which is about a month away. Afterward, following the screening test of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Kang Woojin took 2 days of rest. Having completed 2 films since arriving in Hollywood, it was time for a break. Choi Sung-gun had said he wished he could give Woojin at least a week off, but there were too many delayed or ongoing schedules, making that impossible. Since Woojin's presence in Hollywood had grown even more prominent, his schedule had become more hellish than ever. Pretending it was nothing, Woojin grumbled inwardly. Ugh, damn, honestly, just actually filming on set is way easier. To the point where he truly felt filming was 100 times better. Even in the midst of this, Kang Woojin kept tabs on global trends, including those in Hollywood, whenever he had the time. As expected, it's chaos over Beast and the Beauty. Korea's loving it, but the rest of the world, just as I thought, people are going nuts. The hottest topic in Hollywood and the global entertainment industry was undoubtedly Beast and the Beauty. Recently, World Disney Pictures had announced the crank-up of Beast and the Beauty. Of course, the Korean media had already been actively covering Kang Woojin. Issue pick filming wraps for Beast and the Beauty. How will Kang Woojin's Beast and Miley Cyrus's Beauty be received? Kang Woojin, the first Korean actor as Beast. Global communities buzz with excitement/photos. On social media and YouTube, the Korean public was busy sharing expectations and speculation. Whoa, Beast and the Beauty is finished filming. Honestly, I can't imagine Kang Woojin as the Beast. But seriously, I'm filled with such damn national pride a Korean actor as the male lead in a Disney live-action adaptation. So when's the release? The overseas folks are freaking out right now at this rate. The first week of release is going to explode with audience numbers. I saw some leaked filming photos, and Kang Woojin and Miley Cyrus looked really good together. Leaked? Where'd you see that? While Korea leaned more toward the positive, globally the response was almost split down the middle. The controversy that had cooled during filming reignited the fervor among international audiences who had gone wild during Beast and the Beauty's early phase. Cheers and insults flew in every direction. But what could be done now? Filming for Beast and the Beauty was already over, and with only minor finishing touches left, post-production editing would begin soon. World Disney Pictures had gone all in. Then came the late morning of January 15th. Inside a large meeting room in downtown LA. This rental space was filled with staff members from A8 Media, the production company for the film Guest. Of course, Jennifer Thurman, with her brown bobbed hair, was also present. She sat at the front of a large, square-shaped table while staff busily prepped the space. Soon, Jennifer Thurman swallowed nervously as she looked at the still empty seats. Finally, are we really all gathering here? About an hour passed. Though it was the same space, the once quiet room was now bustling with foreigners, at least 20 of them. Whether they knew each other or not, they greeted one another cheerfully. Ha ha ha, it's been a while. Right? About 2 years. And we're working on the same project again. Let's do a good job together. Likewise, Jennifer Thurman watched them with satisfaction. The reason was simple. These foreigners now gathered were the key production staff who would lead Guest. Including the director, they were the top figures from each team. They all had glittering resumes that were once unimaginable, and even the mustache director had a truly impressive filmography. That's right, today was the first gathering of the core team for the film Guest. Then, swish, a blonde woman entered the production-filled meeting room. Hello Dash. Wearing a beige short-padded jacket, it was Miley Cyrus, a Hollywood top actress who had just finished filming Beast and the Beauty. Her entrance instantly electrified the atmosphere in the room. Jennifer Thurman, the director, and all the staff flocked to her. Naturally, as one of the top-tier actresses in Hollywood, this was expected. But she wasn't the last. Oh, Miley's here first. Hello everyone. Haha, you all look happy. Following behind her was another top actor with alluring, deep brown eyes. It was Chris Hartnett, who had just wrapped up filming Pierrot. With his arrival, the room exploded into excitement. Oh, Chris, welcome. The meeting room instantly became lively. The reason two of Hollywood's absolute top actors were there was simple. Miley Cara and Chris Hartnett were now confirmed as the dual leads of Guest. One of the eight media staff, a freckled man, stood with his mouth agape at the scene unfolding before him. I expected this, but seeing it for real, my jaw won't close. How did this happen? It was certain Guest had once been a doomed project on the verge of life support. And yet now, not only did it have a famous director and top-tier production team, but even globally renowned stars Miley and Chris had joined. The freckled employee suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Please, if this is a dream, don't wake me up. Just then, knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed again as new figures entered the meeting room. The first to appear was a man with a ponytail. As soon as she saw him, Jennifer Thurman rushed over ahead of anyone else. CEO Choi Sung-gun. It was Choi Sung-gun, the main investor who had poured tens of billions of won into Guest. Smiling, Choi Sung-gun shook hands with Jennifer. Haha, looks like everyone is here. Behind Choi Sung-gun was a man, wearing a black hoodie and a gray coat, his face filled with indifference. It was the first time Jennifer Thurman had seen him in person, and she slightly parted her lips, taking a moment to gaze at his face. Kang Woojin. It was Kang Woojin, scheduled to make a special appearance in Guest. Meanwhile, around the time Kang Woojin joined the members of Guest, Columbia Studios released an official update about Pierrot through their SNS. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain has completed its editing and testing without issue. We will now move forward with our bid for the Academy Awards. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain will be released in advance across various theaters in LA, with the release date confirmed as February 9th. They had officially announced the advance release date of Pierrot to the world. Chapter 460, Prelude 3. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain will have an early release in 33 theaters in LA and New York on February 9th. The screening period will be about 2 weeks. Of course, following the Academy Awards schedule, the worldwide release will proceed. Our Columbia Studios is undertaking several challenges, and your enthusiastic support is a great strength to us. Thank you. Columbia Studios strongly emphasized its challenge regarding the cinematic universe and the Academy Awards along with the early release date of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain on February 9th. Additionally, they uploaded the locations and information of the 33 theaters in LA and New York. With this, all information regarding the early release of Pierrot was revealed. Naturally, this announcement merely signaled the beginning. The team at Columbia Studios had already arranged a packed promotional marketing schedule for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain ahead of the early release. Even if it was only a release in 33 theaters, money was being spent on this movement, and the results had to be unquestionably good. Sure, it also carried the meaning of fulfilling the conditions for the Academy Awards, but the short 2-week early release period was, in a way, a preliminary inspection of the entire box office potential of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. From the evaluations of the audience and experts at that time, to performance indicators, word of mouth, and buzz, etc. If the performance during the early release was good, it could naturally bring positive wins to the Academy Awards, and it would also influence the later global release. Therefore, Columbia Studios had to go all in for this early release. Whatever the case, the announcement through the official SNS was instantly flooded with reactions. Numerous languages from around the world, including Korean and English, filled the comments. Early release? This is to meet the Academy Awards requirements. Why is it only releasing in LA and New York? And only 33 theaters? Damn, I'm giving up. Isn't this the first film in the cinematic universe planned by Columbia? But it's moving in such an unusual way from the start. Feels like it's going to flop. Nice. One of the 33 theaters is close to my house. Hey Columbia, do you really, sincerely believe Kang Woojin can achieve something at the Academy Awards? I'm curious, but going all the way to LA just to watch a movie is tough. I wonder how the movie turned out. If the trailer is all there is, it's not worth watching. Open ticket sales now. I'm booking immediately. Watching the early release will let us judge whether Kang Woojin will be booed or applauded at the Oscars. At that moment, Kang Woojin had met with the team of the movie Guest. As everyone's attention focused entirely on him, Jennifer Thurman, the CEO of 88 Media, who was seeing Kang Woojin in person for the first time, stared at him in a daze for a moment. Oh, snapping out of it, she quickly extended her hand to Kang Woojin. This is our first meeting, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Jennifer Thurman from 88 Media. With a deep poker face, Woojin shook her hand. I'm Kang Woojin. His low, deep voice brushed past Jennifer's ear. Wow, he feels way more cynical than I thought. He even has a subtly rough aura. Kang Woojin, inwardly, was also getting startled as he looked at her. She's really tall. Isn't she almost the same height as me? Insane. Seriously, everything in America is huge. Wow. Such short misunderstandings were stacking up. Miley Kara, the female lead of Guest, suddenly approached Woojin. You're the last one. I arrived on time, though. Then, smiling, Chris Hartnett also placed his hand on Kang Woojin's shoulder and joined in. Miley, hold it in. Kang Woojin is a huge star, after all. By the way, Woojin, you said you might not come, but here you are. The timing worked out. At this point, Miley Kara suddenly twitched her brow. You two talk really comfortably? When did you become so close? Chris shrugged his shoulders. Woojin and I are friends both in PRO and in real life. Blonde-haired Kara, who had stared at Chris Hartnett for a moment, immediately spoke to Kang Woojin. Be comfortable with me too. With her serious expression, possibly from being sulky, Kang Woojin almost broke out of his composed character. Barely managing to find his tone, he answered indifferently. I don't mind. Damn it. I don't like that I got comfortable with you later than Chris. Hey Miley, that's a bit harsh, no? The three actors continued their conversation without hesitation. Kang Woojin, mingling with Hollywood's top stars, didn't seem out of place at all. On top of that, the director and key staff of Guest also surrounded Kang Woojin and joined in the atmosphere. Jennifer Thurman silently observed this scene. The freckled male employee approached her with a question, seeing the deep smile on her lips. CEO, it's a cameo appearance, but somehow the vibe makes it feel like Kang Woojin is the lead. With a soft chuckle, Jennifer looked at Kang Woojin standing at the center among Hollywood big shots and responded. That's what you call influence and command. A power that draws others in without having to do anything special. After observing the situation for several tens of minutes, Jennifer Thurman had everyone seated. Soon, the shaped table filled with big names, and the movie Guest was ready to roll forward with these members. And then, Woojin. Choi Sung-gun whispered to Kang Woojin. Columbia just announced the early release date for PRO. Is that so? Yeah. Judging by the comments, it's a mess. Anyway, shaking his head, Choi Sung-gun added another remark. I also delivered the plane tickets to your family. Later, the official announcement of PRO, the birth of a villain, spread across not just Hollywood, but BBX/Columbia throws down the gauntlet for the Academy Awards, announces early release date for PRO, the birth of a villain. Also South Korea and Japan. Breaking, Kang Woojin's PRO, the birth of a villain, to be released early in 33 theaters across LA and New York on February 9th to aim for the Academy Awards. The news quickly spread globally. Naturally, South Korea erupted. Please release it early in Korea too. Please. I'm dying. I'm booking a flight to LA right now. This early release really is something since it's before the Academy Awards. But what happens if it gets an early release and still doesn't make it to the Oscar nominations? What do you mean what happens? It just gets screwed? That's what. Hollywood and the global public were even louder. Thanks to that, promotional buzz for PRO was running smoothly on its own, but Columbia Studios did not let down its guard, and immediately the next day. PRO, the birth of a villain 3RD trailer. Columbia Studios. They accelerated their promotions with an additional trailer and several publicity campaigns. And so, for several days, Hollywood was flooded with PRO, the birth of a villain. But then, a different issue exploded, and another film started chasing PRO closely. LA Times/Miley Kara and Chris Hartnett to co-star in upcoming project. It was the movie Guest. Miley Kara and Chris Hartnett, both of whom had close ties to Kang Woojin and had recently finished filming, were confirmed as dual leads. Things were already buzzing because of Kang Woojin, and with Kara and Hartnett suddenly locked in as main leads, the spotlight naturally intensified. Korea was even more hyped than Hollywood. No way Emily Kara and Chris Hartnett are the leads? This is real. Wow, that's insane. It was already surprising that BW Entertainment was the main investor, but now Hollywood top-tier stars are starring. Insignificant is 100% related to Kang Woojin. Kara was already close to him, and Hartnett got friendly through Pierrot. Please let Exorcism blow up. It's not Exorcism, it's Guest. It's the Hollywood remake. I mean, if Guest does well too, Kang Woojin and BW are both going to skyrocket. It was only natural, since two top global stars had suddenly been cast as leads. Though Guest was produced by a Hollywood company, its original work was Kang Woojin's Exorcism, and the main investor was BW Entertainment, so this issue was immediately covered by domestic news outlets. As such, whether it was Pierrot or Beast and the Beauty or Guest, the world was abuzz with news related to Kang Woojin, but surprisingly, the protagonist himself was quiet. Kang Woojin, that is. It's harder than I thought to match the lip movements in post-recording. Singing the OST was easier than this. Currently, Kang Woojin was consumed by a hectic schedule dealing with various topics daily. The most important was Beast and the Beauty, which had officially entered the editing phase a few days ago. Though filming had been completed, due to the heavy use of CG, post-recording was also a critical task. For about a week already, Kang Woojin had been moving back and forth between sound studios and recording booths. He was in the middle of recording vocals and ADR for Beast. And that wasn't all. He also had to attend post-production meetings and promotional events for Pierrot, including advertising, interviews, photo shoots, and public appearances. On top of that, he couldn't neglect his personal SNS or filming for Kang Woojin's alter ego. TL note: ADR is automatic dialogue replacement. Time melted away, each day disappearing in a blur. Ugh, I'm going crazy, completely crazy. And just like that, it was January 27th. As the end of January approached, Kang Woojin could be found at Columbia Studios. Before a major YouTube shoot tied to Pierrot Promotions, Columbia's executives had requested a meeting with him. Kang Woojin, with a solemn expression, was alone, without Choi Sung-gun. This atmosphere is heavy as hell. Why are they all so serious? Guess I better crank up the concept mode. Across from him sat more than 5 Columbia executives, some familiar, some new. All wore serious expressions. Then, the bald executive he recognized handed Kang Woojin a thick bundle of papers. Mr. Kang Woojin, this is what we spoke about previously. We proposed 3 films to you, including Pierrot. They're the early entries in the cinematic universe. Naturally, all were offered to you in the role of the Joker. Yes, that's correct. The first draft of the second film's script is ready. In other words, it was the film following Pierrot. This had been discussed before, but Kang Woojin had previously insisted on reviewing the script before giving any answer. Oh, a script? Let's check it out right away. Despite his inner excitement, Kang Woojin replied outwardly in a very cold tone. I'll take a look first. He quietly picked up the script. After glancing at the English title on the cover, he opened to the first page, pretending, that is, poke. He poked the black square attached to the script. Instantly, Kang Woojin's world transformed into a pitch-dark void space. Yawning loudly as he dropped the concept act. Let's see, what grade does it get? He walked toward the lined-up white rectangles. The first to catch his eye was the film Guest. -14/script, title, Guest, SSS grade. In the meantime, Guest had soared to SSS grade. Kang Woojin smirked. Of course, with Miley Kara and Chris Hartnett attached, it'd be weird if it didn't rise. Sure, it might go up or down again in the future, but for now, he had every reason to be pleased. After all, part of that multi-billion-won investment was his own money. Still grinning, Woojin shifted his gaze. It landed on a newly updated script in the void space. -15/script, title, Bad. The Birth of a Hero, EX grade. This is a highly complete movie script. 100% reading is possible. Kang Woojin's smile deepened into something reminiscent of the Joker. Starting at Yex grade? This is a jackpot. A few days later, Friday, February 3rd, morning. With about a week left until the early release of Pierrot, Kang Woojin was inside a van. It was cruising through downtown LA from early morning. What stood out was that its destination wasn't Columbia Studios or even World Disney Pictures, but it was one of Hollywood's Big Five. Universal Movies were almost there. Kang Woojin's destination was Universal Movies. The reason was simple. It's been a while since I'll see that giant man. The script reading for the film John Persona, produced by Joseph Felton as executive producer, was starting in an hour. That meant the first shoot for John Persona was just around the corner, right after the crank-up of Beast and the Beauty. However, the script Kang Woojin was currently reading wasn't John Persona. It really is fun. No wonder it's rated EX grade. It was the second film in the cinematic universe that he had received from Columbia Studios a few days ago. Bat. The Birth of a Hero, which had been rated EX grade right from the start by the Void Space. The grade was satisfyingly high, but concept-wise, it would be weird to say yes right away. So for now, Woojin had simply taken the script. You'd be an idiot not to do this. I guess it's time to give them a positive answer. Soon, Woojin lifted his gaze and called out to the man in the passenger seat with a ponytail, Choi Sung-gun. CEO Nim. I was thinking of telling Columbia that I'll do Bat, The Birth of a Hero dash. As Kang Woojin was speaking, he slightly furrowed his brow at Choi Sung-gun's silence and changed his question. CEO Nim, is something wrong? Choi Sung-gun, who had been looking down at his phone, lifted his head and let out a long sigh. What is this now? What is it? I think this just popped up. I don't even know how to describe it. Just look. Choi Sung-gun turned his phone around and showed the screen to Kang Woojin. An article was displayed on the screen. Woojin, reading the title, kept a calm expression outwardly, but, on the inside, he was screaming in absurd panic. Eck? And it was understandable. For the first time since his debut, Kang Woojin was hit with CNM/Miley Cara scene leaving Kang Woojin's house. The two are in love/photos. 461, Prelude 4. Kang Woojin screamed inwardly in anguish. He almost let out a shriek out loud. If team members like the stylist were in the same car with him, it would have been absolute chaos. Fortunately, the team members were in the car behind. At any rate, he barely managed to suppress his instincts and maintain his poker face with difficulty. This is crazy. He turned his gaze out the window. The weather was nice. Woojin briefly escaped reality, then slowly turned his head again to focus on the phone in Choi Sung-gun's hand. Surely, he must have seen it wrong. But, CNM/Miley Cara scene leaving Kang Woojin's house. The two are in love/photos. The article was still boldly displayed. No, what the fuck is this? As the scream inside him grew louder, Kang Woojin, pretending it was no big deal, he took Choi Sung-gun's phone. Of course, not violently, but very calmly. Then, without a word, he read past the shocking headline and checked the contents. The article wasn't that long. To summarize, it claimed that Kang Woojin and Miley Cara were in love. There were even photos attached to it. Two, in fact. One was a late-night shot of Miley Cara coming out of Woojin's LA home, and the second was of Woojin and Cara closely facing each other and talking in front of the house. The photos were clearly taken in secret by someone. They were extremely realistic photos without any retouching. Even though Woojin maintained his expression thanks to his practiced persona. What the hell is this? His inner self fell into complete chaos. In love? Not even a question mark, but just a flat-out statement. Normally, it'd be something like rumored to be in love, or there seems to be romantic tension, wouldn't it? Woojin recalled celebrity dating rumors he had often seen in Korea before becoming an actor. But why is his starting out as a confirmed fact? Is it because it's Hollywood? Just like Woojin thought, Hollywood preferred exclamatory headlines over questioning ones. Hollywood, like Kang Woojin, was about no backing down. Sure, this was a first-time experience for him, but Hollywood was full of dating rumors that were confidently published without any verification. While there were rare cases where someone followed a celebrity for days to collect evidence, most were just like Woojin's article, released based on circumstantial assumptions. Naturally, there was less mercy than in Korea. Which bastard wrote this article? Kang Woojin's confusion gradually turned into excitement. No matter how you looked at it, it was a major scoop, wasn't it? A dating rumor involving Kang Woojin, who had shaken not only Hollywood but the entire world since his debut, and Miley Cara, a world-class top star as an actress and singer. On top of that, Woojin's current influence was practically sky-high. Given all this, Woojin's flustered reaction wasn't strange. What do I do about this? What kind of persona am I supposed to go with in times like this? From his debut until now, whether in Korea or Hollywood, his recognition had been top tier, but he was also an actor with extremely few scandals. Understandably so. He was in his 4th year since debut, and he had been so busy he barely had time for anything else. And now this dating rumor surfaced, not in Korea, but in Hollywood. Soon, swoosh, Woojin slowly handed the phone back to Choi Sung-gun. Choi Sung-gun received the phone with a subtle expression, while Kang Woojin recalled the context behind the photos attached to the article. Wait, were there reporters around at that time? Or was it a paparazzi? For reference, although journalists in Hollywood do work in the field, paparazzi selling photos to media outlets is far more common. In any case, the photos of Woojin and Cara in the dating article were real and taken very recently. The story was like this. Woojin and Cara had a dinner appointment, and since there were a number of things she had helped him with in the past, Woojin invited her to his house. But they weren't alone. On the day the photos were taken, there were 4 people together: Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, Miley Cara, and her main manager. However, the article made it look like the two had spent a sweet, private time together. The romance angle was just a bonus. In any case, it was clearly a speculative article from the media. At that moment, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, who had been observing Kang Woojin's expression all along, spoke up. The photos in this article. It's from that day, right? The day we had dinner with Miley Cara. Woojin flinched slightly without showing it and nodded calmly, pretending nothing was wrong. Yes, that's right. Phew, the paparazzi have always followed us around, but I didn't think they'd even stake out your house. Ah, damn. I let my guard down because it was late at night. That's my fault for not managing things better. No, I wasn't paying attention either. Look at this bullshit these bastards wrote. They're playing the drums, Django, and even doing the mask dance all by themselves. Clicking his tongue, Choi Sung-gun briefly examined Kang Woojin's face. He was trying to grasp Woojin's feelings, but it was a pointless effort. It was impossible to read the inner thoughts behind that icy expression. As he scratched his chin, Choi Sung-gun muttered inwardly, Though considering how they've been so far, this article doesn't seem completely off either. How should I put it? There were times when there was a subtle, ambiguous vibe between them. Choi Sung-gun, the CEO of BW Entertainment, had to understand the feelings of Woojin, who was like the heart of the company, in order to respond properly. So, Woojin, I'm just asking just in case, but what exactly is the relationship between you and Miley Cara? What's going on between you two? He added that it wasn't suspicion, but just to be informed. For a moment, Kang Woojin was taken aback, even without realizing it. The word love was outrageous, sure, but the truth was, Woojin had been directly confessed to by Cara. Both Woojin and Cara had been insanely busy, so things had been moving slowly, but to describe it, maybe it was a flirtationship or something similar. One thing was certain, they were no longer just some casual colleagues like before. Then Choi Sung-gun let out a quiet sigh and changed the topic. Well, let's put that aside for now. First, let's deal with this dating article. We need to explain the situation at the time and immediately request a correction. No. But Kang Woojin silently shook his head. Let's just leave the article as is. Choi Sung-gun blinked. You're just going to leave it? Yes. Why though? Why? Simply because he didn't really want to deny it. The article was inaccurate and a misunderstanding, and a correction would clarify that they weren't in that kind of relationship. But for some reason, Woojin didn't like that. For now, I'll just leave it without any response. Hey, are you sure about that? Whether it's Hollywood or Korea, if we leave this alone, it'll turn into a typhoon. And if we take no action, it's basically admitting to the article. Woojin knew that well. Still, he didn't want to deny it outright. He couldn't say it was love, but the mood between them wasn't bad either. No, if I go and firmly deny it and release a correction, it's going to seem like I'm rejecting Cara, right? He didn't like the appearance of rejecting her. Realistically, the right thing to do would be to deny it immediately and contact Kara, but Woojin seemed to be choosing romance over reality. And it also seemed like he had something else in mind. I don't want to feed the media or public opinion. For now, let's remain silent and take no immediate action. All right, got it. Choi Sung-gun narrowed his eyes as he replied, and smirked inwardly. There's definitely something between them. This article might be true. At the same time, inside Universal Movies Complex, in one of its script reading rooms, the room was spacious, and the shaped table set in the middle was impressively large. Dozens of foreigners were gathered in the reading room. Among them stood out a towering black man. Haha. Looking at the article on his phone was Joseph Felton, the producer of the movie John Persona. And this place was where the script reading for John Persona was going to be held. So, gathered here were the director of John Persona, the key staff and production team, officials from Universal Movies, and many Hollywood actors. Dozens were already seated. The interesting part was, is this real? Judging by the fact there are even photos, it seems pretty solid. Whoa, Miley came out of Kang Woojin's house. When did the two of them become like that? But isn't it too early to make a judgment just from these two photos? It's not like the media or paparazzi overreacting is. Anything new? I agree. Don't you know how media outlets always act like it's confirmed first? But still, the two of them look way too close in these photos, don't they? And she left the house this late at night. The cast and key staff of John Persona were burning with talk about Kang Woojin and Kara. Why? Because of the dating rumor article that had just been published. Although he hadn't arrived yet, the male lead of John Persona was Kang Woojin. Naturally, everyone's interest exploded. The commotion grew louder as people debated whether it was true or not. At that point, the faint smile on Joseph Felton's face, who had also been reading the article on his phone, deepened. This blew up pretty late. He recalled events from long ago. When Miley Kara first went to Korea, appeared only on Kang Woojin's YouTube channel, later involved him in her new album, then Can, Beneficial Evil, and now Beast and the Beauty. Those were the major moments, but there were many minor episodes in between too. Could all of that really just be stories between colleagues or friends? Probably not. In fact, Joseph, a well-known Hollywood producer, had somewhat anticipated something between Woojin and Kara. Whether the article is true or not, there really was a subtle vibe between them. They match well. I should congratulate them. Just then, an older man with round glasses perched on his nose approached Joseph where he was seated. It was Danny Landis, the Hollywood big-shot director of John Persona. What do you make of this article? Joseph Felton chuckled and shrugged. Well, not sure, but based on the pictures, they seem to go well together. Is that so? Director Danny Landis let out a quiet hum and smiled too. There are already several issues surrounding Kang Woojin, and this scoop-level dating rumor will just shake things up even more. I've never seen an actor constantly make headlines like this. After scanning the bustling reading room, he made a request to Joseph. Everyone seems pretty worked up. We should probably calm them down a bit. Agreeing, the giant Joseph stood and addressed the murmuring crowd. I see everyone has come across something quite interesting, but I think we all need to stay calm. And once Mr. Kang Woojin arrives, please refrain from mentioning that matter at all. He was telling them not to bring up the dating rumor. It would interfere with the script reading of John Persona. Having said his piece, Joseph Felton sat back down. Do you think I'd let some mess like this ruin the mood for Woojin, whom I worked so hard to bring in? No way. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the reading room settled down. About 20 minutes later, swoosh. Wearing a brown padded jacket, Kang Woojin entered the John Persona reading room. His arrival was met with greetings from many people, and Woojin responded to all of them with indifference. But, inwardly, Woojin was scanning the expressions of everyone present at the script reading. These folks seem like they're wearing masks. They've seen the article, right? Yeah, they 100% saw it. Are they holding back? From the actors to the production staff, everyone looked like they were dying to speak. Amid this peculiar atmosphere, director Danny Landis spoke up. Shall we begin? Let's start with cast introductions. First, Mr. Kang Woojin. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin, playing the role of John Owen. The script reading for John Persona began. Meanwhile, in a meeting room of a large agency in LA, a loud voice erupted. What? What is this? Inside the rather spacious room sat 5 or 6 foreigners, and in a chair was a blonde woman with her legs casually crossed. It was Miley Kara. She was looking at a tablet, which displayed the dating rumor article. Her main manager continued yelling, "We need to issue a correction immediately, saying it's nonsense. Miley, you should contact Kang Woojin." The other foreigners were equally furious. But then, with a faint smile, Kara responded, "Jonathan, don't." "What? What do you mean?" "I'm saying don't do anything. Be serious. It's true that I like him." "Yes, you like Kang Woojin." "Huh? What?" "It was very shocking. I've already confessed to him." A few hours later, in Japan. While it was afternoon in LA, it was early morning in Japan. In a large concert hall in Tokyo, Japan. This concert hall, equipped with tens of thousands of seats, was scheduled to host a Korean girl group's concert today. Therefore, the members of the girl group were all gathered in the biggest waiting room of the concert hall. They had to do rehearsals from the morning. What stood out was one of the girl group members, a woman wearing a loose black hoodie. While looking at her phone, she suddenly dropped her iced Americano to the floor. The contents spilled across the ground, and her surrounding team members rushed over in surprise. The woman's eyes were wide as if about to burst. Alarmed, her teammates shouted out, "Wow, Wallin, what's wrong? Are you sick?" The woman was Wallin, who fangirled over Kang Woojin to an extreme degree, and she had completely lost her soul while staring at the dating rumor article on her phone. A dream dash. Kang Woojin's dating rumor article had already spread across Korea and Japan like a nuclear bomb had dropped. Yes, this must be a daydream. But there was 5. At the dazed sight of Wallin, the nearby team members rushed to her. The concert rehearsal was just around the corner, and her condition wasn't looking good at all. "Wallin, what's wrong? Snap out of it." "A dream. It's a dream." "What? What's with her? A dream?" Several people ran over and shook the bewildered Wallin. Soon, the members of the girl group Alani, to which she belonged, joined in. "Huh? Yinny? What's going on? Why is she like this? Wallin, get a grip." She suddenly went like this after looking at her phone. Soon, the phone in Wallin's hand was taken by one of the members. What was interesting was, what on earth did she see, huh? The eyes of the member who looked at Wallin's phone screen grew enormously wide. "No way. No way. This is huge. Everyone, look at this." What she showed was a Korean news article. Breaking news. Kang Woojin and Miley Kara are in love. Dating scandal erupts in Hollywood/photo. Soon, several others checked the article and reacted with commotion. All of them had eyes full of shock and sensation. "Oh my God, are they really dating? For real? Isn't this just a rumor? Wait a second. I'll check other articles." Wow, there are tons of articles right now. Not just in Korea, even here in Japan. Hollywood's in an uproar too. Kang Woojin dating Miley Kara. It's kind of chilling. Not in a bad way. I'm seriously shocked. They do look good together, to be honest. Kang Woojin has now become a world star, right? He didn't just become one. He completely transcended. But is this for real? There are articles in all these countries, but no official statement from Kang Woojin or Miley Kara. They were caught by paparazzi, so they're probably trying to coordinate their responses. Could be a rumor that just got published recklessly. But if they really are dating, aren't they basically a global power couple? Amidst all the mixed speculation and excitement, one of Alani's members suddenly noticed that Wallin had disappeared. She looked around to find her, and thankfully, Wallin was sitting on a nearby sofa. However, Kang Woojin and Miley Kara are dating, but why is she like this? Wallin, sitting on the sofa, was staring into space with her soul seemingly gone. At that moment, one of the team members interjected. "But if they're really dating, don't you think it'll be super distracting when Beast and the Beauty is released?" Afterward, Kang Woojin's dating rumor didn't just stay within Wallin's team, but spread instantly among the Japanese public. The subject matter itself was attention-grabbing, but with Kang Woojin and Miley Kara involved, it was an expected phenomenon. Did you see the news that Kang Woojin and Miley Kara are dating? Of course, there are tons of articles out. Now, remember how Mafuyu Uramatsu from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger showed such affection for Kang Woojin on a variety show? I guess she's out of the picture now. During the morning hours, the Japanese public was busy buzzing about Kang Woojin's dating news. So what about Korea? Kang Woojin Heartsuit Miley Kara are in love. Dating rumor shakes Hollywood. Star photo Miley Cara leaving Kang Woojin's house in LA late at night/photo. A world star couple is born. The main characters are Kang Woojin and Miley Cara. In short, it was a jackpot. That's how much the whole nation was stirred. The news fired from Hollywood ignored any time difference. Hollywood shaken by Kang Woojin and Miley Cara's dating rumor. Global topics. Overseas mega community Reddit is burning up. Kang Woojin and Miley Cara are dating. It spread instantly all over Korea, whether online or offline. Dating rumors. Probably the topic that the Korean media and public love and enjoy the most. On top of that, Kang Woojin is already considered a legend in Korea. He's left countless accomplishments and is expected to leave more. Kang Woojin, who fills the nation with a sense of national pride, because it was his first dating rumor. Star Talk. Kang Woojin is world-class actor and pop star Miley Cara's man. Still only speculation, as neither actor has made an official statement. Naturally, both the domestic media and the public were half-crazed and frenzied. Kang Woojin and Miley Cara are dating? Did I really see that right? Is this real? Feeling down. I'm happy Woojin Appa is happy, but seeing a dating article, it's just sad. His first dating rumor blows up in Hollywood. Kang Woojin's class is insane. Guys, Kang Woojin's dating rumor isn't confirmed, yet neither of them has acknowledged it. A foreign tabloid might have stirred things up, and the momentum brought it over here. If it turns out to be false, the foreign news outlet that first reported it is going to crash. This blew up way too much. I never thought in my life I'd see an article about Miley Cara dating a Korean actor. But honestly, they did a lot of things together. I hope it works out. If it's real, then we've got a global power couple. This frenzy extended to the Korean entertainment industry. Kang Woojin's agency, BW Entertainment, was flooded with phone calls, and actors from the same company like Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min were in a complete uproar. No way. Why isn't Sunggun Appa answering the phone? Hey Hong Hae-yeon, why are you the one getting worked up? Everyone in Korea who knew Kang Woojin showed intense interest, including Woojin's family, Kang Woo-chul, Seo Hyunmi, and Kang Hyun-ah. Naturally, they, too, immediately came across the dating rumor. Kang Woo-chul was flustered. Oh, our son is dating. Seo Hyunmi remained calm. It's not strange, is it? He's at the prime of his life. Then does this Hollywood actress will become our daughter-in-law? Are you crazy? You've gone too far. Come back to your senses. I could accept a blonde daughter-in-law. Have you really gone mad? Surprisingly, Woojin's parents weren't overly shocked. Perhaps it was because they weren't very familiar with Hollywood. On the other hand, his younger sister Kang Hyun-ah was busy letting out shrieks as she searched articles on her phone nonstop. Wow. No way. Wow. This is insane. However, Woojin's family had something else to care about besides the dating news. Seo Hyunmi smacked Kang Hyun-ah's butt as she spoke. Enough with the screaming. Go pack your bags. Weren't you the one making a fuss about leaving in 2 days? But Mom, Appa is dating Miley Cara. Miley Cara is literally at the top in Hollywood. Ugh, but Appa's not answering his phone. What's wrong with you? Aren't you the president of his fan club? Don't interfere with your brother's work and just pack your stuff. They were scheduled to depart for LA exactly 2 days later, on the 5th. Ugh, but just the thought of seeing Woojin's Hollywood movie in person there, it's so nerve-wracking. They were invited by Kang Woojin himself. A ticket to watch P.R.O., one of the 33 theaters holding an early premiere on the 9th. Accordingly, Kang Woo-chul, Seo Hyunmi, and Kang Hyun-ah would soon be heading to LA. We'll get to see Woojin's face, right? Of course, he said he'd do a stage greeting, so we'll at least catch a glimpse of him. Will the theater be filled with only foreigners? Of course, they wouldn't be the only ones in LA around the 9th. Mom, Dad, I heard it won't be just foreigners at the theater. Korean actors and other staff are going too. Because P.R.O. is directed by director On Jae-bak. Many people from Korea were planning to fly over. February 5th, LA morning. Hollywood, overflowing with various issues. But the explosive topic remained the dating rumor between Kang Woojin and Miley Cara that broke 2 days prior. The story had already spread across all of Hollywood and the United States. And now, it was even more heated. Not only that, from social media to YouTube and online communities, their names were bubbling up everywhere. The amount of attention was overwhelming, and currently, the SNS and YouTube channels of Kang Woojin and Miley Kara were practically paralyzed. It was impossible to measure the sentiment of the global audience. That's how immense the response was, even at that very moment. Meanwhile, a blonde woman had just gotten into a van for a scheduled move. It was Miley Kara. Because of the issue that had exploded, she had a cap pulled low over her head. As soon as the vehicle started moving, the manager beside her let out a long sigh. Phew, what on earth is this situation? Kara, her gaze fixed outside the window, smiled faintly. Jonathan, that's enough. You've been saying the same thing since yesterday. Hey Miley, are you really just going to sit back and watch? No matter how I see it, we need to take some kind of action. I am taking action. Doing nothing. You do know the entire world that knows you is in a total frenzy, right? Sighing again, the manager suddenly threw a question at Kara. Did you really tell Kang Woojin first that you liked him? Yeah. Really? How many times are you going to ask? Scratching his head, the manager responded. It's just hard to imagine. Miley Kara confessing first to a guy dash. As if she didn't care, Kara smiled and showed her phone to the manager. On the screen was one of the two photos included in the dating article, the one where she and Kang Woojin were talking. Doesn't this photo look good? I should save it. Yeah, it came out well. Phew dash. Letting out yet another sigh, the manager spoke as if he'd given up. So, how long are you planning to leave this situation alone? Kara, who had crossed her legs, switched their direction and shrugged. For now, just let it be. I'm curious what Kang Woojin will do. But Kang Woojin hasn't said anything either, right? What if both of you stay silent for too long? That's no good. Unnecessary rumors will start, and your image will suffer. With a slightly mischievous expression, Miley Kara murmured softly. Then I'll just go ahead and announce it. That I confessed first, even if we're not dating. At that moment, the manager's mouth dropped wide open. At the same time, at Columbia Studios, the team for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, had gathered in a meeting room. Only the production staff were present, no actors. Director Ga Bach was also in attendance. From Columbia Studios executives to producer Nora Foster and director Ga Bach, the Pierrot team was discussing matters regarding the early premiere, which was just 4 days away. When does ticketing open for the 33 theaters? A few hours from now. At noon today, all showtimes across the 33 theaters will open simultaneously. We've secured plenty of screening rooms and time slots. What about last-minute promotion? We already doubled the campaign a week ago, focusing on the early release date. Then, the bald-headed executive brought up Kang Woojin. What do you all think about the current Kang Woojin and Miley Kara issue? To be honest, there's nothing about it that's a problem for us. In fact, isn't it an advantage? Exactly. Just look at the media. All they're talking about is Kang Woojin and Miley Kara. The public is even more intense. I don't know about Beast and the Beauty, but for us, this is definitely a windfall. Kang Woojin already had several issues that helped us, and now this massive topic breaks. Right before the early premiere. The more Kang Woojin gets mentioned, the more Pierrot benefits. It multiplies exposure. While the executives were chatting away, director Ga Bach suddenly asked something, still about Woojin, but on a different subject. Is it true that Kang Woojin is doing his second movie, Bad, The Birth of a Hero? Director already knew about the existence of Bad, The Birth of a Hero, and the bald-headed executive smiled and nodded. I was going to mention that too. He contacted us yesterday. We still have to draw up the formal contract, but the Joker in Bad, The Birth of a Hero, will be Kang Woojin. In other words, following Pierrot, Kang Woojin would be taking on the role of the Joker in Bad, The Birth of a Hero. Then, the executive's demeanor grew significantly more serious as he asked director Ga Bach a question. What about you, director? Do you have an answer regarding the offer we gave you? Everyone's eyes, starting with Nora Foster's, were fixed on director Ga Bach, and the bald executive continued speaking. We ask you to take on Bad, The Birth of a Hero as well. Director Ga Bach fell into thought for a brief moment, as if there had been some prior proposal. Honestly, I was planning to rest a bit after Pierrot, but I feel like if I let this moment slip by, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Especially with Kang Woojin involved. With an aged voice, he responded to the executives at Columbia Studios. All right, I'll direct Bad, The Birth of a Hero as well. A few hours later, shortly past noon, at a spacious filming studio in LA, dozens of foreign staff bustled around a single actor stationed in the shooting zone. The actor, dressed in a neat suit, was none other than Kang Woojin. Beep, beep, beep. Click. Nice. That's great. Currently, he was in the middle of a photo shoot for the cover of a famous international magazine. Kang Woojin, who had grown quite accustomed to photo shoots by now, continued to pose and change suits as the session went on. Meanwhile, about half of the foreign staff whispered to one another while looking at him. They were likely talking about the issue involving Kara. Whatever the case. Oh, Mr. Woojin, that was excellent. Let's check the remaining outfits and meet again in 10 minutes. Kang Woojin was given a short break. Still in full concept mode, he returned to his seat. Team members handed him a water bottle and his phone. At that moment, buzz, 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 buzz. The phone he had just received started vibrating intensely. He immediately checked the caller. In Woojin's silent eyes, the name Chris Hartnett appeared. It was Chris calling. Wearing an expressionless look, Kang Woojin muttered internally. Is he calling to tease me again? When the dating rumor broke, messages had flooded in from countless people, and Chris Hartnett, who had become particularly close with Kang Woojin, had instantly called to congratulate him. With a side of teasing, of course. Woojin thought about ignoring the call, but decided to put the phone to his ear just in case. He deliberately deepened his voice. I'm busy. Woojin, I'm at Columbia Studios right now. Did you hear the update? What update? Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. All tickets for all time slots on the 9th, the day of the early release, went on sale just past noon, right? Oh, right. That's when Kang Woojin suddenly remembered and replied as if he knew. I know. So, Chris Hartnett answered immediately. Opening day, February 9th. All showtimes at all 33 theaters are sold out. 63. Prelude, 6. Sold out. Every time slot. Seriously? Kang Woojin's expression, with his phone pressed to his ear, appeared indifferent, but inside he was quite shocked. What does that mean? Everything sold out on the first day? Woojin didn't answer right away and checked the time. It was just past noon, around 12:10 p.m. As far as Kang Woojin knew, the advance reservation for Pierrot opened today at 12 o'clock. Not sequentially, but all time slots for all 33 theaters opened at once at 12. Which meant, wait, so the first day's reservations were sold out in 10 minutes? That's insane. 10 minutes. 10. Even though it was an early release and only screening at 33 theaters in LA and New York, the fact that all the first day tickets were sold out in just 10 minutes didn't quite feel real to Woojin. It was something he had never experienced before. If it was just one-time slot, maybe. But the whole day being sold out dash. Assuming each theater showing Pierrot had between 5 to 8 time slots from morning to night. Though the number of seats would vary by theater, it was roughly 300 to 400 seats each. At maximum, that's 3,200 viewers. With 33 theaters, that would exceed 100,000. And if more theaters joined after the release, the numbers could easily reach several 100,000 per day. And those hundreds of thousands of tickets sold out in just 10 minutes? Is that even possible? Of course, this wasn't Korea but the United States, and the difference was like night and day. As Kang Woojin stayed silent, Chris Hartnett spoke from the other end of the phone. Did you hear me? The opening day is sold out. Yes, I heard you. Unbelievable. It ended in 10 minutes, you know? Even I've rarely seen anything like this. A rare occurrence. Almost unheard of. Even more, I heard the second day is almost sold out too. The second day as well. What the heck was going on right now? Woojin had expected some degree of popularity, but honestly, he had never imagined this level of fervor. Perhaps because it all felt so unreal. Kang Woojin's response remained lukewarm, while on the other end of the phone, Chris's excitement was practically tangible. It feels like not just Korea, but the whole world is flocking here. Then Chris speculated on the bright future of Pierrot. At this rate, by the time the premiere happens on the 9th, all the tickets for the 2-week early release might be sold out already. Though Woojin was dazed inside, he appeared calm on the outside. As he returned to his photo shoot, international media had already begun reporting swiftly on the news of Pierrot. First, that the entire advanced screening schedule had opened for reservation. LA Times/Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain aiming for the Academy Awards, 2-week early reservation now open. Second, that tickets for the first day had sold out just 10 minutes after reservations opened. BBX/incredible. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain first day of early release sold out in 10 minutes after reservations opened. CNN/sold out in 10 minutes. Explosive interest in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain as reservations open. And while Woojin was caught up in the photo shoot, the second day had sold out. 2. Currently, tickets for the third day were selling at a rapid pace. Naturally, tickets for other days were also going fast. The rapid spread of news about Pierrot was partly thanks to international media moving quickly, but also due to the swift and aggressive promotional efforts of Columbia Studios. As night fell, and Kang Woojin finished his full-day schedule including the photo shoot, he didn't head straight home. Hello, Woojin. Yes, hello. Because he had a meeting with executive producer Nora Foster. The location, of course, was Columbia Studios. The meeting with Nora, who was accompanied by several production staff, was straightforward. They were checking the promotion schedule for the upcoming early release of Pierrot, and although it was still down the line, they also discussed the next film following Pierrot, which would be Bad, The Birth of a Hero. Why was she involved even in the next film of the cinematic universe? Because, once again, Nora was taking on the role of producer. Anyway, with her strong presence, Nora brought up a different topic before getting to the main agenda with Kang Woojin. The situation is turning out to be quite strange. I expected a good start, but I didn't think Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, would be on fire like this from the beginning. Yes, I was surprised too. For someone who says that, your expression is extremely calm. That's just because some time has passed. Not knowing Kang Woojin's concept act, Nora handed him a tablet. The screen was displaying information related to the early release of Pierrot, and as they both looked at the same tablet, Nora began the briefing. Out of the 2-week early release schedule, 2 days are sold out, and there's a high chance that the third day will sell out tomorrow. Even the fourth day is already half gone. Though Woojin internally gasped at the organized data, he maintained a cold demeanor on the outside. I see. Soon, Nora Foster brushed her shoulder-length hair back a couple of times, trying to hide her excitement. To be honest, the early release of Pierrot is more about the Academy Awards than box office success. That's why we limited it to just 33 theaters. But if we had known it would be like this, we should have expanded it as much as possible. If you had done that, this kind of impact wouldn't have happened. Nora nodded as if she agreed and tapped the tablet with her index finger. At this rate, the first week might be sold out, or rather, the entire 2-week early release could be sold out. It's a bit absurd, but also a happy situation. In my view, a lot of things are coming together here. She began folding her fingers one by one. First of all, Pierrot has taken an unusual path ever since pre-production, including aiming for the Academy Awards. And it's the first film in the cinematic universe that Columbia Studios has staked everything on. For such a film, the director is director on G.A. Bach, and the male lead is you. Your talent and skills are tremendous, but from the public's perspective, it might seem odd. I understand. And then there's the Academy Awards. Pierrot is taking a very unusual route toward the Academy, so it's naturally attracting public attention. Add to that all the issues that have erupted until now. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain already had an abnormally high level of recognition even before release. And now it's getting a 2-week early screening before heading to the Academy. To the public, this is a chance to see Pierrot before the prestigious Academy does. Listening quietly, Kang Woojin responded in a low voice. A limited sale, with a defined time period. Exactly. Think of it like a luxury item with a limited edition. I think people were drawn to that uniqueness. For a moment, Woojin recalled cases where people paid premiums just to buy limited quantity products. I've seen it. Like a store opening rush when the luxury shop doors open. Valuable luxury goods sell out quickly even at high prices. In other words, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain also held high value to the public. Its trajectory had been so rare, and for the audience, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nora then pointed to Kang Woojin and continued. On top of all this, your influence, Kang Woojin, amplified the buzz several times. Over. You and the Academy Awards are inseparable topics. From the past until now, You've stirred up the media and public opinion. Whether positive or negative, probably more negative. People were already waiting, and now with the early release, they're flocking in. Add to that the recent dating rumors and all the other headlines. They all fueled the fire. Now that he thought about it, Kang Woojin started to understand the ticket frenzy. Nora Foster's expression grew slightly more serious. It's great that the 2-week early release is starting completely sold out, but Woojin, among those hundreds of thousands of viewers, there are many who bought tickets just to criticize you. Without changing his expression in the slightest, Woojin calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. Criticism means nothing to me." Meanwhile, while keeping up with the developments related to the early release of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, Kang Woojin continued handling his schedule. Not that there was much to monitor. Mostly it was hearing reports or checking things on his phone, but even so, it was enough to enjoy brief moments of joy in between. Oh, sold out up to the 4th day. This, too, was immediately announced to the world by Columbia Studios. It was about creating momentum. With everyone scrambling so fiercely to get tickets, the message to anyone reading these articles was clear: hurry up and act fast. In the midst of that, the dating rumor between Kang Woojin and Kara continued to grow in scale even after several days had passed. LA Times/Kang Woojin and Miley Kara in love. Their silence speaks volumes. Across communities and social media, global audiences were split down the middle over whether the two were actually dating or not. In truth, opposition seemed more dominant. That was largely because Miley Kara had fans scattered across the world. Extreme fans said things like, "How could someone like Kang Woojin be dating Miley? Just go back to Korea, Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's just clinging to Miley and ruining her image." The level of passionate slander directed at Kang Woojin went beyond mere complaints. Regardless, Woojin was entirely unfazed. Meanwhile, other matters involving him proceeded smoothly without any signs of fluster. The film Guest, featuring Miley Kara and Chris Hartnett, was this scene here. "Yes, director. It was supposed to be an outdoor location shoot, but I think we'd better switch to a set. I'll check on that." Now speeding through pre-production. Jennifer Thurman, CEO of A8 Media, along with all her staff, was swamped with work, and Jennifer herself took on the role of producer and executive production lead. Additionally, A8 Media had announced to Hollywood that Kang Woojin would make a special appearance in Guest. Around the 7th, ABY/crowds flocking to LA and New York from all over the world. 1 week of tickets sold out in 2-week early release of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. News that 1 out of the 2 weeks of early release tickets for Pierrot had sold out was now spreading through Hollywood. "Looking forward to working with you again, Kang Woojin." Likewise, the contract between Kang Woojin and The Birth of a Hero had been finalized. It had taken about a week to coordinate, but fortunately, everything wrapped up without issue. And Kang Woojin's appearance fee had. Wow shit. My rate is freaking insane. How many houses could I buy with this? Naturally more than doubled from before. Next up was director Ga Bach, and his contract was also finalized without any complications. With that, the blueprint for The Birth of a Hero was complete. On the morning of the 8th, Kang Woojin received news about returning to filming. It came from Choi Sung-gun. Woojin, the first shooting day for John Persona, is set. February 27th. It was a few days after the Pierrot early screening schedule ended. Morning of February 9th, downtown LA. It was just past 9 a.m. Being the time that it was, downtown LA was completely packed with people and vehicles. Pedestrians hurried along the sidewalks, while loud honking echoed from every corner of the congested roads. At the center of this bustling city was a multiplex cinema. It belonged to the biggest movie theater brand in the U.S. and was known as the largest in LA. Well, soon, a black van came to a stop in front of the cinema building. Thunk. Several familiar figures got out of the vehicle. Korean could be heard immediately. "Wow, this theater's huge. Are they using the whole building?" "Of course, I heard they are." It's beyond expectations." "Director Nim, please watch your step getting out." There was Hong Hae-yun, her long straight hair tied back. Ryu Young-min, who had grown his hair out during his current break, and director Kwon Ki-taek, who had grown even more affable looking. These people, who should have been in Korea, had appeared at a cinema in downtown LA. Including a few staff, the group now totaled 5 or 6. Led by Ryu Young-min, they all headed toward the cinema. Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon were top-tier celebrities in Korea, but here in LA, few people recognized them. A few glanced at them, but there weren't any big reactions. As they approached the entrance of the cinema building, "Wow, Woojin looks amazing." "No way." Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon exclaimed almost simultaneously, with director Kwon Ki-taek joining in. "Ho yes. Seeing that really makes me realize just how incredible Woojin SSI is." What they had discovered was a massive billboard standing right in front of the theater entrance. It was more than 5 times the height of a person, and on that billboard was a grotesque man with red hair and a pale white face. It was the Joker. In other words, Kang Woojin. The theater, located in the heart of downtown LA, had this billboard at its entrance, which was basically the face of the theater. And on that huge billboard, only Kang Woojin's Joker from Pierrot was displayed. What's more, countless foreigners were busy taking photos in front of the Pierrot billboard. Naturally, Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min also joined in the flow of taking proof shots. After about 10 minutes of photo time, they passed through the entrance of the theater and entered the lobby. Soon, a shriek came from Hong Hae-yeon. What? Why are there so many people? Is this for real?" The vast theater lobby was packed with a diverse crowd, leaving not even a step of space to stand. Saying it was crowded didn't even begin to describe it. The buzz of chatter was so intense, it almost felt like they had stepped into a cave. There were easily hundreds of people, and with eyes wide as saucers, Hong Hae-yeon muttered unconsciously. All of these people came to see Pierrot. Ryu Young-min, whose pupils were also dilated, responded. "Since Pierrot rented out the entire theater today, so probably." In other words, they all came to see Kang Woojin. Less than an hour remained until the first screening of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. 464, Prelude, 7. "I came to watch Pierrot, but the theater is packed. I heard the pre-release screenings for over a week were all sold out. Looks like everyone showed up. Oh, that movie is premiering today? But why would anyone go see that? You'll regret it. Movies that just build up curiosity and hype usually end up being super disappointing. That's why I'm not going. Why would anyone pay to watch crap like that? Isn't it a waste of money? I want to criticize Kang Woojin, but I want to watch it first so I can do it properly. He took Miley from me. I'll curse him forever." Regardless of how fun the movie is, there's no way Kang Woojin will hold a trophy at the Academy Awards. His image is already ruined. Do you think the judges will see him favorably? I respect Colombia's attempts, but the outcome? Meh. Unless the film is truly extraordinary, the Academy will hold onto their pride. Will members of the Global Academy praise Kang Woojin's acting? He's bound to become a laughingstock. 1 hour before the first screening of Pierrot, this was the atmosphere on the world's most famous online community, Reddit. No one had thrown bait, yet the place was ablaze. Naturally, the topic was Kang Woojin and Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Just a week ago, there were still a number of people rooting for the film or Woojin, but from a few days ago, the tone had shifted to mostly negative reactions. Especially after the news broke about Kang Woojin dating Miley Cara. If he's dating Miley Cara, could he even focus on acting? Probably Chris Hartnett, who co-stars with him, will stand out more than Kang Woojin. There were plenty of comments bashing him for no reason, but also a fair amount of calm, critical takes evaluating Kang Woojin. Regardless of their form, all the responses across international communities, SNS, and YouTube had one thing in common. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, would not be invited to the Academy Awards. Whether it was Columbia Studios' cinematic universe or a personal ambition of Kang Woojin aiming for the Academy, whatever it was. If Pierrot isn't nominated for the Academy Awards in the first place, nothing else matters. If Pierrot doesn't get the Academy's pass, doesn't become a confirmed nominee, then everything up to now is meaningless. However, the fierce backlash from the global public wasn't unique to internet communities alone. The sentiment was the same in corners of Hollywood. Beyond directors and actors, many others in Hollywood were also turning their eyes toward Kang Woojin with the news of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain's pre-release. With all his recent activities and even witnessing the miracle at the Emmy Awards, there were those who openly acknowledged Woojin, but also many who denied him. Because they were uncomfortable with the unfamiliar. Because they feared change. Because they were trying to suppress their anxiety. Because they couldn't let go of their stale and rotting stubbornness. Hollywood, with its vastness and long-standing traditions. As much as it expresses individuality and freedom, there are parts that stubbornly cling to rigid pride. In such a diverse habitat filled with big names, Kang Woojin was, in a way, a mutant. A mutant with no prior data, casually accomplishing things no one else ever had. Naturally, people would hate him for it. So, today's the start of Pierrot's pre-release, huh? No wonder the headlines are blowing up. What do you think will happen? With expectations this high, it's hard to satisfy anyone. Among the sold-out crowd, there are probably more people who came with grudges than those who are fans of Kang Woojin. True, we'll probably see more negative reviews than positive ones, right? Kang Woojin stirred up way too much in such a short time. If only he'd waited a bit after the miracle at the Emmy Awards, things might have gone smoother. The mutant who suddenly dropped into Hollywood didn't give the existing residents time to adjust, and they, in turn, were either displeased with or hated the mutant who paraded around with what looked like a miracle-level success. No, they say they hate the mutant, but in truth, they're just scared. If a long-standing tradition, a system, were to change, then there's a chance they too could be harmed. Naturally, there were people who sensed this. Among them was Miley Cara. Seems like Hollywood's atmosphere toward Pierrot isn't very favorable. They're scared. Kang Woojin is a type they've never seen before. Fair criticism? That's a joke. They're just trembling in fear. But Kang Woojin won't care. Even if someone, or everyone, points fingers at him, he won't stop. Not even a flicker of expression. No matter what the world, the Hollywood press, or public opinion were spewing, time ticked forward. Now, only 30 minutes remained until the first screening of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Accordingly, outside a multiplex cinema located in the heart of downtown LA, already bursting with crowds an hour before, a rare scene was unfolding. This is in front of the movie theater. Today, the only film screening at this large cinema is Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, but as you can see, the place is packed with moviegoers. Vans bearing the logos of multiple news outlets had swarmed the area. Sensing a major story, reporters were actively covering the scene. At least 5 different news crews were filming the theater, while dozens of press photographers were clicking their shutters nonstop. They were photographing the hundreds of audience members, as well as Kang Woojin's image on the enormous poster at the theater entrance. Several foreign moviegoers looked on in fascination. Wow, I've never seen anything like this. Seriously, it's just a pre-release screening, but news teams are here. Maybe it's because this isn't a typical situation. Pierrot has stirred up so much buzz. That was the correct answer. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, was jam-packed with topics that would sell like hotcakes. But more than anything, what really captured the press's interest was Kang Woojin's influence is truly insane, right? Whether it's positive or negative, he's drawing both audiences and this level of press coverage. Even Hollywood's top stars would have a hard time pulling this off. It was because Kang Woojin was at the center of this extraordinary situation. While the frenzy outside was swelling, the largest auditorium inside the theater, easily holding over 400 people, was gradually filling with international audience members. With popcorn and drinks in hand, they chatted casually as they found their seats. Their levels of interest varied widely. Finally, I get to watch this movie. I've been waiting forever. You like it that much? I think Kang Woojin is just SOSO. What are you talking about? He's an amazing actor. I've seen almost all of his films. Well, not every single one, but in each, his acting is chilling. Even Beneficial Evil was really good. Recently, there were true fans of Kang Woojin in attendance. I saw that one too, but I'm having a hard time imagining how his character in this film will turn out. The media said the trailer was so intense that the actual movie might feel dull. Don't worry, it'll be fun. More importantly, you didn't throw out your ticket, right? You have to keep it as a memento. This pre-release screening is on a whole different level from the official release. There were also many audience members who came to criticize or confront Kang Woojin. Let's see what kind of masterpiece he's made. Exactly. It can't just be pretty good. That won't be enough for him to even get nominated for the Academy Awards that he supposedly doesn't care about. That's absolutely impossible. Judging by the crowd, seems like there are a lot of people like us here, Kang Woojin went way too far. To be exact, Over half of the 400-plus audience members were clearly negative or lukewarm on Kang Woojin. But regardless of their intentions, the massive seating area continued to fill up steadily. Among them were noticeable Korean attendees as well. Wow, this huge theater is actually going to be packed? That's insane. Already seated were Hong Hae-yeon, Ryu Young-min, and director Kwon Ki-taek's group. It's been sold out for more than a week, and today's the very first pre-release screening. Of course, everyone's going to show up. Still, it's impressive. It's beyond impressive, Appa. When I looked near the entrance earlier, there were even tons of reporters. Kang Woojin's a total hit in Hollywood, isn't he? Isn't that to be expected? He's the best actor at the Emmy Awards. And he's already a world star. I know, Director Nim. I was just surprised seeing it in person after only reading about it in articles all the time. By the way, should we go say hello to Sim Han-ho Sunbae over there? After the movie, how would we get through this mess right now? Seated a little apart from them was also Korea's veteran actor, Sim Han-ho. Alongside him were Oh Hye-ryung and other members of Leech. It made sense. After all, the director of Pierrot was director on Jaebok. Looking more closely, there were quite a number of Koreans among the hundreds of audience members. Some were employees from BW Entertainment, and some were ordinary citizens. And then, oh my goodness, are all these foreigners really here to see our Woojin? Naturally, Kang Woojin's family was present as well. Kang Woo-chul, Seo Hyunmi, and Kang Hyun-ah were already brimming with excitement. I'm watching it, but I still can't believe it. All these people, and Woojin is going to be up on that huge screen. Hyunmi, it's a moment of deep emotion. You need to pull yourself together. You're the one who needs to stop shaking your leg. How am I supposed to stop? I'm trembling. Dad, Mom, did you see Ryu, Youngmin, and Hong Hae-yeon over there? We saw them, kiddo. Sim Han-ho SSI is over there too. No way. It was their first time visiting Hollywood where their son was making headlines. As parents, how could they possibly put this wondrous moment into words? Thankfully, they couldn't understand the foreign audience members bad-mouthing Kang Woojin. It was in English. Then it happened. SSS. The once bright theater lights dimmed slightly, and then turned completely dark, and the thunderous noise level in the massive auditorium dropped drastically. Only the sound of popcorn crunching could be heard. At that moment, everyone, hundreds of foreign viewers and Woojin's family alike, stared straight at the gigantic screen. The screen remained dark, but not for long. Soon, images were projected onto it. Alongside the visuals, the sound kicked in, a lighter flicking open, and then being used to light a cigarette. As the crackling noise played, several logos appeared on the screen. The final logo was that of the world-renowned Columbia Studios. Then, along with the sound of exhaling smoke, a figure appeared on the screen seen by hundreds. Chris Hartnett. In other words, journalist Robert Franklin. The setting was a common diner. The camera angle captured the back of a red-haired head, and then journalist Robert Franklin's face filled the remaining space. Smoke from the cigarette drifted over his face. Suddenly, a booming, eerie laugh echoed through the theater. Kuo. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The echoing laughter reverberated as a soft classical piece began playing in the background. At that moment, the screen image changed. The figure now filled the entire giant screen. A man with glistening red hair, a pale white face, a slashed mouth, and a cigarette between his lips. He, ha ha ku. The Joker. No, Kang Woojin. His powerful presence drew reactions. Whoa ugh. Several foreign viewers involuntarily gasped. But the film didn't stop, and Woojin's laughter only grew stronger. The first line came from journalist Robert Franklin. Why are you suddenly laughing? The camera angle shifted to the Joker. He took a long drag from the cigarette, then exhaled. With the cigarette still in his mouth, he swept his red hair back with both hands. By this point, the focus of the hundreds of audience members had sharpened immensely. Kang Woojin's grotesque expression and his subtly intense gaze were captivating. Oh, sorry, buddy. This song holds some memories. It reminded me of back then. The moment Woojin's line ended, the classical music surged to several times its previous volume. Next, the Joker's face on screen was shown in an extreme close-up. His face and outfit were vividly colorful. But in an instant, the screen that had been filled with Kang Woojin disappeared, and color gave way to black and white. The classical music reached its peak as the black and white image showed Henry Gordon looking into a cracked mirror. The camera angle shifted from his back. Now, Henry Gordon was facing not a mirror, but hundreds of audience members. The mirror itself became the camera, showing the monochrome image of Henry Gordon. He was drawing something near his lips. That ever-consistent smile hooked at the ears. His expression subtly distorted. Was he smiling? Irritated? What was that? The ambiguity overwhelmed the audience. Soon, from one corner of his eye, a tear streamed down his face across the giant screen. At that moment, not a single one of the hundreds of audience members could breathe. Chapter 465, Encroachment 1. Foreign viewers watching Kang Woojin or Henry Gordon in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, swallowed their saliva. What the hell is that? That expression is giving me chills. Whoa, the mood is so intense right from the start. So that's how the first Pierrot is born? But Kang Woojin's acting isn't bad, right? Not bad at all. He definitely deserves the Emmy for Best Actor. There were all kinds of inner thoughts, but one thing in common: admiration. In other words, Kang Woojin captivated hundreds of audience members, and he did it within just 5 minutes of appearing. Of course, there were those who tried hard to deny it. But even so, this was just the beginning. Kang Woo-chul, Seo Hyunmi, and Kang Hyuna couldn't take their eyes off the screen. Is that my son? Really? Woo Woojin, you've really gone through so much. Whoa, the visuals are shockingly intense. This is crazy. At this point, as the booming classical music faded out, the screen projecting Kang Woojin turned black. Then, the title appeared in the center of the screen. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. After staying briefly, the title disappeared, and Henry Gordon appeared again on the giant screen. This time in color, with the previous grotesque imagery gone. It was Henry Gordon with a hunched back and slouched shoulders. Wearing a worn-out zip-up hoodie, he was walking down the street, and underneath ran an English narration by Kang Woojin. No one sees me, and I don't see the world either. The angle showed his back. Countless people brushed past him, but not a single person looked at Henry Gordon. Those who did glance at him furrowed their brows, or turned away, as if Henry Gordon was a virus or something. Then, for about 20 minutes, Henry Gordon's life unfolded. It was utterly bleak. In a way, you could call it an ordinary life, but the way it was portrayed and the way Kang Woojin acted made the audience feel suffocated. A wide range of emotions filled the screen: disregard, scorn, persecution, discrimination, prejudice, contempt, violence. Feeling all of this, Henry Gordon gradually began to change. But it wasn't overt. The first to notice was director Kwon Ki-taek. The character's tone changed a bit. Accent, rhythm. It's hard to say exactly, but anger is building up in Henry Gordon. But he's holding it back, forcing himself to endure it. Of course, Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min also vaguely sensed it. That the words and actions of Henry Gordon, as performed by Kang Woojin, were gradually showing hints of aggression. There was something excessive in the way he looked at those around him. Henry Gordon was weak and had rock-bottom self-esteem, but in truth, he was wearing a mask. Because that's the only way to belong to the world, to survive. That's why it stood out more. The irritation and anger he had been suppressing. Because he had endured so patiently until now, the emotions that were the opposite of that restraint struck the audience with intense force when they showed even a little. Naturally, this wasn't easy acting. The audience was only feeling what they were because he delicately navigated that subtle boundary. This is frustrating. Just explode already. That damn pizza shop owner. Who does he think he is to look down on someone when he's so fat? I wouldn't care if that guy died. Is it going to keep going like this? No, the protagonist is getting angrier and angrier. If we wait, something's going to change. It created a mood of simultaneous frustration and anticipation. And no matter why they had come, all the hundreds of audience members gradually began to root for Kang Woojin on the screen. The moment had come. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On a night of thunder and pouring rain, a man in a hoodie appeared in front of the closed pizza shop. His face was hidden, but the audience was certain it was Kang Woojin. Yes, blow it up. That cheer, that expectation for catharsis, amplified several times, and through the entire theater came the voice of the fat pizza shop owner. You, Henry? You're Henry Gordon, right? What the hell are you doing here, you bastard? Suddenly, the yelling man's movements slowed down. A slow-motion effect. The angle displayed Woojin's expressionless face under the hood. His narration ran underneath again. Whatever, go to hell. As the two began their conversation, the slow-motion effect was lifted, and Kang Woojin, with a grotesque smile, pulled something out of his pocket. It was a silver gun. The screen suddenly shifted to the outside where heavy rain poured down. After a cacophony of crashing sounds, a gunshot rang out inside the now-lit pizza shop. But masked by the thunder, no one could notice it. The camera cut back inside. A lump of meat lay sprawled on the floor, and Woojin's face looking down at it was covered in white flour. Kang Woojin fired a few more bullets into the lump of meat. A faint smile spread across his lips. At this moment, hundreds of audience members shouted, of course, inwardly. Finally. Yeah? What took you so long? Fire a few more rounds. Ooh, that's satisfying. But what happens now? The audience, caught in a surge of exhilaration, forgot they were watching a screen. They were simply and wildly enjoying Kang Woojin's rampage. Even when the classical music playing in the pizza shop grew louder, even when Kang Woojin slipped in the blood on the floor, even when he smashed his face into the butt of the meat lump, even when he chuckled and danced, the audience couldn't take their eyes off Kang Woojin. No, more accurately, they couldn't look away. Hundreds of foreigners were already deeply immersed in the swamp that was Kang Woojin or Joker. Kakik. Ha ha ha. Though his face was all white, the Kang Woojin on screen was already awakened. He picked up a card from among the scattered cards on the floor. The angle focused on the card he had picked up, and Kang Woojin's line echoed. Joker, I like it. At this moment, the word Joker burned into the minds of all the viewers, and Kang Woojin was suddenly standing in front of a mirror on screen. Ah, that's right. This was the same scene that had played at the beginning. Just as the audience's excitement peaked, the original cut of what had previously been in black and white now played vividly. The moment of becoming Joker. Covered in flour, Kang Woojin drew eyebrows with blood. He dabbed his nose and drew a long, torn smile. He did the same around his eyes. Woojin slicked back his hair with blood-covered hands. His hair, once dark brown, was now stained red with blood. It was identical to the Joker on the card. Using both index fingers, he lifted the corners of his mouth. At the same time, a single tear slid down his cheek. What was the sadness for? Audience members who had their mouths slightly open or were shocked by the powerful arrival of Joker felt confused. Why is he crying? He just went on a rampage and even transformed into Joker, and now he's crying? That tear is weirdly timed. But somehow, I feel sorry for him. What is it? I don't know, but that tear seems like the only genuine emotion amidst all the grotesqueness. Seo Hyunmi, watching her son on screen, even had moisture forming in her eyes. Don't cry, son. Because it struck a strange emotional chord. Kang Woojin. That single tear shed by Joker was the last remnant of reason and of time. Everything he had held back and endured until now. And maybe it's the fear of all the terrible things he's about to do. Just as Sim Han-ho murmured inwardly, it was also the last emotion of Henry Gordon, who was destined to disappear. That's why, for a brief moment, the theater was filled with a subdued, quiet atmosphere. As if, how should one say it? Henry Gordon feels like I'm watching myself. He endured enough. It was like the audience was patting Henry Gordon on the back. But that didn't last long, because the screen suddenly shifted again. Lively music filled the once silent theater. Soon, on the giant screen, a scene played of Joker, who was completely different from the stifling figure seen earlier in the film, strutting down the street in outlandish attire and appearance. With red hair and a pale face, it was Kang Woojin looking no different from Joker, exuding overwhelming presence. A red jacket and pants, a blue shirt, a yellow vest, worn-out brown shoes, mismatched red and blue socks. The camera took the perspective of the world that once ignored Henry Gordon, but now, everyone who passed by turned to look at him. With shock, surprise, laughter, and more. But Joker paid them no mind. His steps were filled with glee. He even broke into tap dancing from time to time. The hearts of the audience were swayed along with him, because they had shed the gloom and were now wildly anticipating the path that Joker would take. That anticipation was soon fully satisfied. Dash hee hee. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out again. Explosions occurred, assaults were committed, and massacres were repeated. For Joker, it was a game, but in society, it was a massive problem. Still, the audience enjoyed it, especially after the appearance of the reporter Robert Franklin, played by Chris. Dash, what's your name? Dash, me, I'm Robert. Robert Franklin. Everyone was genuinely with the Joker, rooting for him. Crush them even harder. Destroy that damned society. It was a strange phenomenon. Clearly, Joker was a villain, yet he was being adored by hundreds of foreign audience members. What's more, even the viewers who had negative feelings or criticisms toward Kang Woojin at the start had completely forgotten their original stance and were now purely enjoying the film. Dash he, By the middle to latter half of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, at this point, not a single person in the audience seating was. Dash, I just thought of another prank. Doubting Kang Woojin. About an hour later, as the debut screening of Pierrot progressed on the screen, the end credits were already rolling. The music had a strong beat to it, as a bonus. And what stood out was, none of the hundreds of viewers seated got up. While some were seen chatting since the movie had ended, not one person left their seat to exit the theater. Of course, this included Kang Woojin's family, as well as Hong Hai-yun, Ryu Young-min's group, and Sim Han-ho's side. The reason soon came out of the audience's own mouths. Whoa, what the heck? That was amazing. A masterpiece. Best movie I've seen in the last 10 years. Because the audience was still trembling from the thrill, and the lingering sensation of Joker was intense. Not to mention, the final scene left them eager for a sequel, giving everyone even more to talk about. That's why they remained seated for several more minutes. Leaving the theater felt like the moment they stepped out. All the pleasure they had felt while watching would vanish. Then it happened. Swish. Suddenly, the door near the giant screen opened, and two theater staff members entered. It looked like they were there to guide the exit, but that wasn't the case. They set up a handheld microphone in front of the screen, then nodded toward the direction from which they had entered. Soon after, wow, murmurs grew among the foreign audience. It was completely understandable. Familiar actors began to enter through the same door the staff had used. Starting with the supporting cast. Hollywood actors everyone had just seen in Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. After about 3 of them appeared, an older man with a wrinkled face stepped in. Sim Han-ho and the Leech team chuckled from their seats. He's here. The reason was simple. It was director On Jae-bak. Along with the supporting Hollywood cast, the appearance of director On Jae-bak signaled that this theater was the surprise guest stage event location hinted at by Columbia Studios for the advanced screenings. Thanks to this, the excitement among the hundreds of viewers intensified, and as if to reward that excitement. It's been a while since I've done one of these. Following behind director On Jae-bak, smiling and showing his face, was none other than Chris Hartnett, one of the top Hollywood stars. He casually waved to the crowd. Then, at last, swish, a man dressed in brightly colored clothes caught the eyes of the entire audience. The red jacket and pants, the worn-out brown shoes, the mismatched red and blue socks. The man wore the exact outfit of Joker. It was Kang Woojin, the lead actor of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. The moment the indifferent-looking Kang Woojin turned his gaze toward the audience. Clap, 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 clap. Without exception, every single person seated stood up and clapped like crazy for Kang Woojin. Clap, 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 clap. It was the moment Kang Woojin had completed 6. Encroachment, too. In fact, Kang Woojin arrived at the multiplex cinema located in the center of downtown LA just 15 minutes before the first screening of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain ended. There were 3 vans in total, each carrying the Pierrot team gathered for the promotional schedule. Woojin, seated at the very front. Though he wore a thick poker face, inwardly he was wildly flustered. Wow, weren't there a crazy number of people in front of the cinema? And cameras were everywhere. Looked exactly like news crews. I mean, why would news teams show up just because a movie is premiering? He had been surprised by not just the overwhelming number of audience members crowded at the entrance of the cinema, but also by the presence of reporters and news broadcast teams. It was a little embarrassing too. And that giant billboard at the entrance. My face was way too big on it. And why is everyone taking photos in front of that thing? Because Joker, the version portrayed by Kang Woojin, was plastered across the enormous billboard, with a massive crowd gathered around it. And the billboard was much more absurdly large than expected. Though inwardly quite excited, Kang Woojin kept up his concept persona, as befitted such a grand event. Phew, seriously. Mom and Dad definitely took photos in front of that billboard. At the same time, he added a small grumble like, "What is up with this outfit?" Because he was the only one wearing the Joker costume. Hair and makeup were kept natural to his usual self, but he wore a different outfit today, just for the event. Watching such Woojin quietly from the seat immediately to the right was Chris Hartnett. As expected, despite the flood of audience members, reporters, and even news crews, not a single expression change. Feels like the word pressure doesn't even exist in this guy's vocabulary. Well, that's what makes him interesting, though. Soon, Chris Hartnett spoke to him. "Woojin, it's rather ordinary, isn't it? Compared to all the fuss from the media and public opinion." "What are you talking about? How is this ordinary? If this is considered ordinary, then what kind of life does this handsome guy live?" Though baffled inwardly, Kang Woojin, clad in his usual tough guy act, simply nodded indifferently. "Yeah, it's a little boring. Ha ha ha, still, it's quite something. I expected the reporters, but I didn't think even news crews would show up." Chris patted Woojin's shoulder. "That just means Hollywood's eyes are all on you. As for me, I feel a little left out, but I'm still enjoying the spectacle." "I see. But that wasn't the truth." Chris Hartnett was currently feeling quite a bit of jealousy. Have I ever experienced anything like this? No, he hadn't. Though Chris was a globally top-ranked actor with sky-high recognition, never before had such a situation occurred for any project he had led. Chris then turned his gaze toward Kang Woojin with a faintly bitter smile. This must be a gap not of popularity or recognition, but in the sheer impact of the person himself. Listening quietly from the back seat to the conversation between the two was director Onjie Bak. It's not strange that Chris feels left out. Columbia outright focused their promotional marketing on Kang Woojin, and both the media and public attention are spotlighting him. For Chris, who has always received top star treatment, this kind of situation is likely a first in his life. But what can you do? He then gave an answer, internally, to the sense of gap Chris was feeling. It's a difference in star quality. Right now, Kang Woojin has completely engulfed Hollywood with his destructive star power. Kang Woojin had effortlessly surpassed Chris Hartnett, who had long reigned as a top actor in Hollywood. At least, that's how it appeared at this moment. For example, could Chris have sold out all preview screenings of Pierrot with his influence alone? That would have been tough. So Chris, even if he felt jealousy, had no choice but to accept it. Rather than envy Woojin, he let a bit of fierce determination rise within him. "I need to learn what I can, both in terms of acting and the impact as a human being." Soon, the Pierrot team entered the cinema, just as the movie was about to end. The hundreds of audience members who were the first in the world to watch Pierrot all turned their eyes. Swoosh. Their attention focused instantly. After the supporting cast entered, followed by director Onjie Bak and Chris, and at the very end. Damn, I'm nervous. Mom and Dad are probably here too. And how did the audience take my Joker? For some reason, Kang Woojin's heart was pounding as he entered the screening room. He could let the outfit slide, but what kind of expression should he wear? Yes, as expected, nothing beats staying in character. Woojin put on the most solemn face he could manage. At that moment, clap, 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 clap. He was suddenly met with a standing ovation from hundreds of foreign audience members. Momentarily pausing without letting it show, Kang Woojin scanned the wide sea of spectators. What? Is this a joke? Honestly, it was a situation he hadn't even imagined. But soon, Kang Woojin realized the standing ovation was sincere. The expressions and eyes of the audience truly conveyed a heartfelt welcome to Joker. Wow, goosebumps. It was a shiver he hadn't felt in a long time. Director Onjie Bak had definitely told him before entering. Many audience members may have come to criticize you. Columbia Studios and producer Nora had said the same. Even the public reactions Woojin had searched for himself pointed in that direction. So Woojin had prepared himself mentally. Whatever incident might occur, he would face it with composure, with a damn my way attitude. But reality was the exact opposite. Clap, 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 clap. Forget criticism. Every one of the hundreds of audience members was sincerely praising Kang Woojin. They had all fallen for his Joker, completely overtaken by it. They had entered the stage of loving the character. This was proof that no matter how much flack one took for an image, if there's skill and ability, any situation could be overturned. Whoa, this is insane. There was no grander spectacle. Hundreds of foreigners, who had come for various reasons, showering a Korean actor at center stage with unreserved praise. And among them, Kang Woo-chul, Seo Hyunmi, and Kang Hyun-ah were clapping with teary eyes, visible to Woojin. Unconsciously, Kang Woojin muttered to himself, "Ah, wait a sec." He had to fight hard to suppress the swelling emotions. Part of him wanted to run to his family and burst into tears, but he couldn't. The Pierrot team, now lined up in formation, was waiting for him. Director Ahn Jae-bak, standing first in the line, called out to him, "Woojin SSI." Even in this moment, the audience's standing ovation continued, and Kang Woojin, forcing himself to dial up his in-character presence to the max, began to move slowly. He took his place next to director Ahn Jae-bak. The moment Woojin found his spot, the hundreds of audience members stopped clapping and slowly took their seats. Then, director Ahn Jae-bak brought a handheld mic, handed to him by staff, to his mouth. An aged voice, speaking English, echoed throughout the screening room. "Thank you all for enjoying our film. I'm Ahn Jae-bak, the director of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Pabababak." Flashes exploded toward director Ahn Jae-bak as he finished his greeting. Reporters, who had been invited, had gathered at the very back of the screening room. Upon noticing the reporters, director Ahn Jae-bak, swoosh, passed the mic to Kang Woojin. Woojin quietly, very quietly, caught his breath. He felt his voice would shake if he spoke right away. But he soon calmed down. He could see his family's faces, along with Hong Hae-yun, Ryu Young-min, director Kwon Ki-taek, Sim Han-ho, and the Leech team, and the staff of BW Entertainment. Toward the back, Choi Sung-gun and his team had also taken seats. Choi Sung-gun gave him a thumbs up, and Han Young was busy filming Woojin on her phone. "I can't make a fool of myself." The real Kang Woojin picked up the handheld mic. A low, cold voice spread through the room. "Hello, I'm Kang Woojin, who portrayed Joker." Once again, the applause and cheers erupted, and the reporters fired off a storm of camera flashes. But Kang Woojin's actions didn't stop there. "As you can see, since it's the first day of the preview, I came dressed in the Joker outfit. You might remember, I also wore this at the Emmy Awards." Half the audience chuckled at that, and Woojin continued, "I once said, watch it or don't, but many of you came. What did you think of the clown you saw?" He threw the question to the hundreds of audience members. The reply came immediately. It was a foreign man seated at the front, who had originally come intending to criticize Woojin before the screening. It looked like the movie ended hinting at a sequel. "Will there be a second Joker story?" Kang Woojin responded composedly. "Of course. The cinematic universe of Columbia Studios begins with this film. Then, will you return as Joker in the next film too?" All eyes, those of the hundreds of audience members and reporters, were once again fixed on Woojin after the follow-up question was thrown. Kang Woojin suddenly smirked. It was a smile, just like Joker. "I'll be back next time too. Watch it or don't, it's up to you." He nailed the fan service. The entire audience began shouting, "Joker! It's the Joker! Great! I'll definitely watch it. When is it coming out? Your acting was amazing. I'll be there for the next movie too." And this wasn't just happening here. It was certain the same thing was taking place at the 33 theaters currently hosting the early screening in LA and New York. Amid the frenzy-like atmosphere, director Ahn Jae-bak chuckled softly. They're already trapped in a swamp where they can't bear it if it's not Kang Woojin's Joker. Even the Academy Award jury members are no different. It was obvious that from here on, the whole world would be taken over. 30 minutes later, after wrapping up the stage greeting, the Pierrot team had a proper photo session and then disbanded. Of course, Kang Woojin and director Ahn Jae-bak stayed behind to meet the family and colleagues who had come all the way to LA. The place was the now empty screening room. It was there that Woojin faced an unexpected crisis. "Woojin, son, Appa." He had to meet his family in a place where many others were gathered. "Yes, you're here. Oh my goodness. I love the movie, but once you appeared at the end, I just burst into tears. Come here, let me give you a hug. Me too. Kang Woojin subtly glanced around, watching for eyes on them as he dealt with his family. But Woojin, why do you look so cold? Did something happen? No, that's not it. Come on, smile. It's been ages since we've seen you. Surprisingly, the one who diffused the situation was his younger sister, Kang Hyuna. Dad, Mom, look around you. It's all top actors from Korea and Hollywood. You've got to let him go quickly. Nice one, blood sister. Right? She is the president of my fan club. After all, she's actually helpful. Kang Woojin made a mental note to give his sister some spending money and spoke in a low voice. Please head to the hotel I reserved. I'll come once today's schedule is over. Oh, you're busy, right? Okay. After that, Kang Woojin briefly greeted the people who had come from Korea. Though he was happy to see familiar faces after a long time, there wasn't much time. There was another promotional schedule right after. But as he was about to leave, Hong Hae-yeon stopped him and asked urgently. Her voice was quiet. Wait. Are you really dating Miley Kara? Kang Woojin looked at her for a moment and answered simply. Who knows? Meanwhile, at this time, not just at the theater where Kang Woojin was, but at the other 33 theaters in LA and New York, the first screenings of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, were nearly finished. Of course, all the theaters were packed with crowds. Every audience member who came out after watching the film was excited and shared the same reaction. Isn't Kang Woojin's acting insane? I don't even remember how those 2 hours flew by. Columbia finally dropped a real blockbuster after a long time. I don't know what's coming next, but the start of Columbia's cinematic universe is a huge success. My God, there are no words for Kang Woojin's performance. By midday, as time passed, Kang Woojin was inside the Pierrot team's van. I wonder what the media coverage is like. He picked up his phone and inwardly let out an intense exclamation. Crazy. Articles are exploding. Articles about Pierrot were pouring out across all of Hollywood. CNN/standing ovation for Kang Woojin after Pierrot screening/photos. Some articles were written by reporters who covered the scene or attended Kang Woojin's stage greeting. Among them, quite a few pieces included the honest opinions of reporters who had actually watched Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, rather than just covering the atmosphere or the greeting. Of course, the content was enough to make Kang Woojin feel quite pleased. These guys, they've fallen for my acting, huh? What made it even more amusing was this. BBX/Kang Woojin's watch it or don't remark at the Emmy Awards was justified. Viewers of Pierrot say Kang Woojin's performance is phenomenal. The tone of the media before and after the screening of Pierrot was completely different. Then, the next morning, on the 10th, having wrapped up the sold-out first day of the 2-week early screening event in grand fashion, the second day of Pierrot began. The second day was also sold out. Around this time, the first review of Pierrot by a prominent Hollywood film critic was uploaded on one of the most authoritative and reputable film information and review sites in Hollywood. Kang Woojin's Joker is toxic trash, but it's irresistibly addictive. As I left the theater, I found myself rooting for the villain. It was the first time I'd had such a strange experience, but I was satisfied. And Kang Woojin's performance is astonishingly meticulous. Even if Kang Woojin takes the Academy Awards lightly, I think I'll continue to love his Joker. Rating, 10 out of 10. It was an overwhelming rave review. 67. Encroachment, 3. The most authoritative film information and review site in the world, where countless international audiences come and go, a site no filmmaker could be unaware of. Not only directors, but also various influential figures post their movie reviews there. The first to post a review for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, on that site was Kang Woojin's Joker is toxic trash. Rating, 10 out of 10. Roger Wright/film critic. It was film critic Roger Wright, a very renowned figure even in Hollywood. He was even known for giving notoriously harsh ratings. For reference, just last month, he posted a scathing review for a Hollywood movie. It was along the lines of, I wanted to gouge out the eyes that watched the film, and the actor's performance was fit for dogs. His criticisms were so brutal that his comments became part of pop culture trends. However, Roger Wright wasn't just famous for his harsh words. The films he gave favorable reviews to performed well, and those he slammed failed spectacularly at the box office, which helped elevate his reputation. That very same critic, Roger Wright, showered Pierrot with the highest praise. It was the first time in roughly 5 years. Regardless, there were numerous world-famous film review sites, including in Hollywood, and soon reviews for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, would start pouring in. These reviews might not decide everything, but just like in Korea, films that trend on these review sites abroad often see their box office fortunes swayed significantly. Of course, these various sites are not limited to expert reviews alone. They also get updated with audience scores, ratings, stars, freshness scores, and other types of evaluations from actual moviegoers. Since audience sentiment holds absolute weight in determining box office performance, it was a force that couldn't be ignored. The fact that the first to review on those sites was an expert giving rave reviews made for a very pleasant start for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. At this moment, Kang Woojin also checked the first review from inside a moving van. Naturally, his face remained calm, but internally, a deeply satisfied smile spread. Who wouldn't be happy when such high praise was being heaped on them? And it wasn't just any praise, it was a raving review. I was slightly annoyed at the harmful trash part, but the fantastic comment flipped it completely. Haha, I think I'm going to love Kang Woojin's Joker. Though Woojin had received acting praise from countless people, including in Korea, feels amazing. Being praised to the heavens in unfamiliar Hollywood, by a critic he didn't even know by face, was enough to make him feel ecstatic. Naturally, the team members around him were also in a frenzy. I thought he was going to totally bash it when he said Joker was toxic trash. But this critic's drift is insane. Unbelievable. Isn't Roger Wright super famous as a critic? There are even memes about him in Hollywood. Yeah, but those memes got popular for him bashing movies. And he gave this one a rave review? I heard he hardly ever gives compliments. That just shows how awesome Woojin Oppa's acting was. And that Pierrot was actually fun. Even ponytailed Choi Sung-gun didn't say anything, but was smiling. Of course, this kind of atmosphere wasn't limited to Kang Woojin's side. It was the same elsewhere too, starting with the executives gathered at Columbia Studios that morning. Haha, Roger Wright gave us a glowing review. This is a good start, right? Since it's a pre-release, box office numbers don't mean much yet. But thinking ahead to the global release, this is a great trend. There's going to be another wave of news articles. Director On Bak and Chris Hartnett too. Everyone involved with Pierrot was all smiles. Following that, Kang Woojin and the others dove into another round of promotional schedules, and by late morning, Hollywood was flooded with a large number of news articles. LA Times/Roger Wright, a critic known for stingy scores, on the pre-released Pierrot, toxic trash, but I'll continue to love Kang Woojin's Joker. ABY/Kang Woojin receives standing ovation at surprise stage greeting/photo. It had already been buzzing with excitement since the first day of Pierrot's pre-release, but the second day today was anything but quiet. In fact, it was more than twice as intense compared to the previous day. The trend was slightly different too. CNM/audience members quickly post positive reviews after day one of Pierrot's pre-release. Hard to find any criticism. By around noon. Truly entertaining, incredibly shocking, and perfectly monumental. Pierrot will be recorded as one of the greatest films celebrating villains, and Kang Woojin, who played the Joker, was phenomenal. Rating, 10 out of 10. Following Roger Wright, reviews from experts praising Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, began flooding in. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, has written new history in Hollywood, and Columbia has made a film where villains are loved by the audience. Kang Woojin's Joker will become one of the most influential villains in Hollywood history. Rating, September 8th, 10. Explaining the content of this film to those who haven't seen it is a waste of time. I can only tell them to watch it, and they'll have nothing to say but that it was fun. What more needs to be said? Go to the theater and experience the chills from Kang Woojin's Joker. Rating, September 7th, 10. Directors, actors, critics, columnists, and so on, experts from various industries poured out praise. The scores were mostly 10s or 9s, and even those who were stingy gave it an 8. This kind of reception was rare. CNM/PRO scores 9.8. If this continues, it may rank in the top 5 rated films. This is the first time in 3 years a film has received over 9.5 from critics. If the second day of PRO's release was driven by the power of critics, then on the third day, the 11th, the thoughts of audiences around the world came rushing in. Starting with the reactions posted on various review sites. Masterpiece. Thank you, director on Ga Bak. I love you, Kang Woojin. Dear humanity, witness this. This is cinema. PRO was the freshest and most amazing film I've ever seen. PRO. Sincere congratulations on winning the Oscar. Oh, too soon? Kang Woojin is the real deal. He is undoubtedly a phenomenal actor. You must watch PRO. Your jaw will drop. The film contains both comedy and tragedy. The Joker played by Kang Woojin is undoubtedly a villain, but I couldn't help but love him. Through Henry Gordon's tragedy, the film criticized the world, and through the villain's comedy, it stirred me. PRO will be a masterpiece. Chaos spread across international forums and social media platforms. It was a stark contrast to the pre-release phase, when criticism and backlash against Kang Woojin had overflowed. I used to hate Kang Woojin, but now I'll love him. Kang Woojin is insane. Even if he mocks the Academy Awards, I'll still watch his next film. Joker, an unforgettable character, sending chills and shocks down my spine. How did public opinion on Kang Woojin flip in just a day? Is PRO really that good? First time in a while I held my pee throughout an entire screening. It felt like a different world altogether. Later on, while Kang Woojin was frantically running through his schedule, the Hollywood reactions to PRO, The Birth of a Villain, were being transmitted to Korea. Especially hot were interviews with people like Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon, who had visited LA themselves. Star Talk. Hong Hae-yeon after watching Kang Woojin's PRO. When it opens in Korea, I hope everyone gets to see it. In addition, the wave of overwhelmingly positive reviews from overseas film information and review sites quickly spread across domestic YouTube. This heated up Korea. Soon, domestic audiences were clamoring for PRO and Kang Woojin. And so time melted away. Before anyone realized, it was already the 5th day of the pre-release schedule for PRO, The Birth of a Villain. And today, too, 33 theaters were sold out, as reported by foreign media. Hollywood had been overtaken by PRO and by Kang Woojin. However, it was clear that certain ongoing matters were now picking up speed. 2 months ago, editing had already begun, and now, with director Bill Rotner and many others focusing on post-production, Beast and the Beauty was nearing the end of its initial editing schedule. The outline should take shape around May at the earliest. An event, traditionally held by World Disney Pictures as a fan service for original work fans, was confirmed. Basically, it had the feel of a Korean production presentation, but in broader terms, it was an event to introduce the actors playing major characters. We should avoid March since it'll be noisy with the Academy Awards. April is too late. Then it's best to hold it this month, in February. Exactly. With Kang Woojin making such noise, the spotlight will naturally focus on him. Numerous reporters were scheduled to attend, and all the main actors of Beast and the Beauty, including Kang Woojin, would be introduced at the event. Though it was a recurring event for every film World Disney Pictures produced, this time the media and public reaction was especially heated compared to previous years. The reasons were likely due to Kang Woojin, Miley Cara, and others. Meanwhile, the film John Persona was deep in final preparations for its confirmed first shoot on February 27th, with less than 2 weeks remaining. Until crank in, key staff like Joseph Felton, the legendary director Danny Landis, and others moved back and forth between completed sets and on-site locations. Let's start testing the car chase scene. We're opening crank in with that. Yes. Understood. I'll get the Scorpio arm, a special vehicle for filming, ready right away. Launch the drone too. They pushed ahead with crucial checks. Since John Persona would feature substantial action, the atmosphere on set was tense, and there was an abundance of rare equipment not usually seen on ordinary sets. Additionally, John Persona also began its promotions. Although it felt a bit early, they couldn't afford to miss the current momentum surrounding Kang Woojin. The same went for Guest, which was also picking up speed. Having already held a full staff and cast meeting, Guest with Miley Cara, Chris Hartnett in lead roles, and a special appearance by Kang Woojin, had already gained a decent level of recognition. Riding the wave, pre-production for the script reading progressed steadily. This side was in the midst of intense set construction. Eventually, It's been a week since the pre-release, but still selling out. Pierrot makes historic mark in Hollywood. A week had passed since the pre-release of Pierrot, and February 16th had dawned. By now, it was a given that the entire movie was sold out, with new reviews and reactions exploding every day. And today, the 16th, marked the beginning of the second week of Pierrot's pre-release. At the same time, all right, let's start circulating the works. Any additional entries can be compiled and submitted in the next round. By the way, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain is making huge waves. Critics and audience reviews are overwhelmingly positive. Makes you curious how much of a masterpiece it is, doesn't it? There's so much praise about Kang Woojin's performance too. Aren't you eager to find out why everyone's so captivated? We'll find out soon enough. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain is scheduled to be submitted by Columbia Studios today. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS, which organizes the Academy Awards, began moving. In the latter half of February, it was time to enter the final stage of determining the official nominees. Later that afternoon, Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain was submitted to AMPAS. As it had satisfied the precondition of a release lasting over 1 week due to its pre-release, this was naturally expected. The next morning, February 17th, AMPAS distributed the year's selected works to nearly 10,000 members worldwide, who serve as the equivalent of Academy Awards judges. An enormous list of films was included. Big-name directors and top Hollywood stars appeared frequently. Just mentioning their names would resonate across the globe. And naturally, among those jaw-dropping entries was Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain / Columbia Studios / including Joker as well. 468, Encroachment 4. The Academy Awards, also known as the Oscars, boast the highest prestige in the world. With the grand opening of this year's Academy Awards only a few months away, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS, which handles the ceremony, had begun to show overt activity. Although there had been signs before, this time it was in an official form. A list of submitted works that passed the executive committee's screening and met several conditions had been completed and distributed to thousands of members who act as judges. These members are spread not only across the United States, but all over the world. From now on, the names of films that shone in Hollywood over the past year, along with the actors, staff, and directors who dedicated themselves to them, would be mentioned endlessly. In addition to directors, actors, and key staff, an overwhelming number of powerful figures were included, among whom, of course, was Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain / Columbia Studios / Pierrot, which Columbia Studios risked everything on and which signaled the beginning of a cinematic universe, was among them. To put it simply, there was no backing out now. From here on, the process becomes quite complicated, but in summary, after evaluations from thousands of members, the final candidate works are announced to the world from late March to early April. At the same time, the final nominated works are redistributed to members, and from there, the winners and awardees are decided. Those works and names are grandly called out at the Academy Awards ceremony, which opens before the end of April. Of course, the entire process, including the candidate works, is confidential. But because the Academy Awards so heavily shake up Hollywood, a moderate amount of information inevitably leaks. The initial movement of the judging was no different. Though AMPAS did not make a separate announcement, their actions were reported in Hollywood media. CNN / Exclusive Academy Awards makes a move. AMPAS distributes films to members to determine this year's Academy Award nominees. Naturally, even before the media acted, rumors had already spread offline. Among the film companies, production companies, directors, actors, key staff, and so on in Hollywood, matters related to the Academy Awards had taken root as a hot topic. I hear that this year's Oscar submissions have been distributed to members. It's going to be interesting to watch since there are so many outstanding works this year. Haha, that's right. There were a lot of commercial hits, but also quite a few that stood out for their artistry. But aren't you curious about what'll happen with Pierrot and Kang Woojin? Right, setting aside the film's quality, it's arguably the hottest one in terms of buzz. Since its release, it seems like all the reviews across different platforms have been glowing. Makes you wonder how the members around the world will view it. Especially Kang Woojin, who openly declared he was aiming for the Academy Awards. His result is probably the one getting the most focus. As expected, there was a lot of talk about Pierrot, the birth of a villain, which had already gathered enormous buzz. Even more frequently mentioned was Kang Woojin. Pierrot had already been released for over a week, and Woojin's performance as a villain was receiving positive reviews from websites, media, and public opinion alike. However, just this temporary wave of praise didn't guarantee a spot as an Academy Awards nominee. Kang Woojin. Sure, he's worked miracles from Cannes to the Emmys, but this year's lineup and the actor's passionate performances have raised the bar much higher than last year. This was a year when people who could be called great actors were very active, both directors and actors alike. That's the crux of it, isn't it? Whether they'll stick with the tradition that's been upheld for years or support a rookie who's sparked a new wind. But if we're talking about rookies, Kang Woojin isn't the only one, right? Well, that's true. Moreover, Hollywood was filled with veteran actors who dominated the industry and rookies who had suddenly risen to popularity. After a 17th full of such atmosphere, the even more heated 18th had dawned. The time was morning. Kang Woojin could be found at Columbia Studios. He had his hat pulled down low and wore a padded jacket due to the cold weather. His outfit was very casual, but his expression was full of solemnity. Internally, however, he was quite nervous. Academy Awards members? If the work has been distributed to them, that means the evaluation has started, right? If I fail in the first round, it's just over. Kang Woojin had also received word about the Academy Awards developments. Outwardly, he acted calm, but knowing that Pierrot and his own performance had now been placed on the chopping block, it was only natural to feel tense. Well, sure, if it fails, I could just say, oh well, nothing I could do, but it's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? Given everything he'd done up to now, it was also a matter of pride. Whatever the case, in one of Columbia Studios' large conference rooms, a massive group had gathered, including Kang Woojin, director on G.A. Bach, Nora Foster, senior executives from Columbia Studios, a few actors like Chris, and key staff. Currently, they were discussing matters related to the Academy Awards. Phew, what a relief. We were kind of rushing things, so it would have been a headache if AMPAs had found fault with it. But Pierrot passed through to the members without a hitch. Even if we didn't send it through the usual route, the Academy Awards people still have eyes and ears. It would have been hard for them to ignore a film like Pierrot that's shaken up all of Hollywood. Haha. In any case, we can breathe a little easier now. Soon, the conversation shifted to a different topic, specifically the early release of Pierrot, which was currently heating up Hollywood. Discussions about its performance, reactions online and offline, industry evaluations, and more. Since the entire 2-week early release schedule was sold out and positive reviews were still flooding in, the overall atmosphere was quite bright. Soon, the flow of the conversation turned to Kang Woojin. The bald executive among them spoke up. Mr. Kang Woojin, you look quite serious. Are you perhaps worried about the Academy members giving low scores? Of course he was. Who wouldn't be at a time like this? Woojin wasn't losing sleep over it, but he was reasonably nervous. Still, he shook his head more nonchalantly than ever. No, not at all. I'm just listening to the conversation like usual. I see. Sometimes your face is hard to read. Then again, you're the guy who mesmerized hundreds of people who showed up just to criticize you. So there's probably nothing to worry about. Since the early release of Pierrot, Kang Woojin's image had done a complete reversal, whether in the media or public opinion. Sure, there were still people who disliked him or left nasty comments. But compared to the past, his fan base had grown significantly and the tide had shifted. As you've all seen, on major online communities, people are already praising his Joker, saying it's been a long time since we've had a proper villain. Cosplaying as Joker has even become a trend, and it's still just in the early release phase. I saw that too. While the Columbia executives and key staff were chattering on, producer Nora suddenly raised her tablet and swiftly changed the subject. We haven't completed the full schedule yet, but judging by the atmosphere so far, I think it's safe to say the early release of Pierrot has been a success. Nearly everyone nodded in agreement. Nora continued speaking. Thanks to public opinion, the news, and various media outlets jumping on board, our marketing and publicity are already maxed out. If the Academy Awards recognition gets added on top of that, it'll multiply everything by several times. Then, Nora's gaze turned to the calm-looking Kang Woojin. Of course, Mr. Kang Woojin's headline-making power is also a huge asset. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his impact accounted for more than half of their success. Everyone recognized that. So, we were able to save a significant amount of time on promotion. Honestly, part of me wants to push for global release as is, but Nora Foster omitted the words Academy Awards. Pierrot will officially begin its global release on May 30th, starting in the United States. The remaining 40 countries are set to release it around the same time. She declared the decision as if announcing it to everyone, and once again turned her gaze to Kang Woojin. Pierrot will premiere in Korea on May 31st. Afterwards, Hollywood was boiling like a molten furnace with the early release of Pierrot, the birth of a villain, and the Academy Awards' first official movements. There was chatter everywhere. In the case of Pierrot, glowing reviews increased by the day. From audiences who had watched the film to experts outside of critics, everyone was crying out Joker. In Korea, the atmosphere was festive. Entire 2-week early release schedule sold out. International review sites showered Pierrot with acclaim. International topic: Hollywood falls for Kang Woojin's Joker. He continues to engulf the scene day by day/photo. Thanks to this, Pierrot achieved what no other famous Hollywood film had managed. Beyond the entire early release selling out, a film not even officially released was topping community forums and social media as the most influential keyword. Once again, Kang Woojin was. I haven't seen Kang Woojin's Pierrot, but it's certain he keeps performing miracles. To be honest, he's already changed a huge part of Hollywood. Right, this proves that the influence he holds is extraordinary. Hollywood needs to accept his presence. He was effortlessly producing yet another first-ever accomplishment. So passed a week full of explosive developments. Before anyone realized, it was the 24th. Kang Woojin, riding in a van, was checking out the media atmosphere during transit. The early release schedule is over, but luckily the media keeps hyping it up, so it's still crazy out there. As of yesterday, the 2-week early release period for Pierrot had ended. But the results Kang Woojin's Joker achieved during that short span were overwhelming. In just 2 weeks, Joker was spreading across not just Hollywood, but countries like Korea and Japan as well. On SNS, communities, YouTube, wherever people were talking, Joker appeared. Whoa, if this is how it is now, the global release is going to be insane. However, Kang Woojin couldn't focus solely on Pierrot. The characters he was portraying weren't just one or two. Exactly 2 days later, on the morning of the 26th, tomorrow, the 27th, was the first day of filming for John Persona. But for now, Woojin had stepped into a grand hall inside a 5-star hotel in LA. He was dressed in a fairly formal manner, a navy blazer with a black coat. His black hair was slicked back neatly. The place he entered was the stage set up at the front of the hall. Swish. On the stage was a long table, and behind it hung a large first poster for Beast and the Beauty. A poster showing the Beast playing the piano and Beauty Bella dancing. In other words, this place was connected to Beast and the Beauty. To be precise, it was an event hosted by Walt Disney Pictures that served as a character introduction and production announcement for each film. Therefore, at the long table, nice to meet you all. I'm Bill Rotner, the director of Beast and the Beauty. Director Bill Rotner was seated first, and next to him sat Kang Woojin. In the third seat, with full makeup, with her blonde hair braided like Beauty Bella was. I'm Miley Cara. I play Beauty Bella. Cara had appeared. Of course, including Maria Armas. All the lead and supporting actors of Beast and the Beauty had gathered. Facing them from the audience side of the hall were, naturally, click, 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 click. Hundreds of foreign reporters huddled together, furiously pressing their shutters. The head count easily surpassed 200. And this was even after Walt Disney Pictures had filtered attendees. With Beast and the Beauty having been a massive buzz from the start, and recent rumors of a relationship between Woojin and Kara thrown in, a large number of reporters had swarmed. The event. The overall atmosphere of the event was, since the original Beast and the Beauty holds such strong legacy power, we conducted the adaptation for the live-action version with the utmost care not to harm the original. It was a mix of introducing the film and actors like Kang Woojin and Kara boasting about the characters they were playing. Of course, Disney had provided a script, but each actor also added their own personal thoughts. For reference, Kang Woojin's comment was short and simple. The hardest part during the filming of Beast was wearing the special costume. When the event, which lasted about an hour, was almost at its end, it came time to take questions from the reporters participating in the event. The format was that the director Bill Rotner and the actors would take questions from reporters who raised their hands. As the director muttered into the handheld mic, swish, a dozen or so reporters raised their hands. However, the atmosphere was somewhat lukewarm. The questions were ordinary. Director, Beast and the Beauty received criticism from the public regarding the live-action adaptation even before production began. Once the film is released, do you think those controversies will be put to rest? Of course, I'm confident that everyone, including fans of the original, will be able to fully enjoy Beast and the Beauty. Following director Bill Rotner's confident reply, the microphone was handed to Kang Woojin. Soon, with his calm expression, Woojin was internally startled. Whoa, crazy. The reason was simple. Nearly all of the 200 reporters present had raised their hands. Compared to earlier, it was explosive. About half of them even shot up from their seats, and some even shrieked. Among them, the one Woojin selected was a male reporter in the middle of the third row with noticeable sagging cheeks. As soon as he was chosen, the reporter shouted, "Mr. Kang Woojin, is it true that the Beast and Beauty Bella are in love in real life?" After the dating rumors with Miley surfaced, you haven't provided any clear confirmation. Though the current vibe suggests it was just a misunderstanding and that you're simply colleagues, the public still wants a definitive answer. So is it true or not? Kang Woojin, who had been staring at the reporter with an indifferent face, briefly glanced at the blonde sitting next to him, Kara. Since she was also looking at Woojin, their eyes met. They held eye contact for roughly 3 seconds. Then Kang Woojin calmly spoke into the handheld mic. His tone was very composed and low, in English. "No, we are dating." Miley Kara's big blue eyes widened dramatically. Encroachment 5. Miley Kara, one of the most successful actresses and singers in Hollywood. But her peak was not the end. Recently, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Miley Kara was enjoying her second heyday, and it began after meeting Kang Woojin in Korea. Since then, a lot had happened. Everything had been a massive issue, but among them, one was Miley Kara confessing her feelings to Kang Woojin. Of course, this part was a top-secret matter to the public. Still, the press, which sniffed out the scent, broke the dating rumor, and it naturally rose to the surface. Since then, Miley Kara had hardly been able to meet Kang Woojin, let alone even contact him frequently. First of all, both of them were too busy. Well, Miley had a bit of free time, but Kang Woojin had none at all. Still, maybe it was just an excuse. Actually, Miley was wondering, how will he respond? After the sudden dating rumor broke out, she was curious about how Kang Woojin would act. That's why she didn't make any statement and even refrained from contacting Woojin, observing his movements instead. The problem was, why? Why isn't he doing anything? There was absolutely no reaction from Kang Woojin. Miley understood he was insanely busy, but she thought he would at least leak a brief statement to the media. Miley Kara, who had already confessed, honestly was feeling a little anxious. I mean, come on. Whether it was a rejection or giving her a bit of leeway, he could have done something, right? Since the confession came from Miley's side, she thought Kang Woojin would give her at least a formulaic response. But there was absolutely nothing. Busy as he was, Kang Woojin was frantically handling his schedule. Naturally, the dating rumor didn't die down and kept growing, but Miley Kara missed the timing to reach out to Woojin. Damn it. If only she had done something right after the rumor broke. Instead, she kept her distance, pretending to watch from afar, and now it was an awkward situation for her to reach out first. If I contact him first and ask something, it'll really look like I'm clinging. Although her mindset now was that it didn't matter even if she clung a little after being the first to confess, Miley thought that if she pushed for it, she might come off as desperate and that Kang Woojin might dislike it. Plus, since they were both busy, it didn't look good to pressure him for a response. Huh. Seriously, I've never been like this. This is a complete first. Until now, guys had always been the ones to come after her. It was the first time Miley Cara had ever waited so nervously like this. She didn't have experience with this kind of situation, so she couldn't do this or that. In the meantime, Kang Woojin's PRO was released, and his influence in Hollywood grew exponentially. By that point, asking for a reply had become a foolish thing to do. Just endure it. What's the big deal? Just endure it. Miley calmed herself down and pretended to be composed, hiding her feelings. But inevitably, a faint sense of disappointment settled deep in her heart. When that feeling had grown enough, Miley Cara met Kang Woojin today at an event related to Beast and the Beauty. It had been quite a while since she'd seen him. She had planned to greet him warmly, but for some reason, when Miley saw Kang Woojin in the waiting room, a cold tone came out instead. It's been a while. So, you're still alive? Yes, fortunately. All right. If you have time after the event, let's talk. Sure. Their conversation after such a long time was brief and cold. Because of that, the staff around them thought the two actors had fought. Why though? Because a fake dating rumor broke out, so they're keeping their distance from each other? However, Miley Cara's true feelings were a bit different. You idiot. Why did you do that? Why did I act cold to him? Did I unconsciously let my pride get in the way? Miley Cara blamed herself for expressing her disappointment with a facade of indifference, pretending to be unbothered. Yet, Kang Woojin remained indifferent, showing no particular reaction. Just what kind of man was he? Thanks to that, Miley didn't feel great. Throughout the entire event, and she kept sneaking glances at the well-dressed Kang Woojin. He's exactly the same as usual. Kang Woojin, seated immediately to her right, had his usual calm demeanor. Again, only she was getting worked up, and Miley felt pathetic. And around this time, she had to admit again. Phew, I must have fallen for Kang Woojin way too hard. She had already crossed a bridge she could not return from. Even though he was treating her like she didn't matter, even with such a clear difference in emotional temperature, Miley couldn't let go of Woojin easily. But, from today on, I really need to start thinking about him less. It was at that moment that she made that promise to herself. Though the current vibe suggests it was just a misunderstanding and that you're simply colleagues, the public still wants a definitive answer. So is it true or not? A reporter attending the event threw a sharp question at Kang Woojin. Miley Cara, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to attention. What the hell did that crazy reporter just say? Don't make me disappointed all over again. She had barely managed to calm down, and now the reporter was throwing fuel on the fire again. Kang Woojin always goes straight to the point, so he's definitely going to answer. Then I'll be upset all over again. Just as Miley was furrowing her brows. Swish. With an emotionless face, Kang Woojin turned his head. He looked at her. Miley Cara flinched and tried hard to suppress her nervousness. A brief moment of eye contact. Miley believed that Woojin was speaking to her with his eyes right now, saying he would just brush it off or claim that the dating rumor was false. Miley felt the same way too. With over 200 reporters gathered and the entire Beast and the Beauty team present, there was no need to put much weight on the question. And yet, a sigh escaped her mouth. Phew, right? I need to choose reality. A pushy, cold-hearted resignation settled in Miley. At the same time, Kang Woojin's low, short voice spread through the mic he held. No, we are dating. As if waiting for this moment, Miley Cara exhaled again and smiled bitterly. Right, we're nothing. We're just dating, huh? Then Miley's blue eyes opened wide with a jolt. Her head, which had been lowered, snapped up. Her face filled with confusion. What did he just say? Dating? Did Kang Woojin just say that? No, I must have misheard, right? While her blue eyes shook, Kang Woojin calmly met her gaze. His poker face remained unchanged, but he didn't avoid Miley Cara's eyes. At this point, the hall, packed with over 200 reporters, fell silent. Director Bill Rotner, Maria Armas, and the rest of the Beast and the Beauty cast were all staring at Kang Woojin. Their faces were full of shock. Then one reporter, who finally came to his senses, blinked and asked again. Excuse me? Mr. Woojin, what did you just say? With his gaze fixed on the dumbfounded Miley Kara, Kang Woojin answered again, calmly. We're dating. That's when. Huh. Huh. Ah. Kang Woojin just said they're dating, right? What? I spaced out for a second. Mr. Woojin. Mr. Kang Woojin. Since when have you two been in a relationship? The over 200 reporters who had been gathered in the hall recovered their lost wits. They suddenly started screaming and shouting, snapping photos like crazy of the two seated side by side on stage, Kang Woojin and the blonde Miley Kara. Pabababababak. Flashes exploded so brightly it felt blinding. But Kang Woojin, looking at Kara, and Miley Kara, looking at Woojin, their eye contact didn't break. Woojin's face was calm due to maintaining the concept, but internally, he was freaking out. I said it. Ugh. I said it. Shit. What do I do now? What am I supposed to do now? Screw it. I'll just throw out the line I prepared and wait. Miley Kara, both outwardly and inwardly, felt exactly the same. A massive shock. Kang Woojin's answer, slammed down without any build-up or hint, made Miley Kara's mind go blank. The endless shouting of reporters and barrage of camera flashes only intensified that feeling. Regardless of all that, Kang Woojin, his face firm as iron, unfazed, swish, leaned toward Kara, who sat next to him with her blue eyes still wide open, and whispered quietly by her ear, Sorry for answering so late. Soon, with the initial shock slightly faded, Miley Kara smiled and replied, You're really eccentric, and thank you. This two-shot was being captured by the cameras of countless reporters. Meanwhile, following Kang Woojin's no-backing-down declaration, the event hall for Beast and the Beauty went absolutely wild. Reporters screamed, flashes exploded endlessly. Yet director Bill Rotner seemed to have calmed down as he merely chuckled. Haha, does this mean the Beast and Beauty Bella are dating in real life too? Maria Armas, who was the first to suspect the relationship between Woojin and Kara, along with others, didn't appear surprised. I knew it. The actors slipped in their congratulations to Kang Woojin and Kara when they found the chance. Although the World Disney Pictures staff were moving busily, they didn't seem flustered. The reason was simple. Kang Woojin had already given a heads-up to World Disney Pictures. In fact, he hadn't ignored Kara's confession. He had just been waiting for the right moment. And that moment was today. Naturally, he informed Disney in advance, and if they had objected, he had planned to pick another date. But World Disney Pictures gave an easy, cool okay. Apparently, this issue would actually help Beast and the Beauty gain more traction. They even congratulated Kang Woojin. Truly, Hollywood seemed to have a different culture altogether. Whatever the case, Kang Woojin officially acknowledged his relationship with Kara, just as he had prepared, just as he had planned. As usual, he sprinkled in his no-backing-down vibe. The result was a huge success. So, while maintaining a composed expression as part of the concept, Kang Woojin, meeting eyes with Kara, was shouting with joy inside. Success. This was pretty damn awesome, wasn't it? Then doubt started creeping in. Wait, is this real? Miley Kara in front of me is my girlfriend? A moment that felt entirely disconnected from reality, but seeing Miley Kara smiling made it feel real. A flash of his past self crossed Kang Woojin's mind. Oh, shit, I was just an overworked guy at a design company, and now I'm dating that Miley Kara. The faces of his family and best friends also came to mind. His best friends would probably go crazy. Something like, you? Dating Miley Kara? Would be the exact reaction. Then, beside him, Kara smiled and leaned into Woojin's ear. A pleasant scent wafted toward Woojin. You really can't do anything quietly, can you? Do you dislike that? Nope, not at all. Just then, the noisy reporters redirected their questions. This time, their target was Miley Kara. Miley, are the two of you really in a relationship? Kara, with her blonde hair braided in a single line, showed the reporters a deep smile. It was the first real smile she had shown all day. We are seeing each other. So, please look upon us favorably. The event hall soon became nearly uncontrollable as the reporters went into a frenzy. Because of that, the Beast and the Beauty event had to end quickly, and all the actors, including Kang Woojin and Miley Kara, exited the stage. At that moment, there. Oh, a few reporters, who had been furiously snapping photos of the departing actors, pointed at Kara and Kang Woojin. They had spotted an irresistible scene. Hands. They're leaving holding hands. Kang Woojin and Kara were exiting the stage hand in hand. And naturally, Pababababak. That moment was captured thoroughly by the cameras of over 200 reporters. When Woojin and the Beast and the Beauty team reached the hallway outside the hall, Kara, still holding Woojin's hand, murmured softly to him, "Were you surprised?" "When I suddenly held your hand." Totally." His heart almost exploded. Inside, the real Kang Woojin was letting out something close to a scream, but with so many eyes around, he kept a composed face and answered calmly. He subtly mixed in sincerity. "Yes, I was surprised." "Liar. Be honest, you were popular even before you became an actor, weren't you?" Not really." At that moment, Maria Armas jumped into the conversation from the crowd. "What? That modesty doesn't suit you. Is it even possible to be unpopular with that face?" Miley Kara, who suddenly frowned sharply, growled, "Don't interfere, and don't talk to Woojin unnecessarily." Yes, got it." Director Bill Rotner, watching the scene fondly, placed a hand on Kang Woojin's shoulder and whispered, "You've gained a lot through Beast and the Beauty. Now all that's left is for you to earn the love and recognition of the fans. As the Beast, of course. I need to hurry up with the editing." With that, Director Bill Rotner left the group. The actors also started to scatter one by one. It was about time for Kang Woojin and Miley Kara to part ways as well. They both had their next schedules to get to. With hardly any experience in this sort of thing, Woojin maintained his poker face while agonizing inside. What should I say here? Should I say, "Let's talk soon"? No, that's a Korean farewell. Thankfully, it was Miley Kara who spoke first. "I'll call you." It was simpler than he expected. About an hour later, after parting ways with Miley Kara and finishing up his conversation with World Disney Pictures, Kang Woojin got into the van. "Yoo-hoo, woo, that's our man." His team showered him with cheers and congratulations. Choi Sung-gun, with his trademark ponytail and already in the know, clapped for Woojin and then showed him a tablet. "You probably guessed it, but Hollywood is glowing pink. Just look, it's all about you two." The foreign press was already halfway losing it over the story of the couple of the century. TL Nectar 470, Encroachment 6. In a spacious living room somewhere in LA, a handsome man was sitting cross-legged on a luxurious 5-seater sofa that clearly screamed high-end. It was Chris Hartnett, who had casually swept his hair back with a headband. Although he had been busy lately with preparations for the film Guest and schedules related to Pierrot, today must have been a day off, as he was at home in comfortable clothes. Wow, Kang Woojin is so straightforward, as expected. He chuckled with interest while looking at his phone. What he was watching was a just-released YouTube video. More specifically, No, we are dating. It was the scene at the Beast and the Beauty event where Kang Woojin publicly revealed that he was in a relationship with Kara. Judging by the footage, it seemed to have been filmed by a reporter at the scene. Of course, several similar videos had already been uploaded on YouTube. All of those videos were getting explosive views. He really knows how to attract people's attention. I need to use this trick someday too. Ahem, first I should congratulate him. He smirked crookedly, turned off the video he was watching, and called Kang Woojin. Woojin answered quickly, "Busy." Click. And just as quickly, hung up. However, Chris, as if he had been through this more than once, didn't lose his smile and muttered while slowly putting down his phone. "Damn that enviable guy. Anyway, this is going to be a frenzy for a while." And it wasn't just Chris. Director On Ga Bok also chimed in. "Ho, this is worth congratulating. Still, to confirm the first dating rumor right away, that's just like Woojin." The cast of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, executives at Columbia Studios, and others also received the news. That wasn't all. Danny Landis, who was going to meet Kang Woojin tomorrow for the first shoot of John Persona, as well as Joseph Felton and others, had also heard. Even people from A8 Media, working on the film Guest, were in an uproar. Reactions from CEO Jennifer Thurman and her employees were varied. "Wow, I've never seen anyone acknowledge a relationship like that before." I was shocked too. But thinking about Kang Woojin, it doesn't seem all that strange. Right? If we asked him, he'd probably answer with something like, "It wasn't that hard." Anyway, like the reporters said, they really are the couple of the century. Miley Kara goes without saying, and Kang Woojin is now a full-fledged world star too. Obviously, the two of them are the hottest in Hollywood right now. Of course, Kang Woojin's a bit louder though. To put it plainly, it wouldn't be wrong to say that everyone in Hollywood had seen this news. That's how much noise it made. With other hot issues already turning the place into a melting pot, now that love was thrown in the mix, foreign reporters were halfway to losing their minds. Kang Woojin, checking the atmosphere while on the move. Phew, damn, they've gone mad. Is this even real? How many articles are breaking per second? It was like a monstrous tidal wave sweeping over Hollywood. CNN/Kang Woojin openly declares relationship with Miley Cara at Beast and the Beauty event. BBX/Kang Woojin and Miley Cara confirmed their real-life relationship, shaking Hollywood. Photo. LA Times/Breaking news. Kang Woojin and Miley Cara, the couple of the century brought together by Beast and the Beauty. Since Kang Woojin's confession at the event, articles had literally been pouring out every second. Most of the foreign news outlets were using the same photos of Kang Woojin and Cara, either whispering to each other at the table on stage or holding hands while exiting. With the international media going wild, there was no way public opinion would stay quiet. Oh my God, they're really dating. I can't believe it. No, this has to be a dream. Just look at the photos. Accept reality, you idiots. Surprisingly, they look good together in the two-shot. I saw the scene where Kang Woojin acknowledged the relationship, and it reminded me of the movie Rotting Hill. Damn it, Miley is gone too. Major overseas communities were on fire. Rage and frenzy surged across SNS and YouTube. Kang Woojin swept first place in every imaginable ranking in an instant. Top keyword, top search term, top trending video, top trending issue, and many more. By lunchtime, radio stations and broadcasters across the United States, including Hollywood, were already covering this scoop. Kang Woojin has admitted to dating Miley Cara at the Beast and the Beauty event. The media is thrilled, calling it the birth of the couple of the century. With Pierrot, Beast, and the Beauty, and the fame of Kang Woojin and Miley Cara being globally recognized, and with the United States shaking like this, their relationship spread worldwide in no time. Among all the countries, Korea was, as expected, the fastest to react. Unlike LA, it was dawn in Korea, but every major portal site's homepage was already flooded with articles about Kang Woojin and Cara. Breaking news, Kang Woojin heartsuit Miley Cara at the Beast and the Beauty press conference declares straight to hundreds of foreign reporters, "We're dating." Distance between Korea and Hollywood is no problem. Kang Woojin and Miley Cara officially acknowledge relationship, foreign media, couple of the century. Star Talk, Kang Woojin calmly reveals he's in relationship with Miley Cara/photo. Korea had already been buzzing over Pierrot and the Academy Awards, and given that Kang Woojin was a world star contributing to national prestige, new articles were being published by the second. Kang Woojin heartsuit Miley Cara leaving the event holding hands/photo. Even saying articles pouring out wasn't enough, and as some time passed, by early morning this news had completely engulfed Korea. Online and, "No way, wow, was this real?" My heart is swelling. Feels like just yesterday I left a comment saying Park Dae-ri was amazing. I'm so happy for you. Kang Woojin is so real, I've felt it before, but his backing down is epic, just slams it down like, "We're dating, so what are you gonna do about it?" If it's Miley Cara, then seriously she's top of the top in Hollywood and the world, but Kang Woojin's vibe is insane too. So they actually suit each other. This is crazy. Reading an article about a Korean actor dating a Hollywood top star, this is wild. Honestly, when Miley Cara was in Beneficial Evil, I just knew wedding soon please. Kang Woojin will now probably be ranked among world-class thieves. Offline 2. Manager Kim. Did you see the article? Kang Woojin is really dating Miley Cara. Yeah, I saw it. Kang Woojin responded. So coolly. You even saw the video? I did. I don't know, it feels complicated. Kang Woojin's fans are going crazy right now. Domestic public opinion had already been noisy with Woojin's extraordinary issues, but the acknowledgement of this relationship stirred things up even more intensely. It was like a battlefield of blessings and curses. Kang Woojin's family, having returned from LA not long ago, was especially thrilled. Oh ho ho, didn't I say it? That he'd bring home a blonde daughter-in-law. That's why I said you're getting ahead of yourself. They just started dating. Why talk about a daughter-in-law? Even a 100-step staircase starts with the first step. Oh my God, oh my God. My appa is with that Miley Cara. The group chat of his best friends was on fire. The response was so overwhelming that it couldn't even be listed one by one. Roughly speaking, questions like, is this for real? Is this even possible? I'm so jealous, etc. Unfortunately, Wallin, who had just wrapped up a concert and entered her break period, had a devastated expression after reading the article at home, and Hong Hai-yun was no different. Really? However, except for a few, most of Kang Woojin's colleagues in Korea were in a congratulatory mood. Whatever the case, this was once again a first-of-its-kind situation, and although Japan was a bit slower than Korea, it too joined the frenzy. Exclusive, Kang Woojin, Miley Cara, were dating now, Korea is now buzzing. Following that, various other countries joined the issue, blowing up the snowball even more. The speed was already at maximum. Along with it, keywords like Kang Woojin, Miley Cara, Pierrot, and Beast and the Beauty were selling like hotcakes. Because once an issue starts, it always leads to another. It was late at night when Kang Woojin, after a chaotic day, finally arrived home. Schedule itself wasn't too bad, but it was kind of rough. Was it because I got so many calls? Kang Woojin threw himself onto the bed in his room on the second floor, and at that moment, his phone rang. He was about to ignore it since it had been ringing all day, but suddenly, he shot up and grabbed the phone. It was Miley Cara. No, it was a call from his girlfriend. Kang Woojin smiled faintly and brought the phone to his ear, and on the other end, Miley Cara's affectionate voice could be heard. Did you get home? With a ticklish feeling, Woojin shouted inside. This is dating. The call went on for about an hour. The next day, Monday the 27th. Early morning. The location was a place quite far from downtown LA. After about a 2-hour drive, there was nothing but an open plain. The only things visible around were paved roads, mountains, and dirt. The only building in sight was a dilapidated gas station. While there were a few passing cars, it was rare, and it was in this remote place that a film crew, with hundreds of staff members, had set up camp. Small cranes, drones, and various filming equipment had been unloaded, and waiting areas other than tents were set up around the abandoned gas station. It seemed a shoot was about to begin. Among the staff, a familiar figure could be seen. It was the famous producer Joseph Felton, a tall black man. Beside him stood an elderly man, the Hollywood veteran director Danny Landis. Director Danny, pushing up his round glasses, was busy inspecting the cars positioned along the road. Naturally, the road was under control. The reason was simple. In about an hour, the first shoot for John Persona was scheduled. As could be seen, the crank-in for John Persona was an outdoor shoot, and judging by the number of cars and the variety of special equipment, the opening scene was a car chase. After inspecting vehicles with key staff for several minutes, director Danny Landis nodded. All right, let's set everything up according to the storyboard for the driving, shooting, and the vehicles that'll be exploded. There were 3 cars of the same model. Each would be used for different shots, one for normal driving, one for being shot at or impacted, and one for being flipped, rolled, and blown up. In the movie, they would appear as the same vehicle, but in filming, they were treated separately. Of course, CGI would be used and stunts would help, but since car chase scenes were inherently dangerous, the atmosphere on set was tense. At that moment, Kang Woojin is entering. The lead actor of John Persona, Kang Woojin, who had finished his makeup, stepped onto the set. His hair and face were already covered in wounds and dust, and his jeans and black knitwear were ripped in several places. Though it was the first shoot, the scene was from a part of the story that had progressed quite a bit. Cynical due to his concept, Kang Woojin, swoosh, cast his gaze upon the set. On the outside, he looked calm, but inside, his mouth was agape. The scale is insane. They shut down an entire road. How many cars are they going through? Truthfully, Woojin had previous experience with car chase scenes. He had filmed one during the Bangkok location shoot for Beneficial Evil. Plus, he had experienced the world of John Persona dozens of times through script readings. Though there was nothing particularly worrying, he was still amazed by the massive scale of the set. Just judging by outdoor location shoot quality, I don't think Pierrot or Beast and the Beauty can even compare to John Persona? Just then, a familiar face with a large nose approached Kang Woojin. Woojin, let's go over the scene rehearsal with the director. It was Ethan Smith, the stunt coordinator for John Persona, and someone who had previously worked with Kang Woojin on Beneficial Evil. Kang Woojin nodded and gathered with director Danny Landis and the key staff to begin a verbal rehearsal of the storyboard. These were considerably intense scenes involving explosions and more. At first, the set had been lively with congratulatory chatter about Woojin and Kara's relationship, but as filming drew near, it swiftly transformed into a serious atmosphere. That same seriousness could be seen in Choi Sung-gun and his team, observing from a few steps away. The towering Joseph Felton approached him and spoke. "Are you worried?" Choi Sung-gun, now quite comfortable with English, shrugged his shoulders. No matter how well Woojin handles things on his own, a set is always a place where accidents can happen. True, but we've gone through multiple rounds of checks and are taking every precaution to avoid dangerous elements, so it should be fine. Still, I wonder if Woojin will be satisfied after seeing the footage. Soon, Joseph Felton, who had been watching the scene where Kang Woojin blended in with the hundreds of crew members, smiled with satisfaction. To be exact, seeing Woojin in that scene gave him chills. At last, this day has come. For him, it had taken far too long. About 40 minutes later, Kang Woojin got into a gray SUV for the driving scene, and 3 black vans that looked obviously expensive were lined up behind him. Extras dressed in suits took their positions. Elements fitting for the secret agent, espionage, and spy-filled world of John Persona, loaded with crime and action, were falling into place one by one. Thump. Kang Woojin, playing the role of John Owen, a character with dissociative identity disorder and partial memory loss, gave the ready signal. Soon after, clear dash. Hundreds of crew members exited the shooting zone, and director Danny Landis, seated in front of several monitors, gave the first cue. Action. At that exact moment. Vroom. The SUV Woojin was in let out a growl. A drone flew overhead, and a filming vehicle followed from behind. Inside the pickup, Kang Woojin was already completely immersed in the character of John Owen. With a roaring engine sound, the SUV Kang Woojin was driving surged forward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust around it. Vroom. The crank-in of John Persona was explosive. A few days later, the nearly 10,000 members of the Academy Awards scattered across the globe, those acting in roles close to judges, who had already watched countless films during the nomination stage and begun evaluating, started to mention a familiar name. Kang Woojin. Gradually, the frequency with which the Korean actor's name, Kang Woojin, was mentioned. This level of performance goes beyond any method dash. Was rapidly escalating. TL No. 71. Announcement 1. Romain Ducour, a French actor. He was referred to as a national actor of France and was a top actor. He was frequently invited as a nominee for the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival and was also quite a familiar face at the Academy Awards. With an angular face and a generally fierce impression, he mainly worked in France but was also occasionally active in Hollywood. This Romain Ducour had become a member of the Academy Awards jury about 2 years ago. The Academy Awards selects new members each year from directors, actors, producers, key staff, and others. Since the Academy Awards are so globally prestigious, being selected as a member was a tremendous honor for anyone. After all, wouldn't you be able to select the best of the year with your own hands? Therefore, the top actor of France, Romain Ducour, had let out an overjoyed cheer 2 years ago. And today, Romain Ducour, as one of the members of the Academy Awards, was watching a film alone at a rented studio. He had many works to review, and the movie currently playing on the monitor was he. Kakik, ha ha. The heartily laughing Joker appeared. In other words, what he was watching was Pierrot, the birth of a villain. About an hour had already passed, and the expression on Romain Ducour's face, with his legs crossed as he watched Pierrot, was full of deep shock. That actor, Kang Woojin Though the quality of Pierrot itself was noteworthy, what shocked the top actor of France was indeed. He has grown several times more. He's become a monster. Because of the male lead in Pierrot, Kang Woojin. In fact, Romain Ducour already knew about Kang Woojin. Woojin was quite the global sensation, But the first time he had seen Kang Woojin was at the Cannes Film Festival. There, Woojin had achieved a miracle by winning the Best Actor award, and Duker had been freshly shocked after watching Leech. Perhaps for that reason, Kang Woojin felt familiar to Romain Duker. He usually kept track of news articles about Woojin, who was making waves in Hollywood. Therefore, when the nominated works for this year's Academy Awards arrived, Romain Duker had played Pierrot first without hesitation. And within just 10 minutes, his mouth dropped open, and by an hour in, he felt a sense of wonder. Even in Leech, he was unbelievably good, but he's grown even more since then. The Joker, portrayed by Kang Woojin, exceeded the level of a monster. Compared to his role in Leech, his performance had developed in depth and density. The problem was, Kang Woojin at the Cannes Film Festival was already a monster. The monster had amplified his destructive power. The more the story of Pierrot progressed, the more immersed Romain Duker became in the film's charm and Kang Woojin's performance. Pierrot encapsulates all human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, and even leaves a message and aftertaste for society. At a glance, Pierrot had a bit of a hero film, cinematic universe, killing time image, but once opened, it was completely different. After Pierrot ended, Romain Duker was nearly clapping by himself. Clap, 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 clap. Without realizing it, he muttered to himself, "Amazing, how long has it been since I watched a movie with such focus?" It had the power to completely hold the viewer without letting them think of anything else for even 1 second. Pierrot was packed with that power. Even after the movie ended, Romain Duker stared at the black screen for several minutes, because Kang Woojin's performance kept resurfacing in his mind. Finally coming to his senses with difficulty, Romain Duker played another movie. This time, it was a work by a veteran Hollywood actor. But, oh no, after 30 minutes had passed, he could tell. I can't concentrate. I can't even see the acting. That his head was filled entirely with Kang Woojin. The strange thing was, Romain Duker wasn't the only one experiencing this phenomenon. Around the same time, members of the Academy Awards all over the world started their screenings with Pierrot, just like Duker. The reason was simple. The buzz it had accumulated and its current hotness were the most outstanding. And almost all the members soon regretted it. Because Kang Woojin's Joker was, I should have watched Pierrot last. Overwhelmingly intense. March 4th. Around noon, with the sun blazing. A quiet road, located quite a distance from downtown LA. And there, suddenly, vroom, a worn-out gray pickup truck roared into view, blasting its exhaust. Though there weren't many cars on the road, the pickup was racing down the street fiercely. The reason soon became clear. Vroom. Following behind the pickup, a line of sleek black vans appeared. Compared to the rough-looking pickup, the black vans had a much more refined, upscale appearance. Judging by the speed, it was clear the 3 black vans were chasing the pickup. One of the black vans caught up first. It closed in on the pickup's trunk. Vroom. The pickup accelerated even more. The black van quickly caught up. And eventually, bang, the van rammed into the pickup, targeting the trunk. The wobbling pickup truck spun around. As the pickup truck got closer to the black van, suddenly, bang, 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 3 gunshots rang out. The driver's side window shattered. Of course, it was the black van's. Inside, a man in a suit had slammed his head into the steering wheel. The van, now sliding helplessly, veered off the road. Thud. It disappeared over a cliff. The pickup barely managed to regain balance. Behind the wheel, with a blank expression, was Kang Woojin, turning the steering wheel like a madman. He glanced at the rearview mirror, then stepped on the accelerator harder. The chase resumed. Another black van overtook him. Woojin slammed on the brakes. Screech. He fired at the black van that had suddenly moved ahead. His target was the rear tire. The van wobbled for a moment, then flipped spectacularly. There was a loud crash, but Woojin's blank expression didn't change. He drove on. But this time, smash. The remaining black van was faster than Woojin. It rammed hard into the rear of the pickup at high speed. Woojin quickly turned the wheel, but the pickup was in bad shape to begin with. Screech, 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 screech. It lost balance, rolled over twice, and came to a stop upside down. Silence fell around the road. The black van came to a stop nearby. The pickup, now covered in dust, didn't move. 3 men in suits got out of the black van. Holding pistols, They exchanged glances. Slide. They approached the pickup. They had to confirm whether he was alive or dead. When they were about 3 steps away, "Hey, to the side!" A shout hit the lead man. Realizing it, he quickly turned his head and gun. Too late. Covered in dust, Kang Woojin, whoosh, struck the man's neck. Eek! Twisting the gun-wielding man's arm behind his back, Woojin fired twice. Bang bang. One of the men in a suit behind fell with a thud. His head and face had been blown apart. The remaining man fired frantically at Woojin, but all the bullets hit the back of his own comrade, using the limp body as a shield. Swoosh. Woojin charged at the remaining man. Gunfire continued. All missed. Woojin shoved the corpse toward the man. He dodged sideways. Woojin moved the same way. The gun extended, but Woojin was faster. Grabbing both the gun and the man's hand, he kicked him in the groin. Ugh! As the strength left him, Woojin twisted the man's wrist. The gun now pointed at its owner. Bang bang. The man collapsed, his head destroyed. 3 were eliminated in an instant. Yet Woojin, without a single pant, calmly wiped the blood from his face and searched through the men's belongings. Expressionlessly, after collecting their phones and such, Woojin climbed into the undamaged black van parked ahead. The van pulled away, but the camera didn't move. Just then, kaboom! The overturned pickup truck exploded. Still about 10 seconds of silence. Cut. Among the hundreds of crew members, Danny Landis, the director of John Persona, sprang to his feet. Okay. A wide smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Soon, dozens of crew members rushed in to deal with the burning vehicle. Kang Woojin, who played the male lead role of John Owen, also returned. Director Danny Landis immediately gave feedback to Woojin. The action was absolutely top-notch, better than perfect, but maybe the explosion was a bit underwhelming. Is that so? Yeah, let's amp up the firepower and go again. Yes, understood. Although Kang Woojin responded solemnly, he was actually quite shocked on the inside. Damn, as expected of Hollywood. They're filming another car explosion? That means they're going to wreck those BMW cars too? Soon, Woojin moved toward the staff for a makeup retouch. Director Danny Landis, who silently watched Woojin's retreating figure, remained still. Even to him, a Hollywood heavyweight. We asked for restrained and understated action, but he delivers it with a cold, dry style while still packing a punch. Kang Woojin wasn't just unique, he was like an alien being. There are very few who can deliver this level of action quality in Hollywood, and on top of that, he portrays the character's mental issues with great depth. Seeing it in person, it's absurdly good. Naturally, the surrounding staff were also busy heaping praise on Woojin's action and acting. At this point, the towering Joseph Felton approached director Danny Landis. Director, what do you think of Kang Woojin's John Owen? He wasn't asking about the script reading, but about Woojin on set. In response, director Landis took off his round glasses and answered quietly. His tone carried deep sincerity. The word dominate fits him perfectly. Controlled action, gunplay. And yet, his body is so agile. He trailed off, meeting Joseph's gaze. You saw what happened with Pierrot, right? Like the Joker, Kang Woojin is the character itself. John Owen of John Persona will be the same. Yes, even from a brief look, it gave me chills. John Persona is being planned as a series, right? Then we need to begin work immediately to secure Kang Woojin for the entire series. With absolute conviction, the Hollywood giant Danny Landis made a declaration. If he agrees, I'll direct the entire John Persona series. Later, with the beginning of March, Kang Woojin officially began filming for John Persona. And Hollywood's March was. CNN/Kang Woojin kicks off filming for Universal Movies' new title, John Persona. LA Times/Kang Woojin begins shooting John Persona, new film from one of Hollywood's Big Five, Universal Movies. Photos spread via SNS. It was a veritable storm of headlines. ABY/Kang Woojin's girlfriend Miley Cara and Chris Hartnett set for script reading of Guest. Issues that had been building up or recently exploded were now blossoming or growing as major talking points. Naturally, the increased presence of paparazzi trailing Woojin and Miley Cara helped fuel this. All the photos taken were sold to media outlets. NT/Kang Woojin and Miley Cara spotted on a date at a restaurant/photos. Moreover, even other Hollywood figures, excluding Woojin, joined the fray, and lately, Hollywood was experiencing an unprecedented boom in hot topics. ABY/veteran actor Ethan Ford throws sharp criticism at Kang Woojin. I acknowledge his talent, but he lacks humility. Time flew, each day disappearing in an instant. Kang Woojin, of course, along with all the works and people related to him, did what they had to do. And they kept doing it. Just as people's clothing began to lighten, the schedule drew near and the Academy Awards made an announcement. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS, confirmed two things. The first, LA Times/AMPAS begins official nominee selection for the Academy Awards. Nominee announcement will be broadcast live on April 3rd. That the official nominees, films and actors, would be announced live on April 3rd. The second, our Academy Awards will grandly open on April 24th. The world's most prestigious awards ceremony, where Pierrot had confidently thrown its hat into the ring, would kick off on April 24th. In other words, lineup announcement on April 3rd, opening ceremony on April 24th, both within April. And upon seeing this announcement, Kang Woojin appeared calm on the outside, but internally he was brimming with tension. Ugh, damn it, just get nominated. Then at least I've saved face. But for now, it was still March, so he had to focus on shooting John Persona. March passed in the blink of an eye. Hollywood April starts. Just 2 days until the April 3rd Academy Awards. Official nominee announcement. Hollywood is on edge. April had begun. Issue chat. With pre-release rave reviews for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Will Kang Woojin's name be called at the Academy Awards? 472. Announcement 2. On April 1st, Kang Woojin was inside a vast set. The internal set complex of Hollywood's Universal movies also boasted a formidable scale, just like other members of the Big Five. It was truly worthy of being called a mega-sized film company. The set complex currently being used by the John Persona team had been roughly but very realistically recreated to resemble the downtowns of various countries. Vietnam, Russia, Spain, etc. This was because the story of John Persona included a variety of nations. Of course, there were also location shoots scheduled in those countries, but those were planned for the latter half of the filming schedule, and the rest of the scenes were set to be shot here at the Hollywood set. At any rate, Kang Woojin could be found now on the set that reproduced a major downtown area of Russia. Ugh, damn, that action scene was kind of intense. Apparently, there had been an intense action scene just now, as the makeup team staff surrounded Woojin. They were touching up his makeup. At that moment, please have some before continuing. In the bustling site filled with countless foreign staff, donuts and coffee were handed out as snacks. Everyone seemed to be a little hungry anyway, so the staff joyfully bit into their donuts. And since Kang Woojin wasn't particularly hungry, I'll just have some coffee. With his poker face firmly in place, he quietly sipped his coffee. It wasn't some kind of intentional image crafting. It was just his long-maintained tough guy persona manifesting subconsciously. Because of that, the foreign staff who were seeing Kang Woojin for the first time through this project were busy whispering as they watched him enjoy his coffee and donut. Isn't it amazing? Woojin pulled off that intense action scene multiple times, but he never looked out of breath. Right, it's still early in the shoot, but there have been so many high-intensity action scenes, and he always looks so relaxed. I heard from the stunt coordinator team that Kang Woojin is a former Special Forces operative. Ethan Smith said that, didn't he? I heard it too. No wonder. That CQC scene in Beneficial Evil was incredibly fluid, seeing how he makes action look so effortless in both Beneficial Evil and our John Persona. That Special Forces unit must have been really hardcore. While this casual misconception was spreading quietly, director Danny Landis and Joseph Felton approached Woojin, who was sipping his coffee. Along with them were Megan Stone, the CD, and Ethan Smith with his big nose. Holding a donut in one hand, director Danny opened the conversation with a smile. The official Academy Awards nominee announcement is in 2 days. What time was it again? The answer came from the towering Joseph Felton. 8 p.m. It'll be live-streamed via the Academy Awards official social media and YouTube channels. Same as every year. Who's announcing the nominees? No word yet. but I think a few of last year's winners will probably come out and do it. As director Danny nodded slowly, he fixed his gaze on Kang Woojin, who was silently drinking his coffee. Where do you plan to watch the live nominee announcement? Woojin, with a calm expression, lowered his voice. I'll probably watch it at home. After the day's shoot ends, right? Yes, director. For reference, Woojin only had a morning shoot scheduled for the day of the official Academy Awards nominee announcement 2 days later. It was a meaningful day, so the John Persona team had accommodated him. Then, director Danny, adjusting his round glasses, chuckled. So how does it feel? Nervous? The results will be out in 2 days. Of course. Obviously. Is that even a question? Woojin instantly replied inwardly, but outwardly maintained his composure. Not really. I've done what I could, so I'll just accept whatever results come. It was a comment laced with build-up, meant to prepare for the possibility of not being nominated. He needed some excuse later, right? After all, they were going to be seeing each other for months. However, the giant Joseph made a completely incorrect assumption based on Kang Woojin's calm demeanor. So you're confident you'll be nominated. You don't seem to even consider the possibility of not making it. What? Where the hell did he get that from? Woojin felt a bit frustrated, but he was already used to such misunderstandings, so he handled it quickly. Of course, it would be great to be nominated. Here, big-nosed Ethan Smith, who had worked with Woojin in Part 1 of Beneficial Evil, joined in. His energy was high. Ha. A likely nominee for Oscar's Best Actor in just his 4th year since debut. Even seeing this unbelievable situation right in front of me, it's still hard to believe. The baton was taken up by Megan Stone, with her brown bobbed hair. Even just Cannes and the Emmy Awards were already an unparalleled pace in Hollywood. But if you make it to the Academy Awards now, my goodness, this record will probably remain unbroken for decades. Their conversation was already a popular topic among many figures in Hollywood. Kang Woojin was being mentioned as a strong candidate for the Best Actor category in this year's Academy Awards. And if he were to officially be nominated, it would mean he had gone from Cannes to the Emmy Awards and now the Academy Awards in a straight line. Soon, the heavyweight Hollywood director Danny Landis placed a hand on Woojin's shoulder. His smile was deep. Right now, the eyes of the entire world are probably on you, Woojin. Meanwhile, people gathered in a large conference room. The atmosphere was intensely serious. Understandably so. These were the ones responsible for preparing a tightly organized awards ceremony under the watchful gaze of the world. They were the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS, who would be announcing the official nominees in just 2 days. Roughly several dozen individuals sat before tablets. Each tablet contained the results and data submitted by roughly 10,000 members distributed across the world. In other words, evaluations of the works and actors that shone in Hollywood this year. Though the official announcement was 2 days away, the finalized nominees and works were already displayed on their screens. A few people looking at their tablets let out exclamations, as if in disbelief. Whoa, I didn't expect this kind of result. Is this for real? Amazing. Among them, an old woman who looked to be in her 60s smiled with curiosity as she looked at the 5 finalized nominees for Best Actor on the screen. This year's Academy Awards will definitely go down in history in many ways. Meanwhile, with the official announcement of the Academy Awards nominees just 2 days away, media outlets across the world, including Hollywood, heightened the atmosphere by flooding the public with similar headlines. LA Times / just 2 days before the official Academy Awards nominee announcement, this year's Oscars are hotter than ever. On the 1st, and continuing on the 2nd as well, BBX / experts predict Oscar nominees for films and actors. If there's Poirot and Kang Woojin, it proves the Academy is evolving. By this point, excitement in Korea had reached fever pitch. And for good reason. Star Talk, can the miracle of the Emmy Awards continue to the Academy Awards? The entire nation is cheering him on. I'll definitely watch the live broadcast of the Academy Awards nominee announcement. The Oscars have captivated the Korean public thanks to Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin had a real chance of becoming the first Korean, no, the first Asian, to be nominated for an Academy Awards Best Actor. Normally, the nominee announcement broadcast for the Academy Awards might have passed unnoticed, but this time was different. With Kang Woojin hotly involved, the interest from Korean media and the public surged uncontrollably. Of course, Japan, where Woojin had already gained a significant presence, responded similarly, and reactions across Asia were particularly fervent. And so, the remaining hours of the second quietly melted away. On the morning of the bright third, in LA, Kang Woojin tried hard to calm his pounding heart. Action. From early morning, filming for John Persona began. Shooting wrapped up around 2 p.m. As Woojin left the set, he was showered with cheers from director Danny Landis, Joseph Felton, and many other staff. Woojin received them calmly on the outside, but internally, his nervousness was skyrocketing. Whoa, damn, this is seriously several times more nerve-wracking than the Emmy Awards. Sure, the Emmy Awards were considered the television equivalent of the Academy Awards. But in terms of recognition and impact, the Academy Awards stood at the top. Even before becoming an actor, Kang Woojin had known about the Academy Awards, so it was only natural that his anxiety was intensifying. The Academy Awards kind of feels like the final boss dungeon, doesn't it? Even just entering the room of that final boss was a massive jackpot for Woojin at his current stage. Then, around 4 p.m., many people gathered at Kang Woojin's home in LA. The host, Kang Woojin, dressed in a comfortable gray hoodie, was there of course, along with Choi Sung-gun, team members, and overseas branch employees from BW Entertainment. In addition, the blonde woman attached at Woojin's side was also present. Who else could it be? None other than Miley Kara. There was no way she would miss the moment when her boyfriend might achieve an Academy Awards miracle. Kara had worked busily, adjusting her entire schedule from the previous week just for today. Like that, there were now over 20 people gathered in Woojin's house. Cynical Kang Woojin looked around at the current scene and murmured inwardly, "This is making me even more nervous with everyone gathered. Phew, stay calm." His living room had turned into a party space, but Woojin was busy with mental control. Soon, the large TV was connected, and everyone gathered in front of it. The table was packed with snacks and canned beer. Time flew by as people chatted while waiting, and the current time was now 7 p.m. In other words, exactly 1 hour remained until the official Academy Awards nominee announcement. Naturally, that 1 hour quickly melted away, and before long, the large TV connected to YouTube displayed an empty grand stage, except for 2 chairs. It was the venue where the Academy Awards were held every year, the Dolby Theater. A massive trophy statue was prominently placed behind the chairs. It was the very famous Academy Awards trophy. The monitor next to it was also enormous. Swoosh. In the empty frame, an elderly man and a woman with a striking presence appeared. They were a famous Hollywood director and actress who had won at last year's Academy Awards. As they stepped on stage holding cue cards, everyone gathered at Woojin's house erupted in excitement. "Oh, it's starting. Wow, this really is the Academy Awards. Doesn't even the announcement feel so much weightier, right? It just has this super premium vibe. His name has to be on that cue card. Woojin Oppa's name." At that moment, the gaze of most people, including Choi Sung-gun and Kara, fell upon Kang Woojin standing in front of the TV. His face was, as always, unreadable and calm. Everyone else was anxious, but he alone seemed unbothered. He's got nerves of steel. How can he stay so composed all the time? That wasn't true. Kang Woojin's heart was currently pounding to the point of explosion. His stomach was churning a little. Damn, wait a second. Ugh, my palms are sweating. Anyway, in the video being watched by countless people around the world, voices began to sound. "Hello, we're honored to bring you the news everyone's been waiting for. Me too. I received an award here last year, and it feels like the glory continues." The actress who would lead the announcement began to speak. "We'll start with the costume design category. A total of 5 nominees have been selected." The announcement began with the confirmed nominees for costume design in the Academy Awards, and Kang Woojin subtly swallowed hard. Of course, at that time, he wasn't the only one overwhelmed by nerves. For example, executives gathered in the large conference room of Columbia Studios, including Nora Foster and director On G.A. Bach. They were all watching the main screen with desperate hope. "Let it be called. Please let Pierrot be called." That was when the actress making the announcements on screen read out the final nominee for costume design. The final nominee for costume design, Laura Colley for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain was actually called, and it was from the very first category, costume design. In that moment, a woman with her hair tied back shot up from her seat in the conference room. It's me. They called my name. Applause and cheers erupted. Even if it was just for costume design, what mattered first was that the film was called at the Academy Awards. For Columbia Studios, it was a huge relief. At that moment, director Angie Bach, who had been clapping, had a thought. Costume design. Huh. Of course the Joker-style costumes hit the mark. In that case, there might be more nominations to come. Pierrot was only just beginning. Following the first call for Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain, the team behind Beast and the Beauty also rejoiced. Filming for John Persona paused for a moment, and the team behind the film Guest was equally delighted. Many Hollywood heavyweights and hundreds of staff members had their prayers reaching the skies. Those prayers were also overflowing in Korea. Due to the time difference, it was just past noon the following day in Korea, and the nation was practically filled with prayer. On buses, subways, taxis, cafes, restaurants, convenience stores, and more. An enormous number of people were watching the Academy Awards nominee announcement live via smartphones or laptops. There were many who anxiously sat in front of their TVs, like Kang Woojin, Seo Hyunmi, and Kang Hyuna. Please, please, please. Dad, you startled me. Dear God, Buddha, teacher, CEO, alien. Whoever it is, please let Woojin's name be called. Some of those aren't gods, you know? Anyway, I'm so nervous. Top stars in Korea, including Hong Hae-yeon, Ryu Young-min, Jin Jae-jun, and Wallin, were no different. All of them were watching the live announcement on their phones wherever they were. With everyone filled with hope, the director handling the live broadcast made the next announcement. Next is the Best Actress category. Some truly remarkable actresses have been selected. He began naming famous Hollywood actresses that were recognizable by name alone. At this point, Kang Woojin in LA was fully focused on the TV. Naturally, so was Miley Cara. Choi Sung-gun and the dozens of others in the room fell completely silent. All they could do was clasp their hands together and swallow dryly as they watched the TV. Then it happened. And now, the Best Actor category. Wow, we've got some truly amazing nominees here too. The actress on the broadcast began reading the official nominees for Best Actor, one of the main events of the Academy Awards. There are 5 in total. Congratulations in advance to all. Let's get started. David Ross, Ryan Chafin, Thomas Bossman, James Resner. The actress, who had been listing all the names in English, suddenly, swoosh, smiled and lifted her gaze from the cue card to look forward, and then announced the final nominee for Best Actor, and Kang Woojin. At that moment, Kang Woojin murmured without even realizing it, in a very quiet voice, "Wow, fuck, this actually 23, Monster 1. The moment a Hollywood actress on TV called out his name, and Kang Woojin, letting out his true feelings without realizing it, almost let out a scream. Something like, wah wah. The thrill and excitement boiling up from the depths of Woojin's core were indescribable. How should he put it? If that actress on TV were in front of him right now, though he didn't even know who she was, he wouldn't hesitate to hug her and dance wildly with her. It wasn't strange. After all, Woojin had me. I'm a Best Actor nominee? For the Academy Awards, no less? He had secured a ticket, a confirmed nomination for Best Actor at the Academy Awards, the dream of filmmakers around the world. Of course, he had acted like crazy. He had worked tirelessly going back and forth through the void space, throwing himself into each project. Even when the public criticism and cursed him, he brushed it off and poured himself in. But I never thought something like this would really happen. But this was the Academy Awards, an unimaginable place where actors from all over the world, including Hollywood, put in their lifeblood of effort without guarantee of ever getting there. Even being nominated was an enormous honor, and a spot among the 5 nominees meant instant, explosive recognition as a powerhouse actor. And Kang Woojin's name had been called. Kang Woojin couldn't do anything at the moment. He just stared blankly at the TV. It wasn't some fake composure or affected solemnity. It was a genuine blankness. Briefly, memories from his past flickered through his mind like a panorama. Right, the Cannes Film Festival. That's where the road to the Academy Awards began. He had merely filmed Leech, yet people around him had started to imagine Kang as a stepping stone to the Academy Awards. But it all became reality. Wow, fuck this. Actually happened? Now, it really felt like Kang was the stepping stone, and the Emmy Awards were just a side dish. The reason the misunderstandings and assumptions surrounding Woojin grew to such a massive scale was because he had a habit of turning all those misconceptions into reality. This time was no different. Kang Woojin turned all the misunderstandings, which began as mere misconceptions, into a miracle through Joker. At that moment, swish, Woojin's dulled senses started to return. The first thing he noticed was someone else's breath. More precisely, it was Miley Kara. Her hair swishing, she had jumped up and wrapped her arms around Woojin, bouncing with joy. Her face was full of laughter. Woojin, congratulations. Really, really congratulations. Oh my god. Still unable to feel the reality of it, Kang Woojin stared vacantly at Kara. As he thought about how close her face was, his hearing began to come back as well. Into his previously muffled ears, ear-shattering screams and cheers crashed in. Wow, it happened. It really happened. Woojin, you did it. Kaya. Oh my god. Ho ho ho. Woojin appa. Congratulations so much. Goosebumps. This is crazy. Totally crazy. Appa. Woojinsi. Congratulations. Choi Sung-gun, the team members, and the overseas branch employees of BW Entertainment gathered at Woojin's house had all lost their minds. If the word frenzy had a visual form, this would be it. The howls of excitement that felt like they'd tear the house apart didn't cease, and Choi Sung-gun and the team clung to Woojin and Kara. Hugs overlapped. It was like a massive cluster of bodies, fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Hashtag, asterisk and percent asterisk, hashtag percent, hashtag asterisk percent, hashtag asterisk. At asterisk dollar and percent, at and percent asterisk and at dollar and at and. Hashtag, hashtag percent, asterisk hashtag percent caret and, at asterisk dollar caret. Voices shouting something continued to burst out, but they were all jumbled and hard to understand. In the middle of it all, only Kang Woojin, who was crushed at the center, remained quiet, and a faint sentence from nearby Choi Sung-gun reached his ears. Across all of Asia, including Korea, and even in the entire history of Hollywood, you're the first, Woojin. It was true. Never before had a Korean actor been nominated for Best Actor, and this rapid entry into the Academy Awards was unprecedented. Of course, the unfamiliar route leading up to this point was also worth noting. In short, you've made a mark in Hollywood history. It wouldn't be wrong to say Kang Woojin had made history in Hollywood, or even in the global acting scene. At that moment, now it's time for the Best Director Award. On the giant TV screen, another nominee for the Academy Awards was being announced. What was interesting was, director On Jae-bak of Pierrot, The Birth of a Villain. The film Pierrot had been called once again, this time as the first nominee in the Best Director.